Please take it easy. Really? Finally, Mokio slightly bowed his head to the fuming Amy. I'm sorry. We'll save the remaining questions for later. Don't come back. If you do, I'll file a formal complaint with the police. We'll contact you again. The two detectives left the karaoke bar. Amy, who immediately locked the entrance door, covered her face with both hands. Her eyes bulged wide as she repeated the same words as if in a trance. Alive. She's alive. That bitch Toka is alive. Meanwhile, as the two detectives ascended from the basement to the ground level, Mokio glanced back at the karaoke bar below the stairs. Twice. The junior detective sighed deeply and asked, Yes? What do you mean? Horinochi Amy's eyes visibly shook twice. First when she heard Misaki Shitoku's name, and second when I mentioned an accomplice. Really? Anyway, Sunbae, please take it easy. Let's keep working together for a long time. Ignoring the junior detective, Mokio fell into deep thought. Let's head back for now. We need to recheck Misaki Shitoku's family relations. Later, the setting of the karaoke bar changed once more. It was still devoid of customers, but the lighting was extremely dark. It felt as if there was a musty smell lingering in the air. Perhaps because of that, Horinochi Amy, who had lost her mind, was not in the hall. Following the camera rail, one could see a room. In the VIP room at the end, Amy could be found. She was not alone. She lay on the lap of her lover, the pretty face Horio Aishi. Amy was heavily intoxicated. She was soaked in alcohol, crying with her face on her lover's lap. Hick sob. Aishi gently consoled her. It's okay, Amy. If something is troubling you, let it all out. I can be your support. Aishi embraced her warmly as best as he could. This went on for about 30 minutes. Amy, still sobbing, started to speak. Of course, she wasn't in her right mind. Being drunk didn't help either. Sob Toka. Toka is alive. Toka. Yes, Misaki Toka is alive. She should be dead, but she's alive. What happened, Amy? I didn't like her from the moment she transferred. Horinochi Amy began to spill everything. Her lover, Aishi, listened calmly. However, there was something strange in his eyes. About an hour passed. Amy fell asleep. Still on Aishi's lap, of course. By then, the pretty face Aishi gently lifted her face and left the room. Swipe. He glanced back at Amy. She was so out cold that she wouldn't notice if someone carried her away. Soon, Aishi, with a serious expression, left the karaoke bar and headed into the back alley. He looked around as if searching for someone. At that moment, "You've come." A lifeless voice sounded. The camera captured the stranger emerging slowly from the darkness. No, it focused directly on Kang Woojin. With a blank expression, he extended his hand to Aishi. Give it to me. With trembling hands, Aishi pulled something out of his pocket and dropped it into Woojin's hand. Plop. It was a recorder. 26289464. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, Sprint 6. At the end of the dark alley, Kang Woojin or Kiyoshi calmly looked down at the recorder placed on his hand. There was no expression on his face. His breathing was steady. On the other hand, the pretty-faced Aishi, who was looking at Woojin, kept glancing nervously backward. For several tens of seconds in this state, the quiet alley was interrupted by director Kyotaro's signal. Cut. It was okay. But this scene wasn't concluded just like that. They adjusted the lighting once, and adjusted the camera angles and the position of the characters again. During this, Kang Woojin's indifferent face remained calm, but he felt a slight embarrassment. Aren't the number of spectators continuously increasing? The number of eyes watching was gradually growing. In the end, there were a total of 4 retakes. In the meantime, many actors joined the dozens of staff and the filming team facing the alley. Mana Kosaku, playing Detective Mokio, Mifuyu Uramatsu with disheveled makeup as Amy, as well as minor and supporting actors, and even the numerous extras to fill the background volume. Although it wasn't their scene, the actors chose to watch rather than wait. Especially the extras had a strong mentality. Kang Woojin, I heard he also does anime voice acting. I saw that too. But looking at his pronunciation and diction, there's no problem at all. Right? I was really curious, and my wish was fulfilled. Seeing Kang Woojin's acting right in front of me. It's really beyond expectations. Honestly, with so much buzz, I thought there might be some hype. Regardless of the hype, he's the first Korean actor to blow up in Japan like this, right? There were some whose dream was acting, but quite a few were just there for a short part-time job. Either way, Kang Woojin, in the center of that filming zone, was a fascinating, unbelievable presence. Lately, all our theater troupe actors talk about is Kang Woojin. Ah, really? Well, even in our group, the number of people practicing Kang Woojin's roles has increased. They just changed the lines a bit from scenes in Hanryang, or male friend. To both unknown actors and ordinary people, Woojin just appeared as a star. Especially since he came from Korea and was shaking up Japan, it was even more astonishing. In the history of Korean and Japanese entertainment industries, Kang Woojin was unique. A few minutes later, after the filming site was organized, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team started filming the next scene. Action. Of course, Kang Woojin was currently Iota Kiyoshi himself, and the pretty supporting actor in front of him was Horio Aishi. Swoosh. Woojin, or Kiyoshi, with a lifeless face, fiddled with the recorder in his hand. Then he slowly raised the recorder to his ear and played the stored recording. A woman's voice was heard, but the volume wasn't loud. It was the voice of Horinochi Amy, who was mentally confused and drunk. It wasn't clearly audible. It wasn't recorded distinctly on the audio device either. It was an intended direction. Of course, the recorder contained something like Amy's confession, the things she did in the past, and the deeds committed by the same group. Expressionless, Kang Woojin listened to Amy's voice for a moment. The camera captured Woojin's calm demeanor in a bust shot. Then, satisfied, he lowered his hand and nodded slightly. Well done. Aishi, who was trembling with anxiety, raised his voice slightly. You're sure you'll give me the money, right? Woojin replied in an emotionless tone. Quiet. Dash. Aishi glanced backward again. At the same time, Kang Woojin, while putting the recorder into the bag slung over his shoulder, took out a bundle of money tied with a rubber band from the bag. I'll give you 10% first. The camera captured Aishi's astonished face. That's not what we agreed on. The money will be given to you monthly. Monthly? If it's inconvenient, I'll return the recorder. The deal can be off. Give it to me. Aishi snatched the bundle of money from Woojin's hand, and Kang Woojin calmly said, Now disappear for about half a year. Horio Aishi. It was quite some time ago that Kang Woojin, or Kiyoshi, discovered him, Amy's hidden lover. It was when he was tailing Amy like a dead mouse. Interestingly, despite Aishi's pretty face, his behavior was despicable. He pretended to be upright in front of Amy, but behind her back, he frequented gambling and gaming parlors, and had considerable debt with the Kabukicho Yakuza. He even dabbled in drugs. Kabukicho, as flashy as it was a street of pleasure. A thug of Aishi's caliber was common in this street. It was nothing for Kang Woojin to grab hold of and shake such a weakness of his. First, he put a leash on him with money. But you must not quench his thirst. Aishi had already crossed the line. At this rate, he would be abandoned by either Amy or the Yakuza, whichever side it might be. Especially if he fell into the hands of the Yakuza, he could be killed without a trace. In other words, to Aishi, Kiyoshi was both a transaction partner and a hope right now. That hope handed Aishi a key and a note. I've arranged a house in a fishing village in Chiba. The paper has the directions. With trembling hands, Aishi received the key and the note. Then he looked again at Woojin's expressionless face. Kang Woojin lightly pointed behind him with his index finger. What are you doing? Disappear. You can call me. I will. Soon, Aishi stuffed the money and key into his pocket and ran out of the alley. Kang Woojin watched his retreating figure indifferently. The camera slowly captured his face, and Woojin murmured quietly, It should be fine for a few months. But that man will go crazy at some point. It doesn't matter. There's a way for that too. After all, Aishi is destined to fall into the Yakuza's hands. Having gotten what he wanted and having bought some time, that was enough. Step. With dead eyes, Woojin calmly walked out of the alley. Then he recalled the recorder in his bag. Of course, he had no intention of handing it over to the police. This recorder was merely an excuse to control another homework, not Amy. Standing still and organizing his thoughts, Kang Woojin, or Kiyoshi, moved his gaze. According to the scenario, he was supposed to look at the bustling Kabukicho street, but right now, Woojin was staring directly at the camera in front of him. The eyes of the stranger reflected on the monitor were dead, and more people would die soon. But Kang Woojin nonchalantly moved on to the next step. Should I eat some ramen? He was hungry. Afterward, returning to the Japanese set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kang Woojin focused solely on filming without any other schedules. There had been about a week's gap, and the Eerie Sacrifice team itself had picked up speed. Cut. Let's go again. Yes. Director. The Eerie Sacrifice team, set up in Kabukicho, continued outdoor filming in a similar location on the 13th, the day after. Meanwhile, the news of the Male Friend remake that caused a commotion yesterday had already expanded as much as it could. Not only the Japanese public, but also people from any industry knew about it. Following The Eerie Sacrifice, even Male Friend remake, fans of Kang Woojin, who has expanded into anime voice acting, are excited. The voice acting industry is worried. There was no stopping Kang Woojin, who was crowned the king of issues, from being attached to the newly released articles. It was indeed the moment when the nuclear bomb that A10 studio had initially expected hit its target. Of course, as time passed, the interest in Male Friend remake continued to grow endlessly. On the 14th, the day after, and the next day, the 15th, dominating social media, it deeply ingrained itself among the tremendous fans of anime. As expected, being an anime powerhouse, the fans' firepower was extraordinary. Meanwhile, in Korea on Monday, along with the talk about Our Dining Table from the day before, it rose again. Our Dining Table breaks its own viewership record with 20.7%. The recently confirmed teasers had been released. Official, Kang Woojin's creative dish, kimjibin makuksu from Our Dining Table, to be released as a cup noodle in collaboration with Nongsan. Maintaining a viewership rating in the 20% range, it was a double celebration. The food company Nongsan, with whom they finalized a contract, released the issue as quickly as possible. Thanks to this, not only the viewers of Our Dining Table, but also many netizens poured out excessive interest. Wow, is kimjibin makuksu really coming out as a product? Kang Woojin seriously seems to have massive influence in every area. Shit, I drooled every time I watched Our Dining Table. I'm buying kimjibin makuksu as soon as it comes out. Kang Chef's form is awesome. Wasn't there something like this before? But this time, Kang Woojin's might even cause an open run. Nongsan is doing a good job. Haha, please let me eat the real thing, not just cup noodles. Woojin Appa. The amazing thing about Kang Woojin is that even while doing YouTube, cooking, and variety shows, he doesn't neglect his acting work. He's really something. Around lunchtime when the buzz was intensifying, PD Yoon Byung-si Inside released another official announcement. PD Yoon Byung-si Inside. Our Dining Table second filming is set to start at the end of February. It was about the second filming of Our Dining Table. Of course, the articles gained quite a bit of traction. However, for some reason, another issue was rapidly gaining momentum in various domestic communities. Recent update on Kang Woojin's venture into Japan. Confirmed as an anime voice actor. JPG. The issue of Male Friend remake, shaking all of Japan, had started to spread. Kang Woojin, who never walked the set path, was an actor who always triggered surprises. And since this voice acting issue was also not typical, many communities instantly caught fire. Kang Woojin is doing anime voice acting in Japan? Is it true that Kang Woojin is confirmed as an anime voice actor? Leaks brought over the feed from the anime production company that confirmed Kang Woojin. Wow. Crazy, isn't it? A10 studio? Aren't they known for top-tier anime quality? Current situation on A10 Studios' SNS. Japanese people are going crazy. A10 is one of the top 1 or 2 anime production companies in Japan. Looking up the anime that Kang Woojin is voicing, it seems the original is Netflix's Male Friend. The anime title is Male Friend Remake. Is Kang Woojin doing it alone? What about Wallin? There were quite a lot of fans of Japanese anime in Korea as well. With Kang Woojin overlapping, the news spread at an astonishing speed. In less than an hour, articles spread not just across communities, but on YouTube and various portal sites. But is it really possible for Kang Woojin to do all this alone, or he definitely have a twin? It was quite common for actors or comedians in Korea to take on dubbing work. However, this Male Friend remake involving Kang Woojin was a first. Adding to this was the story involving Asami Sayaka and piano performances, causing the snowball to roll even more vigorously. Kang Woojin truly kept coming up with new things endlessly. Perhaps that's why, surprisingly, directors, PDs, actors, and various officials in the Korean entertainment industry who knew Woojin weren't as shocked as expected. Kang Woojin is taking the main role in a Japanese anime as a voice actor? Huh, really? But why doesn't such absurd news surprise me? Is it because it's Kang Woojin? It was because he had established himself as an icon of a monster. If it were another actor, it would be ridiculous, but since it was Kang Woojin, the response was one of understanding. Another day passed. High action. While bombardments continued in Korea, Kang Woojin indifferently continued filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was currently a set shoot, not an outdoor one. The main actress was Mifuyu Uramatsu, playing Horinochi Amy. The story after her lover, Horio Aishi, disappeared. With the sudden disappearance of Aishi, her only support, Mifuyu's mind was crumbling endlessly. Aishi, where is Aishi? Her brain was deteriorating. The symptoms of hallucinations and auditory hallucinations were getting severe. Mifuyu passionately expressed such an Amy. Toka, disappear. I told you to fuck off. Why do you keep appearing? Don't look at me. It was all a situation orchestrated by Iota Kiyoshi. But Kiyoshi did not leave her alone. He continuously muddled her mind. He had graduation photos delivered to Amy's house, sent photos of Ginzo's death, or texted her from an unknown number. 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. As Amy deteriorated, she eventually turned to drugs. It was something left behind by her lover, Aishi. She held out for a while, but in the end, she avoided reality and threw herself into a hideous, non-existent escape route. It was around that time. Another phone of Amy's started ringing. The caller was a man. Hey Amy, are you alright? Why haven't you been opening the store lately? He was one of Kang Woojin or Kiyoshi's homeworks. At this point, the filming location changed. Inside a luxury sedan, a man dressed in a suit and a deteriorated Amy were sitting side by side in the driver's and passenger's seats. The camera was positioned outside the front window. The man in the suit was the one who had called Amy. He wore glasses and had a smart-looking face. He seemed very capable. His name was Suzuki Itsuma. Known as the brain of the group back in high school, he was from a well-off family that owned a mid-sized company. Itsuma managed the members from school days. As the heir to a mid-sized company, any unnecessary problems could cause him headaches. Recently, the incident of Ginzo's death occurred. Additionally, the frantic calls from Amy had increased. Although it was a separate phone, too many messages could lead to being tracked. Therefore, Itsuma had to meet Amy. The problem was, save me, Itsuma Toka is alive. She comes to me every day. I can't endure it anymore. I'm going to the police and tell them everything. If I confess, Toka will forgive me. Amy, calm down. Toka is dead. No, she's alive. Yesterday, today too. I saw her. A few days ago, a detective came by. I'm going to tell them everything and get protection. Itsuma, you should run away far. Toka will find you soon. Amy was already completely insane. The conversation was not making sense. All right, just in case, let's go to the school. Itsuma, as if making a decision, started the car. Regardless, Amy kept muttering about Misaki Toka. Itsuma gave up trying to persuade her. But he couldn't just leave her like this. As Itsuma stepped on the accelerator, he put one hand into his pocket and touched something. A recorder. It was something sent by an unknown person a few days ago. 251, Storm 1. The recorded voice was Amy's, and the content was enough to shatter her life into pieces. Vroom. Slowly, Itsuma's luxury sedan brushed past the camera. Silence. Then, director Kyotaro's signal echoed across the entire set. Cut. Okay. Behind. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team and Kang Woojin continued filming other scenes in the same set. The next day, late in the afternoon after the sun had set, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger team arrived at a high school in Tokyo, the place where Kang Woojin's character synthesis was first showcased. In the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, it was also where Iota Kiyoshi, the stranger, was born. Dozens of staff members, director Kyotaro, and numerous filming equipment besides the cameras were set up on the school rooftop. In reality, it was late afternoon, but according to the scenario, it was deep into the night. Actors also stood in front of the camera. Specifically, the characters from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Amy, with her exhausted makeup face, and Itsuma, in his fancy suit. Director Kyotaro sat in front of the monitor, and behind him, Kang Woojin, with an indifferent expression, was also visible. Woojin also had scenes to film here, but not immediately, so he could have waited on the first floor or rested in the car. However, Woojin insisted on coming up to the rooftop. It was a simple thought. I wonder how those actors will perform. Woojin had read all the roles in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and he was curious about how the other Japanese actors would appear. Watching them could also help with his portrayal of Kiyoshi's character. However, Kang Woojin is watching. Woojin SSI has come up? Oh, this is a bit nerve-wracking. His presence put pressure on the Japanese actors. The Japanese cast of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was beyond the point of just acknowledging Kang Woojin. Watching Woojin's phenomenal acting made their own performances seem insignificant. Fuck, I should have practiced my lines more. The Japanese actors were contending with two entities. Iota Kiyoshi within the world of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Kang Woojin as an actor. As a character, they were thoroughly, eerily sacrificed by Kiyoshi, and as actors, they were brutally outperformed by Woojin's skill. Yasutaro, who played the already dead Kanakaima Ginzo, had said, "Forget about thinking it's acting. If you fall under the hypnosis of Kang Woojin, this becomes the world of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger." It was true, undeniably so. We'll have to engage in a bloody fight with the real Iota Kiyoshi monster. All the Japanese actors found Kang Woojin overwhelming throughout the filming. If they didn't struggle to their utmost, it showed immediately. No, anyone would appear lacking in a two-shot with that monster. Their acting skills weren't severely lacking. It's just that Kang Woojin was exceptional. Then director Kyotaro picked up the megaphone. Ready. In that instant, one word briefly crossed the actors' minds. Give up? No, that's not an option. This is the toughest film since their debut. They had never struggled with a project this much before. Giving up would be easy. But the Japanese actors gritted their teeth no matter what. If they gave in here, it was obvious they'd be buried. Whether it was in front of the public or in the entertainment industry, they had to endure and hold on to contend with that monster. What would it look like if a single Korean actor wiped us all out? Soon. Action. At director Kyotaro's signal, the actors' performances began. The rooftop of the school filled with memories. Amy, still mentally unstable. Itsuma, watching her go mad. He had work gloves on his hands for some reason. Amy suddenly let out a shriek. Kaya. She was hallucinating about Toka. She crouched down, trembling. Itsuma, looking at her pathetically, adjusted his glasses and looked up at the darkening sky. Then he sighed. Why are these things happening all of a sudden? Holding this for a few seconds, the camera captured the two actors head-on. At this point, Itsuma helped the crouching Amy to her feet. Amy, it's okay. I'll make it easy for you. Now. However, there was no response from her. She wasn't present on the rooftop. Yes, Itsuma had arbitrarily ended her life. He clicked his tongue as he looked down over the railing. Does it make sense to report such a thing to the police now? You brought this upon yourself, Amy. Cut. Several retakes. Afterward, the filming crew, who had evacuated from the rooftop, moved to the parking lot behind the school. Itsuma got into his luxury sedan. I don't know. It's the right thing to do. After coming this far, should I give up my life? Amy, I'm sorry. He quickly left the school with the recorder that was delivered anonymously still playing. The school returned to silence after the loud exhaust noise subsided. And then, swish. A man's back appeared in front of the camera that was illuminating the empty parking lot. Dead eyes, an expressionless face. It was Kang Woojin. No, it was Iota Kiyoshi, who had just finished another homework. And he connected the line to the next homework. The camera captured Kiyoshi's bust. He held a camera in his hand. It must have recorded all of Itsuma's actions at this school. Soon, Kiyoshi slowly turned his head back to the place where Amy's lifeless body was. But he had no intention of cleaning it up. Let's go. Kiyoshi disappeared from the camera's view, walking steadily. Time melted away. Kang Woojin continued filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and everything related to it was the same. Regardless, Woojin was focused on filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. When March came, he had to leave briefly again. Before that, he had to complete as many cuts as possible. Therefore, Woojin had to use the void space frequently. He entered it immediately whenever he felt even slightly tired. Meanwhile, the rating of Male Friend Remake changed. 10/script title Male Friend Remake SS grade. It had risen from an S grade to an SS grade from its first appearance. It was a natural upgrade. After all, it was the hottest work right now among Japanese animes. Of course, Kang Woojin was at the center of it. With such popularity, A10 studio couldn't afford to produce Male Friend Remake in a lackluster manner. They completed the voice actor lineup in no time. The process was very simple. Male Friend Remake had such an impact that it shook Japan, and voice actors flocked to it even before the official casting announcement. Additionally, A10 studio expanded the production team. In other words, a team covering 4 episodes moved simultaneously. On the other hand, the Our Dining Table team and PD Yoon Byung-seon had just finished preparing for the second shoot. The cast schedules were all sorted out, and the issues in LA had been resolved. Entertainment pick, Our Dining Table, second shoot confirmed for February 28th. The Leech team, which had recently completed auditions successfully, was gearing up. They officially announced the lead actors, as well as the supporting actors, minor roles, and extras, confirming all the castings. The remaining tasks were the completion of the filming set, script reading, and the storyboard finalization. However, director On Jae-bok felt the urgency to move even more quickly. There's no time. The pre-production took a bit longer than expected. When is the set completion date? It should be ready by next week. When is the expected script reading date? Around mid-March. Hence, while watching the set construction nearing its end, director On Jae-bok took decisive action. No, move it up by a week. I'll stay up all night to finish the storyboard, so schedule the script reading for March 6th. Understood, I will adjust the schedule. Let's have the reading on the 6th and start shooting on the 8th, 2 days later. TW 2 days? He meant to conduct the script reading and the first shoot almost simultaneously. Yes. Is it possible? Yes, it's not impossible. But I'm not sure how well the actors and staff will take it. There will be issues. But we have no choice but to push through. Besides, we need to start editing as we shoot. It felt like the first draft. The critical point of Leech was not the filming, but how much time could be saved during post-production. In short, it meant that they would shoot and edit simultaneously, getting little sleep in the process. Inform the actors that the reading will be on the 6th and the first shoot on the 8th. The cold weather was gradually easing up. Beneficial Evil, aiming for global success via Netflix, contacting several top actors for casting. Although it was still cold in the early mornings and nights, the afternoons were becoming pleasantly cool. As a result, people on the streets began shedding their heavy coats one by one. It was a sign that the seasons were changing. Naturally, various figures surrounding Kang Woojin also changed. @ @Wooji_. Posts, 226. Followers, 18.503 million. Following, 48. Before he knew it, Kang Woojin's social media had become a massive account. Many top actors followed him, whether from Korea or Japan. The growth of the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel was still explosive. Excluding channels of global idols, he was almost at the top among actors. Although Kang Woojin was currently in Japan. Star Talk, Kang Woojin, whose popularity is exploding in both Korea and Japan, nearing 20 million followers in his second year of debut. It was as if he were still in Korea. He was involved in so many projects, and numerous issues kept arising even now. Thus, the month passed like that. Before he knew it, it was the last day of February. Sunday, February 28th. The spring season was just around the corner. Photo, Kang Woojin entering the departure hall for the second shoot of Our Dining Table /photo. At this point, Kang Woojin was already on the plane. 2 days later, in LA, March 2nd, around morning, a large van driving through the bustling roads filled with cars. Inside the van were about 6 people, the most noticeable being a giant black man. It was the famous Hollywood producer, Joseph Felton. Wearing dress pants but a casual t-shirt, he mumbled while looking at a tablet. Robert, has the schedule in Korea been confirmed without issues? A bald foreigner sitting next to him answered. Yes. We arrive in Korea on the 3rd, Meetings with distributors start on the 4th. And on the 8th. I plan to visit director on GA Box site first. Joseph, have you contacted them? Yes, I already did. But I'll need to do it again when we arrive in Korea. Joseph smiled slightly, put down the tablet, and changed the subject. Kang Woojin is in LA right now. As far as I know, yes. He returned for the second shoot of a TV show. Do you need to see him? We can change the flight time. No, I prefer to meet him in Korea. I want to see him as an actor, not in a TV show. His cooking will be marketed in Korea, just like the piano performance on YouTube. Videos are consistently uploaded to Kang Woojin's YouTube channel. While I acknowledge his versatility, isn't he just one person? Given his many side activities, wouldn't his acting tension naturally decrease? Joseph crossed his long, massive legs and folded his arms, his biceps bulging. Well, normally yes, but I think Kang Woojin might be different. Besides, Megan Stone, who has worked with numerous top Hollywood actors, called him a star. There must be something about him that gives off a different energy than what I've seen before. Bald Robert scratched his head. He couldn't quite understand it yet. He changed the topic at the mention of Megan Stone's name. Come to think of it, didn't Megan say she was going to Korea soon? Yeah, she's attending the Baeksang Arts Awards held in Korea in mid-March. Anyway, her part in Last Kill 3 is pretty much done, so she seems to be planning to go while working on other projects. She went to Japan last time, and now it's Korea. To be a successful casting director in Hollywood, you need solid information on countless actors worldwide. Well, anyone can see that this trip to Korea is because of Kang Woojin. Joseph chuckled as he picked up the tablet again and mumbled, "If our schedule allows, we should consider attending the Baeksang as well." They boarded a flight to Korea from LA International Airport around late lunch. A few days later, late at night on the 4th, when Joseph Felton arrived in Korea and began his schedule, a crowd of people came out in a swarm at the arrival hall, flooded with many reporters and onlookers. Roughly a few dozen people were enough. Leading the crowd was PD Yoon Byung-seon. Indeed, the crowd was the Our Dining Table team. Pabababababak. Pabababababab. Despite it being night, the reporters' shutter sounds were relentless, and the flashing lights were directed at the cast of Our Dining Table. The cast members, wearing hats or masks, separated at designated spots. Among them, Slide. A black-haired man got into a black van parked at the airport curb. "This is really tough. Airplanes are not for me." He looked calm and dignified on the outside, but felt different inside. A few others boarded the van, and Choi Sung-jian, with his ponytail, turned from the passenger seat and spoke. "Woojin, there's the Island of the Missing production announcement tomorrow and the Leech script reading on the 6th, so there's no schedule until 2 p.m. tomorrow. Rest well as soon as you get home." It was as if the lid of March, when many things would begin, was opening. Yes, CEO Nim. After finishing the second shoot of Our Dining Table. Photo, Kang Woojin returns after filming Our Dining Table, greets reporters and fans calmly/photo. Issue monster Kang Woojin, who returned to Korea, has a packed schedule including Leech first shoot and Baeksang Awards among other things. Kang Woojin returned to Korea. 52. Chapter 252, Storm 2. Kang Woojin returned to Korea. The black van carrying Woojin entered Samsungdong. The time was around 10 o'clock. It had been a very intense LA schedule, so several staff members, including Han Yeong, who were in the van, were nodding off. Choi Sung-gun, who was in the passenger seat, was pressing his temples as if he were tired, and the burly driver, Jang Soo-hwan, yawned widely. The only one who was awake. Kang Woojin, wearing a hat pulled down low, was the only one staring indifferently out the window. Though he was pretending to be tough, he was actually wide awake. Woojin discreetly looked around at his team members. Unlike a few days ago when they were fine, they now looked like complete zombies. "It's tough, but I have the void space, so I'm fine. Is Han Young even alive?" Just as Woojin was inwardly mumbling about how great the void space was, the van entered the parking lot of Kang Woojin's office. Only then did the stylist start waking up and greeted Woojin. "Ugh, I'm dead tired. Oh. Appa, you worked hard. Rest well. See you tomorrow." Woojin, who greeted them solemnly, got out of the van, followed by Choi Sung-gun, who stretched and yawned. Somehow, we made it back alive, Woojin. Come out around 2 tomorrow. Yes, Sionim. I might not be able to join tomorrow. Because of company work. I've already told the others, so call me if anything comes up. As Woojin nodded calmly while slinging his backpack over his shoulder, Choi Sung-gun, squinting his eyes, approached Woojin and started massaging his arm. Woojin, who was standing still, asked quietly, "What are you doing?" Choi Sung-gun, with his ponytail, grinned crookedly. "Just checking. You seem too fine, so I thought you might be a robot. I'm human, though. What's your secret? How do you keep your stamina so solid?" "I rest in the void space." Woojin couldn't say that, so he made an excuse. "It's probably genetics. Genetics when you get married. You need to have at least 3 kids. No, 4. Honestly, even 5 might not be enough." "What are you talking about? Your genes must be passed on. This is something the government should promote." For a moment, a random thought crossed Kang Woojin's mind. Would the void space be passed on to my kids? Around this time, Choi Sung-gun checked the time and changed the topic. "Speaking of marriage, Woojin, I don't mind you dating, but you must tell me in advance, okay?" "Oh, you're too high profile right now. If an article drops, it will be a mess." "Okay, understood. Is there already someone? Like a potential love interest or something?" A love interest. It had been so long since he heard the term that Woojin paused for a moment. Seeing this, Choi Sung-gun smiled wider and patted Woojin's shoulder. "It doesn't matter if it's in Korea, Japan, or Hollywood. Just give me a heads up." "Japan, Hollywood? Yeah, man. You don't have any language barriers, right? You've gotten close to top actresses in Japan and even someone like Miley Kara, right? And of course, in Korea too." Come to think of it, beautiful people now surrounded Kang Woojin. People he could only imagine before becoming an actor were now being mentioned as potential love interests in real life. Even Kara was a global star. Woojin almost laughed out loud. "Soon. Anyway, get some rest dash." Having finished his words, Choi Sung-gun waved his hand slightly and returned to the waiting van. Woojin watched him for a moment before turning and getting on the elevator. Dating? With those top actresses? He's crazy. Perhaps because of the conversation with Choi Sung-gun, Woojin felt restless. At this moment, the elevator stopped on the first floor and a few residents who lived in the same office cell as Woojin got on. One family with a child and a couple. To the residents of this office cell, Kang Woojin was very famous. To the point where there wasn't a single person who didn't know him. "Hello, Dash. Did you just finish your schedule?" "Mom, it's Kang Woojin. It's really him, right?" "Hey, shoo." A brief moment of fan service. Kang Woojin greeted and signed autographs for the residents. Of course, it was voluntary. It didn't take much time. Anyway, arriving home, Kang Woojin let out a long sigh. "Phew, how long has it been since I've been home?" He finally dropped the persona he'd been maintaining nonstop for the past few days. He quickly took off his hat and clothes, changing into comfortable home attire, and let out a long yawn. Then, he threw himself onto the sofa. This is the life. Home is really the best. Woojin, finally shedding his public persona, lay down and scratched his belly. He checked his phone while doing so. He went through the accumulated messages. First were his parents and his sister, Kang Hyuna. Family first. Then he checked his messages and DMs. There were messages from the group chat of Our Dining Table and separate messages from Wallin, Hong Hae-yeon, and Ryu Young-min, all from top stars. Even Woojin SSI. Did you arrive in Korea? I'm filming right now, but it's boring without Kiyoshi on set. It's Mafuyu. In his social media DMs, there were messages from various top Japanese actors, including the thick-lipped Mafuyu Uramatsu. After replying to these messages for several tens of minutes, Kang Woojin suddenly thought, "Isn't my phone pretty valuable?" He realized the value of his phone. Previously, it was almost dead except for his childhood friends, but now it received messages daily from top actors in Korea and abroad. Even, wow shit, I'm leaving these messages unread. Kang Woojin sometimes ignored messages from these prominent figures. What a crazy life this was. It was beyond surreal. At that moment, the bell rang throughout the house. It wasn't his phone. Someone had arrived at Woojin's home. Without any hesitation, Kang Woojin got up and walked towards the front door. He already knew who it was. Click. When Kang Woojin opened the front door, there were 3 men standing there, each holding a heavy bag. "Yo, Kang Star. Long time no see. It's been a really fucking long time." Were you sleeping? They were his childhood friends. Later, Kang Woojin had a drinking session with his friends for the first time in ages. It wasn't a sudden gathering. It was a promise they had made months ago. His friends brought the alcohol, and Woojin took care of the snacks, of course, using a delivery app. Wow, look at the color of this jock ball. The quality is insane. Hey, fuck. Lee Kyung-sung, you idiot. Don't eat with your hands. You're not an Australopithecus. The burly Kim Dae-young, the now even more chubbier Lee Kyung-sung, the dandy Na Hyung-gu, and Kang Woojin. The four of them, gathered for the first time in ages, set up the snacks and drinks on the living room table in no time. Although it had been a while since they last met, nothing much had changed. It felt like they had just seen each other yesterday. Hey Woojin, look at this bastard Lee Kyung-sung's protruding belly. Fuck, you could totally use it as a slide. Shut up. Hyung-gu, you weasel bastard. No, seriously, you need to lose weight. Didn't they find something in your stomach during the endoscopy? They started with simple updates. Or rather, a bit rough talk. Of course, Kang Woojin, forgetting his persona for a while, showed his old self. Someone throw some snow on Kyung-sung's belly. What the hell are you saying, Woojin, you crazy bastard? With that slope, you could probably snowboard on it. Kim Dae-young, watching this happily, raised his soju glass. You idiots. First, let's do a cheers. Of course, it was bottoms up. But the emptied glasses were quickly filled again, and they clinked once more. More snacks kept arriving. Before they knew it, the table was filled with jockball and chicken. Hey, Kong Star, did you see in the group chat? This bastard Na Hyung-gu got a girlfriend and turned into a true lover boy. What lover boy? You're totally exaggerating. Kang Woojin chuckled as he looked at Na Hyung-gu, who was frowning. You bought a bouquet of flowers and gave it to your girlfriend, right? Then you are a lover boy. No, it's just that I thought I'd try it once. It wasn't even that expensive. Ah, right? Woojin, can I tell my girlfriend that we're friends? She's a fan of yours, and it's killing me to keep it to myself. Really? Hyung-gu, try after pouring a drink for Hyung nicely. And prepare some snacks too. Wow, this guy, seriously. Do you think I'll serve you? Like a slave just for that? Na Hyung-gu, a bit annoyed, suddenly pointed at the jockball with both hands. Hyungnim, today's jockball is fantastic. Shall I prepare it for you? Go ahead. How about it? Can I get an autograph today as well? For the first time in a while, Kang Woojin freely indulged in drinking, which had been sealed off due to his persona. Perhaps that's why he quickly got tipsy. Or maybe it was the atmosphere. Without a moment to think, Woojin and his childhood friends chatted endlessly. By the way, Dae-young, aren't you going to join Woojin's team? I don't know. The company won't send me. How can I go on my own? Woojin, can you talk to them? Guys, did I tell you? Woojin is hugely influential in our company. Ooh, Kong Star. Dae-young, I heard you got promoted to schedule manager in Hong Hyeon's team? Just stay put then. Wow, Woojin, that's harsh. Their conversation topics changed quickly, but as always, they followed similar paths. From work to military talk. Hee Woojin, you wore a military uniform in Island of the Missing, right? I saw the video on YouTube. Right. It felt like I was back in the army. The thought of going back to the is making me puke. But who's prettier, Hyura or Hong Hyeon? Na Hyung-gu, you still haven't learned your lesson. Should I tell your girlfriend? Bullshit. Hey Kyung-sung, aren't you curious? From juicy military stories too. Talking about women. Then, Woojin's friends got excited because of the messages and DMs on his phone. Wow, damn. You chat with Wallen? Woojin, I'm so jealous. Even Hong Hyeon? Hey, Woojin. In that group chat named after the show, are there only celebrities? This is insane. Getting DMs from Japanese actresses is amazing, but having tons of top Korean actors on your chat list is like another world. It reminds me of that time. We went to see a movie, and suddenly, Woojin appeared on the screen. It was a shock. Agreed, I almost fainted. From talking about women to reminiscing, Lee Kyung-sung and Na Hyung-gu reminisced. Meanwhile, Kim Dae-young, who was refilling the soju glasses, spoke to Kang Woojin, who was chuckling. But honestly, sometimes I still can't believe it, even when you're right in front of me. Really? It doesn't feel like my life either. Even though you're at an insane level now, I think it's like you not to get star disease or anything like that. Star disease. Yeah, it's like a newbie who gets hyped up after one successful drama and thinks they're the next big thing. A star disease. Dash. You've gone beyond a rising star to a point where even other countries are going wild, but you haven't changed. That's very you. Well, you've always had a strong mentality and clear sense of self. Star disease. Woojin, clinking soju glasses with Kim Dae-young, got momentarily serious. Star? The world was going crazy over Kang Woojin. Given his current momentum, no one would disagree if he were called a top star. But Woojin himself had never really thought about it. What's this about a star disease? It wasn't because he was humble or timid. On the contrary, Woojin was enjoying the current situation. The insane attention from people he'd never experienced before, his gradually improving acting skills, the constantly changing, extraordinary surroundings, and so on. But the word star had never truly imprinted on his mind. It might be because he fights a war every day with his persona. Each moment is a continuous tension and fierce battle. Added to that is the genuine core of Kang Woojin's real essence. Whether I'm a star or not, what does it matter? As long as I do what I'm supposed to do well, that's enough. Sure, it's true that he's doing well, but he has no intention of showing off. That's how it was when Kang Woojin first gained the void space. Despite his no-nonsense attitude, he only exploded when someone provoked him. Who cares? Kang Woojin chuckled. It was a smile rarely seen due to his intense persona, but it didn't feel awkward. Hey, Dae-young, shut up and give me some more drink. His life had turned absurd, but Kang Woojin remained the same. It tastes amazing after a long time, and it would likely continue to be so. The next day, the 5th, at a hotel in Seoul. It was a hall in a top-tier hotel, usually a place for events. Today, it was swarming with over 100 reporters. All the reporters were either taking pictures of the front or busily typing on the laptops placed before them. Wow, there's a huge crowd. Is this a production announcement or a press conference? What's the difference? It's the production announcement for director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing Dash. But isn't this scale unusual? Director Kwon Ki-taek alone draws a lot of attention, but there are also loads of top actors. Plus, Kang Woojin is coming too, right? Looking at everyone drooling, they've all come prepared. Even you, reporter Kim, right? Well, yeah. Given the crazy level of buzz, Kang Woojin is hard to see at official events. Damn, is he really coming today? I asked one of the staff. They said he's coming 100%. As dozens of reporters murmured, the staff at the front of the hall were finishing the setup. A long table was placed on the stage, with hand microphones and water bottles on top, and a large poster hung behind. Naturally, it was one of the official posters for the production announcement of the movie. Soldiers standing in front of a large cave. No, they were actors. Kang Woojin, with an awkward smile, stood out. In front of them, the rough-textured white title was stamped. Dash Island of the Missing. A major event typically held 2 to 3 months before the movie's release. At this moment, swish. The door at the front of the hall opened, and director Kwon Ki-taek, full of gray hair, appeared. Hundreds of reporters who noticed this began frantically pressing their shutters. In no time, a tremendous storm of flashes erupted on the stage. Following director Kwon Ki-taek were the main cast of Island of the Missing. In other words, the entrance of the top actors. And then, ooh, Kang Woojin is here. Kang Woojin was the first. 4654. Chapter 253. Chapter 253, Storm 3. Director Kwon Ki-taek, with a head full of gray hair, began to enter the stage in the hall along with the actors from Island of the Missing. Kang Woojin, Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, Kim In-won, John Woo-chong, and 2 other supporting actors. A total of 8 people. Soon, the lights in the hall dimmed slightly, and a grandiose music began to play. As expected from a production announcement by the great director Kwon Ki-taek, the prepared direction was a bit over the top. It was probably the distributor's idea. Regardless, the 100 or so reporters started clicking their shutters enthusiastically. Flashes erupted on the stage every second. Pabababababak. The lights were so dim that the flashes were almost overwhelming. At this point, among the actors entering in a line, the first one, Kang Woojin in a beige trench coat, had a silent expression. But what kind of entrance direction is this? And why are there so many reporters? Huh, and why am I first? He realized he was the first to enter only then. He had been waiting by the door before entering according to the staff signal, and somehow, he ended up being first. Because of that, swoosh. Woojin lowered his voice to Ryu Young-min, who was right behind him. Sunbi-nim, I'm sorry. This way, please. Then Ryu Young-min, wearing a brown blazer, chuckled softly. His short hair had grown slightly longer. Does it matter where we sit? You can just sit anywhere. As Ryu Young-min, who was about to transfer to BW Entertainment, gestured with his hand, Kang Woojin kept a nonchalant face but was slightly flustered. What? But still, isn't it strange for me to sit in the first seat? However, neither director Kwon Ki-taek nor the other actors seemed to mind at all. Then, yes, the main cast of Island of the Missing is all here. The female host made her announcement. The production announcement had begun. With no choice, Woojin sat in the first seat next to director Kwon Ki-taek. Then the female host continued the event. Although everyone here might already know, let's start with introductions from the director. The renowned director Kwon Ki-taek, in a slightly thick jacket, brought the handheld microphone to his mouth. Hello, I'm Kwon Ki-taek, the director of Island of the Missing. Yes. Hello, Director Nim. Next dash. The female host's eyes met Woojin's. Naturally, Woojin picked up the microphone. Flashes exploded crazily in front of him. The scale was more overwhelming than he had expected. Furthermore, considering Kang Woojin's filmography, Island of the Missing was his first leading role in a movie. In other words, this was his first production announcement as a lead actor. He was seated alongside the top actors in the country. Or more accurately, Kang Woojin was in the first seat. The significance of it made him suddenly nervous. He felt a bit of pressure, but it was fine. Woojin had already experienced production announcements before, and dealing with 100 reporters wasn't new to him. Stay calm. Woojin lowered his voice even more. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin, playing Corporal Jin Sun-cheol in Island of the Missing. The name of Woojin's first leading role spread throughout the spacious hall. The shutter sounds rapidly increased, and the reporters typing on their laptops doubled their speed. The atmosphere felt different. Specifically, it was the scent of the hall that Kang Woojin was sensing. The gazes of the 100 or so reporters were sharp. A peculiar pressure. Yes, this was it. The movie directed by the master director Kwon Ki-taek. The lead role in that movie. It was indeed different. Is this how top actors who only take lead roles feel? Damn, it's heavy as hell. This seat carried responsibility. Therefore, even though Woojin was freaking out inside, he had to maintain his cool demeanor several times more on the outside. Meanwhile, the handheld microphone was passed to Ryu Young-min. Hello, I'm Ryu Young-min, playing First Lieutenant Choi Yute in Island of the Missing. Next, Ha Ura, Kim Iwon, and John Woochong introduced themselves in that order, and the female host directed the next question to Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI, who is very popular these days. What is the unique charm of Island of the Missing? I already received the questionnaire. This much is not difficult. Woojin answered nonchalantly. I think it's the plot twist. Island of the Missing has many unexpected twists in various parts, making it hard for your eyes and ears to rest. Having finished his answer, Woojin praised himself. Good job, it was smooth with no mistakes. Likewise, the other actors continued to answer eloquently. Then, another question was directed to Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI, you show different acting in every work, making it hard to see you as the same actor. What kind of character will you show in Island of the Missing? For a moment, Kang Woojin hesitated. What? Was there such a question? He couldn't remember. Whether it was due to tension or not, Woojin's mind went blank. What is it? What was it? In that brief moment, he struggled to come up with an answer. It was a fierce battle within himself that no one else would notice. I don't know. His memory failed him. In a state of resignation, Woojin brought the mic to his mouth. I don't know. Let's just answer appropriately. Anyway, the split personality was a secret, right? Fortunately, an answer flashed through his mind. I played the role of a timid piece of trash. What? A timid piece of trash. A timid piece of trash. Soon, director Kwon Ki-taek chuckled softly, and Ryu Young-min and the other actors also struggled to hold back their laughter. The reporters, more bewildered, frantically clicked their shutters at Woojin. Pababababack. The 100 or so reporters seemed to be in a frenzy, biting onto a delicious bait. Several tens of minutes later, after the formal progress by the host ended, it was time for questions from the reporters. Almost everyone raised their hands, and the reporter chosen by the female host was, I have a question for Kang Woojin SSI. It was a male reporter with glasses in the front row. All the works you've appeared in, such as Profiler Henry Yang and Male Friend, have achieved great success. Recently, Drug Dealers surpassed 8 million viewers, earning you the title of Midas Hand. What are your expectations for Island of the Missing? It's been a few years since a movie reached 10 million viewers. Do you think it's possible? It was a slightly sensitive question. Therefore, director Kwon Ki-taek and the other actors glanced at Woojin. Well, he could have dodged the question with an appropriate response. But with a poker face, Woojin had no hesitation. Yes, a bit of arrogance and confidence was mixed in. I think it will surpass 10 million. Oh, really? What makes you think so? Just a hunch. A hunch. Yes. Of course, it was a confident answer with some basis. Afterwards, the Island of the Missing production announcement, which started at noon, finally ended around 4 p.m., about 2 hours later. However, related articles were already being published during the announcement. Photo: top actors entering the hall for the highly anticipated Island of the Missing/photos. The film industry media focused intensely on the news of Island of the Missing. The mere fact that it was the next work of the great director Kwon Ki-taek was enough to stir anticipation. However, gradually, the topic of the articles began to shift. Star Talk. Kang Woojin responds to the question about his role, a timid piece of trash. Kang Woojin's overwhelming presence at the production announcement was so intense that it shook the entire event. Kang Woojin reveals his role as a timid piece of trash at the Island of the Missing production announcement. Reporters stunned. Man of 1,000 faces, Kang Woojin. What kind of role is a timid piece of trash? Kang Woojin was an exceptionally good subject for the 100 or so reporters who participated in the event. Kang Woojin predicts 10 million viewers for Island of the Missing. When asked why he thinks 10 million viewers is possible, Kang Woojin answers, just a hunch/photos. Kang Woojin predicts 10 million viewers based on his hunch. Netizens say arrogant. Even though it stirred countless issues, there was nothing questionable about his behavior. This is crazy, getting 10 million viewers just on a hunch. Lee Sangman. It's gonna blow. The number of viewers will blow up to 10 million. It's a bit cringy. But when Kang Woojin says it like that, it makes me really curious also. None of Kang Woojin's works have failed yet, right? What kind of role is a timid piece of trash? The more I look at him, Kang Woojin is also a lunatic. No hesitation, that's impressive. What if it doesn't even hit 1 million, let alone 10 million? With the great director Kwon Ki-taek and many top actors, it'll attract attention at first, but these days, is 10 million viewers even possible? You said 10 million? It stopped at 1 million? Kang Woojin. But it was fast, wasn't it? As Island of the Missing gained momentum, arrows of criticism were shot at Kang Woojin, but the topics related to him continued to build up gradually. Exclusive, sharing the same table. With Kang Woojin, top actor Ryu Young-min's imminent transfer to BW Entertainment. Our dining table, Kang Woojin's Kimjibin Makuksu, to be commercialized. Nongshim says, we'll release it before summer. Japan was also not lagging behind Korea. Currently, news related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger without Kang Woojin and the anime Male Friend remake continued to emerge one after another. Everything was intertwined around Kang Woojin like a skein of thread, rolling swiftly yet meticulously. Meanwhile, countless offers were pouring in for Kang Woojin. Not only scripts and scenarios for works, but also various shows including variety shows, YouTube, photo shoots, interviews, and advertisements. Acting monster Kang Woojin, maintaining the top spot in brand reputation for several months. This too is the first. Everything is the first. The number continued to increase day by day. Last year was already overwhelming, but now it was beyond imagination. However, Woojin was surprisingly turning down many offers. He wasn't biased. Of course, it was due to Kang Woojin's decision. His schedule was already packed to the brim, and although he could take on more considering the void space, Kang Woojin shook his head, simply because it was just right at the moment. Greed will tear you apart. 5 days flew by in the blink of an eye. And then, movie historic figure in Korean cinema, director On Jae-bak's Leech, starts script reading. Today on the 6th, finally opening the lid. Sim Han Ho, Kang Woojin, Oh Hyeryung gathered for the Leech script reading. The 6th had arrived. On the morning of Saturday the 6th, at a luxury hotel in Seoul. A suite room in a 5-star hotel located in Cheongdam. No, it was precisely the highest grade of suite room. Therefore, the view from the large windows and the furniture in the room were all breathtaking. It was naturally spacious. In one of these rooms, a giant man entered the area with a square table and gray sofa. A familiar black man. Recently in Korea for work, the famous Hollywood producer Joseph Felton. He was wearing dress pants and a tight-fitting black sweater, making his muscular upper body stand out. Then, swoosh. With a coffee cup in one hand, he sat on the sofa and crossed his legs. Joseph's giant frame made the coffee cup look particularly small. Anyway, while bringing the tiny coffee cup to his lips, Joseph started going through the many transparent files and tablets spread on the table. At this time, knock knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the entire room. The giant Joseph got up casually and opened the door. Several foreigners, including the bald Robert, were standing outside the door, having arrived on time. Joseph sat back on a single-seater sofa, and his team members lined up on the opposite sofa. Only after everyone gathered did the real meeting start. English flew around. Frantically. The main content of the meeting was a summary of the discussions held over the past few days with the Korean branch of an overseas professional distributor and a Hollywood film company. Joseph and his team continued their morning meeting for over 40 minutes, and when the clock pointed to 10 o'clock, the bald Robert changed the subject. Joseph, what are your plans for today? Today is the script reading for Leech. As if he already knew, Joseph crossed his arms and let out a sigh. Well, I heard that director on GA said it's okay to attend the script reading, but what I want to see is not the script reading, but Kang Woojin's real acting. Then, there will be a lot of people involved. If we occupy the space, unnecessary comments might arise. So let's skip today's script reading and visit on the 8th for the official filming. Understood. Then I will move tomorrow's schedule to today. Sure. No need to overdo it. It's okay to rest a bit. At that moment, Joseph's phone rang in his pocket. He naturally took it out. However, upon seeing the caller displayed on the screen, Joseph's eyes widened slightly. Seeing this, the bald Robert tilted his head. What's the matter? Joseph, who had been staring at the caller ID for a moment, answered in a low voice. It's Miley. She's calling at a rather odd time. The caller was the global superstar Miley Cara, although Joseph and she were not. Without acquaintance, they were not in the habit of frequent calls. Since they both had influence in Hollywood, they greeted each other comfortably when they met. Occasionally, they contacted each other via DM. Most of it was work-related. Anyway, with a puzzled face, Joseph changed the direction of his crossed legs and put the phone to his ear. Hey, Miley. Miley Cara's characteristic cold voice echoed from the other side of the phone. Joseph, where are you right now? A question out of nowhere. Joseph responded with a small laugh. I'm not in LA right now. I'm in Korea. I know. That's why I was asking where in Korea you are. Why are you asking that? Joseph's smile faded, and he furrowed his brows. Then he heard Cara's short and clear reply in his ear. Because I'm in Korea too right now. Storm 4. Korea, huh? The Joseph furrowed his brows at Miley Cara's reply over the phone. Cara, what are you talking about all of a sudden? You visited Korea for promotional activities a long time ago, didn't you? Robert, the bald man on the other side, and the foreign team members tilted their heads in confusion at Joseph's reaction. It was perplexing enough to receive a call from global star Cara out of the blue, but hearing that she was currently in Korea was even more surprising. On the other hand, Cara's characteristic cold voice on Joseph's phone remained unchanged. It was a long time ago. The promotional activities for the movie are already over. Currently, I'm starting to work on an album. Then what is it? Are you joking around? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to call you and joke around, Joseph? She was serious. Joseph, who had been doubtful, suddenly looked more serious. Are you really in Korea right now? Yes. When did you arrive? 2 hours ago. It's been so quiet. I haven't heard anything about it, not even in the news. Of course, I moved secretly and entered the country quietly. Apart from my team, probably no one knows. I'm heading to a rental house instead of a hotel for confidentiality. Joseph, you need to pretend you don't know anything. Miley Kara secretly entered Korea? Why? Curiosity piqued. Joseph stood up from the sofa. Being a giant, he drew all the attention. He asked again into the phone. What's the reason for coming to Korea while working on your album? Is it because of K-pop? No. Are you at a hotel right now, Joseph? That's right. I heard you're going to the first filming of the movie. Leech on the 8th, 2 days from now. Joseph, who was looking out the window with one hand in his pocket, furrowed his brows again. How did you know that? What's going on, Kara? Are you investigating me? Kara replied with a low laugh over the phone. Not at all. It was purely a coincidence. I made an inquiry to the Leech team, and they mistook us for your team. That's how I found out. Why are you going to the Leech filming location? Well, I'm a producer. That's what I do. Isn't it stranger that you're interested in that movie? To be precise, it's not because of Leech. It's because of an actor starring in that movie. For a moment, something clicked in Black Joseph's mind. No way. Kang Woojin. You know the name. So, you're also going to the location to see that actor, right? Perhaps the Hollywood Screen Test article about Kang Woojin that came out a while ago was also connected to you. Well, there are many talented actors on the Leech set, so it's hard to say I'm only going for Kang Woojin. It doesn't matter either way. More importantly, Joseph, let's go to the filming location together on the 8th. Are you really planning to go? If not, there's no reason for me to come to Korea. Of course, it's not solely because of the movie. Anyway, what do you think about going together? We won't stand out too much if we're together. Joseph laughed hollowly. Despite that, he was calculating, ignoring Miley. Kara's request was difficult because of her overwhelming presence. Regardless of understanding the situation, it wouldn't hurt to create a personal debt with Kara here. Joseph, having reached a conclusion, nodded. All right, let's go together on the 8th. But Kara, did you really come to Korea just for one actor, Kang Woojin? I told you. There's other business too. See you on the 8th then. All right. Click. The call ended. Joseph Felton slowly lowered the phone from his ear. Soon, Robert, the bald man behind him, asked quietly, Miley Kara, is she really in Korea right now? Joseph, putting the phone in his pants pocket, chuckled and replied in English. It seems so. Why would Miley Kara come to Korea for Leech? And what's this about Kang Woojin? There's no way to know for sure. She's always been an unpredictable character. But we can make a guess. It's highly likely she saw something in Kang Woojin when she visited Korea for movie promotions in the past. She probably saw something in Kang Woojin that reminded her of herself. Still, it's intriguing. Miley Kara is known to be quite aloof, even in Hollywood. I don't know exactly what Kara wants with Kang Woojin, but he must have an energy that even a Hollywood star like her can't ignore. Robert's face showed a hint of confusion. On the contrary, the giant Joseph crossed his arms and showed a look of interest. Kang Woojin has captured more attention from Hollywood figures than I anticipated. Meanwhile, at the same time, on a busy road in Seoul, inside a large, heavily tinted van. Inside the van were quite a few foreigners. Among them, a woman with tied-up blonde hair and wearing sunglasses was looking down at her phone in the seat by the window. It was Miley Kara. As expected, Joseph Felton is interested in Kang Woojin. The one who responded to her murmur was the foreigner with a buzz cut sitting right next to her. It was Jonathan, who acted as Kara's manager. Are you sure? Joseph Felton has so many Hollywood actors around him. Why would he be interested in a Korean actor? I'm not 100% sure, but that's how I see it. The Hollywood project for which Kang Woojin did a screen test is likely one managed by Joseph. In fact, after returning to LA, Kara had continuously searched for news about Kang Woojin. She had a deep interest and desire to work with Woojin. She even mentioned him on famous overseas talk shows. Therefore, she was up to date on Woojin's Hollywood screen test buzz, various issues, and even his recent piano performance. Jonathan stroked his chin. Catching Joseph Felton's eye means the path to Hollywood is open. Kara, who had been chuckling softly, crossed her legs. Kang Woojin, he's truly a fascinating actor. To think he caught the eye of the most influential producer in Hollywood. By the way, Kara, have you sent Kang Woojin a DM? Yet. Not yet. Although my main purpose is to see his main job, acting, rather than his hobbies. Kang Woojin might feel unnecessary pressure if he sees me. Although it's highly unlikely given his personality. I don't want to cause him any unnecessary concern. Kara, who was muttering, took off her sunglasses. Her blue eyes were striking. She thought for a moment, and then turned her gaze out the window. It's not too late to make an offer after he finishes filming. A few hours later, the location was near Sinsa Station. It was the building of a large distribution company. More precisely, it was the distributor for the movie Leech, and a familiar female actor had just gotten out of a van that had just parked in the underground parking lot. Clunk. With long black hair and a mole on her nose, the rookie actress Han So-jin, who exuded both elegance and a decadent image, stepped out. As soon as she got out of the van, she sighed. Her breath was mixed with tension. Wearing a hoodie, Han So-jin clutched the Leech script to her chest. It was natural. In about an hour, the official script reading for Leech was about to begin. It was a colossal project that had been causing a stir in the domestic entertainment and film industry even before production started. It was the 100th film directed by Ahn Jae-bok, a legend in the film industry. As soon as Han So-jin joined Leech as a supporting actress, her filmography's caliber had elevated. Acting alongside illustrious veteran actors and seeing the dreamlike stage of the Cannes Film Festival was now becoming a reality. As a newcomer, Han So-jin naturally felt an extreme amount of pressure. Phew, get a grip of yourself. You can't doze off before you even start. There are mountains to climb, aren't there? However, Han So-jin steeled herself. Joining the enormous Leech project was a huge step, but she had a clear, towering goal during this period. It was to fiercely compete against Kang Woojin, the only newcomer similar to her, but with a vastly different status. Her ultimate goal was competitiveness. Soon, her eyes were filled with determination. Meanwhile, Han So-jin's manager and team members were all smiles. It was natural since their Han So-jin was on a roll. All right, So-jin, shall we go? Yes, manager. Cool, it's so moving. Our So-jin is going to the script reading of director Ahn Jae-bok's work. They got on the elevator, got off on the 4th floor, and arrived at the conference room in the middle of the hallway under the guidance of the waiting staff. A nameplate was attached to the glass door. Leech, script reading room. Naturally, dozens of staff members were busily moving around. A team with cameras could also be seen. Reporters talking on the phone or checking their cameras were noticeable as well. Han So-jin, who took a deep breath, opened the glass door to the reading room. Soon, the interior of the reading room unfolded before her eyes. Tables set in a U-shape, many folding chairs arranged around the table, cameras set up on tripods everywhere, roll nameplates on the table, representatives from the film company and distributor who had arrived early, and more. It was a familiar sight, but the scale was enormous. Soon, Han So-jin, like a rookie, greeted everyone loudly and bowed her head slightly to the staff and representatives. Then she checked the roll nameplates on the table. The interesting thing was, there was an actor who had arrived before her. Han So-jin had arrived about 50 minutes early, but there was a male actor with an indifferent face sitting right next to the director's seat at the front. He was the first to arrive. Kang Woojin. It was Kang Woojin, dressed in a slightly thick bomber jacket, calmly sitting and looking down at the script. It was unexpected. Honestly, Han So-jin thought she would be the first to arrive. But from the start, she had already lost to him. Well, it's funny to rank arrival times, but Han So-jin's competitive spirit was that strong right now. I should have come about 30 minutes earlier. She sighed inwardly and slowly walked towards Kang Woojin. Sensing her presence, Woojin, who was looking at the script, turned his head. Han So-jin bowed to him. Hello, Woojin SSI. Woojin stood up and received her greeting indifferently. Yes, hello. You came early. It just happened. Han So-jin, who was trailing off, bit her lower lip discreetly and continued. The acting you showed during the audition, it was really impressive. I thought you were amazing. Is that so? Yes. That's why I've become even more determined. I want to surpass you, Woojin SSI, for sure. Han So-jin's small but firm determination. On the other hand, Kang Woojin's low voice showed no particular concern. As you wish. He was calm and composed. He might seem slightly arrogant, but was solid. This man was the same as ever. Han So-jin harbored competitive spirit towards Kang Woojin, but at the same time, She was one of the people who acknowledged him the most on this scene. He must have had talent, sense, and charisma, but there's not a hint of complacency. This actor never stops. He probably put in life-draining effort to get here, right? Insane. Just how much of a cheat is he? The more she saw, the higher the mountain that was Kang Woojin appeared. He was an actor personally selected by director On Jae-bok for the lead role. However, giving up wasn't an option. No, she didn't want to. Han So-jin steeled her resolve once again. Please take care of me once again. Yes, me too. Their brief greeting ended. Han So-jin glanced at the nameplate placed on Woojin's seat. Park Ha-sung / actor Kang Woojin. Han So-jin's seat was the third one across from Woojin. Yoon Ji-min / actress Han So-jin. After a few dozen minutes, the actors for Leech started arriving one by one. Top actor Jin Jae-joon, cast for the role of Yoon Ja-ho, took the seat right next to Kang Woojin's. Woojin SSI, it's been a while. Did you have a good trip to LA? Yes, Sunbi Nim. Jin Jae-joon was much more relaxed than during the audition. Han So-jin, from across, greeted him politely, and around this time, various supporting actors for Leech also entered. Among them was Oh Hye-ryung, cast for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji. Hello, hi. She still maintained her youthful and sophisticated image, looking like she was in her 30s. Her demeanor and speech were extremely refined. She exuded an air of elegance. Though similar in stature to Sim Han-ho, it was Oh Hye-ryung who broke down barriers. Oh my, So-jin SSI. Nice to see you. Your acting during the audition was great. Sunbi Nim. Hello. You can speak comfortably. Oh, no need to call me Sunbi Nim. You can call me Uni. Is that difficult? Oh, no. UNN, i.e. Sunbi Nim. Ha. You have character. Of course. Oh Hye-ryung was also friendly with Kang Woojin. Hello, Woojin SSI. I've seen you so much in the news that it doesn't feel like it's been a while. Yes. Hello, Sunbi Nim. Is being cool your charm, Woojin SSI? I'm not sure. Interesting. We'll be spending a lot of time together, right? I'm looking forward to the filming. So am I. Han So-jin, observing this scene, watched the cynical Kang Woojin. Wow. That person stays the same even in front of such senior actors. That's truly admirable. I can't do that. Of course, Han So-jin didn't notice that Woojin had flinched for a brief moment. Then it happened. Swoosh. Another actor entered the large reading room. Immediately, there were exclamations from the staff and supporting actors. Oh, hello. Hello, Sunbi Nim. Hello. It was expected. The newly arrived person was the great actor Sim Han-ho. His presence instantly added gravity to the reading room. However, Oh Hye-ryung, sitting to Han So-jin's right, remained unchanged. She maintained a smile, even while looking at the stern Sim Han-ho. Oh my, Sunbae, what's with your appearance? Have you been living in the mountains? Except for Oh Hye-ryung, most of the actors and people in the reading room were surprised at Sim Han-ho. The reason was simple. Sim Han-ho, who remained silent, had a particularly rugged appearance. To put it nicely, he looked macho. To put it bluntly, he looked scruffy. He still had a decent build, but he had lost some weight, and his long gray hair was even longer. The problem was the rough beard that thickly covered his mouth and chin. He looked like a wild man. Among the surprised actors, Han So-jin's eyes widened, and she unknowingly opened her mouth. Did he really go to the mountains for training? Despite this, Sim Han-ho's tiger-like aura remained unchanged. Or perhaps it was even more intense with the added ruggedness, giving off a wilder impression. Then, swoosh. Holding a script in one hand, with a very stern face, Sim Han-ho casually accepted greetings from the other actors while walking straight to one actor. Hello, Sunbi Nim. It was the poker-faced Kang Woojin. Sim Han-ho's seat was the first one opposite Woojin. However, for some reason, Sim Han-ho approached Woojin first. The eyes of the great actor Sim Han-ho were calm and wild. After briefly staring into Woojin's eyes, Sim Han-ho, with his rough beard, opened his mouth. His voice was profoundly deep. My acting today might be a bit fierce. He was warning that he might be aggressive. For a moment, Han So-jin, watching this, gasped. What was this? She was visibly startled. It was the first time she had seen such a scene since her debut as an actress. Soon, she matched her gaze with Woojin, who was standing in front of Sim Han-ho. She assumed Woojin would be startled too. Anyone would be intimidated with the great actor Sim Han-ho behaving like that right in front of them. He must be frozen, right? However, Kang Woojin remained unwavering. Kang Woojin was slightly nervous from the moment he arrived at the Leech reading room. Being the first to arrive, he was the only actor there. Although he had done quite a few script readings before, adapting to unfamiliar environments and people was always challenging, especially since it had been a while since he last attended a script reading session. Ugh, shit, it's so awkward to be here alone. Can someone please come? Of course, Woojin, trying to hide his gradually pounding heart, pretended to look at the script with a solemn expression, but there was no way he could focus. Today, his exterior and interior were exceptionally different. Isn't the size of this reading room a bit too big? Director Ahn Jae-bak, one of the best in the Korean movie industry, was there, and all the participating actors were all top actors and veterans. Moreover, Woojin SSI, you came really early? As expected, you came early to review the script. Right? Just looking at that determined expression, anyone could tell. By the way, did you see Woojin SSI's acting during the audition? Of course I saw it. All the staff members were completely overwhelmed that day, weren't they? Because of the acting Kang Woojin showed during the Leech audition, the dozens of staff members who were setting up for the script reading had their eyes fixed on him. Additionally, the gazes from key staff, the film company, and the distribution company officials who were entering were similar. Kang Woojin SSI is here? Isn't it about an hour until the script reading starts? I heard rumors that he's tough on the outside, but surprisingly soft on the inside. That's unexpected. I thought he'd be a bit more arrogant, with all the issues about him exploding, and especially after causing such a huge stir during the audition. I heard Woojin SSI caused a commotion during the audition while acting as a co-star. The gazes were piercing. Should he have toned it down a bit during the audition? No, he did try to hold back, didn't he? As the tension gradually grew, Woojin felt a subtle ache in his lower abdomen. I need to fart. Although a silent release was possible, Woojin, recalling past mistakes, tightened his sphincter quietly. Hello, Woojin SSI. Han Sojin appeared. Woojin, who had been alone all this time, was secretly pleased to see her. He wanted to smile and say he was lonely, but his pretense held him back. This woman, I felt it during the audition, but she's incredibly beautiful. However, Han Sojin had a peculiar temperament. Yes, that's why I've become even more determined. I want to surpass you, Woojin SSI, for sure. Why does this woman always declare she's going to surpass me whenever she sees me? Is she a warmonger? Woojin decided to let it slide. As time passed, more actors joined. Many supporting actors, Jin Jae-jun, Oh Hye-young, and others, as well as Kang Woojin's pretense, became even more pronounced. Honestly, it was more comfortable when no one talked to him as the tension grew thick. Pretending to be tough made people somewhat avoid him, which was comfortable. Around that time, swish. A wild man, no, the great actor Sim Han-ho appeared. Radiating a rough aura, he walked straight toward Woojin. Kang Woojin stood up with dignity, but was internally startled by the presence of Sim Han-ho right in front of him. Holy crap. Wow, shit, what is this? Sim Han-ho-nim's aura is insane. The scruffy beard and the overall changed image of Sim Han-ho emitted a strong masculine image. He already had a tiger-like feeling, but with his exterior now like this, he exuded a wild, beast-like energy. Woojin, fascinated by him, lowered his voice. Hello, Sunbeam. Sim Han-ho's response was heavy and brief. My acting today might be a bit fierce. Kang Woojin was purely amazed. Wow, his line sounds like something from a movie. Such a reaction. Of course, internally, Sim Han-ho's current words were too fitting, probably due to his intense wild beast scent. So cool. This is the aura of a great actor. Oh, this is intense. Getting to witness Sim Han-ho's aura up close. Moreover, Woojin thought he should learn from him. That weight and atmosphere. Although Sim Han-ho wasn't pretending like Woojin, remembering his current form seemed useful for future tough guy acts. Now it was Kang Woojin's turn. Was it because he had just witnessed such a powerful aura? Kang Woojin felt a surge of determination. He wanted to show the best tough guy act to this wild beast right in front of him, putting on an extreme bravado face and dropping his voice very deep and low. As his heart moved, he suddenly gained momentum. But what should he say? Since Sim Han-ho said his acting might be fierce, Should I say I'll tame it well? No, that was over the top. In the end, Woojin mixed a bit of arrogance with politeness. Yes, I'll take it well. He shot out a straight pitch with no pretense. Kang Woojin then recalled his mind control to maintain composure. Oh damn, don't waver. Avoiding eye contact here would be the move of a novice. Answering in a cold tone, Woojin didn't avoid the eyes of the great actor Sim Han-ho. After a brief silence, Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho exchanged glances without saying a word. Sim Han-ho's calm and fierce gaze. He was a true beast, while Woojin had his fur bristled for the pretense. However, no one in this reading room noticed this, thanks to the steady build-up of misunderstandings so far. Anyway, the reading room quickly turned chilly in a matter of minutes. A massive tension rippled through. Dozens of staff members glanced at each other, and the actors had bewildered expressions. Meanwhile, Han So-jin, standing across from Woojin and Sim Han-ho, was screaming internally. No, Kang Woojin, are you really doing this? Going head-on fiercely? Of course, it was a scream directed at the steadfast Woojin. To her eyes, it seemed as if a beast and a monster were growling at each other ominously. But how was that even possible? Sim Han-ho was a legend among legends in the acting world. Even director On Jae-bak would bow to him. Yet Kang Woojin showed no signs of backing down. At this moment, oh my, Oh Hyeryong, sitting to Han So-jin's right, muttered with a peculiar smile. He's got guts. Han So-jin, with wide eyes, asked back with difficulty. Yes. I mean Woojin SSI. Isn't he like a character we're seeing for the first time? Ah dash. When you see Sim Han-ho Sunbi's presence up close, you're usually overwhelmed. But he's just calm. They say he's from overseas. And I guess it's true? From overseas? Just as Han So-jin was stepping into the swamp of misunderstanding, the murmuring of the reporters gathered at the entrance of the reading room grew louder. Whoa, what's happening? Is it a scoop? Should we film it? Are you crazy? You want to get kicked out for capturing that? In any case, we should intervene, right? Why are all of you just standing there? At that moment, they're frozen from the unfamiliar situation. An old voice penetrated from behind. The reporters. It was the veteran director On Jae-bak who had arrived unnoticed. The reporters almost shouted in unison. Director. But they were cut off. Director On Jae-bak put his finger to his lips. He then looked back at Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho inside the reading room. Around him were half a dozen staff members, including the assistant director, who was nervously trying to step in. Director, I'll mediate. There's going to be an incident. But Director On Jae-bak, with a leisurely smile, shook his head. If we step in on those monsters' nerve battles, we'll just get hurt. What? I'm saying just leave them be. But still, the jungle is better than a gentlemanly scene. On the other hand, the assistant director and staff were restless. Director On Jae-bak gestured for them to calm down. It's all right, let it be. That will actually ignite the actors. Kang Woojin has set a benchmark for leech acting, and Sim Han-ho has triggered the starting point for leech. This nerve war between the two leading roles. Where else can you find such a stimulant? Soon, director On Jae-bak pointed his index finger at the two monsters. Look, aren't they the only ones here who are Park Ha-sung and Chairman Yoon Young-bae? Afterward, while everyone was watching, Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho, who were exchanging heated glances, the one who broke the tension first was Sim Han-ho, wearing the mask of a beast. Well received. Hadash. The scruffy bearded man suddenly showed a faint smile on his otherwise stiff face. It might have looked mixed with interest. You answered without a moment's thought. There's much to learn. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. Me too. Thank you. Likewise. With this, the chilly nerve war ended. Kang Woojin slightly bowed his head, and Sim Han-ho, who received the greeting, slowly moved to the opposite side of Woojin. Oh Hyeryong, smiling, spoke to Sim Han-ho who was pulling out his chair. Sunbae, aren't you tightening your belt too much from the start? Look, the kids are all frozen. Ugh, it's cold. Sim Han-ho, letting down his tied long hair, replied in a deep voice. I only said what needed to be said. Oh Hyeryong was fine, but most of the actors couldn't relax. Especially Han So-jin, in the third seat, was nervously rolling her eyes. The one who broke through this overwhelming tension was, is everyone here? Director On Jae-bak, who entered with perfect timing. The short white-haired man took the head seat of the U-shaped table while receiving everyone's greetings. Soon, director on GA box scanned the entire reading room. The dozens of actors, staff, and film company and distribution company officials for Leech. After slowly looking at over 100 people. Swish. He quietly murmured, "Let's begin." At the same time, the reporters raised their cameras, and the cameras placed throughout the reading room also started operating. The start of the script reading was, of course, introductions. Actor Sim Han-ho for the role of Chairman Yoon Young-bae. Naturally, director on Ga Bok handled the proceedings. Actor Kang Woojin for the role of Park Ha-sung. The atmosphere was generally heavy. Actress Oh Hye-ryung for the role of Yoo Hyun-ji. Short introductions and greetings from the actors. This continued for about 30 minutes, and after director on Ga Bok's introduction, who was seated at the head. Flap. Director on Ga Bok opened the first page of the Leech script. The actors, as well as everyone around the U-shaped table, did the same. During the reading, director on Ga Bok took on the narration and the lines of non-participating actors. 1. Park Ha-sung's monologue. Kang Woojin was the first actor to speak. Naturally, after bringing out Park Ha-sung, "I don't know who I am anymore. Who I exist as. I've lost my way." It was quite a long monologue. However, no one faltered in their posture. Everyone listened intently to Woojin's monologue, because it penetrated the theme of Leech. The scene changed afterward. The cuts shown in the direction were roughly handled by director on Ga Bok's commentary. One page, then another. About 3 pages into the script, Kang Woojin spoke again, as it was a scene delving into Park Ha-sung's early life. The dialogue exchanged was between Kang Woojin and director on Ga Bok. After about 15 minutes, other actors started to appear. Oh Hye-ryung, who had been smiling all along, suddenly changed her energy completely. She entered as Yoo Hyun-ji. Indeed, she was a veteran of great actor status. Her usual self was nowhere to be seen. The air around Oh Hye-ryung was also different. After director on Ga Bok's narration, Kang Woojin and Oh Hye-ryung had their first encounter. However, there were no lines for the two. From the start, the two actors only communicated through sign language, so it was natural. Although there were no words, their hands were busy. But it wasn't just the sign language that was visible. The movement of their upper bodies, their gaze, expressions, and changes in their eyes, nose, and mouth. Kang Woojin and Oh Hye-ryung had to convey the situation solely through emotions, and naturally, there was no awkwardness. Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin, and the other actors were shocked. The level is high. Even though they're only using sign language, the situation is understandable. Their expressions and gestures are replacing the lines. Kang Woojin, "This is crazy. Park Ha-sung uses sign language, so I wondered, but to perform at this level while acting too." Everyone in the reading room, except director on Ga Bok, felt the same. Unfamiliar sign language, 2 actors intensely focused, and the extraordinarily high quality of acting. And then, "Who are you, young man?" The scruffy-bearded Sim Han-ho spoke. It was Chairman Yoon Young-bae entering. He looked at Kang Woojin from the opposite side. Despite his current rough appearance, the lines Sim Han-ho delivered lacked any tone of a beast. Instead, they were mixed with wit and were gentle. The problem was, swish, his eyes. Though his mouth was smiling, there was a peculiar madness hidden in his eyes. His breathing seemed calm, but occasionally went offbeat. "Take good care of my wife. Don't flirt with her." At first glance, it didn't seem dangerous, but there was a lurking threat. While maintaining the essence of Chairman Yoon Young-bae, but he is holding a knife behind his back. Sim Han-ho's current acting towards Woojin was just like that. But it wasn't obvious. Kang Woojin, Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung. The 3 actors leading the reading were like monsters hiding their true selves, each masking their inner feelings while speaking false words. The staff were covered in goosebumps. Ugh, what is this, seriously? They were clearly just delivering lines from the script, and the background hadn't changed much, yet the eeriness grew with each performance of the 3 actors. Then, the scene changed again. It was a cut where Chairman Yoon Young-bae made his first deal with Park Ha-sung. "The goal is simple. Make my wife rely on you, blindly. I'll try." At this point, Park Ha-sung hadn't yet understood his true nature. Thus, he was instinctively frightened. Well, I don't really know how to make her depend on me. Moreover, blindly. Seems even more difficult. This was where it started. It was here that Sim Han-ho started acting fiercely. Make it easy then. Sim Han-ho, looking at Woojin, widened his eyes. The area around his mouth, covered in scruffy beard, twitched. His sly tone remained, but the overall shape of his face resembled that of a madman. Somewhere between madness and fury. This was clearly different from the chairman Yoon Young-bae, created by director On Jae-bak. He preserved the essence, but the behavior that transcended that essence was natural. He seemed like a clown with a lust for control at his core. It's all about the mindset, you see? It changes depending on how you view it. Start by changing that defeatist gaze. Chairman Yoon Young-bae attacked Kang Woojin. Did you realize? The moment you got into this car, your life is now in my hands. What? You heard it all, didn't you? You can't afford to be passive now. You want to live, right? Then put all your effort into changing your mindset. He was direct. However, Kang Woojin didn't back down at all. No, he remained steadfast from the beginning. Mindset: do I need to think that I live in the same world as you, Chairman? Don't get confused. Think of it as rental. Your status is like dirty laundry that keeps getting dirty no matter how much you wash it. But thinking of it as rental is difficult. I'll think of it as a lease. Haha. As expected, you are the right choice. I like that you're suitably dark. But don't cross the line, got it? If you draw it clearly for me, you'll know the moment you enter my house. You will control my wife, and I will control you. At this moment, Han So-jin, with a dazed expression, could only listen blankly. Because it was a fight between monsters. Meanwhile, in a studio that looked like an apartment, a desk in the middle of the living room. Although it could easily seat about 5 people, there was only one woman typing on a laptop at the desk. Tadadak. With a slender figure and round glasses, she was writer Choi Nana. Usually timid by nature, her current vigor was exceptional. Her eyes shone as she looked at the laptop screen, and her fingers typing were full of confidence. About an hour later, writer Choi Nana, who had been typing away furiously, suddenly raised her head towards the ceiling. She let out a long sigh. It's finished. She had just completed writing the final episode of Beneficial Evil. Chapter 256, Storm 6. After staring blankly at the ceiling for a moment, writer Choi Nana with round glasses slowly lowered her head again. In front of her was the laptop, the cursor blinking on the screen of that laptop. Of course, she had just placed a period. The script she had been working on until just now was the final episode of Beneficial Evil. The long and arduous writing process had come to an end. Beneficial Evil had undergone many changes. Ultimately, Beneficial Evil consisted of a total of 12 episodes, with the last episode being the final one. For now, they were considering a seasonal format, but it would only be possible if the results were certain. Anyway, the skinny Choi Nana stared at the laptop for a moment before suddenly, whoosh, she stood up from her desk and raised her arms high. Then, she flapped them like wings. It was because she was overwhelmed with emotion. The completion of her first full-length script. It was understandable that she danced a silent rhythm. Fortunately, there was no one in the studio. Otherwise, her timid nature would have made her quietly shed tears. Then, swish. After enjoying herself enough, Choi Nana took a small breath and sat back at her desk. Am I crazy? Why do I feel so good? Of course, she had finished the final episode script, but this was not the end. It needed confirmation from PD Song Man-woo, the executive director. Still, with a smile, Choi Nana moved her mouse and picked up the phone lying near the laptop. The mouse movement was to save her work, and the phone was to make a call. Who would she call? PD Nim, are you busy? The first person she wanted to share the good news with was PD Song Man-woo. Choi Nana put the phone to her ear. She swallowed nervously. At that moment, hello, writer Nim. From the other end of the phone came PD Song Man-woo's somewhat excited voice, and Choi Nana responded joyfully with a smile. PD Nim, I just put the period on the final episode script. Immediately, PD Song Man-woo's exclamation was heard. Oh, really? Just now? Yes. Can you come today? Nice, great. Today? I'm busy today, but I'll come to the studio first thing in the morning tomorrow. Until then, please review the final episode script again. Got it, PD Nim. Oh, by the way, where are you that you're so busy? At her question, PD Song Manwoo responded with a laugh. What else? I'm meeting an actor. Oh, is it about casting? Sorry, please call me back after you're done. Let's do that. And the call ended. At this time, PD Song Manwoo, who had just finished the call with Choi Nana, was sitting in an entertainment company meeting room. No, to be precise, he was in the hallway and put his phone back in his pocket before opening the meeting room door again. Inside the meeting room, about 5 people were sitting. There were 2 from PD Song Manwoo's side, and the remaining were from the other side. The woman sitting in the middle looked familiar. A mole under her eye, long hair reaching down to her chest, a loose black hoodie. It was Wallin. Her makeup was basic, but her beauty still stood out. The people seated on either side of her were her manager and the team leader of the management team. Soon, PD Song Manwoo, who had returned to his seat, apologized. Sorry about that. It was a call from the writer. Wallin, covering her hand with her hoodie sleeve, replied. The writer? Is it, by any chance, writer Choi? Yes, writer Choi Nana. She just finished the script. Wow, I should congratulate her. Haha, the writer will be happy to hear that. Wallin had already established a connection with writer Choi Nana through male friend, and she had contacted writer Choi Nana during the official announcement of Beneficial Evil. However, PD Song Manwoo's visit was unexpected for Wallin. But PD Nim, why are you here all of a sudden? PD Song Manwoo put on a business smile. In fact, he and Wallin were not that close. They knew each other since both were very famous, but they had never worked together on a project. PD Song Manwoo handed Wallin a transparent file. Then he spoke in a serious tone. Why else would I come at this time? I came because I hope Wallin SSI would appear in Beneficial Evil. Me? Me? Wallin's already large eyes grew even bigger. It was understandable. She had recently tasted the bitterness of failing the audition for Leech. On the other hand, PD Song Manwoo remained calm. Yes, Wallin SSI. However, it won't be a leading role. Since the script and storyboard work are still ongoing, it's not certain, but the role I'm asking Wallin SSI for is likely somewhere between a supporting and a minor role. In other words, he was asking her to join as a supporting character. For Wallin, who had already reached the top tier as both an idol and an actress, it was a slightly low offer. Her plump manager, who understood this, intervened. PD Nim, we appreciate the offer, but may I ask why you are considering our Wallin for a supporting role? Is there something lacking? PD Song Manwoo, with a slightly softened expression, shook his head. Not at all. It's not that Wallin SSI's form is lacking. To be honest, except for Kang Woojin, there are no leading roles in Beneficial Evil. What? PD Song Manwoo's gaze returned to Wallin, who was still wide-eyed, and he continued explaining while making eye contact with her. It's a bit difficult to reveal everything. To put it mildly, Beneficial Evil has various episodes, and the actors will be changed in each episode. In other words, only Kang Woojin remains throughout Beneficial Evil, and the actors change entirely with each episode. Therefore, most actors would inevitably be in supporting roles. PD Song Manwoo also added that the scale had grown significantly due to the partnership with Netflix, and that negotiations were ongoing with several actors, not just Wallin. You've probably seen that our Beneficial Evil is a meaning for a global launch. While listening to the rather lengthy explanation, Wallin, although staring blankly at PD Song Manwoo, was inwardly thinking of her fangirl target, Kang Woojin, her ultimate favorite. The sole lead in such a blockbuster, Kang Woojin Nim. How cool is that? Filled with fandom, Wallin was moved. At that moment, PD Song Manwoo opened his mouth again. Additionally, I thought of Wallin SSI for this role because of male friend. I thought the character image would fit perfectly if we added a bit of twist. PD Song Manwoo concluded to the slightly puzzled Wallin. Though it is a supporting role, I'm thinking of Wallin SSI as the villain in the first episode. 2 days later, on the 8th, Monday, after the script reading for Leech. It was the official first filming day for Leech. In other words, the Crankin' Day. The film industry was already in a frenzy. Movie talk script reading for Leech finished, Crankin' today on the 8th. Unusually only 2 days later. Finally, the first shoot. The domestic film industry is focusing on Leech, proceeding immediately without a break. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin had just arrived at a comprehensive set-in. Jeonju. The black van he was in stopped at the outdoor parking lot of the large set. The reason was simple. A large house set for Leech had been built on this huge comprehensive set site. Not only the exterior set, but also the interior set was built here. In short, about 50% or more of the filming for Leech, excluding location shoots, was planned to take place in this Jeonju set. Anyway, click. Kang Woojin just got out of the van. Today, his indifference was deep. The new set and environment intensified his demeanor. Although the first shoot was imminent, fortunately, Woojin was not very nervous. Of course, his heart was pounding, but it was more out of anticipation than fear. All his tension had been blown away at the script reading 2 days ago. As Choi Sung-gun and the team joined him after getting out of the passenger seat, Kang Woojin started moving. Exiting the outdoor parking lot, there were 2 staff members with intercoms around their necks waiting at the entrance. As soon as they saw Woojin, they quickly ran over. "Hello, hello." In response to their greetings, Kang Woojin nodded silently. "Hello." The 2 staff members took on the role of guiding Woojin. Soon, Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the team arrived in front of the grand house, brushing past the busily occupied staff. It was the set and standalone house that would be the centerpiece of Leech. A spacious yard with grass, a parking lot with foreign cars, a living room with large windows, and the main house, which looked like 3 buildings combined. Looking up at the mostly gray-toned house set, Woojin maintained a calm face, but was internally excited. Wow, damn. It's insanely big. Does a house like this actually exist in Korea? Anyway, the quality is amazing. Behind the enormous standalone house set were several warehouses. The internal sets were probably inside those warehouses. Of course, the 100 or so staff members of Leech were gathered around the house set. About a dozen were inside the house, some in the parking lot, and nearly 20 in the grass-covered yard. Each team and each area were busy with their tasks. At this point, a familiar old voice reached Kang Woojin from the yard, where many chairs and monitors were arranged. "You're here." It was director On Jae-bak, holding a script in one hand and wearing a lightweight padded jacket. He approached Kang Woojin with a wrinkled smile. "How is it? The set, is it usable?" "Usable? No way. It's amazing." Woojin answered bluntly on the outside. "Yes, it looks that way." "Good. How does it feel compared to the scenario?" He was asking about the synchronization. Woojin looked up at the standalone house set again. It was almost identical. Of course, it was slightly different from the house he saw in the void space, but that didn't matter at all. "I think it's almost the same." Director On Jae-bak, with a wrinkled smile, pointed to the back. A large tent was set up outside the filming zone. "Over there is the waiting room. Rest there before getting into costume and makeup." "And where is Woojin's stylist manager?" Han Yi-young, who had an expressionless face among the team, raised her hand. "It's me. Let's talk." Han Yi-young, the stylist, familiar with the routine, picked up the Leech coordination book and followed director On Jae-bak. Kang Woojin, guided by the staff, moved to the actors' waiting tent. Only Choi Sung-gun and a few team members remained. Soon, Choi Sung-gun, readying his ponytail, swish, looked up at the front house and muttered quietly, "We're finally putting this up." About an hour later, the filming of Leech was imminent. The camera, lighting, audio, props, actors, etc. were almost set up, and director On Jae-bak was briefing the key staff he had gathered. "Once again, the schedule is tight, so we have to push ourselves a bit. They might have to do overnight shoots or catch naps whenever possible, and director On Jae-bak had to do initial editing work while reducing his sleep. It was like opening the gates of hell. Director On Jae-bak repeated the same briefing in the actors' tent. The waiting tent already had many actors, including Kang Woojin, Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, and Han So-jin. Kang Woojin listened to director On Jae-bak's briefing indifferently. No early finish today." He sighed quietly. Well, what could he do? He was already prepared, and he had the void space, so he could manage somehow. Director On Jae-bak checked the time before leaving the tent. "Let's go stand by in 10 minutes. He glanced alternately at Sim Han-ho, now neatly groomed, with his beard and hair tidied up, and Kang Woojin. At the same time, he recalled a line from Joseph Felton, who had contacted him before. "Because there's an actor in Korea I'm interested in." Back then, Director On Jae-bok was certain that the Korean actor Joseph mentioned was Sim Han-ho. But now, his thoughts had changed a bit. It might be Kang Woojin. This was because the recent screen test for a Hollywood movie involving Kang Woojin had surfaced. Such an event was enough of a reason for a famous Hollywood producer to personally make a trip. Interesting, a second-year actor standing shoulder to shoulder with Sim Han-ho dash. Finally, director On Jae-bok, who had taken in the sight of the composed Woojin, exited the tent. The assistant director came running. Director On Jae-bok quietly instructed him. Let's call standby in 5 minutes. Yes. The assistant director, who responded firmly, ran back among the 100 or so staff members. Soon, Director On Jae-bok looked down at his wristwatch and recalled the foreigners who were supposed to arrive. They should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, the previously empty outdoor parking lot was now filled with numerous vans, minivans, and minibuses. From 2 recently arrived vans, a group of foreigners suddenly rushed out. Among them, 2 were particularly eye-catching. One was a black man, almost a giant, and the other was a blonde woman wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a mask. This group of foreigners, with those 2 at the center, gradually walked towards the set. They instantly captured the attention of the staff they passed by. Who are those foreigners? Did you see? That blonde over there. No? I can only see the huge black guy. Is it a special team the director called in, or something? Regardless, the group of foreigners arrived at the entrance of the standalone house set as if prearranged. At this moment, in the eyes of the foreigners, one actor among many stood out. It was Kang Woojin, standing with a poker face on the grassy yard. At that moment, swish, Kang Woojin, sensing their presence, suddenly turned his head and confirmed the foreigners. His eyes met directly with Joseph and Carl. Chapter 257, Storm 7. Kang Woojin's current appearance was like this. Hair neatly combed down, white shirt buttoned up to the neck, well-ironed slacks, and shoes. Of course, all were luxury brands and also for filming. However, the overall impression was that he had dressed appropriately. The makeup was also light. Such Kang Woojin was standing on the lawn of a giant set, and he heard the murmurs of the staff around him. What's that? Woojin lifted his head, curious. Kang Woojin instantly realized why the staff had become restless. What? His face remained firm, but he was quite surprised when he saw the foreigners standing at the edge of the set. No, he was slightly taken aback. That giant. It was Joseph Felton, whom he had briefly met in L.A. A tall black man, towering as if he could pierce the sky, with a solid upper body. It was unmistakable. Joseph's impression was so strong that he couldn't forget it. The problem was, what? Why is that guy here? A famous Hollywood producer suddenly appeared on the set of Leech. Moreover, did he bring his team along too? He wasn't alone. He had brought along several foreigners. At that moment, Woojin's gaze shifted slightly to the right. A foreign woman, her face hidden under a hat and mask, came into view. Woojin immediately recognized her. Crazy? Kara? That woman is Miley Kara, isn't she? Her face was unseen, but the long blonde hair and overall silhouette, especially standing next to Joseph, made it almost certain. Kang Woojin's mind instantly became a jumble. It was only natural since Joseph, a Hollywood leading producer, and Kara, a global superstar, had appeared out of nowhere on the Leech set. What's this? Maybe Old Man Grandpa. No, does director On Jae-bok know them? Or maybe Sim Han-ho Nim. Or it could be Oh Hyun or other actors. However, Woojin didn't get overly excited. It was due to his habit of maintaining the concept. Thanks to that, he kept a poker face. Around then, Joseph, who noticed Woojin's gaze, raised his big hand. He gave a small greeting to Kang Woojin, with a smile as a bonus. On the other hand, Kara didn't particularly move. Maybe it was because of her disguise. In any case, there were few people on the set who clearly knew the identity of these foreigners. Only director On Jae-bok or Kang Woojin knew. Hence, the murmuring of the dozens of staff members grew louder. Who are those foreigners? I don't know, but they seem important. Is it something arranged with the director? Sensing the atmosphere, Joseph whispered softly in English to Kara, standing on his right. Kara, you feel the atmosphere, right? Make sure not to show your face. If possible, it's better not to speak. Kara, pulling her hat down further, responded in a cold voice. I know, I'm not an idiot. Just emphasizing. Still, I'll greet Woojin. Well, it seems Kang Woojin has already figured out who we are. Look, he glanced at us for a few seconds and then turned his attention back to the script. But Woojin's energy for his hobby and his main job is really different. He's unique. Their conversation was interrupted by the assistant director. He had received instructions from director on Bak and ran over. In his hand were staff ID lanyards. Soon, the staff IDs were hung around the necks of all the foreign team members except Joseph and Kara. Only then did the murmuring of the entire Leech staff subside. They probably perceived them as visitors. Simultaneously, stand by in 3 minutes. The assistant director who handed over the lanyards shouted into the walkie-talkie. Then the staff wrapped up their tasks quickly and withdrew from the filming zone. On the large lawn, only actor Kang Woojin remained. Since it was a solo cut, it was natural. All the cameras were pointed at him. The reflector and lights were the same. The boom mic was also hanging above Woojin. A large camera was mounted on a small crane, indicating plans to shoot from various angles. In short, the grand first shot of Leech was to begin with Kang Woojin. Director On Bak, with his head full of short white hair, sat in a place where about 4 monitors were placed. Around him were some staff members, including the scriptwriter. Actors like Sim Han-ho, Oh Hyeryong, and Han So-jin, who had been waiting in the tent, also came out. It wasn't to celebrate the long-awaited crank-in moment. Acting on set includes the set and movements. How did that kid prepare his acting? I already saw it during the audition, but I should still watch. Come to think of it, I didn't properly see the acting of Park Ha-sung during the audition. Chairman Yoon Young-bae was impressive enough, but they wanted to see Kang Woojin's Park Ha-sung, not related to the counterpart in the small theater and the audition, but to feel the real acting on this properly laid out set. At this moment, let's go. Director On Bak's old voice spread through the loudspeaker. 100 staff members closed their mouths. Joseph and Kara swallowed as they looked at Woojin in the filming zone. And then, high action. As soon as the signal was given, swoosh. The look in Kang Woojin's eyes instantly changed as he looked at the camera. At the same time, in Choi Nana's studio, about 5 people were sitting around the desk in the middle of the living room. Choi Nana, with a tense face, and PD Song Man-woo, reading a stack of papers seriously. Of course, it was the script. The script for the final episode of Beneficial Evil. Writer Choi Nana had finished writing it, but there was still the final hurdle left. It was PD Song Man-woo's confirmation. The production manager and assistant writer were also reading the script. Writer Choi Nana just stared at PD Song Man-woo. Her face looked like her mouth was getting dry. Regardless, PD Song Man-woo checked the script without delay. Flip. Before she knew it, he was on the last page. After checking all the content, PD Song Man-woo put down the thick script. Then he stroked his goatee. Writer Choi Nana, who had pushed up her round glasses, eagerly asked, how is it? Serious PD Song Man-woo looked at her. The interesting part was that a smile gradually spread across his face. It's good. No, it's amazing, Writer Choi. Writer Choi Nana's eyes widened suddenly. Oh, really? Is it really okay? Yeah, it's fun. Honestly, I think minor revisions are needed, but that's a process every script goes through. I think it's good, and we can go as is without major changes. What do you all think? The surrounding people also gave thumbs up. In other words, it was a pass. Then writer Choi Nana covered her face with both hands. Her timid personality showed on the outside. Thank goodness. I almost had a heart attack from the tension. Goateed PD Song Man-woo laughed heartily. Then what's the point of writing it? Now you're a writer who's going to go global. Honestly, it still doesn't feel real. You don't have to force yourself to think about it. You'll feel it naturally when it launches. With a deepened smile, PD Song Man-woo picked up a pen and started the next task. For now, I'll mark any parts that are confusing or need revision, so try to adjust them as naturally as possible. And production manager, as soon as the writer finishes the revisions, pass the script to Netflix. Yes, PD Nim. Tell them the script work is done, and that will speed up the pre-production. At this point, writer Choi Nana, who had been calming herself with her face covered, suddenly lifted her head. Oh, PD Nim, how did it go? When I called, you said you were meeting an actor. Did it go well? It was Wallen. Wallen. Yes, you too. Maybe not often. Keep in touch occasionally, right? Yes, yes. Just to say hello. For now, I offered casting proposals to Wallin and Ha Gang-soo. No definite answer yet, but there's no need to rush. Rather, it would be a bigger problem if we forced it and something went wrong. Really? In response, PD Song Man-woo leaned back deeply in his chair and let out a small sigh. The casting format for Beneficial Evil is not typical. Different actors appear in each episode. Compared to a usual miniseries, a lot more actors are involved, but their roles are shorter. That's the difference. Indeed. You must have heard while assisting writer Park Eun-mi, right? Pre-production is different from live production. Everything has to be perfect before filming starts, and editing is completed before the broadcast begins. So, the quality must be at least twice as high as a miniseries. PD Song Man-woo, who was twisting his neck as if he was tired, continued speaking. So, quite a few actors avoid pre-production projects. Moreover, our Beneficial Evil has a great setup, but is quite challenging. If it succeeds, it will soar high, but if it fails, it will be a disaster. The impact will be several times stronger than usual. Their image will take a hit. Actors can't help but think about that. Because of that, not all the actors on the casting board are eagerly jumping in. Some might avoid it, but it's okay. Honestly, having Kang Woojin in the center is more than enough. The script itself is driven by the main character, but it might be a bit too much for Woojin to handle alone. Not at all. Woojin will handle it effortlessly. However, we are looking to cast other top actors to distribute the burden. PD Song Man-woo asked the production manager, "Have all the agencies in the country been contacted?" "Yes, a while ago." "Is the audition preparation done?" "No problems." "Okay, I'll handle the theater groups." PD Song Man-woo nodded and then looked again at the worried writer Choi Na-na. A few top actors besides Woojin will be enough. That's for the domestic audience. Anyway, the main audience for Beneficial Evil will be global, and to overseas viewers, top Korean actors will be just as unfamiliar. They'll just think, oh, they are Korean actors. At that moment, a meaningful smile spread across PD Song Man-woo's bearded face. There will be a lot of unknown and rookie actors in Beneficial Evil. Quite a lot. Meanwhile, in Jeonju, at the single-family house set of Leech, Kang Woojin stood alone on the wide lawn. The blood flowing through his body was no longer his own. It was Park Ha-sung's. However, the color of the blood was darker than usual. Naturally, Kang Woojin had mastered not only Park Ha-sung's life, but also its subtleties. He had gone through the existing roles in Leech. Their thoughts, views, conflicts, and the world all highlighted Park Ha-sung's outline through Kang Woojin. Furthermore, although it was a set, the background of Leech he read, experienced, in the void space added strength. Rustle. The grass trampled under his feet screamed. At the same time, the smell of grass permeated Woojin's nose. There shouldn't have been any smell. The set grass was artificial. But Woojin's sense of smell was Park Ha-sung's, so he sensed the smell of grass. Ah, it's comfortable. It wasn't the early stage Park Ha-sung from the scenario. It was him from the mid-stage. Emotions were calm, yet sticky. A peculiar thrill started from Woojin's lower body and penetrated his brain. This is not the small theater where he auditioned. It's the world of Leech. He didn't need to personally interact with a counterpart. Kang Woojin just needed to enjoy the vastly emphasized Park Ha-sung. There was nothing hindering him. So Kang Woojin unlocked the door. He could show the real Park Ha-sung, not a restrained version. Now he could act freely. He could cross any lines without worry. Soon, many things disappeared from the eyes of Kang Woojin and Park Ha-sung. The visible cameras, the staff, Kara, and Joseph, even the actors who came to watch. Anything unrelated to Leech dispersed like a dream, and soon only the large single-family house remained in Kang Woojin's eyes. It was quiet and eerie. This place is a dead end. Whether it was Kang Woojin or Park Ha-sung, it was the same. Especially for Park Ha-sung, this place was no different from a battlefield where his life was at stake. Chairman Yoon Young-bae held his life in his hands. If their deal went awry, that sly snake-like man would easily take his life. Well, it's fine. But that deal was already quite a while ago. Woojin had melted into this vast place. The burden that felt like it belonged to another world had disappeared. This feels like my home. What is Madam doing? Woojin, who had been lingering in the lawn, moved his feet. The camera followed behind him. Kang Woojin entered the living room of the single-family house. Here, too, it was quiet. The ticking of the clock echoed loudly. Swoosh. Kang Woojin brushed his hand over the sofa in the living room. Just from the touch, he could tell the leather of this sofa cost at least several thousand. Woojin sat down on the sofa. Unfortunately, he sat in a single-seater. This is excessively soft. Muttering, Woojin looked straight ahead. His face appeared on the monitor. It wasn't expressionless. However, it was hard to define it as any specific expression. His lips were slightly upturned, but it was a smile hiding an intention. His eyes were calm, yet concealed desire, and his actions were composed but covered a foul purpose. This is my home. It's mine. It's okay to accept it that way. Woojin got up from the sofa and touched the items placed around the living room. A famous painting on the wall, unique small figurines, high-end furniture, and so on. They could be cherished or destroyed. This doesn't seem like renting, does it? Ripley syndrome. Believing in and acting according to one's own fabricated reality. Whether it was Kang Woojin or Park Ha-sung, he expressed Ripley syndrome effortlessly, even though it was his first time in front of the camera and he was thrown into the scene suddenly. At that moment, suddenly, the doorbell rang. A guest had arrived. Hence, Kang Woojin, who was acting as the owner. No, the owner touched the intercom without hesitation. Who is it? The camera captured Park Ha-sung's smile from the side. Such Park Ha-sung opened the door without hesitation. Soon, two middle-aged women entered the living room. They were related to the organization that Yu Hyunji was donating to. They looked around the huge house curiously and then asked Kang Woojin, who was standing in front of them. "Oh my, are you the madam's son?" "Indeed. I heard she has two sons." In response, Kang Woojin. "No," Park Ha-sung bowed. Politely. "That's correct." "A lie?" "No." At this moment, he sincerely believed it. That this was his world. His face showed it. Not a second of hesitation. Soon, a dignified smile spread across Kang Woojin's lips, and his posture naturally became upright. Silence. No one opened their mouths. The 100 or so staff members and everyone else just stared at Kang Woojin. About 10 seconds later, a familiar old voice erupted throughout the living room. Cut dash. Soon, director On Jae-bok, who gave the signal, approached Woojin. By then, Kang Woojin had already shed Park Ha-sung, and On Jae-bok's wrinkled face, close to him, was mixed with interest and shock. "It's different from before." Director On Jae-bok quietly asked Woojin. "During the audition, you set a standard, right? What was the Park Ha-sung you showed then? Was it just an appetizer?" To this, Kang Woojin's answer was short. It was in a low, cynical tone. "I didn't do it roughly at that time. I did it moderation." And Miley, Kara, and Joseph were frozen. Among them, Joseph narrowed his brows slightly and inadvertently cursed. "What the fuck?" TL8. Chapter 258, Storm 8. The cursed giant Joseph felt and spat out wasn't because of the conversation between Kang Woojin and director On Jae-bok. It was because of Kang Woojin's acting. "Fuck, TL, same here in English." Joseph muttered the curse repeatedly while watching Woojin in the shooting zone. His furrowed brows and wide eyes remained fixed. It was one of his habits. When he saw something shocking that was hard to understand, he would blurt out a curse. It could be seen as an exclamation or an expression of astonishment. Translated roughly into Korean, it would be something like, "Shit. That's amazing." That's how much Joseph Felton's brain was severely shaken right now. Despite his extensive experience with numerous actors in Hollywood. What did I just see? It was immensely shocking. What unfolded before his eyes? Even though he had his expectations, Joseph couldn't quite understand it. No. Can something like that even be evaluated as acting? First of all, there's no preparation process. Deep emotions in actors usually require some warm-up. But Kang Woojin brought out deep emotions effortlessly the moment the director signaled action. Moreover, the time it took him to express those emotions was extremely short. You could say there's none at all. Furthermore, when Woojin started acting, he instantly became a different person. At least, that's how it looked to Joseph. In an instant, Kang Woojin disappeared, and an entirely different character appeared. His gaze, smell, posture, habits, diction, and breathing. Everything was different. almost like he's a multiple personality. In Joseph's assessment, the basic skills of an actor were not worth mentioning. There was no need to. Perfection was the default. On top of that, ridiculously extraordinary things were listed with ridiculous ease. What gave him the most chills was Ripley syndrome. Although Joseph hadn't heard a detailed explanation of the scenario, it was clear to him what Kang Woojin was trying to express with his acting just now. That was the ultimate goal actors aimed for, to make the audience feel what they wanted to convey. It sounds easy. Actors in Hollywood and Korea alike are still striving to master this process. They say they are not good enough. However, Kang Woojin already possessed that skill. Coincidence? It couldn't be. It was too effortless to be a coincidence. Joseph fell into chaos. The energy and tension are completely different from when he showed martial arts. I didn't expect him to show such detailed, mind-boggling acting. Even when Joseph saw Kang Woojin's martial arts in Hollywood, he hadn't imagined this. Joseph, watching Woojin talking with director On Jae-bak, covered his mouth with one hand. The info he had grasped about Woojin abilities were numerous. Martial arts, singing, languages, etc. But were those all just secondary? What kind of monster is he? He was a monster who shattered common sense. Although Joseph had already taken an interest in Kang Woojin because of his extraordinary martial arts and filmography, now he was beyond interest. He was just observing. Because Woojin was an incomprehensible being. It was a moment when the words of the CD, Megan Stone, resonated deeply. If director George Mendez had seen this acting instead of martial arts, he would have begged to work with him somehow. Why are there so many big shots around Kang Woojin? The question was answered clearly. It wasn't because of a big reason. It was just natural. Swoosh. The giant Joseph slowly turned his head. He saw the blonde Kara standing on the right. She was frozen without any movement. Not even a slight tremor. She just stared intently at Kang Woojin. Was her soul sucked out? Joseph glanced at the surrounding team members. They all had the same look as Kara. At this point, director On Jae-bak, "You did it moderately?" he asked Woojin, standing in front of him. Then Kang Woojin, with his poker face. "What? Why? You are getting too serious. Did I say something wrong? But it's the truth, what can I do?" He nodded solemnly. "Yes, moderately. So, you mean you held back when reading the audition lines? Isn't that usually the case during auditions? Right? That's how it should be." Director On Jae-bak showed a wrinkled smile. Kang Woojin's words were right. There's no need for the audition partner to give their best. However, the acting of Woojin, who had held back, was beyond common sense, which left director On Jae-bak confused. No, everyone in that small theater must have felt the same. At the audition site of director On Jae-bak, filled with top actors and stars, Kang Woojin set the standard for the acting in Leech. And this was for an actor who was only in his second year. Anyone would think the acting they saw was the best possible. However, they were mistaken. Haha, this kid's adequate is beyond our comprehension. Nothing more, nothing less. That was everything. An actor who rendered judgment meaningless, who could skip the process of understanding and go straight to perception. Perhaps a new species in this industry. Maintaining his smile, director On Jae-bak placed a hand on Woojin's shoulder. "Make sure to go far away, to the top. I'm not talking about just impressing someone like me, but winning the admiration of even greater figures. Watching that in my old age seems like it will be enough." Kang Woojin responded in a low but firm voice. "I can do that." Moments later, director On Jae-bak, who had paused the scene, resumed his seat and continued filming. Action. The same scene was repeated. However, Kang Woojin's tension did not drop at all. On the contrary, it was more agile and meticulous. The more he repeated, the stronger and more vivid his performance became. On the monitor, Kang Woojin, Park Ha-sung, was already a finished character, but as the scenes progressed, the completeness became irrelevant. Cut, okay. Let's go back to the bus shot instead of the follow shot behind the camera. This was because Kang Woojin presented new levels of completion with each cut. He improved and performed. The reason director On Jae-bak used this scene as the starting point of the first shoot was simple. It was to instill the essence of Ripley syndrome into the other actors. If they understood that emotion and sensation in advance, their subsequent cut performances would be smoother. Of course, that emotion would emerge from the middle of Leech. but the choice was made based on the belief that Kang Woojin could fully achieve it. However, it was more intense than director On Jae-bok intended, and it imprinted on the actors deeply. Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin, and many other supporting actors. I don't know how to express that. Now, it feels so half-hearted when we did the audition scene together. Am I the only one who felt that way? Ripley syndrome. I didn't get a clear sense of it when reading the script, but seeing Woojin's acting made it understandable for me. Ugh, what kind of hurdle is this from the start? It instilled not just a sense of caution, but a sense of urgency. This is what you have to face, what you have to endure. It felt like an intuitive statement through acting. At this time, Miley Kara. Oh my God. She was watching actor Kang Woojin, not the singer, martial artist, or pianist Kang Woojin, without a moment of distraction. She couldn't help it. His stage presence was overwhelmingly powerful. He truly deserved to be called a master of his craft. Simultaneously, Kara imagined unconsciously, if that actor appeared in Hollywood? The upheaval when the territory of the monster hidden in Korea extended to the world. About 2 hours later, a brief break was given to the Leech set, which had been in the midst of filming. However, the 100 or so staff members didn't seem to think about resting. They were all busy organizing props and setting up equipment for the next scene. Not just them, but the director and actors were also the same. Director On Jae-bok was busy checking the storyboard and movements with the key staff, and the actors, including Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryung, seemed to be reflecting on their own acting and characters, perhaps thanks to the monstrous performance they had just witnessed. In the tent, they were engrossed in reminding themselves of their roles. But somehow, the cynical Kang Woojin was nowhere to be seen. Where was he? Kang Woojin, who had disappeared from the set, was inside a van in the outdoor parking lot. In front of him, you must have been surprised by my sudden visit, weren't you? Miley Kara, who had been covered up in a hat and mask, sat down, taking them off. In the van, it was just Woojin and the global superstar Kara, speaking in English. Kara, with her hat off, swept back her long blonde hair. Woojin could smell a fragrant scent from her, but, oh, shit, having Kara right in front of me feels so unreal. It's like a dream. This feels different from that previous YouTube shoot. Is this real? Freaking amazing, no? Kang Woojin, keep your cool. He tried hard to ignore it. He had a solid concept to maintain. No, it's fine. More than that, I enjoyed watching your acting. Did you? Yes. Kara, looking at Woojin with her blue eyes, let out a small breath. I'm glad I came. I would have regretted it if I hadn't seen it. I understand now why you consider your skills in vocals and cooking as hobbies. Your acting? I don't know. I also consider myself a decent actor, but I can't think of a way to describe it. You can skip over it. Miley Kara slightly pouted her lips. Then she flashed a barely noticeable smile. Actually, I did come to Korea for other reasons, but the biggest one was to meet you, Woojin. Yes, I've heard. I'm preparing a new album, and I want to propose working together on a song for my album and appearing in the music video. When Kang Woojin remained silent, Kara leaned a bit closer to him. Of course, I'm thinking of the title track. Honestly, this is a first for me. What do you think? What? Think what? He couldn't think of anything at all. Maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, he said, I'll have to discuss it with my company first. Inside, Woojin was in a state of utter confusion. Crazy. What the hell is she talking about? After finishing his conversation with Kara, Kang Woojin rejoined the filming of Leech. Meanwhile, Kara and Joseph did not return to the set. They were already more than satisfied with Woojin's performance and had achieved their goals. Furthermore, the intensifying gazes of the staff were becoming an issue. Kara, did you finish your business? Yes. Joseph, what about you? You didn't even meet Woojin. Just my being here was enough for a greeting. No need for a conversation. I came to confirm my certainty. Are you certain? Of course. To the extent that we need to completely revise all our plans. What about you, Kara? Well, all I have to do now is wait for a response. At the same time, on the internet, discussions were revolving around the episode of Our Dining Table that aired on the 7th. There was buzz about the recent second shoot, and with the show maintaining a 20% viewership, several articles were published. However, this episode of Our Dining Table featured a peculiar advertisement. The kimjibun makuksu introduced at the end of Our Dining Table is expected to hit the market soon, raising viewers' expectations. Product placement even before market release. Our Dining Table's best menu, Kang Woojin's kimjibun makuksu commercialized. Is the public ready for an open run? This was because the commercialization of Kang Woojin's kimjibun makuksu, planned by Nongsin, was imminent. But Kang Woojin had no time to care about that. Along with filming Leech. Tremendous influence. Preview of Kang Woojin's Kang Woojin alter ego channel. Next guest is Ryu Young-min. With his YouTube channel and advertisements, his days were filled in no time. As a result, a couple of days passed by without him even realizing it. Movie IS. The full-scale filming of Leech begins. Jeonju set swarmed with reporters. Around this time, Baeksang Arts Awards confirmed for Thursday, March 18th. Promotions for the Baeksang Arts Awards, known for being the grand finale of film festivals and award ceremonies, have officially begun. The time, location, and the invited actors and works were announced. Countless articles spun off from this, but the ones garnering the most clicks were undoubtedly about Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin, invited to this year's Baeksang Arts Awards, will he add more awards to his 8-award streak from last year? With expanded potential in both broadcasting and film, what bombshell declaration will Kang Woojin make this time? Netizens' attention focused. For the first time in a while, various media outlets were filled with issues related to the awards ceremony. Everywhere was buzzing with activity. Whether it was the Baeksang Arts Awards team preparing for the live broadcast, the Leech team filming day and night, or Kang Woojin whose visits to the void space had increased significantly. A week passed by without anyone realizing what they had done. The second week of March ended, and the third week arrived. The date was March 17th, the day before the Baeksang Arts Awards. Kang Woojin was on his way to Jeonju as usual. Normally, he would use a lodging, but because he had an additional schedule in Seoul yesterday, he slept at his office cell. With his hat pulled down, he was looking out the window. Suddenly, he turned. Swish. He turned his gaze to the pile of items next to him. There were roughly 3 stacked cup ramyeons. Unfamiliar cup ramyeons he had never seen before. The lids of the cup ramyeons bore a title. Kimjibun Makuksu Cup Ramyeon. At this moment, Choi Sung-gun, who was in the passenger seat, asked Jang Soo-hwan, who was driving. Soo-hwan, did you load all the cup ramyeons? Yes. All 30 are loaded. Good. Even if we can't give them to everyone on set, they should at least get a taste. Nodding, he turned to Han Yi-young, who was looking at her phone. Actually, he was asking all the stylists since they were all looking at their phones. How's the media and public reaction? Has anything popped up? Without taking her eyes off her phone, Han Yi-young answered. Coolly. No articles yet, but there are quite a few posts coming up in communities. She showed her phone to Choi Sung-gun. It displayed posts from an online community. No way. Came to the convenience store in front of my house to buy Kang Woojin's cup ramyeon on the release day. Is it real that people are lining up? People trying to buy Kang Woojin's Kimjibun Makuksu cup ramyeon real-time situation.jpg. At this time, Kang Woojin wasn't paying attention to any of that. He was just staring at his own image on the cup ramyeon lid. Naturally, because what was on the lid was so freaking embarrassing. Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, was giving double thumbs up. Meanwhile, a breaking news story just hit. Superstar Miley Kara, who is preparing a new album, collaborates with a Korean actor on this album. It wasn't from Korea, but from foreign news outlets. Chapter 259, Storm 9. The location was Jeonju, where the gigantic set of Leech was situated. Even now, there were about 100 staff members gathered, but for some reason, everyone was enjoying cup noodles before lunch. It wasn't 1 cup noodle per person. Groups of 4 or 5 were sharing 1 cup noodle. Standing, sitting, in teams, etc. The locations were varied too. Some teams were sitting around the lawn, and some staff were gathered on makeshift chairs. The commonality was that you could hear slurping sounds everywhere. What is this? It's delicious. Right? It's crazy delicious. Wow, is this being sold right now? I need to buy it right away. You probably can't. I read an article saying there's an open run with long lines and chaos. But Woojin SSI? This is incredibly tasty. Really, how should I put it? It's a taste that defies expectations. It's more stimulating than I thought, which I like even more. Almost all the staff were showering it with praise. Of course, including top actors like Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-young, Jin Jae-jun, and Han So-jin. Good. I could eat this every day. Sunbae, is that all you have to say? I find it incredibly delicious. It feels even more so because Woojin SSI made it. Haha. I kept wondering what it would taste like while watching our dining table. Thank you, Woojin SSI. But it'll be hard to taste the real thing instead of the cup noodles, right? Oh my, Sojin. Are you going to drink all the broth? No, I did it without thinking. I'm doomed. I'm supposed to be on a diet. Just eat, it's not that much. Director Nim. How is it? Director On. Ga Bak, with his head full of white hair, was looking at the cup noodle in his hand with slightly widened eyes. For a cup noodle to have such a deep flavor, there was a wave in his eyes. His face was quite surprised. On the lid of the cup noodles being tasted by the entire Leech team, as expected, was written, Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Noodle. Kang Woojin's creative dish was emblazoned as the title. The design of the cover was simple. The image of the real Kimjibin Makuksu was inserted as is. The most noticeable thing was, did Woojin SSI come up with this pose? Wow, Woojin Nim strikes this pose too. Woojin SSI, can you show us the double thumbs up for real? Looking at it like this, it doesn't quite match the imagination. It was Kang Woojin's double thumbs up decorating the lid. To be precise, it was a solemn double thumbs up. Ha. But normally, wouldn't you do something like this with a smile? It's so serious that it's even funnier. That's the key point. A expressionless double thumbs up. Is he telling us to eat or not? Were you mad when you shot this? But doesn't it grab your attention? Or is it just me? The Leech set was very lively. Everyone's eyes were already on Kang Woojin. As usual, he was indifferent as always, to the maximum. He only answered the staff's questions briefly. I took it without much thought. However, the real Kang Woojin was in extreme agony. Oh fuck. Should I? Run away? Should I just go abroad or something? This is so fucking embarrassing. Stop it. Don't bring my solemn double thumbs up to the surface anymore. The embarrassment was skyrocketing. Even though he was putting on a poker face with extreme shamelessness, the double thumbs up on the cup noodles kept haunting him. The funny thing was that Nongsan praised that solemn double thumbs up as the best. They said it perfectly expresses Kang Woojin's image. Still, it was a mistake. I should have told them to remove it. Crazy. That idiotic double thumbs up is going to be distributed all over the country? The sales had already started. Considering the intense concept, Kang Woojin seriously contemplated running away abroad for a little while. Just for a moment. Alright dash. Director On Ga Bak, putting aside the amazement of the taste, returned to reality. Let's all get our heads back in the game. Break time was over. It was in order to start filming. As always, but especially today, there was no room for leisure. Because tomorrow is the Baeksang. Meanwhile, the Kimjibin Makuksu that had officially started sales caused quite a stir not only among the public, but also among Kang Woojin's acquaintances. For instance, Wallin, sitting in the living room with her hair pulled back by a headband. She was anxious while looking at the thick script. The script, of course, was Beneficial Evil / Episode 2. It was Beneficial Evil, recently received from PD Song Manwoo. Flip. Wallin was pretending to concentrate on reading the script, but her real focus was elsewhere. While glancing at the script, she kept eyeing the cup noodles placed on the table. It was Kimjibin Makuksu, not received from Kang Woojin, but something Wallin had queued up to buy herself from a convenience store near her home. Steam was wafting out from the lid, indicating that water had already been added. Wallin picked up her phone to check the time. 1 minute left, 1 minute. Exactly 1 minute later, she grabbed her chopsticks and quickly moved to the cup noodles. Slowly, carefully. The first thing Wallin did, after taking a long sniff, was to carefully open the lid of the cup noodles. It mustn't get damaged. The reason was simple. How could she bear to ruin the solemn double thumbs up of her absolute favorite? As a fan, she was collecting Kang Woojin's double thumbs up printed on the lid. Swish. Wallin slowly peeled off the lid and smiled softly at the inserted double thumbs up of Woojin. So adorable. Placing the lid gently beside her, she savored the cup noodles. In fact, she had tasted Woojin's real Kimjibin Makuksu on our dining table. Hence, she was able to make a more accurate taste comparison. Oh, awesome. It's actually quite similar. Delicious. Soon, she began to slurp it up heartily. Although she was on a diet, she chose to skip meals tomorrow for her fan devotion. When things settle down a bit, I need to buy a few boxes. With the Baeksang Awards tomorrow, the calorie burn would be extreme, but her fangirling was even more intense. Wallen's fighting spirit was stronger than ever. Kang Woojin's closest friends were also not quiet. Lee Kyung-sung, who arrived at the large mart near his company just in time for lunch, was the quickest. Whoa, holy shit. With his belly even more pronounced, Lee Kyung-sung gaped as soon as he reached the mart. A sign hung in the ramen section. Kimjibin Makuksu sales point. There was a line of at least 30 people, and more were joining by the minute. Lee Kyung-sung let out a helpless laugh and immediately took a photo of the situation to post in the group chat. How could he resist this bizarre scene? Then he joined the queue himself. The group chat soon became noisy. Lee Kyung-sung, live situation at D-Mart. Lee Kyung-sung, photo? Na Hyungu, no way, seriously? This is crazy. Kim Dae-young, same at the convenience store here. Lee Kyung-sung. Within minutes, 10 people lined up behind, might not get any at this rate. Na Hyungu. I was planning to buy some on my way home after work. Shit, that was a weak plan. Na Hyungu. It's going out of stock as soon as it's released. Woojin. Kang Woojin. Since it's yours, don't you have any leftovers? Give us some charity. Kim Dae-young. Photo, I succeeded. Kang Woojin's double thumbs up is very impressive. Kang Woojin. Don't buy it. Don't take photos of the double thumbs up. I said don't. Kim Dae-young. No way. I'll keep it well preserved and pass it down for generations. Saying this is what my friend looks like. Naturally, Woojin's fan club president, his sister Kang Hyuna, and her group, as well as actors close to Kang Woojin, and indeed the whole country, were buzzing over Kimjibin Makuksu. It was a predictable trend. The phenomenon created by the 20% viewership rating of Our Dining Table and Kang Woojin's influence. On top of that, the marketing power of Nongsin through SNS and numerous YouTubers' advertisements added to the frenzy. Issue pick, Kang Woojin's cup noodles, Kimjibin Makuksu, out of stock as soon as sales begin. The media followed suit. People lining up at convenience stores to buy Kimjibin Makuksu, creating an open run even for cup noodles thanks to Kang Woojin. Public opinion fanned the flames. The situation in front of the convenience store near my house is crazy. The open run for Kang Woojin's Kimjibin Makuksu today. Hey WTF, I came to buy Kang Woojin's cup noodles, and the line is insane. Open run for Kimjibin Makuksu. Oh fuck, all the Kang Woojin's cup noodles sold out right in front of me. Open run for Kimjibin Makuksu is so funny. Ah shit, are they controlling the initial stock again? It was a huge hit. The next day, March 18th, Thursday, the day of the Baeksang Arts Awards. It was a late morning. The time was around 11 a.m. Kang Woojin could be found in a van on a road in Seoul. He was currently on his way to the salon. Woojin was looking down at his phone with a serious expression. Up until just now, he had been checking numerous congratulatory messages, and now he was checking the situation with the Kimjibin Makuksu cup noodles. This is craziest, this for real? The situation was more serious than he had anticipated, and Kang Woojin was purely astonished. Who could have imagined such a scenario? Open run. I thought that only happened in the news. However, Woojin had to focus on another schedule today. He had to deal with everything related to the Baeksang Arts Awards all day. Later, after arriving at the salon in Cheongdam-dong and finishing his hair and makeup and other preparations to look his best. All right, Woojin. Let's go. Having completed all his preparations, Kang Woojin got into the van. Yes, Seonim. That same day, late afternoon, Seoyex in Samseong-dong. The Grand Baeksang Arts Awards was to be held at Seoyex. The exact location was Hall D. At COEX's outdoor plaza, the Baeksang Arts Awards logo and the logos of various sponsor companies were already set up like walls on either side, and in the center, a long red carpet was laid out. Hundreds of reporters were gathered on both sides of the red carpet. Pabababak. Pababababak. The sound of camera shutters was endless. The parade of stars had already begun. Surrounding the reporters were people from various media, broadcasting stations, and awards ceremony staff, and fans and spectators encircled them. It was a spectacular scene. An enormous crowd, easily numbering in the hundreds, filled the red carpet from start to finish. Jihyun SSI. Hello, Jihyun SSI. Kya. Yini. Please wave at us. This way, please. Please give us a heart sign. The excitement pierced the sky. In terms of scale, it was even grander than the Blue Dragon Awards. It made sense. While the Blue Dragon Awards are a festival for filmmakers, the Baeksang Awards cover not only movies but also TV. Actors, broadcasters, comedians, and entertainers related to movies, dramas, variety shows, and theater all gather. Naturally, the size had to be several times bigger. As time went on, the red carpet event of the Baeksang Awards became hotter and more intense. The national MC who shook up last year's variety show scene appeared, as well as actors who stood out in the theater scene. The blue-chip comedians of the variety scene shyly greeted and marched on. Everyone was dressed meticulously in tuxedos, suits, or dresses. Meanwhile, the hundreds of reporters, while filming the arriving celebrities, were also waiting for the actor who had created a huge buzz yesterday and today. Ah, damn, when is he coming? Did he already go in? No, I've been here since before the red carpet started, and I haven't seen a hair of Kang Woojin. Are you sure, Reporter Park? Yeah, he'll be here soon, I bet. It was Kang Woojin. Although many top stars had already graced the red carpet, making reporters salivate, the face the hundreds of reporters were most eager to see was undoubtedly Kang Woojin. Ever since his appearance in the entertainment industry, he had never not been in the spotlight, a monstrous actor. Even at this very moment, his buzz was exploding. At that moment, Kang Woojin SSI. The reporters and correspondents at the beginning of the red carpet became excessively busy. The reason was simple. Kang Woojin, wearing a navy-toned tuxedo, had appeared with a calm face, in stark contrast to the excitement-laden scene. The speed at which flashes went off multiplied several times. Pabababababak. Shouts and screams, or rather shrieks, began to spread across the entire red carpet. Kang Woojin SSI. Please give us a wave. A wave. Look this way and wave. Woojin SSI. It seems like your cup noodles are a huge hit. How do you feel? Wow. It's Kang Woojin. Kang Woojin. Kya. Appa. Please look over here. Woojin SSI. What award do you think you'll win today? The decibel level was enough to make your eardrums throb. It was almost frightening. Nevertheless, an enormous number of people were entangled, rushing towards Kang Woojin. The expressions of the burly guards standing in between showed their struggle clearly. In contrast, Kang Woojin. He maintained a poker face while responding appropriately. Enduring the blinding flashes, he waved his hand and briefly responded to the screams by making eye contact with the shouting fans. He appeared calm. However, on the inside, he was excited. My ears are going to burst. Aren't there way more people here than at the Blue Dragon Awards? Wow, this is crazy. I can't see ahead because of the flashes ahead. It was an awards ceremony that he was experiencing for the first time since the Blue Dragon Awards. Although his heart wasn't about to explode like during his first experience, Kang Woojin was still extremely tense. The concentrated attention made his heart race even more. The ever-composed Woojin needed to keep his mind sharp. If he tripped over his own feet and fell, he would look foolish. But that became reality. Thud. In an instant, Woojin's steps tangled, and he stumbled forward. Chapter 260. Chapter 260. Baeksang 1. You what? Kang Woojin's scream echoed inside as his legs twisted and he stumbled. At this rate, he would just fall flat on his face. Ugh. Hey. Wait a minute. His persona is intense right now. If he fell like this, he would maintain a serious expression, but it would be an undeniably ridiculous sight. The over 100 reporters would eagerly press their shutters, thinking it was a golden opportunity. Just imagining it was horrifying. But Woojin's body had already lost its balance and was falling forward. Shit, wait a minute. At that moment, Kang Woojin reached out his arm with all his might. He saw the Baeksang logo board panel right to his left. Pop. He caught it. He managed to grab it without falling. A regular person would have 100% fallen, but thanks to the martial arts imprinted within him, Kang Woojin could show this kind of reflex. Phew. Shit, I almost got seriously screwed. The problem was what to do next. Clearly, Kang Woojin's current posture was unnatural. If he awkwardly pretended nothing happened, it would look just as ridiculous as falling. Kang Woojin came up with a solution through extreme shamelessness. Swoosh. As if everything until now was perfectly natural, he extended his hand towards the side with the logo panel. To be precise, Kaya. Wow. Woojin. I'm a real fan. Thank you. He grabbed a fan's phone that was reaching out and took a photo. He then proceeded to sign autographs for the surrounding fans. How about that? Natural, right? He replaced the fall with fan service. Like a snake slipping through a crack. Barely overcoming a small crisis, Woojin cynically greeted the fans and resumed walking the red carpet. How to describe it? The red carpet now looked like a pathway to hell in Kang Woojin's eyes. Ugh, I feel like throwing up. Fortunately, though, swoosh. Having passed the long, hellish red carpet, Kang Woojin reached the entrance of the hall. After a brief photo time and a simple interview with the hosts, Kang Woojin entered the hall where the awards ceremony would be held. The interior was as astonishing as expected. Kang Woojin's mouth fell open. Of course, only internally. It's freaking huge. Crazy how many giant screens are there. Just the seats in the main hall easily exceeded 1,000. There were more than 5 giant screens on the front stage, and the lights on the ceiling and around the stage were illuminating it. The broadcast team was filming it, and numerous celebrities who had arrived early were busy greeting each other. Since it was still before the awards ceremony, the atmosphere was a bit casual. Kang Woojin, standing at the entrance of the hall, hesitated to join that vast crowd. Should he sneak out? But there's no way. Hello, Woojin SSI. Actors who recognized Kang Woojin as he entered approached him. Woojin flinched subtly. Although he was seeing these actors in person for the first time, they approached Woojin as if they knew him well. I really enjoyed Drug Dealer. Are you filming Leechwell? Ah, yes. But don't you have any of those cup noodles left? I couldn't buy any at all. Sorry, I don't have any either. The one who saved Woojin was Hong Hae-yun, who had just entered the hall. Wearing a black dress that exposed her shoulders, Hong Hae-yun stuck close to Woojin. What are you doing here? Though a pleasant scent wafted over, Woojin replied in a low voice, deliberately ignoring it. Just greeting a few people. If you get caught here, there's no end to it. Let's go to our seats first. Yes. Hong Hae-yun pulled Woojin's arm while throwing a final greeting to the actors. However, the way to their seats was not smooth. So many people greeted them. Meeting the Freezing Love team after a long time, the Drug Dealer team including Jin Jae-jun and others. They even met Ryu Young-min along the way and joined him. With so many people from the variety show industry present, it was chaotic. They had brief conversations with PD Yoon Byung-seon and other PDs. There were many broadcasters, comedians, and idols. Woojin had seen them all on TV or in articles, but they were all unfamiliar to him. So fascinating. It was unusual. Was it because there were so many celebrities scattered around? Kang Woojin gradually became numb to seeing them. Meanwhile, he met Wallin. Woojin SSI, the tuxedo, it suits you well. Yes, you too, Wallin SSI. Your dress is beautiful. Really? By the way, I tried the cup noodles yesterday. It was really hard to get, but they were pretty good. Is that so? He also greeted director On Jae-bak, who he saw yesterday, and other directors like Kwon Ki-taek, who was in the final stages of post-production editing. Even brief conversations and appropriate greetings were exhausting. Well, looking at it this way, it showed that Kang Woojin's prestige was completely different from the past. But, oh my, Kang Woojin SSI? Haha, nice to meet you. There seemed to be no end to people clinging to Kang Woojin. At this moment, not in the Baeksang Awards ceremony hall, but in a corner of the first-floor lobby, Choi Sung-gun with a ponytail was. Okay, keeping the vibe alive. He was monitoring in various ways. Of course, Han Yi-young, Jang Soo-hwan, and all of Woojin's team were doing the same. Monitoring was something they always did, but currently, it was related to Kang Woojin's Kimjibin Makuksu, which had released yesterday. The community side is almost at saturation point, right? Whether it's reviews or cursing, it's blowing up. Wow, there's even a separate gallery created? SNS has increased a lot more than yesterday. Tags and shares have multiplied several times. What about YouTube? The videos from YouTubers who received advertisements are being released. Only one day had passed since the official sales began. Just one day, and Kimjibin Makuksu cup noodles were walking the path of a so-called super hit. YouTube, which leads the trends, was proof of that. YouTubers, who would jump on anything slightly hot for views, were the evidence. They described it as sticking in a straw, and when interest peaked, everyone would churn out related content. Currently, Woojin's Kimjibin Makuksu cup noodles were that hot topic. Urgent. I managed to get the so-called Kang Woojin's cup noodles. I barely got my hands on Kimjibin Makuksu and tried it. Peer review TV. From cooking specialists to mukbang, and even YouTubers unrelated to food, all started uploading videos simultaneously. About 30% were YouTubers sponsored by Nongsin, but around 70% jumped in just for the views without any sponsorship. Why can't I get this? Hashtag honest review, hashtag Kang Woojin cup noodles, hashtag Kimjibin Makuksu fragrant life hacks. Honest review of Kimjibin Makuksu Sunguri Princess. Sold out immediately after the release? I too did an open run to buy Kang Woojin's cup noodles. But how does it taste? We Review TV, a place that sells Kimjibin Makuksu in bulk. Demon King Issue TV. Reviews, taste evaluations, and bought with my own money videos. The protagonist in all these videos was always Kang Woojin's cup noodles, with only the keywords changed, and their views were skyrocketing. From as small as 50,000 to 300,000, and even more than 700,000 or 1 million views were seen. Similar trends were observed not only on YouTube, but also on various video platforms. This storm of content stimulated the public and boosted their desire to purchase. Kang Woojin's cup noodles are genuinely delicious. Not kidding, truly tasty. The only frustrating thing is how hard it is to get. I can't buy Kimjibin Makuksu even if I want to right now. Seeing this person's review, who usually gives pretty harsh evaluations, I have to try it if he praises it this much. So where can I buy Kimjibin Makuksu right now? I work night shifts at a convenience store, and as soon as Kang Woojin's cup noodle stock arrived, it sold out in 5 minutes. People swarmed like zombies. I had to do an open run to buy cup noodles, but I failed. Oh, if this person shows such an expression, it must be good. 0:48 You can see the noodles aren't even fully cooked yet, but he's just eating it crazy. This cup noodles might become a trend. Kang Woojin is killing it. As someone who has watched every single one of his videos, that expression is genuine, means it's at least top tier. With YouTube in this frenzy, SNS was not quiet either. The already hot cup noodles got a booster thanks to Kang Woojin's power. It's just the beginning, but the impact is already this significant. The massive success of the cup noodles not only brings in money, but also directly impacts Kang Woojin's image and recognition. It was a different story from a successful project. Kang Woojin's impact that created a shortage even for cup noodles. Has there ever been an actor like this? Choi Sung-gun showed a very pleased expression. Anything he touches is at least a moderate success. No, a huge success. Even just by releasing works with his insane intuition, Kang Woojin would be idolized. But Woojin has casually exerted huge influence in other areas as well. How could one not love him as the CEO of an entertainment company? And now, he's definitely going to cause a scene today as well. The Baeksang Awards ceremony was also something to look forward to. About 20 minutes later, finally, Kang Woojin sat in his designated seat. It was the middle seat in the 8th row from the front of the stage. The actors sitting with him were Hong Hae-yeon, Ryu Young-min, and Lee Han-na. In other words, he was sitting with the BW Entertainment family. Although Ryu Young-min's transfer hadn't been officially reported, it was already a done deal. At that moment, SSS. The overall lighting dimmed slightly, and the white lights on the ceiling shone on the stage. The broadcast team around the stage also focused on the stage, and nearly 1,000 audience members, including actors, turned their attention to the front. Upbeat music played, and the logo of the Baeksang Awards ceremony appeared on several giant screens on the stage. The screens opened on both sides, and a male and female actor appeared. The feeling was no different from the Blue Dragon Awards. The designated lines. The subsequent proceedings. The first start of the awards was, as expected, the Rookie of the Year award. However, they separated the film and TV categories. Now let's begin. Best New Actor in the TV category. Let's meet the nominees. The interesting part was, yes, congratulations. Actor Kang Woojin from Freezing Love. As expected, the Best New Actor in the TV category went to Kang Woojin, but the work was Freezing Love instead of Hanryang. Of course, Kang Woojin's portrayal of a disabled character in Freezing Love was impressive enough. At that time, the performance received rave reviews in the acting industry, changing the ranking of performances by disabled characters in history. Well, as long as he received it, that's it, right? But it was a bit puzzling. Anyway, Kang Woojin went on stage and added another trophy, delivering his acceptance speech calmly. There was nothing shocking or excessive like during the Blue Dragon Awards. He just calmly expressed his gratitude. It might have seemed like he was not moved at all. Some actors murmured about it. What's this? He seems bored of winning Rookie of the Year awards. What else can you do? If they gave it to anyone other than Kang Woojin this year, it would cause an uproar too. Right, that's true. It's a justified arrogance. Not only is his acting great, but there's no one like that him who can create issues, right? Next was the Best New Actress in the TV category, followed by the Best New Actor in the film category. However, Kang Woojin was not a nominee for the Film Rookie of the Year. This was a part that Kang Woojin also agreed upon. He had already received many Rookie of the Year awards, and a repeated pattern could leave a negative impression on the public. Whatever the case, the Best New Actress in the film category went to Han So-jin. The Baeksang Awards ceremony proceeded quickly. Best New Director in Film, Artistic Award in both film and TV categories, Best Screenplay in the TV category, Best Scenario in the film category. After the awards for directors and writers, it was the theater section. Numerous winners cried and laughed during their acceptance speeches. Thus, the last sequence of the fully packed first part arrived. The order displayed on the large screen. Best Supporting Actor in the TV category. On stage were last year's winners of the Best Supporting Actor awards. Among them was Wallin, wearing a dress mixed with white and gray. Wallin, with her long hair braided in a single strand, stood in the center of the stage, linking arms with the male actor. Soon, looking at the cue card, she moved her red lips. The excitement of winning an award on this stage last year is still vivid, and being the presenter now feels strange. Ha ha ha, really? But my hands are trembling too. Shall we meet the nominee actors first? Let's do that. The hall darkened, and the giant monitor started displaying the nominee actors. One by one, the actors appeared along with clips of their performances in their respective works, showing shots of them sitting in the audience. And the last one, Kang Woojin / Profiler Hanryang. Park Dae-ri. No, Kang Woojin's image was displayed. The camera also captured his real self, sitting in the middle of the hall. His indifferent face remained unchanged. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall split in half. Some murmured while others watched calmly. As soon as Park Dae-ri's image disappeared from the giant monitor, swish, the hall brightened, and Wallin pulled out the cue card from the envelope she had received. I am shaking. Truly, it was sincere. Wallin wasn't just saying the designated lines. She was experiencing heart-pounding nervousness. Her feelings as a fan were overflowing. Other actors were excellent too. But please, let my ultimate favorite win. However, outwardly, Wallin hid her emotions as best as she could. Swallowing hard, she unfolded the cue card. Her eyes widened instantly. For about 5 seconds, holding the shock in her eyes, Wallin, her hands trembling slightly, slowly brought her mouth to the standing microphone. Then, contrary to her expression, she announced with strength, "Congratulations to the winner of the Best Supporting Actor in the TV category, Kang Woojin from Profiler Hanryang." Suddenly, dozens of cameras in the hall focused on Kang Woojin. All the giant monitors on the stage displayed Woojin's cynical face. Simultaneously, the eyes of all the audience members at the awards ceremony were fixed on Kang Woojin. Swish. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin simply stood up calmly. Soon, many actors, even while watching Kang Woojin rise, were left with their mouths agape at the result, winning both the Rookie of the Year and the Best Supporting Actor awards. Moreover, the winner was a second-year actor. It was an extremely rare occurrence. No, in the long history of the Baeksang Awards ceremony. Wow, has this ever happened before? And no, this is the first time I've seen it. Amazing. Kang Woojin was the first one. Chapter 261, Baeksang 2. Translator, Drinkschreibe. Cameras were all focused on Kang Woojin. Numerous actors, broadcasters, comedians, directors, and staff, all with faces marked by surprise, were also looking back at Kang Woojin standing up from his seat. Then, clap, 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 clap. The sound of applause spread throughout the large hall. In the end, everyone in the hall was clapping for Kang Woojin. The shock was shocking, but they still had to congratulate him. Meanwhile, murmurs mixed with applause grew among the audience in the hall. Wow, I was surprised that Kang Woojin was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor award. But he actually won it? Right? Honestly, being nominated for the Best Supporting Actor in his first year at Baeksang was enough to create a buzz. But he actually won the award. Ugh, it's enviable. But seriously, what kind of god is backing Kang Woojin? Everything he does is a big hit. I really didn't expect him to win the Best Supporting Actor award. From last year to this year, all the celebrities who were well-known and popular in the Korean entertainment industry were present. Even to them, Kang Woojin seemed very eccentric. A strikingly eccentric figure. Last year, he swept the Rookie of the Year awards at various film festivals and entertainment awards. And now he's winning both the Rookie of the Year and the Best Supporting Actor awards simultaneously? Isn't this the first time? Such a case. There have been quite a few cases where someone was nominated for both awards simultaneously, right? But this isn't just a nomination. Has there ever been a case where someone swept the Rookie of the Year awards and then climbed up to win the Best Supporting Actor award in their second year? Moon So-bin Sunbae received both the Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor awards at the Blue Dragon Awards back in 2002, I think. But at Baeksang, Kang Woojin is the first, as far as I know. So, it's the first time in nearly 10 years. And at Baeksang, Kang Woojin has made history. What kind of insane momentum is this in just his second year since debut dash? Sweeping the Rookie of the Year awards and numerous other awards right after debuting, making an unprecedented 8 wins, was already unheard of, but Kang Woojin's momentum didn't stop there. This time, he made history by being the first to win both the Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor awards simultaneously. Though not entirely unheard of in the entire Korean entertainment industry, it was rare enough to be counted on one hand in its decades-long history. Because his moves are so unprecedented, most aspiring actors have Kang Woojin as their goal. All our agency trainees talk about is Kang Woojin. It's absurd. There's only a 1 to 2 year difference between them and Kang Woojin, but he's already starring in major projects and winning the Best Supporting Actor award. The reactions of everyone attending the awards ceremony were not at all strange. To be precise, it was Kang Woojin's existence that was abnormal. He was causing a natural disaster in the entertainment industry. Then, clap, 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 clap. Amid the thunderous applause, Kang Woojin, who had risen from his seat, swish, moved towards the stage. Meanwhile, thunderous congratulations poured from actors like Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min as he passed by. You're really crazy. Woojin SSI, you've caused quite a stir. Congratulations. Haha, Woojin SSI. Congratulations. You turned things upside down once again. Even the broadcasters and directors seeing him in person for the first time were the same. Everyone had something to say to Kang Woojin as he passed by. Thus, Kang Woojin made his way through the space between seats. From the middle, the path to the brightly lit stage was wide open. Woojin walked nonchalantly. In front of him, a camera capturing Kang Woojin was moving backward. On the large monitor installed on the stage, Kang Woojin's front, side, and back were displayed. His dignified and firm face stood out prominently. A strong persona. It was just a facade, though, because inside, he was a mess. Woojin's heart was pounding hard after a long time. Wow. Shit. Is this real? Well, wait a minute. Don't trip. Stay calm. Kang Woojin, stay calm. He was at war alone. It was intense. However, no one knew about it. Thus, Kang Woojin focused even more on walking. His target was only the stage. The crowd of actors clapping around him didn't even come into view. The cameras? He'd long forgotten them. Hup. Phew, I'm so nervous. Only the award has changed, but why do I feel like I'm going to throw up? But is it really sure that I'm receiving the Best Supporting Actor award? Unlike his slightly arrogant exterior, Kang Woojin's inner self was exceedingly soft. He couldn't quite believe this was reality. He had been extremely surprised when he was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor award. But when his name was called by Wallin, Woojin almost jumped up in genuine astonishment, thinking, wow. The interesting part was that misconceptions were growing at the awards ceremony at this moment. Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min, sincerely delighted. Look at Woojin SSI's calm expression. He must know the significant mark he's making in the Korean entertainment industry right now, right? Of course he knows. That's why he's so composed. Just look at his face. It clearly says, I expected this much. He's not satisfied, is he? Do you remember what Woojin SSI declared at the Blue Dragon? He announced he would win the Best Actor award. So the Best Supporting Actor is probably just one step for him. It's really absurd. That character never ceases to amaze. Director On Jae-bak and director Kwon Ki-taek, who were sitting side by side, quietly clapped. Haha, the declaration at the Blue Dragon Awards is gradually becoming reality. You mean the part about winning the Best Actor award next year? Yes. Imagine how anxious the other actors watching this must be. Look at Woojin's confident face, even after making history at Baeksang, he remains calm. Any actor seeing such an impact firsthand would be trembling. At this, director Kwon Ki-taek, who seemed more amiable and relaxed despite the frequent all-nighters, looked at Woojin walking towards the stage and chuckled. For some reason, I think he'll receive that Best Actor award somewhere other than in Korea. Director On Jae-bak glanced at director Kwon Ki-taek and slowly nodded. I agree. It would be disappointing if he didn't. At this point, swish, Kang Woojin climbed the wide Baeksang award stage once more. However, the atmosphere was completely different from when he received the Rookie of the Year award. Woojin's mental state was also different. I'm here. I'm almost there. Just a bit more. He was spending all his energy maintaining his composed persona due to excessive tension. As he slowly approached the two actors holding the bouquet and trophy, he received the bouquet from the male actor. Congratulations, Kang Woojin SSI. Thank you. The golden trophy was in Wallen's hand. With a faint smile, Wallen handed the trophy to Woojin. It was quieter than he expected. Woojin SSI, I sincerely congratulate you. Truly. Yes, Wallen SSI. Thank you. However, the internal states of the two were vastly different from their exteriors. Especially Wallen, who, despite appearing calm, was internally bouncing with joy, barely holding back the urge to clap wildly and perform a traditional dance out of sheer happiness. Eek! Is this real? Seriously? This is amazing. Woojin Nim is amazing. Why am I so happy? No, I should be happy, right? Suppressing the desire to hug Woojin, Wallen and the male actor stepped back a few steps. It was now Woojin's turn to speak. However, Woojin did not immediately bring his mouth to the standing microphone. He looked down at the Best Supporting Actor trophy in his hand for a moment. What is this? Did I really receive this? It felt slightly surreal. Whatever. Let's just say something. Kang Woojin raised his head, maintaining an indifferent expression. But what should he say? How many acceptance speeches has he given by now? Although this was a completely different award from the Rookie of the Year, it wasn't much different to Kang Woojin. He didn't have much to say. It was a crisis. No matter how much he thought, his mind was blank. But it's the Best Supporting Actor award. He couldn't be too boring, could he? Then, an image popped into Woojin's mind. Right, let's just go with that. Deciding, Kang Woojin spoke in a low voice. Thank you. I believe I've said enough in the past. So, I will briefly convey my feelings with a simple gesture. Soon, Wallen and the numerous actors in the front audience seats tilted their heads in puzzlement. Regardless, Kang Woojin, maintaining his poker face. Thud. He placed the trophy and bouquet down. Then, SSS. Suddenly, he raised both hands and struck a pose that had recently become popular. At the same time, Wallen inadvertently let out a laugh. Why? Because the image Kang Woojin presented was exactly like the one on the lid of the Kimjibin Makuksu cup ramen. Those double thumbs up. Really so cute. The dignified double thumbs up. Kang Woojin proudly displayed what he had always mocked. This lasted for about 5 seconds. At that moment, the vast hall fell silent. What does it matter? Ignoring the embarrassment rising from deep within, Woojin, who had given a dignified double thumbs up to the cameras and nearly 1,000 spectators, bowed his head in greeting. Phew, damn. Shame washed over him. But Kang Woojin somehow neutralized it with his tough act. Being shameless solved everything. Then, holding the bouquet and trophy, Kang Woojin silently descended from the stage. At the same time, uffed. That guy really has a unique character. What's with the double thumbs up? The Baeksang Awards ceremony was filled with laughter. Afterward, Both parts 1 and 2 of the Baeksang Arts Awards where Kang Woojin caused a stir were over. For reference, the Best Drama Award went to Profiler Han Yang, and the Best Film Award went to Drug Dealer. Actors close to Kang Woojin, such as Ryu Young-min and Hong Hae-yeon, also grabbed a trophy each. Of course, Kang Woojin was the first and last to win both the Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor awards simultaneously. After the Baeksang Awards ceremony ended, the exit process was carried out in stages due to the large crowd that had to disperse. Kang Woojin, being in the middle, had to wait a bit and was currently being bombarded by cameras from the broadcasting team. Watching this from the entrance, the ponytailed Choi Sung-gun was overwhelmed with emotion. "Hey, you alien. Yeah, I knew you'd win. Who else but you could win? You're truly amazing." In all my years in the entertainment industry, a few tens of minutes later, it was time for Kang Woojin and the surrounding actors to exit. As expected, hundreds of reporters were gathered near the entrance of the hall where the Baeksang was held. They were almost half-crazed. Back for the exclusive scoop that was walking calmly over there. "He's here. Kang Woojin SSI. Woojin SSI. How do you feel about winning both the Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor awards simultaneously? Don't push. Woojin SSI. Please pose with the trophy." Questions that were closer to screams than shouts. Among them, one reporter's shout stood out. "Woojin SSI. Did you know this simultaneous win is a first at Baeksang? Did you expect this simultaneous win to some extent?" Kang Woojin, with an indifferent face, answered, "I didn't know, and it's not particularly important." The next morning, Friday the 19th, a little past 10 o'clock, the location was a tall building in Yangjae. A fairly large rental studio occupying the 4th and 5th floors was bustling. The 4th floor was especially hectic. Dozens of staff and production company employees were busily moving about. 30 minutes. 30 minutes left. It seems like there aren't enough chairs in the waiting room. PD Nim has arrived. I'll guide you to the audition room. There were a total of 3 offices visible immediately along the corridor upon exiting the elevator. All of them were wide open, and a laminated sign was attached to the glass door of each office. Waiting room 1, waiting room 2, waiting room 3. The interiors of the 3 waiting rooms, neither large nor small, were roughly similar. Dozens of chairs. Nothing felt particularly decorated. It was clear the intention was to seat as many people as possible. Exiting one of these waiting rooms, at the end of the corridor, the main space of the rental studio came into view. The sign on the door read, "Audition Room." The interior here was also simple. A long desk placed at the front from the entrance, a water bottle on it, small cameras set up at the front, middle, and end. That was all. In front of the long desk was completely empty. At that moment, swish, a familiar bearded man entered the audition room. It was PD Song Man-woo, dressed in a khaki jacket. He looked around the audition room once and nodded. This should do. Simultaneously, the staff, including the assistant director behind PD Song Man-woo, sighed in relief. Soon, PD Song Man-woo sat in the middle of the long desk, exhaling deeply. "Phew, I'm dead tired." This was the aftermath of a simple after-party held after the Baeksang Awards ceremony yesterday. On top of that, his face was heavily marked with fatigue from the recent preparations for the production of Beneficial Evil. Around this time, other personnel, not part of his team, entered and greeted PD Song Man-woo. Roughly a dozen people. "Hello, PD Nim Dash. Oh, you're already here." They were employees from the physical production team of Netflix Korea. The reason was simple. In about an hour, the first large-scale audition for Beneficial Evil was scheduled to begin here. Notifications had already been sent out to numerous entertainment companies and acting academies across the country. The official announcement was also posted. The industry was in an uproar. Communities and SNS of aspiring actors were buzzing. It's rare for a blockbuster project to hold such a large-scale audition. For those dreaming of becoming actors, it was a huge opportunity. So, it was expected that today's audition would attract hundreds of unknown or rookie actors. In reality, currently, people who were to audition for Beneficial Evil were steadily getting off the elevator. About 30 people had already arrived. The 5 who just got off the elevator were from various acting academies, each with different charms. Some were tall like models, some had cute faces, some were handsome, some had muscular builds, and some had unique looks. Among them, A muscular man looked nervous as he saw the many staff members. Phew, I'm screwed. My heart already feels like it's going to burst. A tall man patted his back. Want to go to the bathroom with me? Let's puke together. Shall we? By the way, because Kang Woojin caused a stir at Baeksang yesterday, the participants are going to be even more packed than usual. Winning both the Rookie of the Year and Best Supporting Actor awards. It was insane. Yeah, it was truly crazy. But he's my goal, so he should at least do that much. I prepared a Kang Woojin scene for today's audition. Park Dae-ri. What? Are you nuts? You brought something that difficult. For reference, the audition method was free acting. At this moment, among the 5 entering the waiting room, a short woman with a bob haircut, who clearly had a cute appearance, muttered softly. Kang Woojin is a fake. What? The woman had an appearance that suited words like lovely and cute, but her tone was somewhat eerie. He's a fake. I can see it. The tall man sighed. There she goes again. Don't say weird things about my goal. My mom said the same. She said Kang Woojin is possessed by an evil spirit. I agree. What does your mom do? She's a shaman. At this moment, everyone who's arrived, please don't just stand, take a seat. We're handing out number tags. The large-scale first audition for Beneficial Evil officially started. Chapter 262, Baeksang 3. The large-scale first audition for Beneficial Evil had begun. Participants would be screened here, move on to the second round, and then eventually leading to the final selection. Anyway, hundreds of participants gathered from the first waiting room to the third. More people showed up than expected, leading to the sudden creation of a fourth waiting room. The audition process was simple. The assistant director, who was in charge of the proceedings, called the participants in alphabetical order. About 5 people at a time entered the audition room to showcase their acting. In essence, it was no different from a public audition. The first team had just finished, and the second team had just entered the audition room. Gradually, the participants in the waiting rooms began to look pale and flushed. Ugh, I feel sick. You were like this last time too. If you mess up again this time, the professor will really scold you. I seriously want to get at least a minor role. But Woojin Nim won't come, right? I just want to see him in person at least once. Why would someone who turned the Baeksang Awards upside down yesterday come here? The participants included theater troupe members, acting students, acting academy members, rookies from agencies, and unknown actors who came alone. Participants with their unique charms. They all had different vibes, but they all held one thing in common. They were all holding papers in one hand. It was the script for the acting they would showcase today. Since today's audition was free acting, it would be the acting script each had prepared. Shit, I can't remember my lines, manager. You idiot. I told you to memorize them even while taking a dump. Groans were heard all over each waiting room. Some participants were amazed while looking at the audition-related information posted at the front of the waiting room. Work, Beneficial Evil. Director, Song Man-woo. Writer, Choi Nana. Actor, Kang Woojin. Production, Netflix Korea, DM Production. An interesting point was the changed status of Kang Woojin compared to the past. Get your head straight. It's Kang Woojin. If you get into his work, it'll become an issue no matter what. So if you land even a passerby role, it's a jackpot. Okay. Yes. Don't be scared. Isn't Kang Woojin your role model? There won't be another chance like this, so put your life on the line. This was very simply proven in the many conversations at this audition site. Phew. If I pass the final round, I'll be making a global debut with Kang Woojin. Just imagining it gives me goosebumps. Don't casually call my idol like that. Is it just for you? For me and all the unknowns or trainees, Kang Woojin is almost godlike. More than that, is your acting for Lee Sang-man ready? Of all things, you chose a role that's in the realm of gods. I prepared it knowing everyone would avoid it. If you can portray even a speck of Kang Woojin's acting, you might pass. In this place, Kang Woojin was an ultra-level superstar. Of course, he already had top-level influence in the country, but in this audition room, he was treated as somewhat godly and alien-like. Pioneer, idol, role model, etc. To them, Woojin was both a strong hope and a catalyst. The achievements he built in just 2 years were so tremendous. Yes, it felt like a new human race discovering a new continent and walking ahead without hesitation. That's exactly how it was. Regardless, the hundreds of audition participants struggled in their own ways. Who among them would get through the second audition and receive the final acceptance? However, compared to the participants' fighting spirit, the teams entering the audition room often came back in less than 5 minutes. Okay, that's enough. All right, next team. It was because among the total of 5 judges, the main one, PD Song Man Woo, made quick decisions. Watching the acting took only 10 seconds to at most 30 seconds. Still, for a big shot like PD Song Man Woo to watch this much meant he was showing quite a lot of interest. Usually, they didn't even watch for 5 seconds. Plus, there were too many participants. Start when you're ready. Yes. PD Song Man Woo, looking at the 5 participants standing in front of him, began to feel the fatigue setting in. Who? There's no talent at all. Even after seeing over 10 teams, there wasn't a single participant who stood out. More than half lacked even the basics. Those who did have the basics had no charm. It was common for them to fumble their lines. I expected this, but not to this pitiful extent. He was prepared. PD Song Man Woo knew that 80% of the participants would be meaningless. It was a moment when he deeply felt just how extraordinary Kang Woojin was. Damn it. Still, I have to endure until the end. Even if it's hard to find a pearl necklace, if I can at least get a silver ring, it's a success. Thus, the audition continued quietly yet intensely. 30 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes. As time went on, the other judges besides PD Song Man Woo grew weary, but no notable actor emerged. The best they could find were participants who were merely considered for minor roles. PD Song Man Woo grumbled. It's a drought. The other judges from the casting team agreed. Exactly. If at least their looks were good, we could ask questions, but so far, it's been quite bland, hasn't it? Their acting is, to put it nicely, about the level of a college freshman. Let's proceed quickly. Call the next team. The next team of 5 entered the audition room. Acting began immediately. The first participant's diction was a mess from the start. The second was the same. The third had a unique look, but lacked basic acting skills. Then came the fourth participant. She was a young girl. She had short dark brown hair and was petite. Her face was just cute like that of a puppy. As soon as PD Song Man Woo saw her, he felt it. If she becomes famous, she could easily earn the title of the nation's little sister. Small and cute, adorable, lovely. If you had to visualize the word cute, it would look exactly like her. Even her shoe size seemed tiny, maybe around 210, 215. Just by her appearance, PD Song Man Woo guessed her voice. However, hello, I'm Lim Hae-yoon. Her voice was slightly low and gloomy, an unexpected twist that made PD Song Man Woo's brow twitch subtly. Soon, PD Song Man Woo, who was quietly watching Lim Hae-yoon standing in front of him, looked down at her profile without a word. Flip. It was the first time PD Song Man Woo examined a participant's profile so deeply. Then he found something intriguing and asked, Her. Is your mother a shaman? Yes. Since I was young. Yet you aspire to be an actor? My mother told me not to become a shaman. I see. Other than that, nothing stood out. She was 20 years old, attending a university acting department while also going to an acting academy. This kind of background was common among other participants too. Okay, let's see your acting. Yes. Taking a small breath, she muttered again. The prepared scene is from the short film Exorcism, playing the role of Kim Ryujin. PD Song Man Woo was slightly surprised. He had seen many who prepared scenes of Kang Woojin's acting, but it was the first time seeing someone prepared for Kim Ryujin from Exorcism. Woojin's expression through sound and acoustics was outstanding, but she's attempting that. As PD Song Man Woo, whose interest was piqued, slowly nodded, Lim Hae-yoon suddenly sat down on the floor. Then, unlike her slightly gloomy demeanor earlier, she began to breathe grotesquely and heavily. Her body trembled, and her eyes rolled rapidly. At that moment, PD Song Man Woo, who had been twirling a pen in his hand, stopped, and his gaze sharpened. Oh! Meanwhile, foreign media outlets were simultaneously releasing similar articles. The first hint was dropped 2 days ago. By now, it had grown quite large. Rumors of Miley Cara working on her album with a Korean actor spreads like wildfire. Miley Cara was such a global star. Hence, there were plenty of paparazzi And since it was about Kara, most of the photos in the articles were paparazzi shots of her. Miley Kara's sudden moves. Hollywood and fans are buzzing while she remains silent. The fact that a Korean actor would participate in Kara's new album project? What kind of nonsense is this? Most of the foreign news articles were filled with question marks. In other words, they didn't quite understand. It could be a tabloid rumor. It might be an absurd clickbait story. Korean tabloids are no joke, but Hollywood's are beyond imagination. They might reveal a non-existent pregnancy or suddenly break a completely made-up affair overnight. Compared to those, Kara's article, as absurd as it was, seemed almost cute. However, Miley Kara was a top-tier singer. Therefore, the article spread rapidly among various foreign news outlets. There was something strange about it. If it were a Korean singer, it might make sense. The K-pop wave is quite strong. But a Korean actor? No matter how quirky Kara might be, it was odd. So, where did this rumor originate? Where was it leaked from? And where did it start? In truth, it wasn't clear who started it. But what does it matter? The rumor that started in foreign media steadily transitioned to social media via paparazzi. The reactions from the global public were swift. A Korean actor? What kind of media play is this again? It's obviously a fake article. At least it's not saying Kara is pregnant. I think it's possible. Some Korean actors are also singers. I was looking forward to Kara's new album, but now I'm a bit worried. No way. Even if Miley Kara is a bit weird, she's a professional, right? Why suddenly a Korean actor? What does it matter? I'll listen to anything she releases. Among them, there were also people who started applying their deductive skills. Didn't Kara go to Korea recently to promote her movie? Something might have happened then. If you go to Kara's YouTube channel, there's a video of her singing a duet with a Korean actor. It could be that actor. I saw that video too, but was that guy an actor? I thought he was clearly a Korean singer. Thus, the rumor about Kara, which started abroad, gained momentum, and even on a massive filming set in LA late in the afternoon, Kara was being talked about. Specifically, it was the team of producer Joseph Felton watching the filming. Joseph, it was the bald Robert who called Joseph, who was gazing at the set depicting a village. Joseph, dressed casually in a suit, turned his head at the sound. Robert showed him his phone. Have you seen the article about Miley Kara? It's causing quite a stir these days. Joseph, arms crossed, looked at the article on the phone and chuckled. So, Kara went to Korea to see Leech because of this. So, the Korean actor in the article refers to Kang Woojin? Well, it's not 100%, but I think it's close to 90%. This issue probably leaked from Kara's side. Kara leaked it. Yes, it's a way of giving a heads up to the media and the public, so they don't get too shocked. Do you think it's confirmed? No, I haven't heard it directly from Kara. Kang Woojin's side might have rejected the offer. The bald Robert standing next to Joseph scratched his head. Ever since I found out about Kang Woojin, a lot of unusual things have been happening. Isn't Kara famous for working on her albums solo, without any featuring or joint work? People sometimes act blindly when they're infatuated with something. More than that dash. Joseph, trailing off, turned his gaze forward. Numerous filming staff and Hollywood actors were performing intensely. He was currently watching the filming of a famous drama's 4th season. The black Joseph scratched his chin. Ever since I came back from Korea, nothing impresses me. What do you mean? They're acting. Are you comparing them to Kang Woojin? The giant Joseph remained silent. It was a silent confirmation. Even when he tried to deliberately forget Woojin's acting, watching the performances of Hollywood actors naturally reminded Joseph of the filming set of Leech. I don't feel disappointed, but it doesn't catch my eye either. They are doing well. It's just that I've seen something new and extraordinary. It was as if he had seen a master craftsman's skill. Bald Robert, seemingly sharing similar thoughts, chimed in. Certainly, it's hard to find the same impact we experienced in Korea. When an actor is consistently shocking, one gets used to it. That's why some veteran actors make reckless mistakes. The line between brilliance and recklessness is thin. But somehow, Kang Woojin knows how to navigate that ambiguous boundary. How is that even possible? Then why aren't you working on anything with him? Joseph, chuckling, replied. Even if he were extraordinarily cast in a Hollywood movie, he's an actor who would simply refuse. Do you think Kang Woojin would pack his bags and get on a plane just because I called? He'll have his desired entrance. Probably, that will be Can. Having finished his speculation, Joseph scratched his chin. For now, I think finding a suitable project for him is the priority. Back to Korea. The audition for Beneficial Evil was nearing its conclusion. By now, it was past 2 p.m. Among the judges gathered in the audition room, PD Song Man-woo stretched out long. Phew, how many teams are left? The assistant director waiting by the door immediately responded. About 3 teams left. It's long, so long. Still, they had found some worthwhile candidates. Starting with the noteworthy Lim Hae-eun, they had selected about 50 participants to watch again in the second round. Let's push through to the end. Yes. The assistant director nodded vigorously and brought in the next team. The previous team had 5 women, but this time it was 5 men. And then, this guy not bad. The first man standing drew PD Song Man-woo's attention. Clean? Pure? First of all, his skin was clear. He looked over 180 centimeters tall. He was definitely handsome, with a prominent, kind image. His eyes, nose, and lips were well defined. His simply styled hair was a subtle brown. He exuded freshness, a face that would be a free pass with women. At this point, PD Song Man-woo suddenly thought of Kang Woojin. He's the opposite of Woojin. Quite the contrast in both vibe and appearance. Indeed, he had a face that was the polar opposite of Kang Woojin. Chapter 263, Baeksang 4. A male auditionee with an image very contrasting to Kang Woojin. That alone caught PD Song Man-woo's eye. If Woojin's eye is gray, then that guy is white. No, maybe beige. If we had to compare, Kang Woojin is dark and that auditionee is bright. If they stood together, the contrast would be stark. Their appearances were also different. Woojin has distinct features and black hair. PD Song Man-woo's interests surged rapidly. What was peculiar here was, it's strange. Clearly, despite being in contrast to Kang Woojin, that auditionee had a subtle resemblance to Woojin. Was it because they were around the same age? Naturally, PD Song Man-woo fixed his gaze on his profile, and at the same time, the man standing in front opened his mouth. His voice was soft, but his tone lacked confidence. Hello. I'm Jo Moo-chan. Jo Moo-chan. His voice lacked strength. To put it nicely, he seemed delicate, but harshly, he seemed weak. Nevertheless, for now, just looking at his appearance, he'd be number 1 among the kids who auditioned today. With his delicate appearance alone, he was enough to make numerous entertainment companies chase after him. Anyway, after exchanging brief greetings with Jo Moo-chan, PD Song Man-woo skimmed through his profile. Age, 25. He doesn't have an agency. It was unexpected. PD Song Man-woo naturally thought he would have an agency. Jo Moo-chan's profile was a bit different from a typical aspiring actor's profile. Usually, aspirants would even list their minor appearances. However, Jo Moo-chan's profile had many blanks. He didn't attend university and had no notable appearances. Except for one thing. You're a member of teacher John Munguk's theater troupe? He was affiliated with a famous theater troupe even in the entertainment industry. Jo Moo-chan, who was asked a question, answered hesitantly. Yes? Yes. I am working hard. John Munguk, a renowned national veteran actor. There's no one in South Korea who doesn't know him. He was much senior to the great actor Sim Han-ho and was the most influential among the existing veteran actors. The theater troupe he operated was quite famous. Many top actors came from that troupe, and directors' eyes lit up just hearing its name. PD Song Man-woo was no different. How long have you been in the troupe? Since I was 20, after I came back from the army. How did you join? I heard it's extremely hard to get into that troupe. It was true. Why? Because you could only join if veteran actor John Munguk picked you. My family was a bit struggling financially, so I didn't go to college and started working. But I liked acting, so I joined an acting club. When we were doing a free performance, teacher John Munguk told me to join. PD Song Man-woo stroked his beard. That was a stroke of luck. Anyway, he's been with the troupe for about 5 to 6 years. In any case, I heard the troupe has around 20 members at most. PD Song Man-woo, with his arms crossed, looked at Jo Moo-chan, who was brimming with freshness. On the other hand, Jo Moo-chan averted PD Song Man-woo's gaze quickly. He clearly had low self-esteem. The term delicate fit him perfectly. This was also completely different from Kang Woojin. Nevertheless, Jo Moo-chan had caught the eye of veteran actor John Munguk, and had a solid backing. No, he had the theater troupe. In other words, he's a direct disciple of teacher John Munguk. Moreover, the fact that John Munguk, who valued his reputation highly, sent Jo Moo-chan to this audition meant he's already been vetted. It meant he had confidence. There must have been a reason for releasing his treasured disciple into the world. PD Song Man-woo, nodding slowly, asked Jo Moo-chan, who was staring into the air to avoid his gaze again. You could have continued in the troupe and made your debut after getting scouted. Why did you choose our audition? Jo Moo-chan, who was hesitating, murmured softly. Kang Woojin nim is me idol dashed. But you have more experience in the field than Kang Woojin SSI? Teacher John Munguk said experience is me meaningless, and also I just think Kang Woojin nim is cool. The delicate Jo Moo-chan suddenly put strength into his voice. It meant it wasn't a lie. He sincerely regarded Kang Woojin as his idol. To this, PD Song Man-woo asked again. If that's the case, why haven't you tried for other works? Woojin SSI has been in more than a few projects. Tay teacher said I wasn't ready yet. And now you are? I'm not sure. Okay. Uncrossing his arms, PD Song Man-woo pointed at Jo Moo-chan with his index finger. Let's see your acting. Yes, sir. The one who had received the most questions in today's audition spoke in a shaky voice. The performance I've prepared is Yoo Ji-hyung from Profiler Hanrying. Jo Moo-chan had prepared to play Yoo Ji-hyung, a role that Ryu Young-min, not Park Dae-ri, had taken on. The fact that this kid deliberately chose an antagonistic character to Park Dae-ri meant. Is this teacher John Munguk's strategy? Most likely, the veteran actor John Munguk was well aware that Jo Moo-chan had an image opposite to Kang Woojin. Therefore, PD Song Man-woo guessed that he brought an antagonistic role that Woojin had played. At this moment, SSS, the strength drained from the previously hesitant Jo Moo-chan's body. He became limp. However, his delicate expression changed 180 degrees. The surrounding air shifted. He had dived into the role of Yoo Ji-hyung. Though a slacker, a psychotic smile spread across his face. The previous lack of self-esteem was nowhere to be found. Jo Moo-chan began to showcase his unique interpretation of Yoo Ji-hyung without hesitation. His movements were fluid, and his eyes were lively. At that moment, PD Song Man-woo smiled slightly. Indeed, he fully understood why this Jo Moo-chan had caught the eye of the strict veteran actor John Munguk. This kid is a genius too. And he was a sword. A well-honed sword by teacher John Munguk. The target to wield it against was clear. At the same time, while the audition for Beneficial Evil was heading towards its end, Kang Woojin had returned to the Leech set in Jeonju. Because Leech had no time to rest. High action. In the morning, he received grand congratulations from over 100 staff members, including director On Jae-bak, and thunderous applause from actors like Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryum. Almost everyone who had attended the Baeksang ceremony was there, but they didn't hold back their congratulations for Kang Woojin. Of course, it was the same for those around Woojin. On the night of the Baeksang Awards, his family called him immediately, and not only his childhood friends, but also acquaintances and fellow actors showered him with congratulations. Woojin's fan club, Kang's Heart, also posted congratulatory ads on fan cafes and various SNS. The first simultaneous win of Best New Actor and Best Supporting Actor at Baeksang. It was a deserved outcome and achievement. However, for the ever-busy Kang Woojin, there wasn't much time to enjoy it. He was busy passionately acting as Park Ha-sung in Leech immediately. The thrill didn't last long. It was the fate of the monster actor Kang Woojin. But the world was different. Baeksang Arts Awards concluded. Kang Woojin's simultaneous win attracts attention. Film Festival. He did it again. Last year's 8-time award sweeper Kang Woojin sets new records with Best New Actor and Best Supporting Actor. From the moment the Baeksang Awards ended last night, the world was shaken like a thunderstorm. Public opinion, media, various outlets, and offline too. It even appeared on the news. Actor Kang Woojin, who created a craze for Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen along with his Japanese debut, received both the Best New Actor and Best Supporting Actor awards simultaneously at the Baeksang Awards. It was the first time this has happened. This is reporter Kim Yi-sol. Events at Baeksang and Blue Dragon often appeared in the news, But Kang Woojin's tumultuous impact was too valuable for the news outlets to pass up. Well, the media was predictable. Photo, Kang Woojin's double thumbs up and setting the first simultaneous win record at Baeksang/photo. Kang Woojin, collecting unique records in his second year, not just causing a shortage of cup ramen, but also winning the Best Supporting Actor. Along with Kang Woojin's remarks at the Baeksang, sensational news was spreading rapidly. Naturally, articles flooded various portal sites. Currently, the Kimjibun Makuksu Cup Ramen was continuously raising sales due to its overwhelming popularity. As the public's open runs continued, with appetizing news being added, no media outlet could just sit by. He rewrote history with an unprecedented dual win, but Kang Woojin remains calm, responding, "I didn't know," and it's not particularly important to the question of whether he expected it. This trend shone even brighter in public opinion. Blogs, cafes, SNS, communities, YouTube, and so on. There was nowhere without news of Kang Woojin's simultaneous win. Particularly on YouTube and SNS, the enthusiasm was extreme. There were numerous official Baeksang videos, edited versions, and many clips focusing solely on Kang Woojin. Most of the public was enthusiastic. Honestly, Kang Woojin is amazing, truly changing the history of the Korean entertainment industry on his own. My fave actor Kang Woojin is the best. Congratulations on winning Best New Actor plus Best Supporting Actor at the same time. Clap, clap, clap. Crazy I lost it when Kang Woojin gave double thumbs up for his acceptance speech. Congratulations. I love you. Honestly, when Kang Woojin was called for the Best Supporting Actor award, I got goosebumps. Always supporting Kang Woojin, who walks his path without any connections. Opinions seem divided on Kang Woojin's dual win, but I think he deserved it. Honestly, who else has such an incredible presence like Kang Woojin right now? His double thumbs up was a legendary acceptance speech. When he declared he'd win Best Actor next year at the Blue Dragon Awards, I thought he was crazy, but after winning Best Supporting Actor in his second year, I think it's definitely possible. Amazing. There might never be another actor like Kang Woojin in Korean entertainment history, and he's only in his second year. Most comments were like this. However, there were still plenty of negative views. Kang Woojin makes a historic mark with his dual win at Baeksang, but his finish leaves a sour taste. Netizens say he's overly arrogant. Among gatherings of actors who witnessed Woojin's simultaneous win at Baeksang, I know he acts well, but isn't it weird to give a Best Supporting Actor award to someone in their second year? I agree. Even though times are changing, there were many outstanding seniors, but they gave the award to a rookie. And a dual win, at that. Last year, when he swept the 8 awards, I understood it because his tension was insane. But this time, it's just not right. Baeksang went crazy for ratings. Industry insiders from production companies, entertainment agencies, and broadcasting stations felt similarly. It's 100% because of the hype. Come on, but Kang Woojin's performance as Park Dae-ri in Hanryang was commendable. Who's denying that? But there's tradition and industry rules. How do you give a Best Supporting Actor award to a rookie in their second year? Old-fashioned, old-fashioned. What did you say? It's evidence that the market is changing. Senior, if you stay stuck like that, you'll rot. The public also felt the same. While most acknowledged Kang Woojin's skills, a few took advantage of the controversy. It's a supporting actor award bought with bribes. Honestly, it's ridiculous. How do you give the Best Supporting Actor award to Kang Woojin when there are so many great mid-career actors in Korea? Idiots, no matter what you say here, Kang Woojin is soaring high. They're sucking up to Kang Woojin so much. No matter how great he is, how can he win Best Supporting Actor award already? Baeksang should be investigated internally. Anywhere, anytime. Sigh idiots, keep pounding on your keyboards day and night. One day you'll look back at your life and shed tears in regret. There were always professional complainers. They had always been present on Kang Woojin's path. It was just that they never really affected Woojin, who didn't respond in the same manner but answered with his skills and achievements. Even now, he ignored everything and focused solely on acting, didn't he? For a typical actor, it might have been hurtful, but for Kang Woojin, who was ordinary citizen at core, they couldn't make any scratches. Whatever the case, the volcano that erupted domestically lasted until late at night, and the lights at the Leech set in Jeonju remained on as well. Despite the pitch-dark night, Filming continued. Cut. Jae-jun SSI. Let's go again. That was too bland just now. I'm sorry. Not all of the 100 or so staff members were deployed at once. They were divided into 3 teams and rotated. The same went for the actors. The shooting schedule was planned that way, but director On Jae-bok was full-time. Even by cutting sleep time, the schedule was tight. The following morning, a day later, Woojin, take a break before moving to the next scene. Okay, understood. Kang Woojin, who had just received the okay sign and returned to the waiting tent, exhaled softly. Phew dash. Although he was the only actor currently in the tent, he didn't drop his act. It's a bit tough. No, really tough. Because there was no room for complacency. Anyway, the actors for today's first shoot were Kang Woojin and Oh Hye-young, and after switching with her, it was Kang Woojin's turn again. Then a 2-shot. After that, Jin Jae-jun would join. The set was moving at a breathless pace. Especially since Leech was tight on time, it was even more tightly scheduled. Thanks to this, everyone from the staff to the actors and their teams started to groan. Except for one person, Kang Woojin. Woojin was the only one full of energy on set. The reason was simple, wasn't it? I should rest in the void space for a bit before the serious filming starts. Because he had the cheat item, the void space. Before entering the void space, Kang Woojin cracked his neck slightly. Then suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Or perhaps it was something he had felt since the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Lately, it feels like acting has become easier, more comfortable. Unlike before, acting felt lighter. It was different from gaining more vividness or ease in acting through repeated reading, experience, and performances. It was a change in Kang Woojin himself. The burden of acting had completely disappeared. It felt like his form had improved, enhancing his skills. Well, it could just be Kang Woojin's delusion. Maybe it was just that his thoughts had become more flexible while maintaining various acting roles and personas. Woojin shrugged it off lightly. Poof. He poked the black square that appeared next to the script placed nearby to recover his stamina. Suddenly, Kang Woojin's world turned entirely black. It was the void space he visited 10 times more frequently than his home. Feeling so comfortable, Kang Woojin yawned as soon as he entered the void space. He stretched languidly. Of course, he also dropped his act. This is great, so good. The void space is the best. At that moment, detected an increase in core abilities beyond the basic specs. As soon as Kang Woojin entered the void space, a sudden robotic female voice echoed, unlocking the freedom of roles. It sounded like he could break out of the predetermined script and scenario. Freedom of roles? What's this all of a sudden? It smelled like an upgrade. Chapter 264. Chapter 264, Masterpiece 1. A robotic female voice echoed throughout the endlessly dark void space. The line she uttered was about unlocking the freedom of roles. Unlock freedom? Freedom? Woojin, standing dazed in the void space, blinked and asked again in a quiet voice. Freedom? Like in games? Of course, he wasn't talking to the robotic woman. It was more like talking to himself. As soon as he heard her line, the first thing Woojin thought of was a mobile game he had played in the past. Although it had died out a lot now, it was a hot game back then. The one thing all the users praised about the game was its freedom. Including the convenience of roaming around a vast map, there were no fixed rules, and users could do many things as they wished. That was the freedom of the game. It was about users not being oppressed by the game system and rampaging as they pleased. That was what echoed in the void space now. So, what? Is that the end of that message? After the line about unlocking the freedom of roles, there was no significant change for Woojin. It was the same during the last role synthesis. But back then, there seemed to be some change in his inner self right away. It was then. SSS. Suddenly, a glass-like barrier appeared in front of Kang Woojin. What is this? Woojin furrowed his brow and reached out his hand. He couldn't feel it. Does it exist? He was confused. It might be something visible from within. Then the transparent thing. Zzz. Slowly cracked. It was like glass breaking on its own. The lines kept increasing. Eventually, is it breaking? The transparent barrier shattered into pieces. There was no sound, but it shattered into fragments. The debris did not scatter on the floor of the void space. It just disappeared into the air. Kang Woojin simply watched the phenomenon happening in front of him. How much time passed? Woojin, as if his soul had left, stared blankly. He lost his sense of time. It felt like he was being absorbed into the void space. No, I need to snap out of it. Woojin slightly shook his head and brushed his black hair back. Phew dash. The changes that had appeared were now completely gone. Currently, it was the same as the usual void space. However, yeah, the sense is a bit different. This time, the change was not in his vision, but in his inner self. It was about Kang Woojin's inner world. How should he express this? It felt like the inner space had expanded infinitely. It was as if the paths for the roles Woojin had could now walk indefinitely. Kang Woojin turned his head. He saw floating white rectangles. No way. The void space's ability to read, experience, the scenario or script, and take on the life and everything of that role fundamentally followed the world of the work unless it was an unavoidable mistake by Woojin. It was a framework. The worldview, background, lines, actions, conflicts, emotions, and so on. By repeatedly reading, experiencing all those things and continuously acting, the realization of the role becomes absurdly clear. The outlines and vividness are amplified, but it never deviates. The role's Kang Woojin has must walk the predetermined path of the scenario or script. Although Woojin is the owner, he cannot change the inherent values of the roles. It was default. The lines of the roles, the life of the roles, the world of the roles. The ability that the void space bestowed did not provide anything beyond that. It was like a one-way street with no alternative route. Right, I have experience. In the past, a few times, Woojin's real mistakes were mistaken as ad-libs. While the directors showered him with praise, thinking it was intentional, the results still followed the inherent values. The synthesis he recently acquired was the same. The fixed values of the roles remained, only the characters changed. He could synthesize other characters, but the scenario or script stayed the same. That framework was an immutable law. Until now, Kang Woojin had only moved within the set scenario or script, but he hadn't felt particularly uncomfortable or lacking. Although the freedom was low, he had no doubts. Initially, Woojin lacked knowledge of acting. Moreover, even that was tremendously great. Woojin's current prestige was proof. But it broke. The currently unlocked freedom of roles revealed countless paths, no longer a one-way street. No, they could be felt. A definite sensation. Kang Woojin looked deeper into his inner self. He even closed his eyes. Subtly, the ability of the void space no longer felt like it was forcing lines or actions. The inherent values of the scenario and script had disappeared. There was no framework. Of course, the foundation remained the same. The ability of the void space had not changed. It had simply become more flexible and allowed for deviation. Naturally, with all the elements of the role intact, Kang Woojin could do as he pleased. Oh, does this really work? If so, in the world of Leech, he could blatantly use Park Dae-ri's lines with the face, emotions, and expressions of Park Ha-sung. He could remove the set lines and modify them at will. The first thing Woojin thought of was ad-libs and such. It was indeed an upgrade. While retaining everything about the role and synthesizing other characters' personas, Woojin could now create things not in the scenario or script. Under the direction of the owner, Kang Woojin. A moment later, having gained the freedom of roles, Kang Woojin immediately embarked on the reading, experience of any role. The process was the same. Nothing different from the void space so far. But Kang Woojin. For now, okay. He did not choose to change drastically right away. He opted for a gradual immersion. It was different from role synthesis. He could break out of the framework of the scenario or script and act freely. So he needed to handle it even more carefully. So, Kang Woojin once again plunged into the filming of Leech. Action. He drew out everything of Park Ha-sung, showed him to the world. At the same time, Kang Woojin could distinctly feel, I roughly get it. The unlocked freedom of roles. What used to be a single path had completely changed. The path was gone. Kang Woojin was free. He could bounce in any direction. While maintaining everything of Park Ha-sung, he could easily alter his fixed lines or other aspects. Woojin was gradually adapting to how to handle the void space that had undergone significant changes. Body, mind, and thoughts. He had to become proficient, not just outwardly, but inwardly. Reviewing and reviewing again. Acting is not just done in front of the camera. Kang Woojin could summon a role even when alone, even in the void space. There was ample time to practice and become proficient. The woman in the void space said that the core ability beyond the basic specs. Well, that must mean my acting skills have improved, right? It doesn't mean he's become an acting master who no longer needs the void space. But he would surely be better than before. After all, Kang Woojin is still Kang Woojin. Therefore, Woojin instinctively understood. Hone and hone again. Sharply. The key is to be able to comfortably and effortlessly utilize the newly acquired ability. To be able to whirl through freely in any situation. The best is to achieve the greatest synergy by combining it with other existing abilities. People around may call him a monstrous actor, but it would be better to appear as an even crazier monster. Whether it's for his concept or future. He's not hiding his fangs. Well, there's plenty of time. No need to rush or hurry. Kang Woojin maintained his daily life calmly. About 2 days passed. Our dining table special episode sets a new record with a highest viewership rating of 21%. Viewers clamoring, bring on season 2 quickly. Monday, the 22nd. Even though another weekday had dawned, the internet was still dominated by Kang Woojin's name. Issue Pick recently held large-scale first audition for Beneficial Evil. Which actors have been cast? The Baeksang Awards topic remained densely packed among media and public opinion, and Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen, which caused scarcity and open-run phenomena, had sparked a craze. On video platforms like YouTube, memes were even being created with the cup ramen. Around this time, a burgeoning issue from Hollywood slowly began to emerge in Korea. Overseas, Miley Kara, who visited Korea, working with a Korean actor on her next album, rumors spreading in foreign media. It was news related to Miley Kara. As she had recently visited Korea, it garnered more attention. However, due to Kang Woojin's overwhelming momentum, it didn't become a huge topic. Still, the media and communities rolled the snowball to some extent. Following this, on the 23rd, Kang Woojin woke up in his hotel room in Jeonju and met with the team to move to the set of Leech. As soon as they got on the elevator, ponytailed Choi Sung-gun suddenly smiled. Good timing, dash. What he was looking at was a chat that arrived from the company side. Specifically, from the PR team. Choi Sung-gun's smile deepened as he confirmed the content they sent. Woojin, it's out. Only an idiot would miss this flow. Choi Sung-gun showed his phone to Kang Woojin. Exclusive Kang Woojin to participate in Miley Kara's next album. This was something BW Entertainment had intentionally leaked. End of March. The tumultuous March with its bombshell issues came to an end, and April began. Before anyone knew it, people's attire had become significantly lighter. Spring had arrived. Though the weather had become mild, many things related to Kang Woojin were anything but calm. Especially, as soon as spring started, Japan was in an uproar. Although the news reached Japan a bit later than Korea, sparking a slightly delayed reaction, the flame of the Kang Woojin craze was ignited there as well. Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen had already entered the Japanese market. Moreover, BW Entertainment was also busy. Official, Ryu Young-min joins BW Entertainment, sharing the same agency with Kang Woojin and Hong Hae-yun. BW Entertainment's momentum is terrifying. They had recruited quite a number of actors, including Ryu Young-min, and hosted a major event to attract aspiring actors with the monster-level Kang Woojin as their signboard. Naturally, an enormous crowd gathered. BW Entertainment was no longer a small company. It was now exerting mid-tier influence. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was immersed in filming Leech. The originally tight schedule of Leech meant that by the end of April, Woojin would have to head back to Japan. Among various schedules, the biggest events were the final filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and matters related to the anime Male Friend remake. Filming schedules. Time evaporated like vapor. The first week of April. And the second week. Before he knew it, it was Wednesday, April 14th. The time was around 9 o'clock. Today, rather unusually, Kang Woojin could be found not in Jeonju, where the set of Leech was located, but at the massive film company Harmony Film Company in Sangamdong. It was a medium-sized studio within a very tall building. Although the appointment was at 10 o'clock, Kang Woojin, with his hat pulled down low, arrived about an hour early. Swoosh. Parting ways with the stylist and others, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun entered the studio. What immediately caught Woojin's eye was, oh, it's bigger than I thought. In front of the studio was a reasonably sized screen and some temporary chairs placed before it. There must have been over 30 chairs. There was no one sitting in the chairs yet. However, a few staff members finishing up the setup could be seen. Among them were some familiar faces to Woojin, including the assistant director. Woojin SSI, you're here early? Gosh, it's been a while. Hello, assistant director Nim. I've been watching you soar these days. Ha ha. He was the assistant director of the movie Island of the Missing. In other words, a direct junior to the renowned director Kwon Ki-taek. The production team around him was the same. The production manager, who greeted Woojin after finishing a call, was also from the Island of the Missing team. Naturally, Harmony Film Company was the company handling the production of Island of the Missing. The Island of the Missing staff who hadn't seen Woojin in a while enthusiastically chatted about the issues Woojin had stirred up, while Woojin maintained a deep poker face. Yes, thanks to you. He responded appropriately. Oh, this guy's energy is still explosive. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. It was exactly 20 minutes later. Oh, you're here. A gentle male voice spread throughout the studio. It was a familiar voice too. Director Kwon Ki-taek. Turning around, Woojin saw the warmly smiling Kwon Ki-taek approaching. He extended his hand to Kang Woojin. Thank you for coming. Even though you must be busy with Leech filming. Kang Woojin replied humbly while maintaining his composed demeanor. No, it's nothing. It's not 100% complete yet, but it should be worth watching. I've put in a lot of effort. After you showed such a confident attitude at the press conference, I couldn't afford to slack off. Contrary to his calm exterior, Woojin thought internally. The master director holds a grudge, huh? He answered solemnly. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. No, it's nothing to apologize for. Because of that declaration, I think I've poured my heart and soul into it for the first time in a while. At that moment, hello Dash. A robust, cheerful voice joined in. Entering the studio was the muscular top actor John Woo-chang, one of the main actors of Island of the Missing. But he was with the top actress Kim Ewon. Director Nim, it's been a while. Oh, Woo-chang and Ewon, you're here. The two actors greeted director Kwon Ki-taek deeply and immediately approached Kang Woojin. Oh my, the universe star arrived first? Amazing. How have you been, Kang star? Phew. Woo-chang, lower your decibel a bit. I've seen so many articles about Woojin that it doesn't even feel like it's been a while. Hello. With director Kwon Ki-taek, Kang Woojin, and the two actors, the team grew, and the studio with the screen began to get crowded. Adding to the atmosphere was, hello. Woo-chang, do you know your voice is echoing down the hallway? It was Hai Ura, whose hair had grown slightly from a bob cut. She entered with a slightly cold tone, but was smiling with her eyes. Following her exactly 3 minutes later was Ryu Young-min, who still had short hair. He had recently transferred to BW Entertainment. Before long, all the main actors of Island of the Missing had gathered. Not all the actors had arrived yet. Several supporting actors were still to come, but director Kwon Ki-taek was looking at the actors, including Kang Woojin, with satisfaction. Swish. He sat down in a chair in front of the screen first and said warmly, everyone stop making a fuss and sit down for now. A test screening should have a bit of solemnity. This meant that Island of the Missing was completed. Chapter 265. Chapter 265, Masterpiece 2. Just before the screening of the movie Island of the Missing began. A test screening, or blind screening, is a process to check the video, direction, or sound in advance. However, in the film industry, it has become an event where the director, actors, and key staff gather to celebrate. Usually, this happens during the latter part of the film's production, when the editing is about 80% complete. Of course, there are times when it happens after 100% of the work is done, but the master director Kwon Ki-taek set the test screening date a bit early, considering the actors' schedules. It looks better if all the actors gather rather than some missing due to conflicting timings. I've been in the film industry for years, but it's not as comfortable as I thought. Director Kwon Ki-taek, sitting in the front middle among dozens of chairs arranged facing the screen. He had his characteristic warm smile. Though he had pulled all-nighters eating meals during editing, his complexion wasn't too bad. Perhaps it's the experience of being called a master director? Anyway, Director Kwon Ki-taek glanced around at the actors chatting noisily around him. Swoosh. The people who made Island of the Missing. And Kang Woojin. Even though test screenings are a routine event whenever a movie is made, for some reason, today's Island of the Missing felt strange to director Kwon Ki-taek. Was it because he worked so hard? Or was it because it involved challenges he hadn't tried before? Or perhaps because there were numerous incidents from pre-production until now. Suddenly, the image of director Woo Hyun-gu, who had fallen and disappeared, flashed through Kwon Ki-taek's mind. Then, everyone dash. Director Kwon Ki-taek drew the attention of the actors and key staff, who were busy talking. You all know the size of it. The current screening version is about 80% complete, and there might be some parts that are lacking. Please filter them out as you watch. The Island of the Missing currently being screened lacked about half of its music, as the work was still ongoing. Although the titles were inserted, there were no opening and closing sequences. The same went for the sound. Despite these shortcomings, there were no issues with watching it as a test screening. Director Kwon Ki-taek planned to finish the editing and produce a 100% perfect Island of the Missing within about 2 weeks. Around early May, probably. You know, the distribution side is already moving. There was no way that the master director Kwon Ki-taek would delay the deadline. Thus, the film company and distributor of Island of the Missing had already started on the tasks right before the movie's release. This included promotions, marketing schedules, and securing theaters, among many other things. The poster for Island of the Missing was already attached to the sides of buses in Seoul. In other words, it was really just the release that was left. Listening to director Kwon Ki-taek's brief briefing, Kang Woojin, who had taken off his deeply pulled-down hat, causing his hair to be slightly flattened, thought, "This is actually going to be released soon, huh?" Outwardly maintaining a cynical expression, but in reality, his heart was beating faster. Wasn't it? This was the first movie being released after Drug Dealer. And more importantly, Island of the Missing was Kang Woojin's first lead role. Moreover, the director was a top-tier master director in the country. If he wasn't nervous, he would be a person with dead emotions. Then Kang Woojin recalled the rating of Island of the Missing. -3/scenario. Title, Island of the Missing, SS grade. It remained SS grade as always. What kind of results does an SS grade movie have? I can't estimate. Drug Dealer was A grade and recorded over 8 million viewers in box office results. It was a huge hit, especially for an R-rated movie, rewriting the legend of Korean R-rated films. So, should he expect over 10 million this time? Woojin felt a bit dazed. 10 million, crazy, 10 million viewers? It felt unreal. In the history of Korean cinema, there weren't many 10 million viewer movies, and the highest grossing movie had around 16.7 million viewers. Considering that, a 10 million viewer movie was an incredible achievement. There hadn't been a 10 million viewer movie in the 2 years since 2021. Kang Woojin slightly shifted in his seat. It was because he felt tense and impatient. It was closer to anticipation than unease. Damn, I really want to see the results soon. It was then. Sorry, I'm a bit late. An additional top actress entered the already bustling studio. It was Hong Hae-yeon, with her long hair flowing down. She was invited because she made a special appearance in Island of the Missing. Normally, she could have skipped it, but since she was on a break, Hong Hae-yeon decided to attend. Soon, after greeting director Kwon Ki-taek and the actors, Hong Hae-yeon also greeted Kang Woojin. It's finally being released, huh? It feels like just yesterday we went to Da Nang together. Right? How have you been? Are you asking out of curiosity? Or just out of courtesy? It's about half and half. What are you saying? Since all the prepared folding chairs were already taken, Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting to Woojin's right, offered his seat to Hong Hae-yeon. Hong Hae-yeon waved her hand, indicating she was fine. Choi Sung-gun gestured for her to just sit. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin noticed a big man standing behind Hong Hae-yeon. It was the burly Kim Dae-young. He grinned. Woojin, deep in his concept, responded with a look. Why are you grinning? Kim Dae-young also answered with his eyes. Isn't it fascinating? I just can't believe it every time I see you. Thus, the scene was roughly organized. There were about 50 people gathered. With only around 30 chairs, some people had to stand at the back. Let's begin. At director Kwon Ki-taek's gentle command, the studio darkened. Then, an island suddenly appeared on the screen. The main film started without an opening. About 2 weeks later, in Tokyo, Japan. Late April. Around late morning. The set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, directed by the master director Kyotaro. The set was bustling with staff from the filming team, props team, art team, lighting team, etc. Over 100 staff members were busily moving for the next scene. Although Kang Woojin was not present, the Japanese actors were also busy with makeup touch-ups. Meanwhile, director Kyotaro, with his hair full of gray, sat alone at a spot with several monitors, looking through the shooting storyboard. On the empty space of the front table, the scenario for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was also laid out. The scenario was open, indicating he was alternating between them. Director Kyotaro was focused. The shooting storyboard and the scenario had reached the latter part. However, for some reason, director Kyotaro had a deeply thoughtful expression. It was unclear whether his thoughts were about the direction or the actors' performances. It was then, Director Nim. A woman's voice in Japanese came from behind the seated director Kyotaro. When he turned his head, he saw a middle-aged woman smiling. Seeing her, director Kyotaro immediately stood up. Author Nim. Standing behind him was Akari Takikawa, the original author of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and a world-renowned author. Wearing a beige cardigan and carrying a small designer bag on her shoulder in the somewhat warm weather. Swoosh. She approached director Kyotaro with a smile and extended her hand. I just felt like visiting today. Is that okay? Director Kyotaro, holding Akari's hand, laughed. Of course. You're always welcome here. The set is busy as expected. How's it going? A film set is always the same. It's running busily. But as Akari Takikawa put her bag on a nearby chair, she looked around the set and tilted her head. I don't see Kang Woojin. Isn't today a filming day? Director Kyotaro, looking towards the actors getting their makeup done, shook his head slightly. Woojin is in Korea right now. He's handling his schedule there. Really? I've been holed up writing, so I had no idea. Is his filming all done? No. There are still scenes left. He'll rejoin us in early May. Right now, we're pushing forward with other actors' scenes. So that's how it's done. You have to adapt to the situation. It was also an agreement from the initial contract with Woojin. With a curious expression, Akari Takikawa looked back at the set and asked, I heard that a piano scene for Iota Kiyoshi has been added. Honestly, at this point, I'm dying to see it. When will the filming be finished? Director Kyotaro, smiling slightly, answered definitively. If we focus after Woojin returns, it should be finished within May. Of course, we might have to consider June as well. Time has flown by so quickly, so there's less than a month left. That's right. After hearing the answer, Akari Takikawa looked at the scenario on the monitor table and then pointed to the shooting storyboard in director Kyotaro's hand with her index finger. Is there something you're worried about? When I came in, you looked quite serious. Exhaling softly, director Kyotaro showed her the storyboard. It's good timing. I was thinking I might need to contact you. It's about this cut, the first meeting between Kiyoshi and Detective Mokio. Yes. I adapted the original and created the dialogue, but now that I look at it, it feels a bit lacking. Can I take a look? After glancing at the dialogue for a moment, Akari Takikawa sighed. Since the dialogue in novels and films is different in nature, I think it's fine. Really? Scratching his gray mixed hair, director Kyotaro asked again. I was thinking about shooting it in 2 different ways. One with the existing storyboard, another with the actor's interpretation. The actor's interpretation, removing the scene's dialogue and letting the actors perform as they wish. It was not uncommon for scenes to be modified by the actor's input during filming. In fact, some domestic and Hollywood directors entrusted scenes to actors immersed in their emotions. So, it would be Kang Woojin and Mana Kosaku. I'll maintain the direction, situation, character emotions, and conflicts, and provide only the basic skeletal dialogue. It was an attempt to see the scene from a perspective different from that of the director. The actors will then embellish it freely. At this moment, in Korea, in a large multiplex cinema in Gangnam, a significant event was underway in one of the largest screening rooms. Hundreds of audience seats were filled with journalists from various media outlets, including magazines, and film critics were also visible in the front rows. On the giant screen in front of them, the following phrases were displayed. Island of the Missing press screening. Premieres on May 20th. A press screening is one of the various screenings held before a movie's release and is the most important. It gives experts an early indication of what kind of movie it is, and it is also the first stage of advertising and promotion. The fact that a press screening is being held means that, by stages, the movie should be considered 100% complete. And currently, the lead actors of Island of the Missing were being photographed like crazy front of the screen. Of course, Kang Woojin was there too. Starting with director Kwon Ki-taek, actors like Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min were striking various poses at the request of the invited journalists. Please give us a fighting pose and a heart gesture with your hands. The actors complied with the journalists' requests for various poses, knowing that their current appearances would be featured in articles later. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, in a black denim jacket, was thinking, seriously, why are journalists these days obsessed with the hand heart gesture? Everywhere I go, they ask for a hand heart. It's embarrassing. Despite his internal complaints, he managed to create a dignified hand heart. However, the journalists, still unsatisfied, called out, Woojin SSI, please show us the double thumbs up. They even requested the double thumbs up. Of course, Woojin, maintaining his persona, nonchalantly gave a double thumbs up. Several dozen minutes later, after the basic event was over, the actors also took their seats in the front rows. Soon, hundreds of journalists lowered their cameras. The large screening room quickly darkened. Some critics took out and put on their glasses. Then, the sound of wind echoed through the entire theater. The screen, which had been showing a panoramic view of the island, quickly changed scenes. Hyuk, huff, the rough breathing of a man. Running. You can see 2 feet sprinting on the screen. He is wearing a military uniform and combat boots. With every step, the boots sink into the mud. Huff, Hyuk, the camera angle moves with the man, shaking. FCK. The man's running comes to a halt with a splashing sound. The screen still only shows his legs. His slightly trembling legs slowly turn around. The camera angle rises slowly from his legs to his waist, then to his chest, and finally to his face. It's Private Kim, with a rifle. He shouted, Sergeant Kim, Corporal Park. Then he suddenly opened fire. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Private Kim, FCK, King die. With that eerie voice at the end. Thud. Something long flew from somewhere and smashed Private Kim's head. Pieces of his exploded head and blood splattered all over the screen like fireworks. Soon, in the center of the blood-red screen, thick and rough gray titles appeared. Island of the Missing. After about 5 seconds, the title disappeared and the screen turned black. Then, a bright background unfolded. A morgue. A body lying in that morgue. A white cloth covering the body. A soldier looking down at it. Kang Woojin. No, it was Corporal Jin Suncheol. He had a somewhat ambiguous expression. The camera zoomed in on Corporal Jin Suncheol's face. Naturally, his face filled the screen. His eyes were mysterious. Were they indifferent? Or sad? His breathing was short and trembling. As soon as he appeared, several critics stroked their chins. As expected, none of his previous roles are visible this time either. Kang Woojin. As soon as he appears, the focus skyrockets. His command is impressive. At the production announcement, he confidently claimed it would hit 10 million. How much acting tension did he put in Dash? An hour later, the expressions of all the critics had changed 180 degrees. Their initial stern faces were gone. They were staring intently at the screen with wide eyes. They had the appearance of completely absorbed viewers. Of course, the hundreds of journalists were the same. In fact, they were even shivering unconsciously while watching Island of the Missing. There wasn't a single second to think about anything else. What's with this quality? It's insane. The immersion was crazy. Meanwhile, in LA, the location was Universal Movies, a colossal film production company with a massive set. Inside one of the offices at the headquarters, where the walls were adorned with posters of the globe logo of Universal Movies, a familiar foreign woman was seen. With brown bobbed hair and dressed in a suit, it was Megan Stone. She wasn't alone, but anyway, The famous casting director was currently sitting on a sofa, looking through a stack of thin papers. Flip. A project proposal. The contents included a synopsis. Then, suddenly, she furrowed her brow. A Jekyll and Hyde motif, with dissociative identity disorder. In that moment, Kang Woojin. For some reason, she thought of Kang Woojin. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Masterpiece 3. Megan Stone, a famous casting director in Hollywood, brushed her brown bob hair while looking at the project plan in her hand. Her expression was stern, giving off a very serious vibe. The project plan she was reviewing had many elements mixed in, but as a casting director, her focus was mainly on the basic premise and the synopsis. Universal Movies, a Hollywood distribution and film company, was a giant in the industry, ranking in the top 5. Given that the synopsis was chosen by such a company, it couldn't be uninteresting. Megan Stone also thought the same. The premise and synopsis were interesting. The motif was Jekyll and Hyde, with the addition of dissociative identity disorder. In other words, it meant multiple or the coexistence of several personalities. Megan Stone somehow felt intrigued by the brief information contained in the synopsis. Kang Woojin would fit this very well. She thought of the Korean actor Kang Woojin. More specifically, she remembered Kang Woojin's acting during the shooting of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger she had seen in Japan. Megan Stone hadn't spent much time observing Woojin's acting, but the impact was sufficient even with that brief encounter. Even now, wasn't it clear? If Woojin's acting was still vivid in her mind even after coming to Hollywood, it spoke volumes. It was safe to say Megan Stone was already captivated by Kang Woojin. At that time, Kang Woojin's acting was as if he switched between multiple personas in just a few seconds. Yes, just like someone with multiple personalities. No, he was a person with multiple personalities. At least for that moment. The act of changing faces as if it were nothing. Yet, it flowed naturally, like water. It wasn't noticeable. It was acting that was hard to believe even while watching. No, it was close to madness. After finishing his acting, he returned to his original self as if it was a lie, changing between roles. And himself was monstrous. But it wasn't just that insane acting that made Megan hold Kang Woojin in high regard. It wasn't even a scene where his charm exploded. Yet, with just a few lines, that short performance, he captivated over 100 people. Aura. Yes, Kang Woojin was full of the aura of a star. At least, that's how it seemed to Megan Stone, who had been a casting director in the colossal Hollywood. If it's him, he'll pull off this role incredibly, to the point where people will be astonished. At that moment, Megan, how is it? From the opposite side of Megan Stone, who was sitting on the sofa, came a voice in English. It was a man's voice. I didn't expect you to look at it so intently. There were 3 people sitting in front of her, 2 foreign men and 1 woman, each with a distinct appearance. They looked quite old. Naturally, they were executives from the giant distribution and film company Universal Movies. The director is still undecided, but the production is confirmed. Megan Stone, lowering the project plan she was reviewing, responded while looking at the chubby foreign man among those sitting in front of her. I see. So, who is the executive producer? Joseph Felton is the top candidate. We've already made the offer and are waiting for his response. Haha. Although he's a very busy producer, we want him. Ah, Megan, you've worked with Joseph on a project before, right? Recalling the giant Joseph. From Last Kill 3, Megan nodded. Yes, a few times in the past. Do you have a list of potential directors by any chance? For reference, Hollywood's film production system is different from Korea's in many ways. For instance, directors. In Korea, directors have full authority, but in Hollywood, it's not quite the same. They are more like hired directors. Although they are not entirely without influence, they are not as dominant as in Korea. Strictly speaking, in Hollywood, the executive producer holds more power. Nevertheless, the position of a director is still respected. Anyway, an executive from Universal Movies responded. Of course, but it's still difficult to disclose. Please understand. It's okay. But from our side, we also want you, Megan. How about working with us on this project? It was a contact from Universal Movies, the top predator in Hollywood. Megan had no reason to refuse. However, she also had a significant presence in this industry. Giving an immediate answer would be foolish. Thank you, but please give me some time. Sure, but if it takes too long, I'll be in a difficult position. I'll contact you next week. Good. The meeting was proceeding smoothly. At this point, Megan changed the subject. If this synopsis is handed over to the writers and a script is produced, does Universal Movies have any thoughts on using Asian actors? For example, Korean actors. The executives of Universal Movies tilted their heads slightly. Korean actors? The chubby man who seemed to be of the highest rank among them laughed. It depends on the eyes of the producer and director. We'll use any actor who fits the role, anyone whose acting can move us or the public. Why do you ask? I'm a casting director. I need to know the firm intentions of the production company in advance. Sometimes, even when an actor fits the role, they get stopped because of their nationality. Ah, I see. Don't worry, whether they're Korean actors or Hollywood actors, if they fit the role well, we'll use them. Acting is the most important thing. The chubby executive's smile deepened. Even if they're an alien, for that matter. Around lunchtime in Korea, a film had just ended in the largest screening room of a major multiplex cinema in Gangnam. To be precise, the press screening of Island of the Missing had just concluded. Soon, the end credits of the movie began to roll on the giant front screen, and the dimly lit theater's lights brightened. Immediately, swish. Numerous reporters and critics who had just finished watching Island of the Missing raised both their hands. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Applause poured out. It was a sight rarely seen at a typical press screening. Of course, it could have been because the director was the renowned Kwon Ki-taek, but this was not just a matter of formality. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, 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 clap. The applause from the reporters and critics was filled with sincere praise. Their expressions all bore smiles that said, "It was fun." Then, the actors, including the warm director Kwon Ki-taek, who had been sitting in a row in the front seats, stood up and bowed. The indifferent Kang Woojin did the same. Though Woojin maintained his concept, he bowed deeply. It's completely different from what I saw in the test screening. Amazing. It was so much fun. It's still fun no matter how many times I watch it. Inside, he was making a fuss. It was true that the quality had improved compared to the test screening, but he was biased. Anyway, after greeting the reporters and critics for the last time, Woojin and the actors left. The reporters remaining in the theater were checking the photos they had taken today while packing their bags. At the same time, wow, Island of the Missing was better than I thought. Honestly, I've been disappointed by films that relied on the director's reputation and the actor's fame, so I didn't have high expectations this time either. Better? Just better? That's an understatement. I was holding my pee while watching it. The evaluations of the gathered reporters followed one after another. Thanks to this, the buzzing in the theater quickly amplified. As expected of director Kwon Ki-taek, his direction is something else. This film is going to skyrocket. Whenever I find a movie fun, it always does. Well, haha, reporter Kim, you've fallen for it properly this time? But, indeed, compared to the recently released films, the quality is ridiculously high. There's nothing to fault with the fun, tension, and story. When that strange creature appeared, I thought it was going to be a hunting movie. But in the end, humans were the monsters. Hey, no spoilers. Of course, not all the reporters were full of praise. Was it fun? I thought it was going downhill once the strange creature appeared. Did you? Well, I didn't understand some parts either. Overall, it felt a bit boring. Forced suspense, maybe? Yeah, that. What a shame. Maybe I had too high expectations because it's a Kwon Ki-taek film. It had a big scale, but felt lacking in substance. However, these were a very small minority. Most of the reporters gave very generous scores. There were no weak links in the acting, right? That's right, that's the key. If you take actors who can't act through backdoor connections, the whole movie gets ruined. It's so much better when there's nothing distracting. At least 80 points, and many give it 100. Ryu Youngmin's form has improved since Henry Yang. And Hai Ura, I thought she'd struggle a bit due to her hiatus, but she did well. They have experience, so it's understandable. But what about Kang Woojin? From the midsection onwards, his acting made me think he's a real madman. Honestly, Kang Woojin's acting is unparalleled. Some tabloids said he's possessed by a ghost, but I think he's possessed by the god of acting. This is a good quote. I should use it in my article. Best supporting actor? No, it should be best actor. He'll 100% win the best actor award next year, that guy. With this level of quality, I think it'll easily surpass 5 million viewers, right? What's the BEP break-even point? Looking at the scale and the caliber of actors, it's probably around 5 million. The reporters dispersed one by one after getting comments from the critics who attended. No. Was I the only one who got goosebumps when Kang Woojin was switching back and forth in scene with Ryu Young-min, showing different faces? Remembering the impact of the actor Kang Woojin. Later, articles about Island of the Missing began to spread in the media. Director Kwon Ki-taek's anticipated work, Island of the Missing, holds its first press screening today. Reporters full of praise. Numerous reporters who attended the press screening moved quickly. Photo: the main cast of Island of the Missing. Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin, Ha Ura, and others double thumbs up/photo. All positive reviews. Critics attending the Island of the Missing screening had bright expressions. It was indeed genuine. Even though they watched the movie for free, the reporters who attended the screening were quite harsh. If the movie wasn't good, they would write negative articles. Mercilessly. However, currently, there were no criticisms about Island of the Missing. No weak links in acting. The reason why Island of the Missing is highly anticipated. But the screening wasn't the end. There were still weeks until the release. In other words, the marketing, advertising, and promotion for Island of the Missing were now officially in full swing. Of course, it had been ongoing before, but with about 3 weeks left until release, it needed to be intensified several times over. After about 2 days, April ended and May began. On Monday, May 3rd, around the time when the promotion for Island of the Missing was dominating various social media. The release date of Island of the Missing, originally May 20th, has been moved to May 19th, targeting Buddha's birthday. On the public holiday, Island of the Missing grand release on May 19th, Kang Woojin departed for Japan once again. Star Talk. With the release of Island of the Missing just around the corner, Kang Woojin greets reporters as he departs for Japan/photo. It was an unavoidable choice due to a packed schedule. Woojin would return to Korea around the end of May. In short, he would have to hear about the release of Island of the Missing from Japan. Regardless, even if Kang Woojin wasn't in Korea, the projects related to him didn't stop. Especially Leech. Cut NG. Hiriyoung SSI, I need more anguish in your eyes. Yes, Director Nim. Understood. Let's go again. Leech was like a runaway train. Whether Kang Woojin was on set or not, it was the same. The flow and pace increased day by day. With sleep reduced to a minimum, director On Jae-bok often stayed up all night. He had to handle both filming and rough editing simultaneously. It was impossible to meet the Cannes Film Festival schedule without overexertion. Then, on the 4th, audience previews for Island of the Missing were held in cinemas across the country. Naturally, it was an event for promotion and marketing, and not only many audience members, but also acquaintances of the actors from Island of the Missing were invited. For example, in Kang Woojin's case, PD Song Man-woo and writer Choi Na-na from Beneficial Evil. Wow, this is my first time being invited to a preview. It's fascinating. Unfortunately, it will be hard to see our Woojin SSI. Sorry? Do you mean the actors are coming too? I heard there's a scheduled stage greeting. Except for Woojin SSI, who went to Japan, the other actors will probably come. Amazing. Well, we'll have to be content with seeing Woojin SSI in the film. I'm so excited. I saw the trailer, and Woojin Nim's character is really unpredictable. Haha, me too. I'm curious what kind of performance will turn the audience upside down this time. Anyway, the impact will be different from drug dealers Lee Sang-man. It was a big deal back then, but this time, he's the main lead. Kim So-hyang, the executive director, and other senior staff from Netflix Korea were also present. Of course, many people who had connections from past projects were there. Director Shin Dong-chun of Exorcism, as well as those from Profiler Han Yang, Male Friend, and others. Wallen was also invited, but I'll pass. I want to watch Woojin Nim's movie at night with full focus. Yes, as a fan, not a colleague. She seemed to intend to watch the movie more as a fan rather than at the preview. Director Kim Do-hee and actors from Drug Dealer were also present. Finally, Woojin SSI's lead film is being released. But, Director Nim, why does your face look? Sigh? My feelings are a bit mixed. I should be supporting, but it feels like it might surpass Drug Dealer. I also have a bit of a bittersweet feeling, but isn't that how the film industry always is? I have more expectations than regrets. I wonder what kind of monster Woojin SSI will play this time instead of Lee Sang-man. I feel the same. Just thinking about it makes me anxious. Let's hurry in. Star writer Lee Wool-seon of Freezing Love also made an appearance. Although not everyone gathered at one cinema, it was a gathering of significant figures nonetheless. The atmosphere heated up. However, this explosive scene wasn't only for Island of the Missing. In the film industry, May, the family month, is the start of the peak season. From May to about September, due to summer, family month, school vacations, and the holiday season, the number of cinemagoers increases several times more than usual. Of course, this was a green light for Island of the Missing, and its release date was set to target the peak season. The problem was, on Buddha's birthday, May 19th, for films including Island of the Missing will be released, starting the peak season in earnest. This meant that a lot of new films would be released. Several blockbuster films by famous directors and films starring top actors. Naturally, popular Hollywood movies would also be released one after another. Domestic distributors and foreign film importers wouldn't miss the peak season either. In other words, the current cinema landscape is a bloody battlefield, with numerous new films competing. Who will be the winner? Attention focused on selecting tentpole films. There was an abundance of competing films against Island of the Missing. Chapter 267. Chapter 267, Masterpiece 4. May 5th, Children's Day, Japan. In the morning, although Japan was a step behind Korea, it was still buzzing with Kang Woojin's issue. Both the media and public opinion were the same. The news of Woojin's dual award at the Baeksang Awards was already well known, and the sudden news of his collaboration with Miley Kara and the Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen followed suit. These two pieces of news were already hot topics on Japanese social media. The hot Kang Woojin Cup Ramen also hits the Japanese market. Especially, the news about Miley Kara was a huge shock to the Japanese entertainment industry. And the Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen was selling like hotcakes in Japan as well. It had caught the wave of trends in Japan. At Junua 22, I went all the way to Shinokubo to buy Kang Woojin's Cup Ramen. This is really delicious. I mean it. I stood in line for a long time, but it was worth it. Hurry up and get it. Hashtag Kang Woojin, hashtag Kang Woojin Cup Ramen, hashtag Kimjibin Makuksu. Japanese people were posting a lot of proof shots, and even Japanese YouTubers were producing videos about the Kimjibin Makuksu Cup Ramen. There were even many videos showing different dishes made with the cup ramen. However, they still couldn't watch the broadcast of our dining table here. Well, some edited clips were released on YouTube, but it was minimal compared to Korea. The current craze was obviously due to Kang Woojin alone. His influence was shaking up the Japanese public. I finally bought Kang Woojin's Cup Ramen. I'm jealous. I still can't find it at the convenience store near my house. When will it be available? If you can't find it, go to Shinokubo. You have to stand in line, but it seems like there's a lot of stock. www. I've been eating this for a week straight. But did Kang Woojin really develop this? To be exact, he developed the recipe and then it was made into a product. What exactly is Kang Woojin? A chef? Or an actor? I heard he's participating as a voice actor this time, and also working on an album with Miley Kara. I'm starting to suspect he's an alien? An alien? That's possible. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, the actor causing a stir in both Korea and Japan, was at his hotel accommodation. It was a top-class hotel in Tokyo, and Woojin, dressed in black pajamas, was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, having just woken up. Woojin's hair was disheveled, and his eyes were hazy. He had just woken up. He brushed his teeth mechanically, absent-mindedly. He had put aside his concept persona for a moment. Of course, during this time, his phone on the bed was receiving a barrage of notifications. BZZZ, BZZZ, KakaoTalk messages, texts, and DMs. The reason was obvious. They were from Korean acquaintances or colleagues who had seen the preview of Island of the Missing. It had been chaotic even last night. Phew, so tired. Kang Woojin, who had just rinsed his mouth, sighed. He seemed to be under accumulated fatigue. Well, it was understandable. As soon as he arrived in Japan, he resumed filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, and during his stay in Korea, his Japanese schedule had also piled up quite a bit. Isn't the hotel just my home these days? If this is the case, do I even need my own house? He had never endured such a hellish schedule in his life. Without the void space, he would have raised the white flag long ago. It was fun, of course, but Kang Woojin was feeling the intense pressure physically. Damn. Today's schedule is packed too, right? There was no filming for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger today, but he had a brief meeting with director Kyotaro and needed to go to A10 Studio for The Male Friend remake. In the afternoon, there was an interview and a photo shoot. At night, there was a personal promotional video shoot ahead of the release of Island of the Missing. Even though the entire Island of the Missing team was pushing hard on the promotion schedule, Kang Woojin had come to Japan alone, so he had to handle this much. 1 hour later, Kang Woojin and ponytailed Choi Sung-gun appeared in the hotel lounge. Swish. The guests in the lounge quickly focused their attention on Woojin. Unlike in the morning, Kang Woojin, dressed in a blue shirt, looked neat. Of course, he also wore a calm and cool expression on his face. However, internally, Woojin was preoccupied with other thoughts. Wow, shit, what's this bread smell? It's awesome. Kang Woojin met director Kyotaro, who was wearing a hat pulled down low, but with plenty of gray hair visible. He had dropped by to meet Kang Woojin briefly before the shoot. Kyotaro, who was looking at his phone, smiled at Woojin and spoke in Japanese. Haha, Woojin SSI. Since we're both busy, let's get straight to the point. Yes, Director Nim. Director. Kyotaro pulled out a few sheets of paper and showed them to Woojin. They were scenes from the script of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Although you might already be familiar with these scenes, I want to make some slight changes. I've already discussed it with writer Akari and the key staff. I told Mana Kasaku yesterday. The first meeting between Kiyoshi and Detective Mokio. We will shoot this cut in 2 different ways. One according to the storyboard, and the other without the scripted dialogue, letting the actors do as they wish. I want you and Mana Kasaku to express it freely. What do you think, Woojin SSI? Freely? Is he talking about something like ad-libs? Throwing the characters into the situation and letting them figure it out? Although slightly surprised by the unexpected suggestion, Kang Woojin's face remained calm. It was partly his usual persona, but he was also sincere. Character freedom, I guess I can use that. It wasn't particularly difficult. Yes, it's not too hard. Good. By the way, according to the shooting schedule, this cut will likely be on the last day of filming for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Is that so? Yes. And that day, we might have some guests. Writer Akari, executives from the film company, and even Chairman Hideki Yoshimura. In other words, all the people associated with The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger would be gathered. Time flew by, while Kang Woojin was managing his schedule in Japan. In Korea, a movie war was unfolding. The peak season had begun. Children's Day, crowded movie theaters full of people, as expected from peak season/photo. Movies that had been waiting were being released one after another. Movies that were popular the previous week quickly faded, and newly released movies gained momentum. Upcoming major films and Hollywood movies were also fiercely promoting. Not to be outdone, Island of the Missing ramped up its marketing and promotion even more. Island of the Missing, 3rd official trailer Harmony Films. On YouTube and other video platforms, they bombarded the audience with teaser trailers, character introduction videos, and making-of videos. Other movies were doing the same. Actors participated in stage greetings, variety shows, and YouTube appearances according to their schedules, fueling the movie war. Movie talk from blockbuster Hollywood films to master directors' movies. New films pouring in. Movie theaters are all smiles. Then, on Saturday, May 8th, coinciding with Parents' Day, Kang Woojin's parents, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul, arrived at the preview of Island of the Missing. They were not alone. Woojin's younger sister Kang Hyuna and her friends, who were mods of Kang's Heart fan club, were with them. It was, of course, an invitation from Kang Woojin. Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul's faces were full of emotion as they arrived at the theater. Oh my honey, look. At the monitor over there. Woojin, our Woojin, is the lead. Hyunmi, why are you acting so surprised now? But our son does look cool. Seo Hyunmi held a small poster of Island of the Missing. It was a group shot of actors in military uniforms against the backdrop of a cave. It's amazing. Woojin is on this poster too, as the lead. Indeed, he wasn't this prominently featured in Drug Dealer. In the posters and standees of Island of the Missing that were already everywhere, Kang Woojin stood proudly at the front alongside other top actors. Soon, Kang Hyuna called her parents from in front of the screening room where the preview would be held. "Mom, Dad, we need to go in." As the promotional efforts for Island of the Missing intensified, thanks to the famous director Kwon Ki-taek, top actors, and the issue King Kang Woojin, the movie sold well. However, on the official release date of May 19th, other movie teams participating that day also had significant firepower. Articles. Distribute more articles. It's weak. I will request it from the distributor immediately. Make sure to distribute twice as many as Island of the Missing. The current promotional schedule isn't enough. Talk to the actors and book more variety shows. Yes, sir. The competing films were also pouring money into their promotions, especially as the 19th approached near. It's peak season, peak season. We need to stay sharp. Have you checked the reviews of the Island of the Missing preview? There aren't many yet, but it received quite a lot of praise. It seems the quality is really good. It's director Kwon Ki-taek. Of course the quality is good. TSK. Honestly, the best case scenario would be if the story was bad and it collapsed on its own. Isn't it a bit risky to release it on the 19th? No. That's the perfect timing. It's Buddha's birthday, a public holiday. If we delay, a bunch of major Hollywood films will be released. Island of the Missing has the best chance to compete. There were 4 films releasing on the 19th. 3 domestic films and 1 Hollywood film. Double the advertisements on YouTube. We already have the most, though. We need to go even more overwhelmingly. The only fortunate thing is that Kang Woojin is not in Korea right now. This is our chance. The competing films were aggressively charging forward. Meanwhile, the film industry was experiencing a flood of new releases. However, Kang Woojin supported Island of the Missing in a different way, including the issues already prevalent in the media and public opinion. Channel name: Kang Woojin's alter ego. Subscribers: 13.21 million. Videos: 52. He had an enormous monster channel. Dash at Wooji_. Posts: 230. Followers: 20.08 million. Following: 67. Kang Woojin was an actor and a formidable YouTuber and influencer, thus heralding the dawn of the movie war. Movie war, May 19th. Arrives: Island of the Missing fully ready. May 19th dawned. May 19th, Wednesday. Buddha's birthday. Late morning. Perhaps because it was a public holiday, Seoul's subways and buses were quieter than on weekdays. Though still crowded, it seemed less so compared to the rush hour. At that moment, near Pangeo Station, 3 familiar men were seen in a large multiplex cinema. The 3 who had just gotten on the elevator were, damn, I can't believe I'm at the cinema with you guys on my day off. Lee Kyung-sung, take that candy out of your mouth when you talk. What are you eating from the morning? And didn't we go to the cinema once before? When we watched Woojin's Exorcism. Kyung-sung was eating popcorn then too. Shut up. Na Hyung-gu, you were eating too. They were Kang Woojin's close friends. The reason they were heading to the cinema despite grumbling was simple. They were there to watch the officially released Island of the Missing. Kim Dae-young, who had just pressed the floor button, spoke to Na Hyung-gu, who had been busy messaging someone since earlier. Where's your girlfriend? She seems to be waiting in the lobby. Okay. For reference, the 3 had been invited to Woojin's preview but couldn't attend due to schedule conflicts. Hence, they had gathered today. Regardless, the elevator filled up more with each floor, and many had to wait for the next one due to lack of space. Na Hyung-gu, squeezed into the corner, whispered to Kim Dae-young. Hey, there are so many people. Are they all going to the cinema? 100%. They're not pressing any other floor buttons. Wow, this is crazy. It's 11 a.m. and there are so many people dash. It's a holiday. And it's super peak season for theaters this time. Ding. During their conversation, the elevator arrived at the cinema floor and the doors opened, and the people flowed out like a receding tide. The 3 friends joined the flow. Simultaneously, their mouths dropped open. Whoa, what the hell? There are so many people. What the fuck? This is insane. Is there a war? Why is it packed like people are fleeing? They were shocked by the crowd filling the cinema lobby. The ticket counters, concession stands, and waiting sofas were all packed with people. Families, couples, male and female friends, and singles. Thanks to the massive crowd, the cinema lobby, if not for the lighting, resembled a nightclub. That's how crowded it was. Wow, my ears hurt. Hey, Na Hyung-gu, find your girlfriend quickly. If we're not careful, we might get separated in this crowd. Got it. Ah, there. Jinju. Soon, the group of 3 became a team of 4 with the addition of Na Hyung-gu's girlfriend. The leader of this team was the burly Kim Dae-young. This is seriously a war zone. Lee Kyung-sung, if you want to buy something, go get it now. Hyung-gu, if you want to take a photo with your girlfriend, do it now. I'll get the tickets. Okay. But you did reserve the tickets, right? Of course. I bought them as soon as they went on sale a few days ago. The team quickly scattered. Kim Dae-young, after a long wait, finally reached the ticket machine and printed their movie tickets. Even this took him 15 minutes because of the waiting line. Holding the tickets, Kim Dae-young was again amazed by the crowd and took out his phone. Wow, if Bundang is like this, how much more crowded must Seoul be? At this rate, it looks like there will be sold-out shows. He checked the current cinema's screening schedule. There were 4 new movies released today. Among them, Kim Dae-young had booked tickets for Island of the Missing. CCV Pangeo. Wednesday, May 19th / screening schedule. 2D / Island of the Missing / Theater 2. 9:05:11:12 / sold out. 12:2014:32 / sold out. 16:10:18:22 / sold out. 20:05:22:37 / sold out. 23:001:27 / 20 seats left. Kim Dae-young's eyes widened. This is insane. It was a series of sold-out shows. He quickly searched for Island of the Missing on a portal site. The first thing he saw was a news article. Island of the Missing tops the box office on release day. This summer's peak season, will Island of the Missing become the tentpole blockbuster? Currently, director Kwon Ki-taek's Island of the Missing has topped the box office on its opening day among the new releases for this peak season, achieving the highest reservation rate in the major multiplex chains like CCV. Island of the Missing had kicked off with a solo lead. Chapter 268. Chapter 268, Masterpiece 5. The film industry media was on the verge of exploding due to the buzz around the summer peak season movies. No, the bombardment had already begun. Island of the Missing starts off at number 1 in advance ticket sales, surpassing other tentpole films. The peak season at the cinema brings a fresh breeze to the media as well. It's the same for the entire entertainment industry. New movies appear every week, and they wage wars against each other. What a delicious spectacle this is. It might be hell for the movies themselves, but for the media and the public, there is no better spectacle. Movie eyes, peak season cinema scene is brutal. Island of the Missing is number 1, but advanced ticket sales expected to fluctuate continuously. People watch the movies they are interested in and observe the movie wars. They see which movie is gaining momentum or losing ground. The most entertaining part of watching is, of course, the fights. So, the eyes of the public, as well as the entire entertainment industry, are all focused on the cinema. This means there is a high demand, and as time goes by, news articles and various media updates flood in. And right now, the hottest new release was Island of the Missing. Among the numerous films released, it was number 1 in advanced ticket sales. Of course, this figure is not everything and might be temporary, but for now, it was certainly a positive situation. Tentpole film. This term refers to commercial films focused on box office success, featuring famous directors or actors, or involving huge investments. In other words, it means highly anticipated films. If they succeed at the box office and become the flagship movies of the film industry or distributors, they earn the title of tentpole masterpieces. But there are many hurdles. Even if a film starts as a tentpole with high expectations, if it fails at the box office, it is simply forgotten. Even if more than 10 films are considered tentpole movies, if they all fail at the box office, none of them will receive the title. That's how cold the audience, the public, can be. No matter how much of a peak season it is for movies, the directors, film companies, distributors, and actors presenting the films are on a treacherous path. While hoping for a tentpole hit, they also face the possibility that the long time and hundreds of millions invested might vanish into thin air. A good start for Island of the Missing, word of mouth from the first-day audience, is crucial. Considering that Island of the Missing currently #1 in ticket pre-sales, had a definite green light. It wasn't just promotional hype. In fact, screening venues for Island of the Missing across the country were packed with viewers. Woojin's close friends, who had just entered the screening venue for Island of the Missing, were left gaping. Wow, there are so many people. This is insane, right? Why, yeah. I've never seen it this packed before. Island of the Missing is on fire. It's still so surreal that Woojin is the lead in this movie. Even though it's a peak season on a public holiday, I didn't expect it to be this crowded. Regardless of seat location, the several hundred-seat screening venue was full. Viewers were still entering from the front entrance near the large screen. Kim Dae-young with wide eyes, Lee Kyung-sung with a popcorn tub in one hand, and Na Hyung-gu sticking close to his girlfriend. The three close friends, overwhelmed by the enormous crowd, somehow managed to find their seats, a little towards the front, rather than the middle. As soon as they sat down, advertisements began on the large screen as if waiting for them. Simultaneously, Lee Kyung-sung, munching on his popcorn, spoke up. "Despite everything, we got decent seats, huh? Nice job, Kim Dae-young. We even got seats together. I told you I bought them as soon as the tickets were available. Ha-yeon-nim told me to. But looking at the current situation, if we were a bit late, we'd have been screwed." The conversations of the audience seated nearby reached the ears of the close friends. "Amazing, amazing. Appa, we would have been in big trouble if we didn't. Book in advance, right? Yeah. Wow. It's been a while since I've seen a sold-out movie. Huh. I'm looking forward to it. Last time, Drug Dealer was awesome. Since Kang Woojin is in this one too, it should at least be decent, right? Who knows? But the reviews from the preview were really good. And since it's directed by director Kwon Ki-taek, we probably don't have to worry about it being a flop, right? Couples, male and female friends, families, and so on. Hey, if this movie sucks, you're dead meat, got it. Stop whining already. Just sit and watch quietly. The cast is impressive, and seriously, none of the works Kang Woojin has been in have failed. Damn it, I want to watch Secret Mission 5. That movie blew up as a masterpiece overseas. Watch that after this, idiot. The entire atmosphere was filled with anticipation before the movie started. Did you see the trailer with Ryu Young-min and Kang Woojin in military uniforms? It looked amazing. Yeah. Huh. I'm really watching this movie because of Kang Woojin. I got hooked on him from male friend as Han In-ho. I'm really looking forward to this one too. That's when it happened. SSSS. The advertisements ended, and the lights in the screening room turned dark. It signaled the beginning of Island of the Missing. Hundreds of audience members who filled the screening room all went silent. A brief moment of tranquility. In the screening room, only the sounds of a few people coughing, subtle movements, and the crunching of popcorn were heard. That lasted for a few seconds. Then, a powerful sound effect spread throughout the screening room. Crunch, crunch. The sound of someone running through the bushes. The rough breathing of a man. The sound came first. Then the video was projected onto the large screen. Dash ugh. Gah. Huff. Fuck. Private Kim appears, running through the dense forest. The focus of the hundreds of audience members shot up. Everyone stared at the screen. Woojin's close friends were no exception. Then Private Kim screamed on the screen. The rifle he was holding shook. The angle showed his half-crazed face, then followed his gaze into the forest. It was silent, but the atmosphere was eerie. And then, bang, 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 bang. The sound of gunfire filled the screening room. After that, dash, ugh, Private Kim. A strange voice was heard. About half of the hundreds of audience members tilted their heads in curiosity. At this moment, thwack, a powerful sound effect echoed in the screening room. Most of the audience was startled. Eek, Kaya. Ah. Private Kim's head was smashed by something long that flew in suddenly. The fragments spread across the large screen. When the tension reached its peak, the title appeared. Dash Island of the Missing. The screen went dark again, then transitioned. The location was a morgue. A man in a military uniform was standing there. The angle slowly shifted from his back to show his front. It was Kang Woojin. No, it was Corporal Jin Sun-cheol. As his face filled the screen, small movements could be seen among the hundreds of audience members. They whispered quietly, trying not to be noticed. Wow, he looks completely different. Is that really Kang Woojin? The close friends felt a mix of emotions. Wow, he appears right from the start. His lead role is impressive. I didn't know that bastard had this side to him. He looks really cool, but also unfamiliar. Damn, this is so fascinating. Was it admiration or exhilaration? Perhaps it was vicarious satisfaction. Kang Woojin's character on the screen glanced around nervously. Anxiety and shyness. Timidity and hesitation. It was all over his face. His movements were minimal, insufficient, and weak. His indecision was painfully apparent. To the hundreds of audience members, Woojin's first impression was, "What's this? He seems like a bit of a pushover character. He's unique, but feels somewhat familiar. His acting is good as always, but I've seen timid roles too often. It's surprisingly mundane," they thought. While his acting seemed solid, the character felt like one they had seen before. At this point, the morgue staff's conversation with Kang Woojin continued. Would you like to confirm? What would you like to do? If it's too hard for you. I'll look. Kang Woojin, or Corporal Jin Suncheol, kept mumbling. He glanced around nervously. He was anxious, lacking confidence, succumbing to fear. But as soon as he saw his mother lying in the morgue, Mom. He broke down. He wept. He knelt powerlessly. Yet, even in his weeping, his timidity showed. He swallowed his sobs. For a moment, his restrained cries spread throughout the screening room. The audience thought it was impressive. His acting is really good. Even though the character might seem unremarkable, the emotional changes were natural and swift. Coupled with the direction, the level of engagement shot up drastically. At that moment, most of the audience had question marks in their eyes. It was because of Woojin's face filling the large screen. He was facing his head down towards the floor, and the angle was camera shooting him from below. Kang Woojin's eyes. His pupils were timid one moment and twisted the next, constantly changing. They alternated rapidly, frequently. Hundreds of audience members felt goosebumps rise on their arms, filled with curiosity. What's this? What's happening all of a sudden? Damn, his expression is creepy. Crazy. Is he supposed to have multiple personalities, or what? Kang Woojin's appearance on screen was so alien. It changed every second. There were no particular lines, but the audience could vividly feel his current state. From this point, the audience started to realize one by one. He seems insane. He's not just timid. Does he have some kind of mental illness? Corporal Jin Suncheol had something. At that moment, SSSS. Kang Woojin, who had been sobbing on screen, suddenly stopped. His trembling body stiffened. Did the atmosphere change? The hundreds of surprised audience members suddenly saw a different Kang Woojin. The weakness that had been there was completely gone. He looked fierce. His eyes were partly filled with madness. Kang Woojin, as if stretching out, twisted his neck from side to side. Then came the line. His voice tone was cold as ice. Shut up. It's my time now. The angle was a bust shot. Corporal Jin Suncheol, smiling faintly. He was a completely different entity. For a moment, the close friends of the actor on screen felt their legs go weak. I almost peed myself. Wow. Seriously, this bastard's acting is fucking amazing. He nailed it. Does his acting improve every year? Na Hyonggu glanced at his girlfriend beside him, who had a fascinated look on her face, and agonized. Damn, it's cool as his friend, but I don't like my girlfriend being so into him. It's driving me nuts. The audience in the screening room was instantly captivated by Kang Woojin on screen. Cover it. It wasn't announced by Corporal Jin Suncheol's lines or subtitles. But by this point, all the audience realized. That guy is a split personality. Woojin, whose persona had changed, left the morgue. The angle followed, showing his military boots stepping firmly. He arrived at a bathroom. Kang Woojin looked at his phone. Seeing something, the corners of his mouth stretched into a wide grin. You fucking bitch. How much is the insurance money? Simultaneously, reactions spread throughout the entire screening room. Almost everyone reacted in unison. Whoa. Wow. Cool. This was the charm of the cinema. It shouldn't be a disturbance, but when everyone is united, they enjoy it together. In just 10 minutes, Kang Woojin captivated hundreds of viewers. However, this was only the beginning. The next day, in the morning, the day after the storm and tsunami, the morning of the results arrived. Naturally, the topic was Island of the Missing. In fact, Many places were already buzzing about the performance of Island of the Missing. This started from the early hours. From movie-related communities to SNS, YouTube, various media, and news outlets. In numerous domains, people were curious about the winner of this movie battle. Of course, this curiosity wasn't limited to the online world. It was the same offline as well. People who went to work. Assistant Manager Kim, did you see Island of the Missing? It premiered yesterday. Oh no? I'm planning to watch it over the weekend. But I don't have high expectations. Why not? It was totally awesome. Well, it's just that. It feels like a thriller, and I'm not really into those. Oh, you have to see it. Seriously, it's so good. Even though it was a weekday yesterday, the screening I went to was packed. Sold out. Really? There are a lot of movies to watch that premiered this time. Will Island of the Missing take the top spot? 100% sure. We'll see. Or conversations among friends. Maybe because it was a long-awaited boom in the movie industry, the public was excited. There were many movies to watch, and the competition among the newly released films was a highlight. It was even more exciting because a popular Hollywood series was also in the mix. The entertainment industry was even more intense. The atmosphere was quite heated. There were endless actors from various agencies, production companies, film companies, and broadcasting stations. Which one do you think will be number one? Still Island of the Missing? That's the feeling, but there might be a surprising twist. There are so many strong films right now. That's true. There are so many major films released at once. It's crazy. It really is peak season. I feel like something big is going to happen this time. Something big. Yeah, like a movie hitting 10 million viewers for the first time in a while. Anyway, my vote goes to Island of the Missing, but it wasn't time yet. There were still a few minutes left until the results were announced. So, even Kang Woojin, who was currently in Japan, moving to the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in a van, was nervous. Ugh. Damn. Is the results announcement not out yet? I'm really nervous. He tried to act tough, but he couldn't hide his anxiety. His butt kept twitching slightly. The other actors of Island of the Missing felt the same. Ryu Young-min, who was in the middle of a photo shoot, Ha Ura in a meeting, Kim E-won resting at home, John Woo-chang lifting dumbbells at the gym, and even Hong Hae-yun, who made a special appearance. They were all doing their own things while glancing at their phones or stealing looks at their managers. They were all anxiously waiting for the results. And then, click. The sound of a mouse click just spread through a medium-sized studio. It was the studio of Harmony Films, the production company behind Island of the Missing. This was the place where they held the test screening last time. In such a studio, director Kwon Ki-taek was present. Of course, key staff members, the film company's CEO, executives, and distribution staff were also gathered. Roughly 50 people. Everyone's eyes, including the silent and serious director Kwon Ki-taek, were fixed on the front screen. Naturally, what was being displayed now wasn't the movie. The screen was showing the laptop screen of an employee standing beside it. Kopic Integrated Movie Ticket System, the official site where you could check the box office results for the entire domestic film industry. However, it hadn't been updated yet. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. As time passed, the expressions of those gathered in the studio grew darker. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had his arms crossed, was no exception. Then it happened. It's up. It's here. The employee in front of the laptop shouted. Simultaneously, director Kwon Ki-taek and all over 50 people snapped their heads to the front screen. The results were immediately displayed on the screen. May 19th, 2021 audience count. Daily domestic box office. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19 / audience. 700, 223 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 700,223. 2. Uprising / release date. May 19 / audience. 141, 781 / screens. 1001 / cumulative audience. 141,781. 3. Secret Mission 5 / release date. May 12 / audience. 110, 059 / screens. 955 / cumulative audience. 2,435,578. 4. The Smugglers / release date. May 19 / audience. 80, 155 / screens. 910/cumulative audience, 80,155. 700,000 viewers in one day. Island of the Missing was a monster. Moreover, official Island of the Missing has a blockbuster opening day with 700,000 viewers, ties with the highest-grossing film Sea Battle. Will it top the rankings for the first time in 7 years? It was tied with the all-time #1 movie for total day 1 viewer count in 69. Chapter 269, Masterpiece 6. As soon as the first day's results of Island of the Missing was released. 1. Island of the Missing / release date, May 19th / audience, 700,223 / screens, 1159 / cumulative audience, 700,223. The 50 or so people gathered in the studio of the Harmony Film Company suddenly burst into screams. Wah! What? Is it real? Ha ha ha. It's real, it's really real. Congratulations, Director Nim. No way. 700,000. In one day? Wow. This is truly unbelievable. Snap out of it. This is reality. The studio resonated intensely with the simultaneous shouts. The key staff like the cinematographer and the lighting director were hugging each other and jumping around, while the film company's CEO and executives were clapping and were in an uproar. Half of the distribution staff were jumping up and down, and the other half were busily making phone calls somewhere. It was a result worthy of such a reaction. 700,000 viewers in just one day. Even considering it was a holiday during peak season, this was phenomenal. In a year, numerous films failed to surpass even 1 million. Yet, Island of the Missing achieved a figure close to 1 million in just one day. It would be foolish to sit still at this point. They had to ramp up the promotional marketing efforts and widely spread this incredible result. Although the media would cover it extensively on their own, adding a booster would accelerate word-of-mouth spread through various mass media, YouTube, and social media, thereby speeding up the increase in public opinion. The power of increasing audience numbers stems from that. Word of mouth. Depending on how explosive the power and speed of that word of mouth are, the flow can differ drastically. Kang Woojin had actually experienced that disaster-level power with Drug Dealer. For reference, Drug Dealer's first-day audience count was 250,000. It's about 3 times less than Island of the Missing. Well, Drug Dealer was rated R, so it was expected. Regardless, the first-day result of Island of the Missing was legendary. It was evident from the many notable people in the film industry dancing wildly in celebration. I've never seen 700,000 in a day before. Me neither. I've seen up to 500,000. But 700,000. Director Nim. Congratulations, really. This is going to be an ultra hit. Even to them, the current result was unfamiliar. No, it would be fair to say they had almost never seen it. The same was true for director Kwon Ki-taek, who was considered a top-tier domestic director. 700,000 viewers in a day. That's an absurd number. Director Kwon Ki-taek, who had already surpassed 10 million total viewers before, saw his maximum single-day audience count at 600,000. 700,000 was something he had never seen before. Amazing. At this moment, an employee in front of the laptop shouted, "There's not much difference." The others who were in an uproar crowded around. "What? You idiot. What are you saying without any context?" The employee shouted again. The record of Sea Battle. Sea Battle had 730,000 viewers on its first day. There's only a 30,000 difference with us. The movie Sea Battle. It was released in 2014 and achieved a total viewers of 16.75 million, an incredible result. And that Sea Battle was the #1 film in Korean box office history. In the 7 years since then, the 16.75 million record has not been broken. Of course, there have been several close contenders. 14 million, 13 million, and so on. But none were overwhelmingly dominant. Sea Battle was legendary from daily viewer counts to weekend viewer counts. No film had ever caught up to that massive record. But now, 30,000? Only a 30,000 difference. Isn't Sea Battle the #1 domestic movie? It hasn't been broken yet. Not yet. Wow. If we do well, this could. Island of the Missing came close to that legend for the first time in 7 years. It meant it was challenging the #1 spot in the Korean box office. Meanwhile, in Japan, On the set of the eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, dozens of staff and actors were bustling about, preparing for the shoot. Amidst this chaotic environment, Kang Woojin sat in the waiting area, maintaining a poker face without letting his guard down. While the first results of Island of the Missing were being announced in Korea, Woojin had yet to receive the news. Well, Choi Sung-gun would soon come running to tell him, or his phone would ring. Anyway, Woojin's makeup was already complete, perfectly embodying Iota Kiyoshi. Looking composed, he was reading the script of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger with a black square attached to it. Initially, he pretended to read it to hide his anxiety while waiting for the results of Island of the Missing. But now, he was genuinely focused. The reason was simple. It's definitely strange. His long-standing curiosity had been reignited. He was looking at the ending part of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger script. As expected, it was disappointing. The movie adaptation of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had many aspects altered or edited compared to the original, but the beginning and ending still followed the original. The original, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, was quite an old piece. So is this ending right? Personally, Kang Woojin didn't like it. When he first received the script of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, he had no particular thoughts, and this doubt had only recently emerged. It wasn't a conceptual inclusion, but a heartfelt sentiment of an ordinary person. Iota Kiyoshi's end was karmic retribution, or karma, or reaping what you sow. There was even a hint of poetic justice. Every action has consequences. Accept it. Kiyoshi leaves with such a message. In some ways, it's a cliché result and familiar to the public. Especially in Japan, most movies or content are like this. It's hard to find works that aren't. Retribution, that is. In any case, the protagonist takes responsibility for what they did. If they kill, they get killed. If they seek revenge, they suffer corresponding damage. That's not wrong. It makes sense. Kang Woojin didn't deny that. Well, there are plenty of similar stories in Korea too. But does this fit Kiyoshi as well? No. I mean, I'm just acting, but still, it's a bit disappointing. Yeah, it's disappointing. Woojin felt it was wrong for Iota Kiyoshi in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger to follow the same path. No, rather than right or wrong, it felt off. It was uncomfortable. It kept bothering him. Though Kang Woojin himself didn't realize it, the thoughts he was having now were born out of affection for the character in the play. It's something that ordinary actors usually develop. Thus, he re-examined the retribution in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. What is wrong in that world? What moment can be called a mistake? What about existence? Is there evil? Who is the evil one? Then what about good? Is it meaningful to divide these? Who judges everything? Kang Woojin vaguely arrived at an answer. I'm the one who judges. Not the director, not the writer, not the audience. The judgment about all those question marks was up to Kang Woojin. No, it was right for Iota Kiyoshi to make that judgment. Because The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is seen through Kiyoshi's eyes. But Kiyoshi doesn't make biased judgments throughout the story. He just acts. Because Kiyoshi is the stranger. Damn, my head hurts. But even if I don't know well, it seems okay for the stranger to remain a stranger until the end. Ultimately, it's not about reaching any retributive conclusion, but simply returning to being just a stranger. In The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Kiyoshi never personally carried out his homework. He moved other people. So what retribution? What karma? Where does such a concept exist for a stranger? Did Kiyoshi really want to convey to those watching him, that is, the audience or onlookers, the boring conclusion that revenge is meaningless? Did he want to throw such a message? Let's look into the real heart of Kiyoshi. No, it wouldn't be. He wouldn't even think of such things. With a silent face, Woojin slowly shook his head. He didn't know he couldn't know. There's no way Woojin could understand the thoughts of supergiant figures like director Kyotaro or writer Akari. I don't care about the message. Or whatever. It's just my thought. However, Kang Woojin was the person who knew Iota Kiyoshi the best in the world. He had lived and embodied his life. In reality, Woojin rejected the ending of Kiyoshi in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. In Woojin's eyes, Kiyoshi was a stone. No matter how circumstances changed over time, Kiyoshi's essence remained the same. It didn't change color. You know the saying, right? That people repeat the same mistakes. Change and growth might seem similar at first glance, but they are different contexts. Especially for Kiyoshi. He was clumsy, so there could be emotional growth. But he wouldn't change. Even after witnessing countless deaths in front of him, he remained calm and quiet, treating human deaths as mere homework. He was a stone. Would he repent for everything and accept the consequences? Quietly digest the retribution? I'm leaning in a different direction. Homework is just homework. Nothing more, nothing less. The concept of wrongdoing didn't exist for Kiyoshi, and he wouldn't think deeply about it. Revenge wasn't futile. It was a process of returning everything to its starting point. From the beginning, Iota Kiyoshi's mindset was different from the average person. Moreover, he was nimble and meticulous, putting everything together. Surely, Kiyoshi would have planned his end meticulously, and no matter what, he wouldn't think he did anything wrong, even if beaten to death. The ending of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger needs changes. But would it change just because I said something? Woojin couldn't imagine this huge production changing things with just a word from him. So should he just leave it be? Anyway, the rating of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was already high. Even without tweaking, it was expected to achieve remarkable results. At that moment, Woojin SSI, stand by please. A staff member shouted in Japanese. It meant the preparation for the first scene was complete. It started with Kang Woojin. No, Kiyoshi. Before hearing the results of Island of the Missing, Woojin put down the script of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and stood up. Swish. As he did so, he moved into the set. The atmosphere was thick with the concept. He summoned Iota Kiyoshi. By the time the slate was ready in front of Woojin, he was already no different from Kiyoshi. An expressionless face. Cut off emotions. When all preparations were complete, the sound of the slate echoed throughout the set. Multiple cameras focused on Kang Woojin. Over 100 staff members watched him silently. Director Kyotaro, looking at Woojin on the monitor, shouted, "Action!" A moment later, this cut was a solo scene of Kang Woojin that continued from the previous one. It was a difficult scene where he had to convey a lot with a blank face despite having no lines. Kang Woojin looked down at the floor. There was no one now, but he was staring at a lifeless body. It was a corpse that felt cold at a glance. However, there was no change in Woojin's face. After a few seconds, he slowly lifted his head. The front camera on the rail slowly captured Woojin, or Kiyoshi. From the bust to the face, a close-up. Silence. The set was quiet, and so was Woojin's expression. But strangely enough, many things were embedded in Kang Woojin's stiff face. The depth gradually intensified. Director Kyotaro, glued to the monitor, licked his lips. Yes, that's right. This subtle turning point is the key. It's the essence. Calm breaths. Impulsive actions. Compared to that, deflated spirit. Reasonable revenge. A simple homework. A convincing past. All these realizations were captured in Kang Woojin's eyes. They settled in his expression. They were conveyed in his portrayal. Eyes that have not a shred of expectation for people. Incredible. Gives me goosebumps. The scene ended here. But director Kyotaro enjoyed the current thrill and extended the sign a bit longer. Approximately after 10 more seconds. Cut. Director Kyotaro sprang up from in front of the monitor. Simultaneously, the surrounding Japanese actors and staff let out dry laughs. Some people exhaled sharply. They had been fully immersed in Woojin's acting and were only now coming out of it. Then, swish. Director Kyotaro, with the shooting storyboard tucked into the back pocket of his jeans, walked briskly toward Woojin inside the set. Woojin SSI. There's no need for another take. It's beyond satisfactory. But let's change the composition a bit and go for a few more cuts. Understood, Director Nim. Kang Woojin replied in a low voice. He looked calmly at Director Kyotaro, whose hair was streaked with gray. On the outside, he appeared cynical, but internally, he was wrestling with his thoughts, somewhat intensely. Then, following his usual straightforward nature, Woojin made a rough decision. Damn, I don't know. Just say it. If it doesn't work, then forget it. He called out to Director Kyotaro. Director Nim. Kyotaro tilted his head at the low-pitched Japanese, and Woojin delivered the line he had prepared. Don't you think Iota Kiyoshi would consider returning to an ordinary life, as a true stranger would? Kiyoshi's ending. It seems like he would want to show Misaki Toka that I'm doing fine as a stranger. Someone has to check the homework, and for Kiyoshi, isn't that probably Toka? Woojin lowered his voice even more. To be frank, retribution doesn't suit Kiyoshi. Living well and comfortably seems more fitting, without any harm. For a moment, Director Kyotaro's eyes slightly widened, becoming a stranger to all consequences. Several scenes with Kiyoshi flashed like lightning in his mind. During the shooting of numerous content like movies or dramas, it's quite common for the plot or dialogue to change. This usually happens due to ad-libs or actions by actors who have thoroughly analyzed the script or because of the surrounding filming environment. Of course, it's only possible if it pleases the director or writer. However, it's rare for the ending itself to change. Especially once production has begun, it becomes even more difficult. This is even truer for works like The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger that have an original source. Changing the ending from the original is quite a bold move. But for some reason, Director Kyotaro's eyes were gleaming in a subtle yet intriguing way. Ending as a stranger, once again dash. A hint of change appeared in the conclusion of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Chapter 270. Chapter 270. All-Time 1. From the moment he heard Kang Woojin's comments, Director Kyotaro began to mutter phrases like a stranger and an outsider, ignoring all causality. It was as if he were talking to himself. Watching Director Kyotaro stroke his chin with a serious expression, Woojin thought. He didn't react outwardly, but internally, he felt slightly nervous. Did it work? Or not? What's going on? Which is it? He had said it recklessly, but this was the first time he'd done something like this, even after suddenly becoming an actor. But if he hadn't said anything, he would have regretted it. That was Kang Woojin's true feelings. The ending of a work could determine the overall success or failure of its performance. In other words, if the ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were to change as Kang Woojin suggested, there could be a change in its rating. 7/Scenario. Title: The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. SS grade. Currently, it was SS grade, but it could drop to A grade or, worse, even B grade. Well, it could also go the other way. If the ending doesn't change, there's nothing I can do. It would be fine even if the grade dropped a bit. Or would it not be fine? Still, somehow, it feels like I've protected Kiyoshi. Even if the grade of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger drops, Kiyoshi would be saved. Woojin felt that this alone was worth it. The reason wasn't clear. It was just a feeling. Although he didn't realize it himself, this was an actor's ambition. Something like not wanting to ruin a character. Kang Woojin, unaware of his own growth. He spoke to Director Kyotaro, who was deep in thought right in front of him. The ending being different from the original might draw complaints from fans of the original, but I just wanted to mention it because it seemed like Kiyoshi's character was being ruined. Even in this situation, he maintained his composure. Why? Because this line was essentially a direct challenge to the world-renowned writer Akari. It's tough, really tough. Pretending to be tough is like walking on thin ice every day. Meanwhile, Director Kyotaro, who was full of gray hairs, remained silent for a moment before slowly nodding. I understand what you're saying. Then he took out the shooting storyboard and a pen from his back pocket. He began writing something in the empty space. It was to note down a sudden inspiration. At the same time, Director Kyotaro thought, this might be. No, it's definitely a gamble. 100% the hardcore fans of the original will complain. There's also a high chance the entire Japanese content market will criticize it. It's an act of blatantly breaking the deeply rooted glitch of cause and effect. Many in the public and the Japanese entertainment industry will be negative about it. Especially in Japan, change is poison. To be precise, there's a strong aversion to new things. Hence, Japanese actors perform standardized, often loud and exaggerated acting for decades. Movies and dramas continue to maintain similar plots. In other words, they're playing it safe. The plots of powerful Japanese animations are the same. However, because the manga market, which forms the basis of animation, is somewhat creative, anime has developed. Conversely, the rest of the content market stagnates. Yet, every year it remains the same. It doesn't progress. It's already ruined. Japanese dramas and films have reached the point where live-action adaptations of anime or manga are the main focus. They've long fallen behind Korea. Just look at the global phenomenon of the Hallyu wave. In contrast, Japan still relies on its domestic market. They fear change. Director Kyotaro recalled the initial significance of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. To criticize this foolish market, the acting of Japanese actors, the market atmosphere, the fixed flow of money, and many fearful directors. Kang Woojin was chosen as the hitman for this. His monstrous acting, putting a Korean actor at the center of a world-renowned Japanese writer Akari's work, all aimed to create a reversal. Now, Woojin was even trying to overturn the ending of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. But director Kyotaro was positive about it. Yes, if we're going to do it, we should do it right. He was ready to take the lead. Kiyoshi will shine more if we go with Woojin's suggestion. He imagined the bombardment. No matter how fierce the battle would be. All right, I understand. Let's take a 5-minute. No, a 10-minute break. Director Kyotaro, muttering in Japanese, continued to jot down something in his storyboard while turning his body. Then he took out his phone. He was probably calling writer Akari, but Woojin didn't think much of it. Well, did it work? I said what I needed to. Soon, the assistant director shouted across the entire set. Something like 10-minute break. The staff, numbering around 100, were bewildered by the break taken right after starting filming, but they busily moved their hands and feet to prepare for the next shot. Meanwhile, Japanese actors approached Kang Woojin as he was leaving the set. For some reason, they all gave him thumbs up. Congratulations, Woojin SSI. I saw the article and was super surprised. I've never experienced such audience numbers. Congratulations. It's a result rarely seen in Japan, so I'm envious but also impressed. What's this? Why the sudden congratulations? At first, Woojin was puzzled, but then a light bulb went off in his head. Ah, Island of the Missing. At that moment, Choi Sung-gun approached Woojin. With a smile, he whispered in Kang Woojin's ear. Island of the Missing hit 700,000 viewers. It tied with the first-day record of Korea's top-grossing film. Is that so? Kang Woojin coldly asked back, but inside, he was screaming. What the hell? 700,000 in one day? That's insane. At the same time, for some reason, Japanese media were throwing out news about a Korean movie. The eerie sacrifice starring Kang Woojin's film, Island of the Missing, draws 700,000 viewers in Korea in one day. Not a small number. However, compared to the current state of Korea, it was a mere drop in the ocean. In Korea at this moment. Movie rankings, crazy. Island of the Missing hits 700,000 viewers on its opening day, taking first place. As expected of master director Kwon Ki-taek, Island of the Missing hits 700,000 viewers as soon as it releases, topping the box office. The news was already flooded with articles about Island of the Missing. First place Island of the Missing draws over 700,000 viewers on opening day. Could it be the tentpole blockbuster of the year? An enormous amount. However, it was a sufficiently reasonable reaction. In the peak season of theaters, amidst a barrage of numerous tentpole movies, Island of the Missing not only claimed the top spot, but also Challenger Island of the Missing has almost the same opening day results as the reigning Sea Battle. It produced a result almost equal to Korea's top-grossing film. A fortress unshaken for about 7 years was now trembling. Many reporters couldn't just sit idly by with a staggering 700,000 viewers in one day. Kang Woojin's acting works again. Island of the Missing might be the first 10 million film of the year. Their fingers moved every second, every minute. A few hours later, when Island of the Missing filled various portal sites, public opinion rapidly started to click. Island of the Missing / release date, May 19, 2021. Rating, 9.6. Viewer and netizen reviews / 1,002 participants. When the monster appeared, I thought it was going to go downhill, but it ended up climbing the hill and scared the shit out of my wits / een *******. This movie is packed with so much, and Kang Woojin's divine acting. It's astonishing and gives you chills / tan *******. Guys, the critics' average score is over 7. Just go see it. Also bring extra pants / cal *******. Fuck, is Kang Woojin seriously crazy? His acting is fucking amazing / love *******. Fell asleep midway / BMB *******. Ryu Young-min holds the center. Ha Ura is beautiful, and Kang Woojin is crazy slash dak asterisk 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 asterisk. Now I get why director Kwon Ki-taek is called a master. It's a blast slash SNN asterisk 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 asterisk. The actors' performances are incredible. Especially Woojin SSI stands out the most. Happy-faced. The plot is solid and fun. Slash DHN asterisk 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 asterisk. The monster that appears from the beginning is just a sideshow. It's a movie about human nature. Definitely watch it. I'm watching it again tomorrow. Slash TCK asterisk 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 asterisk. Boring. Dropped out. Slash DBF asterisk 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 asterisk. Kang Woojin keeps improving as an actor. His acting is just insane. I kept going wow wow in amazement. Didn't see any of his previous characters in his acting. Slash Geo asterisk 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 asterisk. No a single weak link in acting at all. Kang Woojin is the real deal. His acting is explosive. He alone controlled the tension. Slash SSG asterisk 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 asterisk. It was like a nuclear bomb of publicity. The news spread quickly to communities, social media, and YouTube. By late afternoon on the 20th, various media outlets joined in. News programs, radio shows, and other platforms discussed the winner of this movie war. It might seem like an exaggeration. After all, only one day had passed. Regardless, the movies that lost to Island of the Missing were in mourning. 700,000 in one day. Is that even a possible number anymore? I don't believe it either. But let's stay hopeful. There might be a turnaround tomorrow. A turnaround? Didn't you see the ratings and public response to Island of the Missing? Do you think it'll sink easily? It's a crushing defeat. Phew. We can only hope to somehow reach the break-even point. Some were determined to try even harder. Don't hang your heads. Now's the time to push even harder on promotions. Understood. We're not trying to beat Island of the Missing. People won't just watch that one movie. We can aim for second place and turn things around at the last minute. Get your heads in the game. They say there's opportunity in crisis. Many films targeting the peak season aimed for a comeback. Movies released before, on the same day, and after Island of the Missing all did the same. But that hope was shattered by the 21st, just a day later. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience. 715,005 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 1,415,228. Not only was it dominating, but Island of the Missing surpassed 1.4 million viewers in just 2 days. Meanwhile, in Japan, Kang Woojin faced a slight crisis in maintaining his persona. 1.5 million in 2 days. Fuck, this is crazy. Even for Drug Lord, I thought it was insane. But this drug dealer had him reeling with its initial success. But this was on a whole other level. It was almost unbelievable. During this, his phone was bombarded with messages from countless people. His phone was practically exploding. Moreover, word of mouth for Island of the Missing spread rapidly. The results were announced on Saturday morning, the 22nd, showing Friday's performance. The third day's stats. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience. 865,448 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 2,280,676. It surpassed 700,000 to over 800,000 daily viewers. The total audience count exceeded 2 million in just 3 days. For the first time, Island of the Missing was challenging the ironclad first-place film Sea Battle. Movie Talk, all-time #1 Sea Battle third day score 2.1 million. Challenger Island of the Missing 2.28 million. The tables have turned. It was the moment it toppled the record. At this time, late morning, Japan's top 3 anime studio, A10 Studio, was holding a major event. Specifically, the entire team for Male Friend remake was involved. Wow dash. It came out great. The effects in 3D are really clean. Even without the OST and sound effects, it's promising. Dozens of people were gathered in a mid-sized studio, speaking in Japanese. They were the team from Male Friend remake and executives from A10 Studio. On the large and small monitors in front of them, an animation was playing. One of the male characters looked very familiar. He closely resembled Kang Woojin. The reason was simple. The characters are all charming. And above all, the male lead is excellent. Modeling him after Woojin SSI was the right choice. What they were watching was the anime adaptation of Korea's Male Friend, titled Male Friend Remake. And it wasn't the first episode. It was the 12th episode. In other words, the test of the final episode. Despite the lack of post-production elements such as dubbing, sound effects, or mixing, the anime was still highly anticipated by those watching. And it was justified. They had enlisted Korean actor Kang Woojin as a voice actor. The moment marked the completion of episodes 1 through 12 of Male Friend Remake, an adaptation of the original drama with numerous challenges. An astonishing speed of about 6 months. Managing 4 teams was a masterstroke. Now, only the OP and EP, OST are left to be added in. Have you scheduled the voice dubbing, sound, and OST recordings? We're coordinating it, but we have a rough outline. Good. But what about Woojin SSI? I received word that he's in the final stages of filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Finally, the end is in sight. With only Kang Woojin and the voice actors. Recordings left, they were ready for launch. Meanwhile, in the parking lot outside the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, in the vast parking lot filled with minivans, 2 familiar figures were facing each other in the back seat of a white, square van. One of them was director Kyotaro, his expression firm. Opposite him sat writer Akari Takikawa, the original author of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. She was looking down at a few sheets of paper, her glasses perched on the tip of her nose. The pages were filled with text. Swish. Naturally, it was something director Kyotaro had handed over. Specifically, it was the revised ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It was a proposal director Kyotaro had crafted in just a few days. Akari's confirmation was essential. Her expression as she read it was hard to decipher. Neither expressionless nor smiling. The ending Kyotaro had written depicted the aftermath of Iota Kiyoshi completing his homework. It began with the morning commute on the subway. The setting for the ending Kyotaro wrote was very ordinary and familiar. Not only Akari, but everyone would think so. A morning commute scene that you could see anywhere. It's neither unique nor shocking. It was quite static. A dense crowd waiting for the subway. Office workers worn out from commuting. All looking the same. In black or navy suits with no expressions. At a glance, it was hard to distinguish who was who. Hundreds of people boarded the subway en masse. And then they got off. The black color made it look like a massive movement of ants. Perhaps they were people produced in a factory. They said nothing to each other. Naturally, they were strangers and unknowns to each other. The angle showed the backs of hundreds climbing the stairs. Among these hundreds of strangers or unknowns, one person stopped and slowly turned his head back. One of the countless strangers living an ordinary life after completing his homework. It was the stranger Iota Kiyoshi. Having read this far, writer Akari quietly asked director Kyotaro with a calm expression. This ending was suggested by 1. Chapter 271. All Time, 2. Iota Kiyoshi was a stranger and an outsider from the very beginning. From high school until the moment he finished his homework and returned to his daily life, he never connected with anyone and remained isolated from all. But what if Misaki Toka had been alive? What if their connection had not been severed and continued to exist? If it had developed and Kiyoshi and Toka had grown together, the situation would have been entirely different. Such trivial things are what keep people going. The catalyst in people's lives is surprisingly small. Most people cling to a mere fingernail-sized hope or expectation to keep breathing. For Kiyoshi, that might have been Toka, but she was gone. He became a perfect stranger. No, perhaps he had turned even darker. Yet, does that revenge, that homework, hold no meaning? Who can point fingers and blame him? Maybe Kiyoshi wanted to live. He would have perceived his life's meaning was his homework and acted accordingly. How can one live on after being wronged without doing anything? He made a reasonable decision. Even if called selfish, even if the method was wrong, it doesn't matter. Victim? Perpetrator? What meaning do those terms have? It's just reality. Things happened, and consequences followed. Kiyoshi's life had already gone off course. To survive, he had to return to the starting point by any means necessary. Not frantically, but calmly, just doing his homework. Purpose, goal, dream. In other words, hope. For Kiyoshi, that was revenge. Watch from somewhere. One day, he would complete the homework. After that, Iota Kiyoshi, who had finished everything, hid in daily life, only observing as a stranger. It was uncertain whether he was looking at the camera, the audience, Misaki Toka, or his own life. The only thing certain was the starting point. The world-renowned writer Akari Takikawa, who wrote the original work of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, was astonished. Of course, it was because of the ending that director Kyotaro brought with the request for modification. Akari, with glasses perched on her nose, lowered the paper she held. And then, Woojin SSI proposed this kind of ending? She recalled the Korean actor Kang Woojin. The reason she was so surprised was simple. It was because she had thought of this ending herself in the past. No, to be precise, this ending was the real one. Though the details are a bit different, the end is similar. Before publication, the draft ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was Kiyoshi living among ordinary people. Of course, the detailed scenes and direction were completely different from what director Kyotaro brought, but the meaning was the same. However, at that time, Akari had to abandon the predetermined ending. There were too many conflicting interests. Moreover, her worldwide fans were also an issue. The zeitgeist of the past also played a role. Whatever the case, the original ending had to be buried in Akari's heart. After a long time, a foreign actor suddenly unearthed the buried ending. Why did he think of such an ending? Akari, who had many of her works made into movies or dramas, had never once had any actor propose a revision to her. Kang Woojin was the first. Akari's eyes slowly turned to director Kyotaro across from her. Did Woojin SSI also propose this direction and detailed settings? Director Kyotaro shook his head slightly. No, I added the specific scenes, locations, and direction. But the core idea was from Woojin SSI. In what way? Denying retribution. Director Kyotaro, full of gray hairs, calmly recited what he had heard from Woojin. He said that retribution doesn't suit Kiyoshi, and that it fits his character to live well as a stranger without any harm. To live well. Yes. He also said it felt like Iota Kiyoshi's character was being ruined. Soon, a smile spread across Akari's face. Woojin SSI must have been sincerely facing Kiyoshi. That's right. It's a conclusion that could only come from that. He's such a peculiar actor. He pretends not to, but sees everything. Pretends not to know, but knows everything. I feel exposed. Exposed. In response to the question, Akari let out a light breath and began to explain the past of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. She spoke of the existence of the original ending, how it had been suppressed, and up to the present. Looking back now, I think I was probably scared. So I tailored Kiyoshi to reality, even though I knew it was an escape. I understand. I was like that in the past too. In fact, even now, I think that result is what shaped the current Japanese content market. Everyone is just too scared. The two giants exchanged slightly bitter smiles. It was Akari who spoke first. Even at this age, there's still so much to learn. I never thought I'd feel this way towards a Korean actor. I envy his fearless vigor more than his cold, ruthless cynicism. Kang Woojin has always been like that. A monster that doesn't compromise with the world. That's a realm of talent that can't be imitated. For a moment, Akari's face turned serious as she changed the topic. If you go with this ending, you're directly challenging the consolidated Japanese content market. It's a declaration of war to break it. I know. A disaster will probably strike. Intense backlash from the public, massive outcry from die-hard fans of the original work, and fierce resistance from the industry. It will not be warmly received. There will likely be huge controversies and harsh criticism. But even so, I think I would regret it for the rest of my life if I don't go with this ending. Meeting Akari's gaze, director Kyotaro gave a dignified smile. If you want to change something, it's natural for someone to bleed. Of course, your permission is the most important. The beginning of a war that will shake all of Japan. A scene exploding with curses. Am I the only one looking forward to it? I think it will be fun. It's better to have a tsunami hitting in a storm than a calm release. Besides, I want to see what I couldn't do in the past. Akari gave a thumbs up and responded. With a laugh. I'm in. Thank you, Akari. But is it all right for you to take all the responsibility alone? You can mention me in the press release. No, I can't bring harm to the original author. Besides, Woojin SSI will also share the burden. He's the actor playing the role. That's why I informed him in advance. What did Woojin SSI say? He said, "It doesn't matter." That's so like him. Akari chuckled, recalling Kang Woojin's calm face. Someday, I should write him as the protagonist in one of my works. A few hours later, around late lunchtime, Kang Woojin could be found on the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. About 100 staff members were moving busily. Japanese actors were each doing their tasks, such as checking the storyboard. Today's gathering for The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was a bit late due to director Kyotaro's schedule. Even so, Woojin, sitting in a chair, was transformed into Kiyoshi with his outfit and makeup. He looked solemn as expected. However, his thoughts were elsewhere. Phew, I suddenly crave spicy doenjang. That's the problem when you come to a foreign country, TSK. I need to suggest going to a Korean restaurant today. Of course, outwardly, he appeared to be cynically reviewing the storyboard. At that moment, Woojin SSI, from between the sets, where the monitors and key staff were gathered, the assistant director called out to Kang Woojin. Was it for standby? No, it wasn't. Can I have a moment? After exchanging glances with Choi Sung-gun, Woojin stood up from the chair and walked calmly. As Woojin approached, the assistant director and key staff stepped aside. Left were director Kyotaro, holding the filming storyboard, and Mana Kosaku, who played the role of Detective Yoshizawa Mokio. Director Kyotaro spoke up as the three gathered. The ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger will be changed. Soon, Mana Kosaku, with his sharp facial features, slightly widened his eyes. In contrast, Kang Woojin maintained his poker face. He had expected this outcome more than pretending to be surprised. Oh, amazing, did it get accepted? Since it was initially Woojin's suggestion, it was no surprise. Kosaku, now serious, asked again. Changing the ending? Does that mean you'll be removing some parts from the existing script? The last part of Iota Kiyoshi will be completely removed and redone. However, there's no need to touch the already filmed portions, and other actors' scenes won't change significantly. In The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, the latter half and ending revolve around Kiyoshi and Detective Mokio, so this made sense. Other characters are all eliminated before then. Kosaku SSI's scenes won't change much either, but the emotions and thoughts will be different. Of course, Kiyoshi will be completely turned around from the original. Kang Woojin was indeed leading the latter half and ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The direction and scenes themselves would change. Meanwhile, most of Kosaku's scenes would be retained, though he needed to be aware of the altered emotional arc. I have already informed the other actors. The filming team is working according to the new ending, and the writer has approved it. I will give you both the revised storyboard by the end of today. For now, please read the preliminary script notes. Director Kyotaro handed the prepared papers to Kang Woojin and Kosaku. The two actors read the notes where they stood. The revised scenes, including the new ending, were detailed to ensure the emotional continuity and direction. Woojin, with his stern face, silently admired the script. Whoa, what is this? This is pretty cool. Yes, Kiyoshi should be impactful like this. He liked the changes. Additionally, he applauded director Kyotaro's capability. It had only been a few days since Woojin had casually thrown out the idea, yet director Kyotaro had come back with a brilliant ending in that short period. This is what makes a master. The pace and quality of the script work were top tier. At this point, a hint of bewilderment appeared on Kosaku's face. Modifying scripts is common during filming. Actors have to adapt to changes, as the director makes the final decisions. However, for Kosaku, this was the first time seeing an ending change by 180 degrees. Moreover, are they really going with this ending? Seriously? This won't just end with criticism. The revised ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was quite shocking. It was more than just pioneering. The new ending aimed to make history in the Japanese content market. Having spent a long time in the entertainment industry, Kosaku expressed his honest thoughts. Director Nim, are you sure about going with this ending? I am sure. If we proceed like this, the hardcore fans of the original might revolt. If it ends at that level, it would be a minor hiccup. What? Director Kyotaro, recalling the future filled with controversies and backlash, smiled slightly. His expression was resolute. Nevertheless, the ending change of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is confirmed without any retreat. Later, before filming started, Mana Kosaku cautiously approached Kang Woojin. Woojin SSI, are you really okay with this? Most of the backlash will likely be directed at you among the actors. Kosaku, a top actor, foresaw the severe criticism Woojin might face. He had experienced such situations countless times. Regardless, Woojin's calm reply was simple. It's trivial. It wasn't trivial, but it didn't matter to Kang Woojin at all. I can just ignore it, can't I? Woojin, an ordinary citizen at heart, had a different mindset from typical actors. He hadn't committed any crime, so why should he care? Ignoring it was the answer. Kosaku interpreted it differently. Woojin's demeanor was so resolute. He's cool. It's not pretentiousness or bravado. He accepts it humbly but doesn't dwell on it. It was a ruthless but fundamentally grounded arrogance, not the arrogance of a madman. Mana Kosaku genuinely thought he needed to learn from him. Even though he's only in his second year, he's already got the qualities of a top actor, the demeanor of a giant. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin was lost in his own thoughts. If it gets bad, I can just go back to Korea, right? By then, maybe I'll just stay in Korea? Kosaka calmly asked. Is it really trivial? Woojin, with a steel face, deepened his voice. Yes, very much so. You're amazing in many ways. Why suddenly amazing? Although a faint scent of misunderstanding lingered, Woojin didn't ask further. It was a familiar scent. Thus, the hectic Saturday faded away, and Sunday the 23rd dawned. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team gathered at the set early in the morning. Among them, director Kyotaro, wearing his hat pulled low, asked the distributor company, has the release gap between Japan and Korea been decided? Japan will premiere first, and the Korean release is being adjusted to be between 2 weeks to a month later. We'll inform you as soon as it's finalized. This time, director Kyotaro asked the production team, when we change the ending, how much will it delay the shooting schedule? We reviewed it yesterday, and it won't be a big difference. About 2 days due to rescheduling extras and location coordination. Not bad. However, we will incur some expenses for the prearranged parts of the original shoot. That's fine. I've already talked to the investors. The main investor, namely Chairman Hideki. 2-day delay. Director Kyotaro briefly murmured and summarized. Then the crank-up is confirmed for Friday the 28th. Today was the 23rd, meaning there were about 5 days left until the end of filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. A few minutes later, inside a black luxury sedan speeding down a Tokyo road. It was the car of Yoshimura Hideki, the head of the Kashiwa Group, with white hairs mixed in his eyebrows. Seated in the back, Chairman Hideki lowered his phone after talking to someone. The other party was director Kyotaro at the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger set. Lily. Chairman Hideki, who received the news from director Kyotaro, called out to Lily, the chief secretary sitting in the front passenger seat. Lily, sitting upright, turned her body back. Yes, Chairman. Chairman Hideki gave her an instruction. Reschedule the plans for the 28th. I'll visit the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger set. I want to see the end with my own eyes. After giving his order, Chairman Hideki looked out the window and smiled slightly. Kang Woojin, I'm curious how you'll wrap up the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, who had just woken up in his hotel room bed, exclaimed, I'm so tired. In his drowsy state, he grabbed any script or scenario from the pile on the nearby table. He intended to rest a bit more due to his accumulated fatigue. Poke. Kang Woojin stepped into the endlessly dark void space. He yawned widely and stretched. He could just lie down as he was. At that moment, Woojin habitually checked the white rectangles and then paused. One of the white rectangles, the Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, showed a change. -7/scenario. Title, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. SSS grade. Instead of dropping, the grade had actually risen 72. Chapter 272. All-Time 3. The rating of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was SS grade, but now it had risen to SSS grade. This change must have been due to the alteration of the ending. Soon, Kang Woojin grinned and murmured, See this? Changing the ending was the right answer. Damn, I can't even brag about this anywhere. As much as he wanted to spread the news all over, he held back. At the same time, he felt a thrill. It feels pretty damn good. There were two reasons. First, it was a result achieved by Kang Woojin, not thanks to the void space. Second, he was relieved that it had turned around from possibly dropping to A grade or even B grade. Even if he pretended not to care, he was secretly worried. As a result, Kang Woojin gained about three things. He protected Kiyoshi, obtained an SSS grade rating, and boosted his self-esteem as an actor. Though he didn't realize it himself, it was a significant harvest. Especially, his growth in his attitude as an actor. Anyway, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger became SSS grade today. But what does that mean? Woojin, who was smiling, tilted his head slightly. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger is released in both Korea and Japan, right? Is the rating combined for both countries? Or is it separate? It's confusing. Then Kang Woojin stopped thinking. Well, no matter how much he worries, how could he understand the void space? It'll work out somehow. Woojin quickly erased the thought and suddenly clapped his hands together because he remembered something he had been looking forward to. The result of Island of the Missing. Today was Sunday, the 23rd, meaning yesterday, Saturday the 22nd, was the first weekend for Island of the Missing. And by now, the result must have been out. Then, exit. Woojin's vision quickly changed to the hotel room. Kang Woojin, ignoring his disheveled hair, swiftly grabbed the phone near the pillow. A lot of messages have come in. There were already quite a few missed calls, messages, and texts. He could predict the content without even looking. But Kang Woojin accessed something else. The official domestic box office site. Kopic integrated movie ticket system. The results soon appeared before Woojin's eyes. May 22nd, 2021 audience count. Daily domestic box office. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience. 971,558 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 3,254,234. The Saturday result of Island of the Missing. The daily audience count was staggering. Kang Woojin's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Although it was the weekend, the daily audience count was almost 1 million. 1 million in one day. Island of the Missing was rewriting the history of the Korean film industry. Later, Woojin, who had finished showering with a shoulder dance, adeptly switched to his concept mode. Then he checked the messages exploding on his phone. All were congratulatory messages. Or shocked ones. Of course, there were also congratulatory bombings on Kang Woojin's official SNS and Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. But it was only the 5th day since release. There was still a long way to go. Because of that, Woojin tried to suppress his rising grin. But it didn't work well. Is this the feeling? The thought that he might achieve the glorious title of 10 million viewer actor, which he had only seen on TV, made Woojin's mood skyrocket. Around this time, Choi Sung-gun came to pick up Kang Woojin. Trying hard to maintain a poker face, Woojin saw Choi Sung-gun flashing a big smile. You saw it too, right? Almost 1 million in one day yesterday. Yes, CEO Nim. I saw it. You rascal. Hitting 1 million daily viewers is rare even in the history of Korean cinema. You should feel elated. Like this, come on, do a little shoulder dance. Should I do it for you? Choi Sung-gun suddenly started talchum in the hotel hallway. Or was it just a freestyle dance? Kang Woojin desperately held back his laughter and urged to join in the freestyle dance. CEO Nim, people are watching. It's because you're too calm. I did it for you. Gradually, team members gathered around Woojin. A dozen people, including the burly Jang Soo-hwan and the short-haired Han Yeong. All of them marveled at the rapid success of Island of the Missing as soon as they met. 3 million viewers in just 4 days? This is seriously insane. The hype is real, seriously. Korea is turned upside down right now. Our company even informed us about it. But even if you just go into any community or YouTube, it's all about Island of the Missing. Is this really going to surpass the total audience of Sea Battle? How much was that? 16 million? Exactly 16.7 million, I think. But it's already surpassing the current daily progress, right? It's a long-distance marathon, so we should wait and see, but it's already a huge hit. Listening quietly to their excitement, Choi Sung-gun with his ponytail smirked and chimed in. 3 million is just a taste. All tickets for Island of the Missing are sold out today, Sunday. Something even bigger is coming, 100%. Wow, I'm totally looking forward to it. There was a ruckus behind him, but Kang Woojin tried to suppress his urge to dance with joy. He had already jumped around in the hotel room this morning. Honestly, it was a bit of a crisis. His lips had been twitching since earlier. Endure it. Mind control is the only way. But Han Yeung noticed like a ghost. Appa, your mouth is twitching. You must be tired. CEO Nim, we should look for some magnesium before the shoot. She even mistook it for magnesium deficiency. But Kang Woojin handled it calmly. No, it's not that bad. Really, it's just a momentary tremor. Somehow, without any issues, Kang Woojin arrived at the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. First, he greeted director Kyotaro. The 100 or so staff members of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were already in a frenzy. How to put it, they were brimming with spirit today. Props. When are the props coming? They're on the way. Lighting director. We need a few more reflectors here. Got it. Kang Woojin has arrived. Get him into costume first. Intense Japanese words were thrown around the wide set. The pace was gradually quickening. Japanese actors were also arriving one by one. Meanwhile, the 100 or so staff and Japanese actors didn't forget to whisper. The main topic of conversation was, did you see the new ending? It's changing. Suddenly, the director announced it this morning. How is it changing? Well, I'm surprised too. I've never seen an ending like this. It was the suddenly changed ending of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. It's not uncommon for the script to be modified, but it's very rare for the ending to be flipped like this so close to the end of filming. And it wasn't a minor adjustment. It was the ending changing completely. Recently, most Japanese dramas and movies are live-action adaptations of manga or novels. Changing the ending of a live-action adaptation is almost unheard of. Moreover, the original author was Akari. So, it wasn't strange at all for the staff and actors to have strong reactions. Especially the actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were quite flustered. Noticeably so. No matter what, Kiyoshi living happily. Is this really okay? If the director decided, the actors should just go along with it. But it's a bit. No, it's very worrisome. When it releases, there'll be quite a bit of noise. Noise? That would be lucky. At this level, original fans will probably come at us. Of course, I understand the new ending fits Kiyoshi better, but it's a bit scary. This is the first time in Japan for such an ending. In the past and in the future, our work might be unique. Enjoy it. Crazy. But is Kang Woojin okay? Why does he look so calm? When it releases, the direct hits will be on Woojin or the director. He's always like that, isn't he? But it's surprising that he's not shaken at all. However, Kang Woojin, preparing for the shoot, was calm. No, he even looked composed. Among the 100 or so people gathered on the set, he was the only one. No tension, no fear, no anguish, no anxiety. Inside the filming zone, Kang Woojin was just as he had been yesterday, or a month ago, or even several months ago. Soon, the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger resumed with everything set. Hi Q. With director Kyotaro's signal, Kang Woojin began the first scene of the day. It was a solo scene that connected with a previously shot cut. Short dialogue and subtle eye movements were crucial, and he had to portray an even more intense emptiness on his face. Though it was quite a challenging scene, Kang Woojin pulled it off effortlessly. As a result, he quickly received an okay, and the shoot proceeded rapidly with a few changes in angles. Kang Woojin's shoots were always like this. Again, Woojin SSI has no NGs today. Sometimes it's scary, wondering how a person can be this perfect. As an actor, his attitude and demeanor are already at a global level. Just like the Japanese-speaking staff of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger whispered, Kang Woojin rarely had NGs. If there were any, they were due to staff errors or issues with the co-actors. Next up was Mana Kosaku SSI. Stand by. It was Mana Kosaku, who played the lazy detective Yoshizawa Mokio, was next. With a slightly shabby jacket, stubble on his chin, and a cigarette in his mouth, Mana Kosaku transformed into Detective Yoshizawa Mokio and stepped onto the set. It was made to look like the inside of a police station. Swoosh. Today, the scene he was to shoot was quite tense. In fact, all the scenes shot today were like that. High action. At director Kyotaro's signal, Detective Mokio, or Kosaku, sitting in front of a computer, folded his arms and let out a long sigh. Iota Kiyoshi. Taking a long drag on his cigarette, the smoke lingered in his lungs before being exhaled through his mouth. The camera, filming Detective Mokio's face, then shared his gaze, focusing on the monitor. A profile appeared. It was Iota Kiyoshi's. Detective Yoshizawa Mokio sensed the presence of the stranger. Of course, it wasn't easy. Realizing Kiyoshi's existence came from the past. Whose past? The people who suddenly died in a chain reaction. People who died sequentially, as if orchestrated. Kanakayama Ginzo, Misaki Shitoku, Horinochi Amy. And the most recent, a woman named Ie Yasaki found in a car that fell into the sea. They were all connected. Not in the present, but in the past. The common link was the school. Except for Misaki Shitoku, they all graduated from the same high school. This made Detective Mokio feel uneasy. People from the same school dying in a row? There must be a hidden story. Mokio focused more on their past. Then he found. A female student took her own life. A student's suicide incident. Of course, it happened at that high school. Her name was Misaki Toka. Wait, Misaki? Yes. Misaki Shitoku was that girl's father. What the hell is this? The more he dug, the more absurd facts surfaced. The deceased were from a high school with a past suicide case. The girl's father. That father recently killed Kanakayama Ginzo and then jumped himself. Everything was connected to Misaki Toka. Detective Mokio tracked down the teachers and students from the time of Toka's incident. Naturally, most were passive or annoyed. There was no significant gain. But luckily, he could hear a bit about the past from a few. Misaki Toka was severely bullied. Her bullies. He didn't need to find them. He couldn't find them. They were already dead. The sequential deaths. Those bullies were dying now. Detective Mokio first thought of the word revenge. But isn't it strange? Toka was already dead. Her father, Misaki Shitoku, was also dead. Then who was orchestrating these serial incidents now? Had Misaki Toka really come back to life? Around that time. Actually, the first one who got bullied was Iota. I can't remember the exact name. But it must be right, Iota Kiyoshi. He was the first. Who? Iota Kiyoshi. I remember he was a bit close to Toka. The first time this stranger showed itself to Detective Mokio. On the night of the 24th, after the weekend. A little away from the city center of Tokyo Station. It was the rooftop of a relatively tall building. Though it was a dark night, one filming crew was quite busy. They were laying rails, setting up lights, placing monitors, and raising reflectors. It was the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team, with only a few days left until the crank-up. Careful. Be careful. If there's not enough space, don't force it. Move as safely as possible. Due to the limited space, not all the staff came up. About 30 people were there, only key staff from each team. Director Kyotaro, wearing a hat, was checking various monitors and the shooting continuity in front of him. Two actors were displayed on the monitors. One was Kang Woojin, receiving makeup touch-ups under the lights. The other was the Japanese actor playing the role of the conglomerate heir, Suzuki Itsuma. In the script, Suzuki Itsuma was a character with strong backing from the family owning a mid-sized company and had killed Horinochi Amy because of the recorder received from Kiyoshi. This cut was the end point for both characters. Specifically, the end point for Iota Kiyoshi. In a secluded part of the set, Choi Sung-gun was smiling as he showed his phone to a few Japanese actor staff. It felt distinctly like he was boasting. And indeed, he was boasting. The article on Choi Sung-gun's phone was, Movie Eyes Island of the Missing, 1 million viewers in one day on Sunday. Total of 5 million cumulative viewers so far. Of course, it was a Korean article, and Choi Sung-gun explained it to the Japanese staff. Although his Japanese was awkward, it was understandable. Yesterday, on Sunday alone, the audience was 1 million. Including today's count, it seems it will surpass 5 million. Hasn't it just been released? Today is the 6th day. The eyes of the staff, including the actor's manager, widened in disbelief. What? 5 million on the 6th day? No way. Is that true? At that moment. Stand by. The call for the start of filming spread. About 3 minutes later. Action. Kang Woojin, or rather, Kiyoshi, was silently looking down at Suzuki Itsuma, lying on the ground. Itsuma was already a corpse. This corpse was the last of the homework. In other words, the eerie sacrifices were over. All done. It was finally 273. Chapter 273. All Time 4. The camera captured Kiyoshi's expressionless face from the side to the front. Kang Woojin, or Kiyoshi, quietly looking down at the corpse, took something out of his pocket. It was a recorder. Not just one, but several. Woojin stared at the recorders for a few seconds. Although expressionless, his eyes flickered. Something rippled within Kang Woojin, who was already fully immersed in being Iota Kiyoshi. What was it? He didn't know. It was hard to express in words. Woojin lifted his head. He looked at the sky. Stars were floating in the pitch-black sea. Normally, it would be just an ordinary sight. It should have been the same today. But why did it seem so bright? Woojin ignored the swelling feeling in his heart. He could hide it. It was very small. Woojin lowered his raised head. His indifferent lips moved slightly. It's a strange feeling. His pupils gradually dried up. He was deliberately erasing his emotions. The reverberation that had been full just before was slowly evaporating, clearly captured by the camera. How could such a thing be possible? The staff around Director Kyotaro covered their mouths or widened their eyes, but did not speak. No, they couldn't. They were mesmerized by the richness of his expression. Acting. Yes, it was acting. But something about this actor's performance was more powerful and delicate. He knew how to use everything his body had. Clatter. Kang Woojin scattered the recorders he was holding over the now cold Suzuki Itsuma. No, over the corpse. The recorders hit the corpse's head, bounced off the stomach, and landed here and there on the thighs. Of course, this time too, Kiyoshi did not kill him directly. He had taken his own life. Kiyoshi had only urged him from right behind. He moved Suzuki Itsuma, sent Horinochi Amy and Ie Saki, the owners of the karaoke bar. Meanwhile, Kiyoshi quietly collected evidence. Photos of the murder scene and recorders. If handed over to the police, it would be enough to label him as a murderer. With those, Kiyoshi pressured Suzuki Itsuma. All your murders, which you thought were perfect, are in my hands. Unfortunately, I don't like you. Itsuma, I'll give you time to settle. 3 days. After that, I'll hand these evidence pieces over to the police. Finish it well. Kiyoshi's voice was as cold as it could be. Suzuki Itsuma was driven to the edge of a cliff. 3 days left. Every minute and second, the pressure increased. It wasn't guilt over committing murder or fear of being punished. It was the stranglehold of greed. Itsuma, one of the homework, was from a mid-sized company owner's family. If things continued like this, he would have a bright future. But having so much meant the blow of loss was also significant. The wealth, reputation, power, honor, and connections he had built up so far. All the brilliant things would turn to ashes in an instant. Kiyoshi had advised Suzuki Itsuma to surrender. Surrender? Itsuma thought it would be better to give up his life than lose everything. It was the stubbornness to protect the brilliant future he always dreamed of that it should be. For him, that future was an ordinary life. A normal daily life. You only realize the nobility of ordinariness after losing it. Thus, urged by Kiyoshi, Itsuma finally took the pills on the roof of the company that was supposed to be his. The pills instantly took his life. Kang Woojin. No, Kiyoshi. Swipe. He looked down at the corpse with an indifferent face and took something out of his pocket. The camera followed his hand. Kiyoshi took out a worn, folded paper. It listed many names, starting with Kanekayama Ginzo. All were completed homework. And at the end, Suzuki Itsuma. The name of the corpse before him was written. I wonder if she's watching Woojin murmured softly and crumpled the worn paper. He put it straight into his mouth and swallowed it. It was an action befitting Iota Kiyoshi. A moment of silence here. Cut. After director Kyotaro's sign, they changed the composition and did a few reaction shots. After about 3 retakes, the current scene was wrapped up, but there were more scenes left to shoot here. Especially, is this that scene? Yeah, the one where Iota Kiyoshi's prominent first emotion comes out. It's difficult. The acting for the upcoming scene wasn't easy. Perhaps that's why the anticipation of the dozens of staff members grew. Director Kyotaro, in front of the monitor, felt the same way. This cut is important. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger had many key scenes, but this scene was the highest among them. This scene needs to shine to amplify the impact of the changed ending several times over. However, director Kyotaro did not approach Kang Woojin, who was getting his makeup touched up in the shooting zone. He had no intention of giving direction. He was confident that this actor, Woojin, would create a scene beyond imagination. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, outwardly stiff, but inside, he felt a slight flutter. Isn't this the first time doing this kind of acting? It's the first. It hasn't happened, not once. Though he already possessed all of Iota Kiyoshi's life, it was the first time he was showing this kind of acting in reality. Still, he needed to stay composed. Despite the odd tremble, he suppressed it. Woojin felt a bit relieved that there were fewer eyes on him. And then, it's done. Woojin's makeup touch-up was completed. A moment later, the staff withdrew. The cameras pointed at Kang Woojin. Director Kyotaro picked up the megaphone. The slate clapped. Ready, action. Soon, Kang Woojin drew out Kiyoshi, whom he had momentarily set aside. His vision quickly changed. The obstructive cameras, lights, and other equipment disappeared. It was not a filming set. For Woojin, it was just the terminus. Late at night, the world was silent. No one was there. There was a body lying at his feet, but it was already dead, so it was not a person. It's kind of boring. This was after he had swallowed the paper with homework written on it. Expressionless, Woojin touched his throat. It was scratchy. Maybe swallowing the crumpled paper was a bit much? He muttered to himself and scratched his head for no reason. He glanced around for no reason. He looked back at the corpse again. Someone had died. But Kang Woojin or Kiyoshi was dried up. Emotion? Feelings? No, the very concept was like that. His awareness was like dry firewood. His detailed actions, his gaze, his breath. So innocent. It's so clear. To director Kyotaro watching the monitor, he looked like a child. In reality, he probably was. What was starting to spread within Woojin was a clumsy something. Camera moved to Kang Woojin's front. Woojin turned his body. He hesitated. He looked back at the corpse again. He stared at it for a moment. It's a pointless action. Let's go. He tried to step forward, but his feet soon stopped again. Suddenly, he couldn't easily take a step. Around this time, a sudden waterfall erupted inside Kang Woojin. It wasn't cold or hot. It was lukewarm, but it caused Woojin's breathing to become slightly irregular. His breathing through his nose, not his mouth. Still, his face was expressionless, but his eyes looking down at the corpse softened. Emotions faintly showed. His feelings could be sensed. Not good. A calm melancholy. For the first time, Kiyoshi, who had been unfazed by anything, and Kang Woojin, at the terminus of all homework, revealed his emotions. It was vividly reflected on camera. Why? Why is that? Why was he standing here stupidly, unable to move his feet? Kang Woojin suddenly raised his hand to wipe his face. The lukewarm emotions gradually raised their temperature. Yes, they were clamoring. They echoed somewhere inside him. It's the end. This is the end. Yes, it's the end. There are no more targets to eliminate. And Iota Kiyoshi is no more. This is the terminus of homework. And it was also the end of Kiyoshi's existence. Hugh. Kiyoshi or Kang Woojin's shoulders noticeably shook. Something moist seeped through the gaps between the hands covering his face. A child's tears. The reason he couldn't leave this place wasn't because the corpse kept catching his eye. It was because he was scared. He was afraid. Afraid that if he left this place, his meaning in the world would be erased, that his existence would disappear, that he would become invisible in an unknown world where nothing was left. Emptiness. No. Cuck. Hugh. Cub dash. Instead, Kiyoshi's heart was full. He lived and arrived here to reach this point. He was satisfied. Now he just needed to finish well. So what next? For years, he had lived quietly to become the stranger. And he acted. But tears came out. They weren't tears rooted in sadness. Kuhub. It was pity. For himself or for her. It was resentment. A world that was utterly useless until it pushed him to this point. It was regret. The meaning of his existence ending with this trivial matter. SSS. Kang Woojin, whose shoulders had been shaking, bent down. His face reddened slightly. His eyes did too. Tears flowed down. He unclasped the tightly closed clasp on his knees. Something immense pushed out from his heart to the outside. Kuhuk. Ho-hup. Woojin or Kiyoshi's face twisted all at once. It was wailing. Moisture streamed from all the holes in his face. Eyes, nose, mouth. But he suppressed the noise. If there was a dried-up wail, This would be it. The restrained, controlled wailing of Kang Woojin seeped into the ears of dozens of staff members. It filled their eyes. It touched their skin. A wailing without sadness. It's possible. He's crying so quietly, and yet it moves people. I don't understand. What kind of emotion is that? It looks like a tribute to a disregarded life. Truly, he's a great actor. Who else could express something like that? Gradually, a hoarse sound came from Woojin's throat. Snot dripped. Saliva clung to his chin. If he were crying out loud, you might want to comfort him, but his dried-up sobbing made those watching. There's nothing I can do, except watch. It had a power to make one feel dejected. To Iota Kiyoshi until now, life was like a coin dropped on the ground. It was dust entering his eyes. Occasionally, it was water drunk to quench thirst. It was a casual stretch upon waking. It was a life that trivial. Even that was now ending. Kang Woojin's sobbing, his tears, were cries over recognizing his meaning, less than a grain of millet. It was wailing. It was compassion that couldn't leave that meaning here. Ultimately, it was pity facing his empty shell that couldn't leave the terminus. Kuhub, Kuhuk. His legs lost strength. Woojin, sobbing with gasping breaths, kneeled. He pressed his head to the ground. His hands touched the ground, trembling slightly. The hoarse wailing continued. The camera captured both the trembling Kang Woojin and the corpse. It looked like a bow before death. No, this scene was paying respects and mourning for the meaning he was leaving behind, and it was Kiyoshi's first external expression of grown emotions. Although it was the meaning of a trivial existence, it allowed him to live. He could return to the starting point. This cut contained dual meanings. The meaning of his existence at the end of his revenge was so trivial and small, but that revenge was not entirely futile or without significance. Kiyoshi found emotional growth here, which was like the sprout of hope, the beginning of a new life, a preparation to return to a normal, ordinary life. Kang Woojin's silent sobbing gradually decreased, but the heated senses of the dozens of staff members watching didn't cool down. What this actor was trying to express was so vast. All they could do was feel. Now it was director Kyotaro's turn. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. They reached the end of the scene. He had to cut off this extraordinary spectacle from his lips. Just a little more, just a bit more. But director Kyotaro coveted the intense process of maintaining the silence. This cut, the current Kang Woojin, was breathing life into the changed ending of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The audience needed to witness this before they saw the ending to understand the final gaze of Iota Kiyoshi. The new beginning of the stranger mixed with countless people. Finally, Kuwait. Director Kyotaro sprang from his seat, even taking off his hat as he shouted. Immediately, the dozens of staff around him exhaled the breath they had been holding. Half of them even clapped. Clap, 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 clap. It was applause directed at Kang Woojin, who was still lying face down. It was high praise for the incredible acting he had shown. There were no words to express it, so they just clapped. However, for some reason, Kang Woojin, still kneeling and leaning forward, did not move. He stopped just as he had been acting. He wasn't sobbing. There was no sound of silent, hoarse cries. Woojin just lay there quietly. The corpse lying in front of Kang Woojin, who had gotten up first. No, the Japanese actor looked down at Woojin and furrowed his brow. Yeah, you poured out that kind of acting. There's no way there wouldn't be a lingering, emotional echo. No matter how much of an acting monster Woojin SSI is, it's hard to snap out of it right away. The acting just now was really incredible. The staff watching had similar thoughts. He must be gathering his emotions. I completely understand. If he got up immediately after showing such crazy acting, he'd truly be close to a god. That restrained sobbing. It will probably be talked about in Japanese acting history for a long time. It's better to let him rest a bit. Helping him up would just be a distraction, right now. Only he can sort through those intense emotions alone. Director Kyotaro, seeing Kang Woojin lying motionless, also stopped in his tracks. Yeah, after pouring out that much emotion, an ordinary actor would have gone insane. He needs enough time to regain his emotions. And Kang Woojin, lying down. Damn, so much saliva and snot came out. Wipe it, wipe it. Maintain the concept. Was just wiping his snot. 4. Chapter 274. All Time, 5. Kang Woojin, still lying face down while sobbing, realized as soon as he shed off Kiyoshi that his face and mouth were covered in snot and saliva. Damn, how much of this stuff came out? I'm going to get dehydrated at this rate. Well, to be honest, he knew it while acting out the sobbing scene. But reality is different from acting. Even though he knew no one would criticize him for having some snot on his face. But isn't it better to leave no gaps? This was a realm including self-management within the concept. There was no need to overdo it, but once you start letting things slide, it becomes easy to give up on everything. Kang Woojin emphasized to himself once again while lying down. Carelessness is the enemy. Thanks to that, Woojin quietly wiped away the snot and saliva while still lying down. Not frivolously, but calmly and softly. The shaking was minimal. At this point, he heard the sound of applause from the staff behind him. Clap, 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 clap. What is this? Why the sudden applause? It can't be praise. For wiping off snot. It's probably applause for the acting from a moment ago. Anyway, he had to get up before the applause ended. Because of kneeling for a long time and losing a lot of fluids, Woojin's strength had significantly decreased. Still, he managed to successfully remove the snot and other residues. Swish. He stood up smoothly with a nonchalant poker face as if nothing had happened. It took longer than expected. Everyone must have noticed Woojin getting up after wiping his snot. At least Kang Woojin thought so. In times like these, having a brazen attitude is important. I don't care, just walk confidently. Woojin made his usual coldness even more intense. It was a reflexive action to neutralize the embarrassment, even just a little. Then, while roughly brushing off his pants, he saw the Japanese actor right in front of him. The actor who had played the corpse of Suzuki Itsuma, until a moment ago, was still standing in front of Woojin. Their eyes met. They exchanged a brief, silent stare. The Japanese actor, seeing Woojin's face, which had become more rigid and intensified than usual, was convinced. He hasn't completely settled his emotions yet. But he's a pro, to return to himself this quickly. Kang Woojin flinched inside. What's with that look? Do I still have snot remnants on my face? While their conflicting thoughts clashed, the Japanese actor spoke first in Japanese, with a very serious tone. I was moved by both your acting and your demeanor afterwards. You don't have to push yourself. Take all the time you need to collect your emotions before moving. What kind of nonsense is this? Woojin had expected something like, you still have snot on your chin. But what's this about being moved and collecting emotions? What is this guy talking about? All traces of Iota Kiyoshi had long since disappeared from Kang Woojin's body. He was a master at switching in and out. But the Japanese actor's reaction was strange. Maintaining his cynical look, Woojin slowly turned his head back. He saw dozens of staff members standing among the cameras and lights. They all had serious expressions. Some were even covering their mouths with one hand, looking touched. Not a single face showed any sign of noticing any snot. Why does the CEO look so serious? Even Choi Sung-gun had a very firm expression. At this point, Kang Woojin was certain. This scent, this atmosphere, this disorganized air. Something's gone off track again. Misunderstanding or misconception. It matched situations Woojin had experienced somewhere before. Well, it's a win for me. Kang Woojin didn't bother to correct the situation by bringing up the snot. He was definitely a pro, a master of maintaining his persona. Swish. Kang Woojin slowly ran his hand through his black hair and lowered his voice while looking at the Japanese actor. I wasn't settling my emotions. Then what? I was just remembering the feeling. At that moment, the Japanese actor's eyes widened. Kang Woojin's extreme posturing had worked, and Woojin calmly greeted him before turning and walking toward Choi Sung-gun. Along the way, he heard various restrained praises and encouragements from the staff. Of course, Woojin only responded in a low tone. Soon, as Kang Woojin arrived in front of him, Choi Sung-gun, looking serious, asked, "Are you all right? It was your first time doing such a weeping, wailing scene, and I was a bit worried because you had to control it, since you usually perform such intense method acting. But still, wasn't that kind of acting uncomfortable even for you? To the point where you can't recover immediately?" "No, I just wiped off my snot." Woojin couldn't say that, so he opted for arrogance. Recovery was easy. What's important is the memory. Memory? Yes, so that I can use it later combined with other things. Crazy bastard. Thank you. Choi Sung-gun, shaking his head as if he was appalled, soon raised his thumb. But well, that scene was truly killer. Only you could have brought it to life and handled it so well. Any other actor would have racked up countless NGs. The audience will be blown away when it premieres. Indeed, the weeping and tearful performance Woojin had just shown required deep emotions and was difficult. If an actor couldn't handle the scene, it would lead to numerous NGs. Ideally, it's best to nail it in one shot, but such actors are rare. No, practically non-existent. It was possible and achieved only because it was Kang Woojin. Naturally, a few steps behind Woojin, director Kyotaro, whose hair was pressed down by his hat, thought. That last cut was more than enough. He had no intention of shouting for a reshoot. No change in angle either. What he saw was the best and the highest quality. He murmured in Japanese. Sometimes, directors deceive actors. The assistant director and staff beside him tilted their heads. What? Director Kyotaro continued speaking without taking his eyes off Woojin. Even when an actor's performance is lacking, even when it's excessive, or even when it's mediocre, there are times I encourage them and give an okay sign. He was talking about compromise, relying on the implicit rules of the market. It doesn't look like much, but in fact, it's deception and delusion. The illusion of looking down on the actor from above, just a broken idiot who no longer acts. Such things are quite frequent on set. Ah, I see. We also need to adjust the actor's condition. But today, I realize there is a different kind of compromise. What do you mean? Kang Woojin SSI. The performance he just showed. I couldn't judge it as art. I couldn't recklessly choose whether it was an NG or an OK. Not because the acting was lacking, but because the performance was so overwhelming that it induced an error in judgment. A compromise he had to make because his mind went blank. Director Kyotaro moved. Thud, thud. Then he stood before Kang Woojin and said seriously and firmly. Because of the scene just now, the ending of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger that reaches the audience will be explosive. He meant it was the fuse. Later, the filming on Monday, the 24th, wrapped up only at midnight. It was natural to push a bit hard as the filming schedule for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was nearing completion. The next day, the 25th, dawned. With about 3 days left until the crank-up of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, Kang Woojin participated in the filming on the 25th without any urgency. It was early in the morning. Action. The pace on set gradually intensified. The spirits of director Kyotaro and the 100 or so staff members also amplified. Maybe it was because they had seen Woojin's performance yesterday. Whatever the reason, the filming continued with insert shots to fill in the gaps of Iota Kiyoshi's arc and the overall scenario. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin thought, "What damn?" During breaks, Woojin inconspicuously looked at his phone. In Korea, there was currently a boom around Island of the Missing, and news articles were being released in torrents daily. Not only that, SNS and YouTube were also dominated by Island of the Missing. It was fair to say that the Island of the Missing wave had completely engulfed Korea. It's blowing up. This is seriously going to explode big time. Though Woojin was internally brimming with excitement, he turned icy cold the moment filming began. That day, the schedule wrapped up late at night. The standby time for the next day, the 26th, was around noon. Even though the filming of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was nearing its end, there was no room for complacency. On the contrary, the tension had multiplied several times over. It was hard to even notice how the time passed. 2 days later, on Friday the 28th, dawn broke. The location was Tokyo. The time was around 6 a.m. Ordinarily, this would be the time many people start their day, but some were already moving busily. It was the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team. They had gathered at a large set where the team had been staying recently. It was an outdoor space set up to resemble various characters' homes or shops. The exterior of the set, frequently used, had been constructed. From the scale alone, it was easy to see that a lot of time had been invested in building this set. In the midst of this, lighting test. Got it. Camera will roll after the lighting. Director Nim, please check this side. Around 100 staff members were busy in their respective parts. Of course, Director Kyotaro, wearing his hat, was no exception. He was bustling around. The set they were meticulously preparing was a 2-story mansion. It was a corridor-type mansion with an iron staircase attached to the end of the second floor. The exterior walls of the mansion were gray but had a lot of black stains, giving it an old feel at a glance. According to the scenario, this mansion was Iota Kiyoshi's house. Today, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team was scheduled to shoot several scenes, but two were key. The first meeting between Kiyoshi and Detective Mokio in this mansion, and the changed ending scene of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger to be shot at a different location. As a result, the eyes of the 100 or so staff members were filled with determination. Or more precisely, haha, this day has finally come. Indeed, it feels like we just started the cranking yesterday. I want a cold beer. Let's have a nice cold one once we finish the final shoot and wrap up today. Agreed. Today was the last day of filming for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Even though it was the last filming day, not a single staff member had relaxed. They wouldn't have normally, but especially today, because many guests were expected on set. I heard not just the scheduled actors, but even those who have already finished are coming. Is that true? Yeah, it's true. Plus, people from the film company and the distribution company are coming too. Wow, everyone's coming. I heard author Akari is coming too. Not sure. But Chairman Yoshimura Hideki might come too. Eh? Really? Judging by the staff's predictions, the set was expected to be filled with various people today. In fact, many were already preparing to head to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger set at that very moment, including Kang Woojin, who had just woken up. So damn tired. But well, it's the last shoot today. Still, it's kind of a sad. Mana Kosaku, who would act as Detective Mokio alongside Woojin, the other actors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, the original author Akari, and even Chairman Hideki, all were looking forward to the last day of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. The standby time for today's shoot was 7:30 a.m. It would start with Kang Woojin, followed by Mana Kosaku. After the solo shots of the two were done, the scenes that today's guests would see were to be filmed. Though it wasn't certain, it was expected to be around 10 a.m. As time passed, Kang Woojin has arrived. Kang Woojin was the first actor to arrive on set. His poker face was intense. Welcome, Woojin SSI. Hello, Director Nim. How are your condition and mood? The same as usual. As expected, although there was a slight internal tension due to it being the final shoot, his persona only solidified further because of it. After a few tens of minutes, filming began with Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, Mana Kosaku arrived. Preparation and filming alternated. Eventually, around 9 a.m., gradually, the actors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger started appearing on set. Hello, Mafuyu SSI, welcome. Various actors, including Mafuyu Uramatsu, who played Horinochi Amy and had already died in the storyline, began to show up. Naturally, all of them had left the scene since their characters were dead. The set, already bustling with over 100 staff running around, started to become several times more crowded. Executives from the film and distribution companies were also arriving one after another. And by around 10 a.m., Director Nim, as expected, the set is chaotic since it's the crank-up day. Welcome, Author Nim. Author Akari Takikawa appeared. She chatted with Director Kyotaro and greeted various actors. Among them, her longest conversation was with Kang Woojin, who was practically indistinguishable from Kiyoshi. Work hard on today's shoot. I'm looking forward to it, even though I pretend not to. Is this too much pressure? No. I'll do my best. Likewise. At this point, hey, he really came. Over there. A few staff members from the lighting team who were setting up for filming made a fuss and pointed towards the entrance of the set. Soon, dozens of staff members' gazes followed. Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, he really came? Chairman Hideki, accompanied by his secretary, was the last guest. 275, all-time 6. In front of her apartment stood a man wearing a shabby khaki jacket, his hair slightly disheveled. A scruffy beard grew on his chin, and his expression was one of loss and lethargy. Who dash? He looked up at the old mansion on the second floor and exhaled a puff of cigarette smoke. The camera, which had been filming his back, slowly moved to the side. The man was Detective Yoshizawa Mokio. Today, it seemed he was alone without his junior detective. Mokio, with a cigarette in his mouth, muttered softly. So he lives here. Looks ordinary. Mokio had just finished wrapping up a series of recent death cases. To be precise, it was the official conclusion for the public. The police had formally announced the full details of the case to the public. Both the perpetrator and the victims were all dead, starting with Misaki Shitoku, who killed Kanekayama Ginzo. Everyone involved had killed each other like entangled threads. Additionally, the story of Misaki Toka was uncovered but not made public. It was too old, and the remaining serial deaths were far more sensational. Was there anything left? Yes, there were clear circumstances and pieces of evidence. The circumstances and remaining evidence were too definitive to raise other suspicions, and the public was in fear. It was natural for the police to announce the closure of the cases as quickly as possible. However, swish, only one person, Detective Mokio, who had just taken out a new cigarette and put it in his mouth, had not yet concluded the case. Two things lingered in his mind: an accomplice and Iota Kiyoshi. Detective Mokio, with both hands stuffed into his jacket pockets, began to walk. Clang, clang, clang. He slowly climbed the metal stairs. At the end of the second-floor hallway, the last house was where the man he was looking for lived. The camera, walking backward, captured Mokio walking down the hallway from the front. Soon, just as Mokio, who had arrived at the end of the hallway, raised his hand to knock on the door. Clank. The iron door suddenly opened and hit Mokio's head with a thud. Ugh! Mokio, clutching his head, groaned softly, and the man who came out of the house was startled and immediately spoke to Mokio. No, it was more like he scolded him. Geez, what the hell? Who are you? The man, with a frown, glared at Mokio, who was slightly bent over, clutching his head with both hands. He looked around the hallway suspiciously. Then he got annoyed at Mokio again. You scared me. What are you doing here? Mokio, holding his head, made a noise like "Coo," and took something out of his pocket. It was a detective badge. I'm a detective. I couldn't dodge it because it opened so suddenly. Detective? Why is a detective in front of my house? Ah, this is self-defense. Ah, no, that's a bit different, isn't it? Pardon. I mean, it's not my fault that I hit the detective. I'm not blaming you, but of course not. The man's voice was slightly frivolous. Mokio, staring at him intently for a moment. Soon, Mokio put his detective badge back into his pocket and asked the man, Are you Iota Kiyoshi? Huh? What? How do you know my name? Did you come to find me? Yes. The man's eyes widened slightly. No, Iota Kiyoshi, with a puzzled expression, scratched his chin. And me? What? Kiyoshi immediately tensed up. On the other hand, Mokio, tilting his head slightly, answered as if it was nothing. Do you remember Misaki Toka? Kiyoshi, crossing his arms, rolled his eyes upward, as if deep in thought. But as if he couldn't remember, he shrugged. His movements and voice were light. Who's that? I've never heard of them. There was a brief silence. About 5 seconds. Then, Director Kyotaro's shout echoed. Cut, cut, cut. Look. It was a sign of satisfaction. At the same time, Kiyoshi, no, Kang Woojin and Mana Kosaku descended the iron stairs. Several staff members approached them for makeup touch-ups. Director Kyotaro also joined them shortly after. We'll go with the continuity up to this cut, and after that, please proceed freely as we discussed before. For the scenes ahead, we will alternate between shooting the existing script and then freely shooting. This meant they would divide each cut into existing and free segments, rather than going with one long take. Kang Woojin and Mana Kosaku responded briefly. Yes, Director Nim. Okay. The scene just now was already the third take, and from here on, the shooting would break away from the script, allowing the actors to act freely, as Director Kyotaro had discussed with author Akari. Of course, they would maintain the direction, situation, character emotions, and conflicts. The atmosphere on the set, with nearly 200 people watching the two actors, changed. So, it's finally starting. Are Kang Woojin and Mana Kosaku going to improvise their lines? That's what I heard. More than 100 staff members, as well as executives from the film company and the distribution company, were present. I've never seen a cut done like this before. Is this okay? I'm not sure. But in Hollywood, they often let actors take control like this. The perspectives of the director and actors are different. It's rare in Japan, honestly. I've heard about it, but this is my first time seeing it. The current take wasn't bad. With so many challenges already mixed in, isn't this too much of a risk? There's nothing we can do but watch since we've come this far. Author Akari, sitting behind the director, glasses perched on her nose, was silent. She was intrigued, watching scenes from her own work come to life before her eyes. But her expression was stiff. The scene she had just seen was already familiar to her, and she was satisfied with how it turned out. However, from here on, it was unknown territory. At this moment, Author Nim, a rough, elderly voice came from her right. It was Chairman Hideki, who had taken off his suit jacket and was surrounded by his secretaries. He asked quietly while sitting, "Wasn't Kiyoshi a bit too exaggerated just now? Originally, he wasn't that kind of character, right?" "Ah, that's right. In the continuity, Kiyoshi knew Detective Mokio was coming, so he did a suitable performance. To hide his true self? Yes, he's trying to create confusion. Kiyoshi knows Detective Mokio is sharp. This scene is somewhat depicted in the original work, but the director wanted to add more detailed direction and adaptation. So it's going to change now? I heard the actors are going to perform freely outside the script. I came to see that too." "I see." Chairman Hideki's eyes gleamed as he looked straight ahead. "I'm witnessing something rare. But it seems it won't be easy. The tension among the staff has increased." Director Kyotaro, having finished explaining to Kang Woojin and Mana Kosaku, was stepping out of the shooting zone. The staff, who had finished makeup touch-ups, were doing the same. Kang Woojin and Kosaku seemed to have a brief conversation but didn't appear to make any detailed plans. Could it be that they want to prioritize each other's feelings? It was true. The two actors, Woojin and Kosaku, had agreed on a part. It started with Kosaku's suggestion. "Let's maintain the basic core dialogues, but for the rest, let's perform freely without informing each other." The idea was not to plan it out. Essentially becoming the characters of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and letting the uncontrollable emotions and situations drive their performance. Kang Woojin had no reason to oppose. "Understood. For me, that's more comfortable. It's laughable to inform each other of everything. Isn't that against the idea of letting the actors perform freely?" Kang Woojin responded cynically. "I'll go with the flow." He meant it. A few dozen minutes later, the preparations for the reshoot were almost complete. Over 100 staff members surrounded the shooting zone in a circle, holding their breath, while the executives from the film company and distribution company fixed their gazes on the set with serious faces. In Akari's eyes, there was a mix of anticipation and worry, while Chairman Hideki, seated to her right, wore an inscrutable expression. After finishing a brief conversation with the cinematographer, Director Kyotaro sat down in front of several monitors. He exhaled a small sigh and gestured to a staff member. A male staff member rushed out and clapped the slate in front of the camera. Clap. Director Kyotaro, having removed his cap, took up the megaphone. Just before he could say action, Kang Woojin had already closed the iron door and stepped inside the set apartment. Then, he quickly embodied Iota Kiyoshi. Soon, the world Woojin saw became the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Everything turned into Kiyoshi, but Woojin didn't stop his process for some reason. He was different from the past now. Currently, Kang Woojin had a newly added ability called Freedom of Roles. The framework was broken. Infinite possibilities overflowed. Well, to be honest, it had been broken for quite a while, and Woojin was already adept at it. To put it extremely, Kang Woojin could now maintain the essence of Iota Kiyoshi, while even doing an unexpected Talchum dance if he wanted to. However, Woojin opted for something other than a Talchum. In fact, he had already decided on the answer a few days ago. "I need character synthesis." Anyway, this was a cut where Kiyoshi would perform appropriately while observing Detective Mokio. So character synthesis would be useful. But Woojin didn't want to discard the core of Kiyoshi. He wanted Kiyoshi to retain his essence until the end, even while acting within the act. So the character he called upon for synthesis had to be similar to Kiyoshi but able to deliver a twist. Woojin already had a summon in mind. Another scent overlapped with Kang Woojin, who was already brimming with Kiyoshi. The summon responded to its master's call. The character synthesis happened in an instant. This was just a teaser. The real thing started now. While maintaining the core of Kiyoshi with the synthesized character, Kang Woojin was about to break the script's framework. He unlocked the freedom of roles. Meanwhile, Mana Kosaku, outside the iron door and unaware of this situation, was reviewing Detective Mokio's emotions and calming himself internally. It's okay, stay calm. Even if we act freely, the situation in the drama remains the same. Mokio's situation is superior to Kiyoshi's. Kiyoshi has to hide, and I'm vaguely aware that he's hiding something. He resolved to handle any acting situation comfortably. If anyone attacks, it would rather be me. I have no intention of letting him, Kiyoshi, go easily. Both actors were thrown into the unknown territory as characters in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. At this moment, okay, action. The director's signal echoed. Soon, Manakosaku. No, Detective Mokio, with both hands stuffed in his jacket pockets, started to move. The metallic clanging sounds resonated as he ascended the iron stairs. The camera followed behind him and then moved ahead. He arrived at the end of the hallway before long. However, it was quiet. According to the original script, the iron door should have opened. But there was no movement. The framework was broken from the start. However, Detective Mokio didn't mind. He scratched his head and then knocked on the iron door. Knock, knock. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. No response. Mokio sighed softly and scratched his chin. Is he not home? He knocked on the door again. Knock, knock, knock. This time, it was harder than before. Still, there was no sign of the iron door opening. What's going on? Detective Mokio glanced around the hallway and chuckled. Feels like I need to say a password or something. A natural ad-lib. Director Kyotaro, with his nose buried in the monitor, seemed satisfied and murmured. Good, like that. Still, the door didn't open. When Detective Mokio lowered his head to check his wristwatch in front of the iron door. Clank. Suddenly, the iron door opened, hitting Detective Mokio's head hard. With a thud, Mokio staggered slightly, and Iota Kiyoshi's indifferent face peeked out from inside. But he didn't open his mouth. He just, ugh dash. He stared silently at the pained Detective Mokio. Kiyoshi's face remained largely expressionless. The interesting part was, swish. The surprise in Kiyoshi's eyes as he looked alternately between Detective Mokio and the iron door. His expression changed immediately. It was a different look. From his usual impassive face, though his overall expression remained stiff. And he still said nothing. Kiyoshi hesitated slightly, his hands twitching awkwardly. Detective Mokio noticed this. Pressing one hand to his head, he pulled out his detective badge with the other hand. Showing the badge to Kiyoshi, Mokio spoke. Ugh, I'm fine. I didn't have time to avoid it because you opened the door too fast. Don't worry. I'm a detective. You're Iota Kiyoshi, right? Though he was asked, Kiyoshi just blinked his eyes in surprise and didn't answer. Mokio put the badge back into his jacket and smiled slightly. One hand still rested on his head. Aren't you Iota Kiyoshi? Mokio made eye contact with Kiyoshi. He was wearing glasses. His outfit was a simple shirt, almost gray, something that you might see anywhere. If you didn't pay attention, no one would remember his appearance. The odd thing was his behavior. Why isn't he reacting? It was strange. Indeed, it was. The Kiyoshi before him had a mix of his original character and an awkward, clumsy youth. Yes, as if two characters were merged. Kosaku, or Mokio, decided to probe again. Don't be nervous. There's been a major incident across Japan, but nothing unusual has happened around here. I just have a few questions. Kiyoshi still didn't respond, yet his eyes were fixed on Detective Mokio. His gaze was strange. Where is he looking? And the silence. Mokio judged Kiyoshi was frozen in fear, choosing to remain silent. He's quickly calculating in his head, not speaking to hide his tension. But I can't give him any space. Detective Mokio, now smiling, asked Kiyoshi again. Iota Kiyoshi SSI, you knew I was coming, didn't you? Kiyoshi's expression didn't change much. By now, over 200 people on the set sensed something was off. Why isn't he saying anything? Did he forget his lines? But it's improvisation, so what could he forget? Is this okay? Director Kyotaro, watching the monitor, felt the same. Silence. Is silence his plan? Is he planning to remain silent till the end? That in itself wasn't bad. However, the odd feeling remained. The initial appearance with a mix of two characters was good, but remaining silent was too plain. It was at this moment. Swish. Kang Woojin, or Kiyoshi, who had captured the attention of over 200 people, moved for the first time. He raised one hand to his chest. The gesture was filled with courtesy. Then, with difficulty, he opened his mouth. Dash. Woojin suddenly let out a groan. Or was it not a groan? Soon, question marks appeared in everyone's eyes, starting with Director Kyotaro. Especially Detective Mokio, who was right in front of Kang Woojin, was the most perplexed. What is he saying? What kind of sound is this? Frowning deeply, Mokio asked Kiyoshi again. What? Are you mocking me right now? But Kang Woojin continued to make similar groans. Dash. Suddenly, he raised both hands. Detective Mokio instinctively flinched and assumed a defensive stance, but Kang Woojin's hands were not meant to attack him. Swish. His hands began to move gracefully in the air. I'm sorry, detective, but I can't hear you well. He was using Japanese Sign Language. You probably don't understand the meaning of this sign language either, detective. Kiyoshi was signing. At that moment, Director Kyotaro, who was watching the monitor, widened his eyes and lifted his head abruptly. He was looking at Kang Woojin inside the set apartment. Sign language. Moreover, Detective Mokio was completely taken aback by the unexpected performance. Detective Mokio was clearly 276. Chapter 276. All-Time 7. Iota Kiyoshi's Sign Language. That image was clearly captured on camera. However, the expression on the face of the cinematographer in charge of that camera was filled with shock. Sign language. Whether it was the original work, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger novel written by author Akari, or the scenario adapted by director Kyotaro, there was no setting for Kiyoshi to use sign language. This was really unexpected. Kiyoshi using sign language. It was an entirely unexpected scene for the cinematographer. It broke the norms. And it wasn't just the cinematographer. All 200 people gathered on this vast set felt the same. No one had imagined it. That sign language would come from Kiyoshi. Moreover, the sign language Woojin was using was not Korean Sign Language. It was clearly Japanese Sign Language. However, few recognized this. They just realized that Kiyoshi was using sign language. Director Kyotaro's eyes widened as he looked at Kang Woojin standing in the set apartment as Iota Kiyoshi, and his expression gradually changed, turning everyone's norm upside down so casually dash. His shock slowly turned into delight. A smile spread across his lips. Such an unconventional interpretation is only possible for Woojin SSI, who possesses such absurd things. It's a weapon, a sharp one at that. Goosebumps appeared on Director Kyotaro's arms and neck. And facing Woojin directly was Detective Mokio. No, Manako-saku. He was also speechless. Before starting free acting, he had resolved to be calm and attack Kiyoshi, but his mind went blank the moment he witnessed the sign language. Meanwhile, swoosh, Kang Woojin, with his flat face, exuded a naive aura and moved his hands again. It was a slightly cold-hearted, yet innocent look. As I expected, you are flustered. It's natural that you don't know sign language. Dash. Yes, I knew you were coming, detective. I was even waiting for you. But now I have to pretend I don't know, because that's how my homework will be completed. Kiyoshi's face was calm, but the lines he conveyed through sign language were nonchalant. The surface and the lines were opposites. However, he was still clearly Kiyoshi. To be precise, he was Iota Kiyoshi acting as the stranger. What Kang Woojin pulled up with role synthesis now was. This is fun. The current situation. The mysterious man next door from Freezing Love. He added the ability of Japanese Sign Language to it. The vessel for this was Kiyoshi. The frame of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was broken, but it maintained the essence of Kiyoshi, combining everything to create an enormous synergy. I'm confessing, in a sense, but nothing is happening. It was the same in the past. Even when that child jumped, nothing happened. The rigid thinking of the hundreds of staff, film company, and distributor executives started to loosen up. They let out their own exclamations of amazement. Wow, sign language? To think Kiyoshi could use sign language, unbelievable. I never expected to see such a twist. This is the most surprised I've been recently. Who in this set could have predicted such a scene? No one, not a single person. It was as if Kang Woojin had hit them all on the back of their heads. Amazing. We were not in a position to judge, huh? Quiet. Just watching is enough for this scene. Some of the staff gaped, some covered their mouths with one hand. and some didn't even blink their widened eyes. Among them, a staff near director Kyotaro muttered softly, "Sign language, what is he saying?" Most of the staff had no way of knowing. However, in this scene, only one person, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, knew clearly. Haha, I can't gauge this actor at all. The current Kiyoshi is different inside and out. He's confessing, yet he's deceiving not only the counterpart actor but all 200 people here. Of course, it was acting within acting, but it was thrillingly impressive. At this point, Detective Mokio barely regained his senses. Wait a moment, Iota Kiyoshi SSI. Woojin or Kiyoshi lowered his hands and slightly tilted his head. It was a quizzical look. Seeing this, Detective Mokio, no, Mana Kosaku was overwhelmed. Attack? What exactly should I attack? Far from attacking, there was a void. Kosaku had calculated many things before the acting, but he had never imagined a conversational void. The silence Kiyoshi had shown just a moment ago was 100 times better. The camera captured the flustered face of Detective Mokio vividly. It was real, and at the same time, acting disguised as reality. The contrasting performances of the two actors added dynamism to the scene. The liveliness doubled. It was free acting, but it was no different from reality, so it was natural. A strange and stimulating cut was produced. They were conversing, but not understanding each other. Meanwhile, author Akari, who was sitting, unconsciously stood up, because her heart was pounding. When Kiyoshi first showed sign language, she almost clapped her hands in applause. How flexible is this actor's thinking? Of course, it was possible because he could do sign language at a proficient level. Author Akari knew that Kang Woojin was good at sign language among various foreign languages. She had seen it several times in Korea and Japan, but she didn't expect it to come out at this timing, and her astonishment was now growing in another direction. The characters, how many are there now? Kiyoshi, who was doing sign language, was acting within the acting. Yet the characters were clear and blurred at the same time. He looked like Kiyoshi, but also like someone else. It was that ambiguous. How can he cross such a delicate boundary of acting? I don't know. The level is different. Author Akari slowly turned her head to the left. She saw director Kyotaro almost burying his face into the monitor. It was the right decision to leave this scene to the actors. The current scene was almost at the end of the scenario. Author Akari imagined the audience watching Iota Kiyoshi until now. What would they feel when they see the scene I'm seeing now? Then Kang Woojin moved. Swoosh. He raised his right hand and pointed to Detective Mokio's jacket pocket. The camera shot the two from the side. Soon, Mokio, frowning, pulled out a notebook with a pen stuck in it from his pocket. He then showed it to Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi nodded. The pen and notebook were handed to Kiyoshi. Kiyoshi opened the end of the notebook and wrote something, then showed it to Detective Mokio. I'm sorry, but we can communicate through writing. You can speak, and I can read your lips. Just speak a little slowly. Detective Mokio, looking at Woojin's face for a moment, thought. The sign language he had just seen was not something amateurishly learned. The top actor Kosaka's brain was already soaked in the role of Detective Mokio, and he was confused. Kiyoshi, had he been unable to speak from the beginning? He hadn't heard of such a situation from his schoolmate's story. So is he just pretending? But the sign language he just performed was beyond expert level. What is this? What is his true identity? Confusion. Mokio's resolve began to weaken. Iota Kiyoshi SSI. Do you remember Misaki Toka SSI? I know, because she was a schoolmate. His motivation and suspicion started to diminish. Anyone who saw such a scene would feel the same. New information came out that could turn the tables, which meant Detective Mokio had to investigate again from the beginning. Kiyoshi or Kang Woojin knew this very well. The reason Woojin brought out sign language here was because of that. Detective Mokio had to feel even more unfamiliar with Kiyoshi. You must have retraced my past to find me. Detective Mokio came alone to find Kiyoshi. The reason was simple. Kiyoshi's past was opaque. Of course, if he looked into it, it could become clearer than it is now. But that's all. Kiyoshi had resolved from the moment Toka threw herself. He would become the stranger in this world. So much so that no one would remember him. He had to be shrouded in mist or ambiguity. That was why he chose the long-term strategy. In other words, no matter how much they investigated, it would be vague, insufficient. Moreover, human memory is arbitrary. It stores only what it wants and is whimsically adapted. On the other hand, the existence of Kiyoshi was not particularly impressive to anyone. As a result, Kiyoshi executed his homework when he became the perfect stranger when the smoke was thick. So what is certain? The current appearance of Iota Kiyoshi that Detective Mokio sees? Or the muddled memories of schoolmates from the distant past? Or the conjecture mixed with both? No, there is nothing certain anywhere. Mokio is a detective who relies on certainty. Conversely, Kiyoshi is the mist. Kang Woojin increased the confusion for Detective Mokio and the audience. Here, the sign language itself was not very important. The point was doubt. The character Kiyoshi should not be judged by any measure, be it Detective Mokio or the audience. From beginning to end, he had to remain unfamiliar and confusing. Also, he had to be bizarre. Anyway, there are no witnesses to point him out in the numerous death cases. They all died. There is no evidence either. Instead, Kiyoshi provided the definitive evidence. Even so, Kiyoshi must remain a mystery. The eerie stranger is Iota Kiyoshi. That was Woojin's own judgment. Moreover, after all, the only one who had lived the world of Iota Kiyoshi and understood it in this world was Kang Woojin. He might be wrong, but isn't it worth the try? Eventually. Detective Mokio, who opened his mouth, then closed it, scratched his head. Then, I'm sorry. He received the notebook from Kiyoshi and bowed slightly. I will come back again. Whatever he proceeded with now would be disadvantageous to Detective Mokio. Perhaps he even wondered if any of this made sense. After all, he was originally somewhat of a good-for-nothing anyway. Then Kang Woojin, who nodded slowly, raised his hands again. It was sign language. Was it a final farewell? Woojin's last short sign language. Well then, see you next time. Detective Mokio remembered. After that, Director Kyotaro's voice yelling cut echoed throughout the set. Then Director Kyotaro ran to Kang Woojin to ask about the meaning of the sign language included in the scene. Soon, Kang Woojin, who had removed Kiyoshi's aura, said, "The beginning was, 'I'm sorry, Detective, but I can't hear you well, Detective.'" He recited the meaning of the sign language in a low tone to Director Kyotaro, and he also explained all the reasons for choosing sign language. In the end, let's go with this. Director Kyotaro chose Kang Woojin's performance. Of course, from author Akari to everyone else, no one objected to this decision. It contained the desire for the audience of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger to see the twist and shock as well. The entire set was already quiet. In the situation where everyone was looking at Kang Woojin, Director Kyotaro asked Woojin again, what did the last sign language mean?" When Kang Woojin told him the meaning, Director Kyotaro hesitated for a moment. For about 10 seconds. He, who had stiffened, created a new scene that hadn't existed in a brief moment. "All right, I will add one more scene before the conclusion using that sign language. Mana Kosaku SSI, may I speak with you for a moment?" He was talking about adding a few more cuts of Detective Mokio's scenes before the conclusion of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Naturally, these scenes were derived because of Kang Woojin's sign language. High action. After roughly organizing the scene, the filming continued. The cut with the sign language was repeated about 4 times, and then a few more reaction calls followed. Because it was such an important scene. By early afternoon, the set for filming had changed. Kang Woojin was also absent. The set now depicted the interior of a police station. Along with various extras, the main focus was on the supporting actors and Mana Kosaku. It was a cut Director Kyotaro created on the spot. Fortunately, the police station set was already prepared, so there were no problems. According to the setting, about 2 weeks had passed since Detective Mokio had met Kiyoshi. The whole of Japan was still abuzz with the series of death incidents. However, the police had already closed the cases. As a result, the police station where Detective Mokio was located was bustling with other cases. There were so many cases in the world. Of course, Mokio was also assigned other cases. Mokio, sitting in his seat, let out a long sigh. I'm tired, so tired. At that moment. As he stretched, Mokio noticed a junior detective questioning a witness at a nearby desk. Interestingly, one of the witnesses was using sign language, and there was an interpreter conveying its meaning. Suddenly, Detective Mokio's mind flashed back to Iota Kiyoshi doing sign language. Specifically, he recalled Kiyoshi's final sign language. Perhaps it was a farewell. He didn't remember anything else, but that alone was somewhat clear. Swoosh. He moved towards the sign language interpreter. Excuse me, but do you know what this sign language means? Detective Mokio clumsily moved his hands, trying to recall the sign language as best as he could. The sign language interpreter, looking slightly confused, scratched his chin while watching Mokio. It's not exact, but roughly. I will now lead a normal life, something like that. Detective Mokio furrowed his brow briefly. The sign language Kiyoshi had used as a final farewell was exactly like this. I plan to lead a normal life now. Unknowingly, Mokio let out a chuckle. Haha, I see. What he focused on in the meaning of the sign language was now. It was both an answer and a word that brought confusion. It was unclear whether it meant he would lead a normal life after parting ways with him, or if he had only now returned to normal after a long time. But for some reason, Detective Mokio took out his notebook and tore out the page related to Kiyoshi. Then he crumpled it and threw it in the trash. It was the moment Detective Mokio definitively recognized Iota Kiyoshi as a stranger. He then spoke to the junior detective. If you're almost done, let's go have lunch. Later that night, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger team, who had been filming all day, moved to a nearby subway station. It was for an outdoor shoot. However, since it was late, there were no citizens in the subway, and arrangements had already been made with the subway company. We need to shoot quickly and get out of here. We'll set up the extras first. We're short on lights. The director wants more lights. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger, filming equipment was quickly set up in the subway. The necessary male and female extras entered. There were quite a few of them. Even at a glance, there seemed to be more than 50 people. Interestingly, everyone, please put on your suit jackets. Everyone was wearing black or navy suits. Although it was nighttime in real time, the setting with technology aimed to depict a morning commute. There were many cameras set up, on the ceiling, at the back, in the front, and so on. At least 7 were installed. Then, stand by. At the assistant director's shout, dozens of extras lined up in front of the stationary train. In the meantime, Kang Woojin is entering. Kang Woojin, wearing glasses, dressed similarly in a suit with a shoulder bag, entered. He stood about midway in the crowd. Already fully embodying Kiyoshi, his expressionless face was vivid. The dedicated camera attached to Kang Woojin was set up in front of him. Soon. Here we go. Director Kyotaro's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. Okay, action. The dozens of people who had stopped, including Kang Woojin, rushed into the train as if they were used to it. That cut was repeated several times. Cut, cut, cut. Look, after about 5 takes, this time dozens of extras, and Kang Woojin waited inside the train. Director Kyotaro, in front of the monitor, shouted again. Action. Simultaneously, a crowd of people poured out of the train. Of course, Kang Woojin was part of that wave. No one paid attention to each other or spoke. They were no different from robots in black suits. Woojin or Kiyoshi's expression was more lifeless than ever. However, it wasn't completely devoid of life. Though faint, there was a mysterious purpose and goal in his eyes. As he participated in the large-scale movement, at a moment, swoosh. As the extras collectively started climbing the stairs, he began to slow his steps. Then he stopped in the middle of the stairs. But the surrounding crowd in suits ignored him and continued up the stairs. Occasionally, they brushed past Woojin's shoulders. No one looked back at Kang Woojin. The camera on a small crane slowly approached the back of Woojin's head. And then, with an indifferent face, Kang Woojin turned his head back. He quietly stared at the camera, reflecting him. The camera gradually moved closer to Woojin's face. By now, a myriad of emotions were swirling in his face. The lifelessness of Iota Kiyoshi remained as a foundation, but a certain liveliness had seeped in. An emotional growth, a spark ignited at the core of a new life. He looked at the camera. No, he was speaking to the audience or the strangers who would see him. I am living an ordinary life. After about 10 seconds of silence. Cut. Director Kyotaro Taniguchi stood up and softly murmured to Woojin, who was standing on the stairs. Okay. It was the final sign-off for The Eerie Sacrifice 27. Chapter 277. All Time 8. The filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has finally concluded. It felt both long and short at the same time. However, The hundreds of staff members were visibly moved and couldn't hide their excitement in their respective positions. Everyone did a great job. Ha ha ha, it's over. It's finally over. Eh? Isn't lighting director Nim too happy? Hey, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Ah, it's bittersweet. Good job, everyone. I think I'll remember this work for a really long time. I'm sad it's over. Everyone worked so hard. Some were bowing deeply. Others were laughing joyfully. Some had slightly teary eyes, and some were clapping their hands. Clap, 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 clap. Each team's staff members were congratulating and praising each other. Especially, there were many cheers directed towards the actors. Although Kang Woojin was the only actor officially participating in the final scene, all the actors of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger were present to witness the last shoot. Woojin SSI, thank you so much. Thank you for showing us such great acting all this time. You were the best today as well. The actors and staff mingled and exchanged their final greetings. The dozens of additional personnel and the actors' staff teams were no different. With more than 150 people gathered, the rented subway station was bustling with noise. Director Kyotaro, who was at the spot with several monitors, was busy shaking hands with the key staff members. You worked hard, Director Nim. The real work starts now, from editing to release, but everyone worked hard. Haha, but you should take a few days off. The set of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger displayed the typical final scene of any movie shooting. Amidst this, Kang Woojin, who was slowly descending the stairs, was being greeted by numerous staff members and actors. Woojin SSI, can you feature me on your YouTube channel? I really want to appear on it. If it's Mafuyu Uramatsu SSI, you're welcome. Really? Yes, I'll confirm and let you know. Yay, I'm so happy. While maintaining his poker face, he looked around at the bustling scene. The surging crowd. Though his face might appear to be playing along with the concept, his emotions were truly heartfelt. So, another project has ended like this? An indescribable emotion welled up. How to put it? He felt a bit good, yet there was a sense of discomfort preventing him from fully enjoying it. Moreover, this one was quite intense. Was it because it was filmed abroad? Even though the aura had long been removed, there was a lingering scent of Iota Kiyoshi. Was it because the shoot was conducted in unfamiliar Japan? Maybe it was because many new elements were added in portraying Kiyoshi. Piano, role synthesis, the freedom of the role, and so on. Kiyoshi, who fully embraced all of these, and Kang Woojin too. This would remain deeply in his memory for a long time. When an actor finishes a project, many farewells await, but parting with the character stands out the most. Especially, it was more so for Kang Woojin, because he was the only one in the world who lived in the world of the role. It had always been that way, and it was the same this time. Another world had ended. At this point, Choi Sung-gun approached Kang Woojin's team. Woojin, you worked hard. You all worked hard. Appa, you did great. Another one finished. The team worked hard due to Woojin's schedule. Kang Woojin spoke with a voice filled with sincerity. Of course, it was in a very low tone. Thank you all for your hard work. Oh my, what's this? It's kind of touching, right? It's a very common phrase from others, but somehow when Woojin Appa says it, it hits differently. Smirking, Choi Sung-gun placed his hand on Woojin's shoulder and said, "We've climbed one mountain. Now let's wrap up things related to the eerie sacrifice of a stranger for a few days and then tackle the recording for Male Friend remake. Including the minor schedules, it should all be done within 2 weeks. The voice dubbing and recording of OST and piano for the anime Male Friend remake. Next, we have to wrap up Leech after returning to Korea. Soon, the stylist started groaning. Even though one movie is done, why doesn't it feel like the work has decreased? Woojin Appa, aren't you tired? Honestly, after finishing all the remaining work, you should rest for at least a year. Not really. Wow, only you're still energetic. Robot. Monster. Director Kyotaro approached Kang Woojin, who was chatting with the staff. The stylists made way, and Kyotaro, looking at Woojin, extended his hand. Although it's not completely over yet. You did a great job, Woojin SSI. And thank you. I enjoyed it a lot. Kang Woojin, who took his hand, bowed his head. I should be the one saying that. I learned a lot. After that, The bustling, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger set transitioned into a wrap-up atmosphere. In the meantime, Kang Woojin, looking at the set and the staff of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, murmured softly. It was fun. The next day, the 29th, late morning. Japan. From the morning, the Japanese broadcasting industry, production companies, and various fields within the entertainment industry were buzzing, especially the film companies and production companies. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger finished cranking up yesterday. Ah, really? It started with a bang and finally wrapped up, as expected from the great director Kyotaro Taniguchi. Yeah, despite numerous issues, it got wrapped up. Normally, it would have been halted due to public opinion and industry pressure. Rumors about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which finished filming yesterday, were spreading. Since it just cranked up, it could be delayed to next year. But if everything went with usual pace, it should be released in the second half of this year. If the timing overlaps, it might clash with our release. Possibly. In the entire Japanese entertainment industry, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was extremely famous. To begin with, it was the next project of the Japanese great director Kyotaro, based on the original work by the big-name author Akari. Then there was the sudden recruitment of Korean actor Kang Woojin, and so on. It had never been quiet from the start until now. CEO Nim, did you hear? The eerie sacrifice of a stranger finished filming yesterday. I know, I heard. It was on the edge of collapse, but they managed to wrap it up. How will it perform? The public interest is high, so it seems the initial momentum will be strong. Well, we won't know until it's released. The original work is by author Akari, and the next project of director Kyotaro, the cast involved, and the backing of the Kashiwa Group. Just with the background, it could easily surpass 10 million viewers. Reactions within the Japanese industry were mixed. Some viewed it as a competitor, while others anticipated it as a fellow industry member. Wouldn't 10 million be difficult? Considering the current trend. Personally, I hope that movie hits 10 million. Even if not, I hope it achieves the highest possible results. It's been roughly 10 years since a pure film, not an anime, achieved such results. It's time for the market dynamics to shift. I understand the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is releasing in both Japan and Korea. I hope it does well in both countries. That way, live-action films and anime theatrical releases might slow down a bit, giving some breathing space to pure films. Although the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is also based on an original work, it has been adapted by the director, and the script has been properly refined to a genuine film. However, the Japanese drama and film industry was already dominated by anime theatrical releases. It was no exaggeration to call them the reigning champions. It had been over 10 years since a purely Japanese film achieved decent results. On the contrary, in the last 3 years alone, anime theatrical releases were soaring. 2 years ago, there was even an anime that surpassed 18 million viewers. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger had to penetrate through this narrow gap. Generally, the consensus was that the likelihood was very low. Nevertheless, it was undoubtedly the hottest topic in Japan. The sensational, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger completed cranking up yesterday. The Japanese media quickly reported the news of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger cranking up. This issue soon spread from the media to public opinion. The next topic of interest was on social media. Given the recent strength of hashtag Kang Woojin, sharing the news spread like wildfire. YouTube also added fuel to the fire. Soon, countless Japanese individuals were busy typing away. I'll definitely watch this movie when it's released. We've only had anime theatrical releases lately. It's been a while since a proper movie is coming out. So they finally finished filming. As a fan of the original, I'm not happy about this movie being released. I'm most curious about how Kang Woojin will perform. Voice acting in the anime is interesting too, but he's an actor, after all. They pushed forward despite numerous fans of the original being against it, so the result better be good. I hope it's at least half as good as the original. Does it make sense for a Korean actor to play Iota Kiyoshi in the first place? Why not? Kang Woojin is already a star in Japan. Judging by the reactions, this movie will definitely cause a stir in its first week upon release. Arguments were already starting, as the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was quickly becoming a hot topic across Japan. Kang Woojin could be found at a Korean restaurant in Shinokubo. His schedule today started from noon. Therefore, Kang Woojin, along with his team staff, visited the Korean restaurant for a late breakfast. However, Choi Sung-gun was nowhere to be seen. With Woojin's appearance, the Japanese patrons already in the restaurant couldn't help but stare. Wow, it's Kang Woojin. It's really him? It's really Kang Woojin. Ikemen roughly means he's so handsome. I'm shocked. Even after Woojin entered the room, the main hall of the Korean restaurant buzzed with his name. The place was packed with Japanese people, influenced by the Hallyu wave. Soon, wow, Woojin Hyung, Jang Soo-hwan, who was sitting on a chair, grinned and patted Kang Woojin, who was taking off his hat, on the shoulder. Hyung, at this rate, you're doing better than most top Japanese stars. Han Yeung and the stylists enthusiastically agreed. He's already surpassed them. Absolutely, completely. Did you see in front of the K-pop goods store on the street we came from? There was a poster of Woojin Oppa. Really? Of course. Woojin had noticed it out of the corner of his eye too, internally shouting, "Why is my photo there?" At this moment, Jang Soo-hwan, who was looking at the menu, suddenly showed his phone to Kang Woojin. Japan is Japan, but the real deal is Korea, right? Wow, this site is amazing no matter how many times I see it. What else could it be? What he showed was the performance of the box office results of Island of the Missing, which was causing a sensation. Island of the Missing had been out for 10 days already, and the results up to Friday, yesterday, were announced today, Saturday. 2021, May 28th audience count. Daily domestic box office. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience count. 780, 115 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 8,364,234. 8 million. It was beyond shocking. It was a massive upheaval. The difference from other movies was clear. The winner of the movie War was cemented as Island of the Missing. Now, the only real competitor for Island of the Missing was the all-time top Korean movie, Sea Battle. Even then, Island of the Missing was about 2 days ahead. But Kang Woojin remained composed. He had already secretly jumped for joy in the morning. What comes next is more important. It's only been about 10 days. Still, it's an insane pace. But Appa, do you think Island of the Missing will surpass Sea Battle? Definitely. Wow, such confidence. Han Yeung spoke in her characteristic cold tone. It makes sense. Appa can afford to be like this right now. You've probably heard, right? When asked who their role model is, most aspiring actors in the theater scene or acting academies mention Woojin Appa. I've heard. Even when our company recruited new talents recently, there was a huge crowd, and over 80% of them said their goal was to be like Woojin Appa. Right now, there are probably countless trainees going to watch Island of the Missing. It was indeed true. While Woojin couldn't confirm it from Japan, in Korea, many acting trainees or aspirants were currently watching Island of the Missing. No, it was overflowing. In university acting departments, Woojin's acting was becoming an essential addition to the curriculum, and many theater groups and acting academies were adopting Kang Woojin as a role model for their training. This approach ignited the trainees' determination. At this moment, knock, knock, food started to enter the room. Braised short ribs, stir-fried pork, cold noodles, kimchi stew, and so on. Since there were many people, the amount of food was staggering. However, behind the 2 female employees serving the food, a middle-aged woman, who seemed to be the restaurant owner, entered with a smile. The spicy braised chicken is on the house. Woojin-nim, if you want anything more, just let us know. We'll bring everything. Kang Woojin shook his head. Solemnly. No, you don't need to do that. The woman responded with a gesture saying please. Thanks to Woojin SSI, our business has increased several times since Woojin SSI blew up in Japan. The Kimjibun Makuksu also had a huge impact. Please enjoy. By now, Woojin was already an icon of national prestige in Japan. At the same time, Kashiwa Group headquarters. In the massive chairman's office, a familiar man could be seen on a 5-seater sofa that looked incredibly expensive at first glance. It was Choi Sung-gun. Today, for some reason, he was dressed in a white shirt, and several transparent files he had brought were laid on the glass table in front of him. Next to Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the main seat of the 5-person sofa, was an elderly man. Or rather, Chairman Hideki Yoshimura, who looked like a lion with a thick white mane. With his arms crossed, he looked at Choi Sung-gun and spoke in a gravelly voice. Considering Kang Woojin SSI's momentum, I think it's about time to establish overseas branches for BW Entertainment. What do you think, CEO? In an instant, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened for Chapter 278. Chapter 278. All-Time 9. Chairman Hideki's proposal, seated at the main seat of the five-person sofa. That proposal was conveyed through the interpreter seated on the sofa opposite to ponytail Choi Sung-gun, and upon understanding its exact meaning, Choi Sung-gun's eyes widened. OV Overseas Branch? He was slightly flustered. It was understandable. It was too sudden, too abrupt. Chairman Hideki was currently the main investor in the eerie sacrifice of a stranger and also a reliable backer of BW Entertainment. Of course, this was due to Chairman Hideki's personal power, not as the head of Kashiwa Group. All authority was entrusted to Choi Sung-gun. Thanks to this, Chairman Hideki only occasionally checked Choi Sung-gun's reports. A kind of it will run well on its own feeling. This time, as Choi Sung-gun was in Japan for a direct briefing, Chairman Hideki suddenly made a proposal and suggestion for the first time to establish an overseas branch of BW Entertainment. Choi Sung-gun was, I can't get a handle on this guy's sudden acceleration. For now, let's test the waters a bit. He quickly regained his composure and posture. It was because he had a feeling that something big was coming. When you say an overseas branch, which location are you referring to? Although Choi Sung-gun was somewhat proficient in Japanese, he spoke in Korean for precise communication, and the interpreter conveyed this to Chairman Hideki. Soon, Chairman Hideki, who was smiling slightly, spoke in a gruff voice. Where else but Hollywood? Oh, he was serious. Chairman Hideki wasn't just speaking casually. At least, Choi Sung-gun thought so. Though Chairman Hideki's wrinkled mouth was smiling, his eyes were sharp. By now, Choi Sung-gun was calculating in his head. He was skilled at grasping situations and reading the room. Hold on. If he's serious, I need to hear as much as possible here. Already, BW Entertainment's expansion in Korea was running smoothly. They had gathered top stars like Kang Woojin, Hong Hae-yun, Ryu Young-min, and quite a few A-listers. The business with newcomers was also expanding. Currently, BW Entertainment's growth rate among domestic entertainment companies was probably the steepest. However, it might be a bit too fast. Their domestic businesses weren't fully stabilized yet. Expanding overseas in this state had a high possibility of causing issues somewhere. If he pour in money, that's great, but if we can't digest it, it'll cause problems. Of course, BW Entertainment would eventually need to expand overseas, but for now, it was a burden. Even so, refusing an investor's money was foolish. Choi Sung-gun decided it was better to get a definitive answer first. A down payment of sorts. Or he could take the money and proceed with the business at a slower pace. At this point. But it would be a bit challenging right now, wouldn't it? Chairman Hideki, who had crossed his legs slowly, spoke in relaxed Japanese. It seemed he was well aware of the situation. He had seen the reports and materials brought by Choi Sung-gun, and more importantly, he was the head of Japan's giant Kashiwa Group. It would be strange if he didn't know. Looking at BW Entertainment's current situation, it's more appropriate to solidify the work in Korea than overseas. While acknowledging, Choi Sung-gun left the door open. Yes, that's correct. If you look at the settlements I regularly send, you'll see that BW Entertainment is in a phase of spreading its wings, so there's no need to overextend. However, setting up an overseas branch isn't impossible, as long as it's not done hastily. After listening to the interpretation, Chairman Hideki nodded slowly, and Choi Sung-gun, who had become more serious, asked back. May I ask why you suddenly thought of an overseas branch? Recalling Kang Woojin at the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Chairman Hideki replied. Since we've acquired quite a few top talents, we need to expand our horizons. The branches are also the face of a company. More importantly, Kang Woojin isn't someone who should be limited to Korea or Japan. He's already making waves in Hollywood. It's the same in Japan. Since Kang Woojin has paved the way, we should start with an overseas branch and then expand to a Japanese branch. The monster, named Kang Woojin, was leading the way, clearing the dense mountain path. Those following behind only needed to walk comfortably thanks to Woojin's influence. Thus, Every territory needs a superstar who can stir the market. Chairman Hideki continued speaking. If the eerie sacrifice of a stranger does well, there would be no problem setting up a Japanese branch first. Still, I think an overseas branch should come first. Kang Woojin's Leech, the album work with Miley Kara, and the calls from Hollywood, although he declined them. He has already made his mark in Hollywood and will probably expand there soon. As early as next year even. If Leech does well at Cannes, it will be even faster. The overseas branch I mentioned is for setting up a base for Kang Woojin in Hollywood. It's okay if it's just for show for now, but it's essential to care for Woojin, who will be making a splash in Hollywood. Additionally, during that time, the agency will also get promoted, so there needs to be a focal point in Hollywood, right? Certainly. Rather than having the company in Korea, the picture of the headquarters being in Korea and the branch in Hollywood is more glamorous. It means we need to take care of Kang Woojin's form too. There was no concept of Kang Woojin's failure in their conversation. Their plan included 100% of him shaking up Hollywood. It was natural. Kang Woojin was already in the process of dominating Korea and Japan as a preliminary step. Choi Sung-gun responded with a faint smile. I will sort out the overseas branch matter as soon as possible. A few hours later, a late lunch. Having stuffed himself at a Korean restaurant, Kang Woojin was now in a van running on the streets of Tokyo. His destination was A10 Studio, near Tokyo Station, the production company of the anime Male Friend remake. Today was the first meeting of the entire voice cast and a simple script reading session. The actual recording was scheduled for a few days later. Anyway, the van Kang Woojin was in was lively. It was even more so because Choi Sung-gun, who usually set the tone, wasn't there. Although the usually cold Han Yeung tried to rein in the excitement, it was hard to calm them down. Well, Woojin could understand. Whether in Japan or Korea, everything is booming. But it's about me, right? For the staff of an actor, the actor's success equaled their joy. When an actor did well, the staff's filmography also became solid. Currently, Woojin was a monster not only in Japan but also in Korea and even further in the online world. Referring to SNS and YouTube channels. Since there was no area left out, it was natural to be happy. Of course, Kang Woojin was brimming with excitement inside. But maintaining a calm poker face was more important. Honestly, he felt like tap dancing right then and there, but Woojin held back. On the other hand, buzz, 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 buzz. Kang Woojin's phone did not hold back. It had been buzzing since morning. No, recently his phone had been vibrating like crazy. Countless communications were arriving, including DMs, texts, and messages were exploding. In the group chat with his best friends, they were throwing in real-time reactions and scores of Island of the Missing. Because of such communications, Woojin felt as if he was still in Korea despite being in Japan. Don't these guys work? It's all easy for them. After sending appropriate replies to the messages, Kang Woojin logged into a portal site. He had tried not to look as much as possible for the sake of his concept, but this time curiosity got the better of him. The huge issues were immediately visible. Among the various topics flooding in, the most prominent was the uproar caused by Island of the Missing. Wow. Insane. The media is really going wild. Kang Woojin scanned through the titles of the articles densely packed in the entertainment section. What was interesting was that most of the articles were uploaded just a few minutes ago, indicating a flood of news. Given the state of the media, it was obvious what public opinion in communities would be like. Wow, seriously, is the #1 movie really changing? But it deserves it. I watched Island of the Missing today, and it's still sold out during prime time. The firepower is insane. It's entertaining, and the actors' performances are amazing. Especially Kang Woojin, he's the real deal. Midas touch crossmark Kang Woojin's touch heavy large circle. Nah, y'all are overreacting. I thought it was boring as hell. Agreed, the current hype around Island of the Missing is overblown. By the way, what's the #1 movie in our country? Just Google it, you idiot. The #1 movie is Sea Battle, with 16.7 million viewers. It's the top in our country's history. What? Is Island of the Missing trying to surpass that? But 16.7 million. That's tough. But Kang Woojin and Ryu Young-min are hitting home runs back-to-back, aren't they? Especially Kang Woojin, his form is just insane. Kang Woojin seems like he's got divine guidance in choosing projects. The public's mouths and fingers were restless. Thus, Island of the Missing was steadily racing toward 10 million viewers. Island of the Missing already surpasses 8 million, on the verge of breaking Sea Battle record, already 2 days ahead. Big issue: will Sea Battle record be broken? Island of the Missing countdown to 10 million. With 10 million in sight, Island of the Missing aims for the title of Korea's all-time #1 movie. But it didn't seem like it would stop at 10 million. Meanwhile, in Incheon, Korea, near the Waesu Pier in Incheon. Compared to other places, Waesu Pier was smaller, with quite a wide mudflat nearby, and on the opposite side, there were small houses and shops crammed together. The shops were quite diverse. Homes, restaurants, hardware stores, etc. There were also many alleyways in between. The road in front was a mix of unpaved, dirt, and paved sections. A crowd of dozens gathered there. Some were setting up cameras, some were raising lights, some were unloading tables and various audio equipment, and some were arranging necessary props in visible spots. Beyond the filming area, there were vans and minibuses parked on the roadside. It was clearly a filming team. At this moment, an old man in a suitable black knit appeared in the filming area. It was the veteran director On Jae-bok, who had been surveying the area. His short white hair and deeply wrinkled face remained unchanged. No, perhaps the wrinkles were even deeper from staying up late frequently. He looked at the bustling set and instructed the assistant director next to him. That dirt road over there, does it really need to be flattened? It looks more unnatural to me. Restore it to its original state. Oh, yes. Understood. It was the outdoor filming session for the movie Leech. Beyond director On Jae-bok, top actor Jin Jae-joon was getting his makeup done. It seemed to be Jin Jae-joon's turn for the upcoming scene. Director On Jae-bok, seated at a table with several monitors, sighed lightly as he picked up the shooting storyboard laid out on the table. About 30% of the filming remained. Crossing his legs slowly, he muttered, softly, "Mid to late stages, maybe we need to speed up a bit more." Although they were already shooting on a hellish schedule, director On Jae-bok still felt pressed for time. In a few days, it'll already be June. Fortunately, whenever there was a break during filming, they were doing preliminary editing work. However, no matter how he looked at it, time was tight. At least, the experienced director On Jae-bok thought so. At this moment, director On Jae-bok's phone rang. The caller was the CEO of the film company responsible for producing Leech. "Yeah, it's me." Over the phone, the slightly excited voice of the film company CEO was heard. "Director Nim, the official opening date for Cannes was just announced. Around 2 p.m. in Japan." Kang Woojin, who had just arrived at one of Japan's top 3 anime production companies, A10 Studio, stepped out of the van. With a solemn expression, Woojin looked at the building. The building of A10 Studio was still massive, and the various statues and life-sized cutouts of anime characters near the entrance were the same as before. Wait, have some been added? I don't remember seeing that female character before. Anyway, the team gathered around Woojin as he started walking. Along with this, a slight sense of nervousness rose within him. Japanese voice actors, it's my first time seeing them. I wonder what it'll be like. Soon, he would be meeting many voice actors. Participating in Male Friend remake. In Japan, where anime is incredibly powerful, voice actors are treated somewhat like celebrities, unlike in Korea. Popular voice actors even hold fan meetings, autograph sessions, and appear on variety shows. Still, it was very unfamiliar to Kang Woojin. At this moment, buzz, buzz, buzz. Woojin stopped walking. His phone in the pocket of his denim jacket was vibrating persistently. It was a call, and Woojin gestured briefly to Jang Soo-hwan and the other staff before checking the caller. The old man, "No, it's director On Jae-bok." The caller was director On Jae-bok. Woojin then put the phone to his ear with a firm expression. "Yes, Director Nim." "Hello." An aged voice resonated from the other end. "Right. Since we're both busy, I'll get straight to the point." "Yes, please go ahead." The Cannes Film Festival opening day has been confirmed, September 30th. It will run for 10 days from that date. The Cannes Film Festival opening on September 30th. Is that so? Which means Kang Woojin will be heading to France around that. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. All Time 10. The Cannes Film Festival ranked #1 among the world's top 3 international film festivals. Also known as the Festival de Cannes, it is a festival attended by numerous high-profile filmmakers from around the world. Although it is slightly less prestigious than the global giant, the Academy Awards, the Cannes Film Festival is still a massive event from an actor's perspective. Its ripple effect and influence were likewise significant. Thanks to this, even top Hollywood actors strive to win at the Cannes Film Festival. While Korea also shows a notable presence, it is mostly directors, and actors winning awards are rare and countable on one hand. France, Cannes Film Festival. To Kang Woojin, who had his phone pressed to his ear, these words seemed somewhat unreal. Cannes. Maybe it's because I haven't seen it in person? I don't feel particularly nervous. Of course, he had seen it a few times on TV or in articles, but that was all. The atmosphere would be roughly similar to the Blue Dragon Film Awards, maybe a bit bigger. In any case, despite hearing director on Ga-Bok's comments over the phone, Woojin was not very nervous. It was just, so the Cannes Film Festival opens on September 30th? That was about it. He could imagine it, but it was quite faint. Even so, Woojin lowered his voice. He needed to show a serious tone to director on Ga-Bok. September 30th, I'll remember it. It's not something to take lightly, but there's no need to be too focused on it either. It'll just make you anxious unnecessarily. There's still time, so just keep it in mind. Yes, I will just keep it in mind for now. I don't need to contact CEO Choi separately, right? Of course, I will convey it. All right, let's meet when you return to Korea. Right? This is just an old man's unnecessary worry. But even while working on many projects, you mustn't forget Park Ha-sung from Leached. What does this old man take me for? Still, Woojin somewhat understood director on Ga-Bok's concern. How many projects was Woojin handling right now? Moreover, he was in a foreign country, Japan, not Korea. Well, it's more of a genuine concern than doubting me. Among Korean actors, only Kang Woojin could handle such a crazy schedule. Naturally, it would be the first time director on Ga-Bok had seen this in his decades of experience. As if to prove this, the old voice of director on Ga-Bok came through the phone again. As you get older, you just worry more and more. Kang Woojin thought he should give some lip service to this worried old man. I always keep Park Ha-sung in mind. Hearing that from you makes me feel more reassured. All right, let's hang up now. Yes, Director Nim. Click. Kang Woojin slowly lowered his phone. Currently, he was in the external parking lot of A10 studio. Woojin had stopped walking to take the call, and since it seemed like team members including Han Young were waiting, Woojin gave a small nod. It's done, let's go. The Kang Woojin team started moving again. Meanwhile, Woojin, walking at the very back, searched for the Cannes Film Festival on his phone. Unsurprisingly, countless information and materials poured out, an enormous amount from past to present. In the articles, he could see the content director on Ga-Bok had mentioned. Overseas Cannes Film Festival confirmed to open on September 30th. How many works, including director on Ga-Bok's Leech, will be invited this year? Woojin, with a solemn face, muttered inwardly. Well, it is impressive. Just looking at the atmosphere, it seems like they make a big deal even if you're just invited to Cannes. He was referring to the Korean film industry. In reality, Korea's presence in Cannes was quite faint. In terms of results, Japan was ahead. Woojin continued to browse about the Cannes Film Festival, and soon he put his phone in his pocket. Whatever, I'll know when the time comes. Rather than that, I'm really looking forward to going to France. Damn, how many times am I going abroad just this year? Then he changed the subject of his thoughts. Swoosh. As he got closer to the A10 studio building, Woojin pulled out the script tucked under his arm. What else could it be? It was the first episode script of the anime Male Friend remake. For reference, today's script reading was only for the first episode. Right now, this takes priority over Cannes. Rather than worrying about the distant future, his mindset was to deal with what was right in front of him. It made sense because, though Cannes was a first, for Kang Woojin, being a voice actor for an animation was also a first. Ever since he received the voice actor proposal from Male Friend remake, he had been studying and researching materials whenever he had a moment to think about it. The conclusion was clear. Acting as an actor and acting as a voice actor were clearly different. Even Choi Sung-gun, who was flipping through materials related to voice acting, had said that while acting experience would certainly help, voice acting was a completely different field. But he also added that steady progress was the key, although it was the right answer for Kang Woojin. Hook. He had a cheat item called Void Space. Before entering A10 Studio, Woojin entered Void Space first. Then, he looked at the white rectangle of Male Friend, Remake. Dash 10/script, title, Male Friend, Remake, SS Great. Since he had no real experience as a voice actor, he had to rely heavily on the readings, experiences, in Void Space. At least that was Kang Woojin's judgment. Plus, the world of anime is super fun. Woojin's fingers moved to savor the feeling of visiting another world. Preparation complete. This is a highly complete script or scenario. The implementation is 100%. Starting. The reading. Soon, a large gray veil enveloped him. How much time had passed? Having lived in the world of the anime Male Friend, Remake, Kang Woojin returned to reality once more. Wow, that was really fun. He was satisfied. As expected, the world of animation was novel and full of enjoyment. The anime Male Friend, Remake, was based on the original Male Friend, but it was adapted with the unique flavor of Japanese anime. The overall background was entirely different, and many aspects of the characters and story had changed. In other words, it was a completely different world from Male Friend. Firstly, the setting was a high school. Naturally, the character names changed too. Han In-ho from Male Friend became Toru Sengoku in Male Friend, Remake. He was a musical genius skilled in vocals and piano, but he had past traumas which were currently not revealed. The character Lee Bo-min, played by Wallen, changed to Kyoko Enma. Kyoko Enma was Toru Sengoku's childhood friend and was extremely popular at school due to her great style. However, she had a fierce personality. The anime Male Friend, Remake, began when the previously inconspicuous Woojin, or Toru Sengoku, suddenly transforms as he dons a costume for the school cultural festival. When he transformed, his hidden handsomeness exploded. As Kang Woojin entered the first-floor lobby of A10 Studio, recalling the world of Male Friend, Remake, and voice acting, he muttered to himself, "Anyway, everything is imprinted in my mind. It seems like voice acting won't be that difficult either." There was no reason for it to be difficult. Meanwhile, in the conference room of A10 Studio, a conference room with many famous anime characters posted on the walls, where numerous desks had already been set up in a shape. Among the many meeting rooms in the huge A10 Studio building, this was the largest. This conference room had already been transformed into a script reading room. The arranged desks, character name tags and bottled water on the desks, extra scripts, folding chairs around the shaped desks, and dozens of staff members busy with the final setup. The voice actor introduction and script reading for Male Friend, Remake, was similar to the readings for other works. The only notable differences were the microphones on the desks and the large monitor at the front of the room. The reason for the monitor was simple. The key was to match their voices while watching the completed Male Friend, Remake anime. Whatever the case, seeing the shaped desk arrangement, it was obvious that at least a dozen voice actors would be present for today's reading. About 70% were famous, top-tier voice actors. Among them was Asami Sayaka, with whom Kang Woojin had a close connection. From the seating arrangement, it seemed that lead actor Kang Woojin was to the left of the director's seat, while Asami Sayaka was on the opposite side of Woojin. In the midst of this, did you know? Among voice actors, they're not looking favorably at Kang Woojin's casting. A few of the staff who were finishing the setup quietly whispered to each other. Of course, in Japanese. I've heard the rumors too. But if I were a pretty successful voice actor, I'd feel a bit uncomfortable too. Really? In fact, the current view of Kang Woojin in Japan's voice acting industry wasn't entirely positive. Naturally, there were those who felt good about it, but more than half expressed discomfort. This was because the voice acting market in Japan was as large as the acting industry. In other words, there was nothing to lose. Analyzing scripts for animations was as important as it was for movies and dramas. However, since faces and expressions do not appear, the focus was on speech and voice. In addition, various techniques were important and needed to be mastered. Clear pronunciation such as diction, matching the character, breathing in sync with the character, Tone of voice according to the situation and event, emphasis, timing of the lines, speed control of the lines, nuances, rhythm, and many other techniques aside from the pauses for long lines. Voice acting seemed similar to acting at first glance, but was completely different. In acting, the actor becomes the character itself, but in voice acting, it felt like becoming the vocal cords of an existing character. Therefore, it required more delicacy. It was a difficult field that could be considered quite meticulous. Because of this, newbies and rookie voice actors frequently made mistakes from their first lines. It's difficult to grasp even the timing of dialogue entry from the start. In short, becoming synchronized with the anime character was the problem. Of course, overcoming countless mistakes through trial and error was common for any voice actor. It's just a difference in years of experience. Honestly, from the perspective of voice actors, Kang Woojin seems like a bit of a sudden intruder, doesn't he? But it might bring a fresh breeze. That might be true, but it's not like our country's voice acting industry is struggling. It's actually close to booming. So, it might feel a bit unfamiliar. Still, I think he'll be much better than rookie voice actors. At least his diction is guaranteed. And grasping emotional lines. Opinions were sharply divided. Additionally, Kang Woojin was a Korean actor. Conversely, Male Friend remake was a Japanese animation. So, he had to deliver Japanese at a native level and express the main character's abilities and emotions in the story. As if it wasn't enough that it would be his first experience, there were too many obstacles. Though actors and voice actors are similar, they are clearly different fields. And Kang Woojin, who didn't know a thing about voice acting, got cast as the main character after becoming a huge hit in Japan. To Japanese voice actors, Woojin clearly seemed to be chosen for his popularity. The Japanese voice acting industry also had a tremendous number of aspiring voice actors, making success a needle in a haystack. As a result, many voice actors were worried or jealous. It wasn't an unusual phenomenon. After all, the same situation is common in the Korean entertainment industry, where blood ties, regional ties, school ties, and even bad ties connect people. Therefore, Kang Woojin was very hot among Japanese voice actors. Several male and female voice actors who had already arrived and taken their seats in this reading room felt the same. Oh, is Kang Woojin really coming today? Of course. He's the lead of the work. There's no way he wouldn't come. I'm so excited. I watched Male Friend on Netflix to understand the work better after getting confirmed for this anime. I totally became a fan of Kang Woojin there. Really? But I find it a bit odd. What? I don't know. It just feels like he was cast because of his popularity and buzz. Of course, I know he's good at acting. He was the lead in director Kyotaro's work too. So, I'm sure he's quite good at analyzing anime scripts. But voice acting is a completely different skill. The main topic of conversation among these 5 or so people, who were somewhat familiar with each other, was naturally Kang Woojin. Even when stepping out of the reading room, going to the restroom, and walking down the hallway, the voice actors whispered the same things. However, they kept the volume to a minimum. After Kang Woojin was cast, the buzz certainly shot up, but doesn't it feel like our voice acting industry is being taken lightly? I can definitely sense that vibe. Senior voice actors don't view it positively either. Even professional voice actors find each project challenging, but casting an active actor, and a Korean actor at that, as the male lead, the Japanese pronunciation alone will be an issue. When I watched his interviews in Japan, his pronunciation seemed okay. For a Korean, his Japanese was quite good. There's a difference between speaking it well enough and mastering it. You need to deliver all the nuances of the character and also have the skill to match the timing with the animation. Voice actors who hadn't experienced Kang Woojin could only judge him by typical standards. Or perhaps it was territoriality. Maybe because a 10 studio has been missing the mark recently. It's good to get attention, but I hope they're not overreaching. Anyway, today's going to be a tough day. Kang Woojin is definitely an amateur, so he's bound to make a lot of mistakes. How about a bet? What kind of bet? On whether he'll mess up from the very first line or not. At that moment, a cold male voice suddenly interrupted from behind the voice actors who were opening the glass door of the conference room and currently the reading room entrance. Sounds good. It was a low-tone Japanese. Let's bet. The male voice actors, startled, quickly turned their heads. there stood a man with black hair and a firm face. The voice actors immediately recognized who he was. Kang Woojin. As if confirming their thoughts, Kang Woojin, accompanied by his team, approached them while maintaining a poker face. Then he spoke again, in a cynical tone without backing down. How about we bet on who messes up more? Me, an amateur, or you two as professionals? What do you think? Of course, everyone inside the reading. Chapter 280, All-Time 11. When Kang Woojin first set foot in the corridor of A10 studio, where the reading room was located. After Kang Woojin was cast, the buzz certainly shot up, but doesn't it feel like our voice acting industry is being taken lightly? The Japanese voices of two people who appeared to be voice actors immediately reached his ears. They were a few steps ahead, whispering about Kang Woojin. As he slowly followed them, they didn't notice his presence and continued their gossip. Naturally, the person who understood their conversation most clearly was Kang Woojin himself. His brow furrowed slightly without showing. What the hell? Talking behind my back. Kang Woojin felt a twinge of irritation. It was honestly a scene where it wouldn't be strange to get angry. However, since he had to maintain his composed persona, he maintained his cynical demeanor for now. He wasn't suppressing it. He was simply observing how much bullshit they would spew. Regardless, the Japanese voice actors continued to talk enthusiastically about Woojin. At this point, Han Yeung, with her blue bob haircut with black tips, who had walked up to Woojin's side, said coldly, "Appa, I think they're talking about you." In a bad way. She wasn't very proficient, but she could understand some Japanese. This news quickly spread to the stylist team. Kang Woojin calmed them down. "I know, just leave it for now." The Japanese voice actors were still spewing nonsense as they opened the glass door to the conference room that appeared to be the reading room. "How about a bet?" "What kind of bet?" "On whether he'll mess up from the very first line or not." Kang Woojin had been waiting for this. Sure, it was a moment to act tough due to his persona, but even his natural personality wouldn't tolerate such a scene. He couldn't stand it if they provoked him openly. Thus, Woojin lowered his voice. "Sounds good, let's bet." But he raised the volume. His low and heavy voice resonated in the reading room. Consequently, dozens of staff members and the Japanese voice actors who had arrived early turned their heads toward the entrance, as if on cue. The Japanese voice actors gossiping about Woojin were startled. In contrast, Woojin spoke calmly, ensuring everyone could hear. "How about we bet on who messes up more? Me, an amateur, or you two as professionals? What do you think?" The eyes of the Japanese voice actors widened. No, everyone in the reading room reacted similarly. As a result, the staff of Male Friend Remake started whispering. What did Kang Woojin just say? I think he challenged them to a bet. On who would perform better, him or the voice actors? That's what I heard too. What the hell? Should we intervene? The staff, already aware that Woojin had a bad reputation among the voice actors, had their expressions darken instantly. Some of the voice actors in the reading room had similar reactions. However, their expressions were more of a frown than mere darkness. They seemed slightly offended by Woojin's words. Nonetheless, Woojin didn't care and kept his eyes fixed on the voice actors standing in front of him. "Why are you silent?" Perhaps because his gaze was so cynical, the voice actors who had been talking behind Woojin's back froze up. "Huh? That's. Are you not going to take the bet?" Of course, Woojin didn't care about that at all. "You were talking about me on your way here, weren't you? What did you say?" "Today's going to be tough. Kang Woojin is an amateur, so he'll keep making mistakes." "Was that it?" Well, that. You said other things too, but I can't remember them clearly." The Japanese voice actors mumbled and looked around nervously. Meanwhile, Woojin, with a stern face, scanned the now silent reading room. Everyone was watching him. Some staff members seemed ready to intervene. Woojin fixed his gaze back on the voice actors in front of him. Usually, given the situation and the gazes of many people, he would settle things moderately, but true to his don't give a damn attitude, Woojin didn't stop. Is this what they call territoriality behavior? If I hadn't heard it directly, I might not have known, but hearing it myself makes me quite uncomfortable. The staff and voice actors of Male Friend Remake gradually understood the situation. They got caught talking behind his back. Over 80% of them began to feel flustered. This kind of direct confrontation was rare in Japan, given the country's unique cultural atmosphere. So what? Of course, this had nothing to do with Kang Woojin. Do I have to adjust to that too? If I'm pissed, I should resolve it then and there. Woojin spoke coldly again. Are you not going to take the bet? On the contrary, the voice actors were almost in a state of shock. They were stunned because they had never experienced such a situation before. I'm sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. We apologize. Due to Woojin's unyielding attitude, Han Yoon and the others behind him felt their shoulders rise with pride. As if to say, see? This is our Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, the staff members cautiously approached to mediate. Kang Woojin, please calm down for now. We apologize too. Woojin responded indifferently. It's not particularly different from usual. Huh? Yes. We're sorry. Several staff members and planning team members of A10 Studio started apologizing. Of course, the voice actors in front of Woojin did the same. Although Woojin had no experience in voice acting, he was still the male lead of Male Friend remake. That weight could not be ignored. After receiving the apologies for a while, without saying anything in particular, he stared at them and then suddenly started moving with an indifferent expression. Then, he bowed his head to the Japanese voice actors who had already taken their seats in the reading room. Hello, I'm Kang Woojin. I look forward to working with you today. After all, greetings should be given. Woojin had a personality that didn't hold grudges. Soon, one by one, the voice actors awkwardly bowed to Woojin. Kang Woojin had taken control of the strange atmosphere in an instant. Then, swish. Woojin moved calmly while looking at the cast list placed on the shaped table. Naturally, his cast list was at the very first position. Screech. He sat down casually and opened his script. On the other hand, the Japanese voice actors were busy reading the room. Although they didn't say it, their eyes conveyed a similar message. What kind of weirdo is this? He looked angry one moment, and then suddenly greeted them politely. And now, he was calmly looking at his script. He could certainly appear quite eccentric. The staff or employees of Male Friend remake immediately understood Woojin's personality. It was an aura that warranted such a reaction. Wow, Kang Woojin's presence is insane, isn't it? Right? During the last meeting, I thought he was just quiet, but today, his charisma is just. He's a character you rarely see in Japan. Look at the voice actors' faces, they're completely subdued. Surprisingly, it was Kang Woojin's team who were most satisfied. Among those who sat down on the temporary chairs surrounding the shaped table, Chief Stylist Han Young spoke first. Talking behind someone's back, huh? This is Kang Woojin, you idiots. TL note. In listing, it sounds similar, but in writing, it is different from Kang Woojin. The original name is Woojin, Kang Woojin, and the nickname is Gaijin, Kang Woojin. As you can see, the first character is different. Kang is a Korean slang term that means someone with guts, so the rough translation would be like ballsy Woojin. Kang Woojin, a new nickname Woojin wasn't aware of. After a while, more people started filling the now solemn reading room. Famous Japanese voice actors, staff, executives, and associates of A10 Studio, etc. Initially, there were around 20 people. The number had now exceeded 50, and the seats were almost entirely filled. The rumors started spread among the Japanese voice actors. Really? Did Kang Woojin really say that? Yes, really. He proposed a bet on who would perform better, him, an amateur, or the professional voice actors, and he was exuding confidence. Sure, the voice actors were at fault first, but he's overflowing with confidence, isn't he? Does Woojin have voice acting experience? I heard this is his first time. Kang Woojin's straightforward declaration spread fiercely. The reactions were mixed. Some voice actors viewed him with curiosity, as if looking at a new type of human, while others watched Woojin, filled with a strange sense of admiration for his overflowing confidence. At this point, hello everyone. A female voice actor entered the bustling reading room. She was wearing a tight-fitting short-sleeved t-shirt and loose jeans, with a petite figure and face. Her eyes were quite large, and her snaggletooth was noticeable. She had the kind of beauty that would be popular in Japan. She was Omi Natsumi, who played the female lead Kyoko Inma in Male Friend remake, and was known as an idol in the Japanese voice acting industry. In terms of recognition and popularity, she was top tier. Huh? Why is the atmosphere so heavy? Indeed, her voice was good too, clear yet soft like an announcer. Due to her exploding popularity, Umi Natsumi had a rather high opinion of herself, and as soon as she entered the reading room, she greeted several voice actors and heard the rumors. Yeah, did such a thing really happen? Of course, it was about Kang Woojin. Umi Natsumi glanced at Woojin, who was sitting in the front row. No one approached the seated Woojin. It seemed like he was exuding some kind of dark energy. Wow, is he crazy? He seems a bit gloomy too. No, he feels similar to Toru Sengoku. Even before coming to this place, Umi Natsumi had heard about Kang Woojin several times. He was hot among the actors she was close with. In any case, it was her first time seeing him in person. He's a bit more intense than I imagined. Clearing her throat, Umi Natsumi walked towards Kang Woojin. As the female lead, she had to greet him, and her curiosity was piqued. Her self-esteem was high due to her increased popularity. She thought it would be no big deal to befriend him. Ahem, excuse me. After all, aren't all men the same? Umi Natsumi stood beside Woojin and smiled. Hello. Hearing the Japanese and smelling her fragrance, Woojin turned his head. As soon as she saw Kang Woojin's face, Umi Natsumi screamed internally. Wow, cold handsome guy. On the other hand, Woojin looked at Umi Natsumi, but there was no change in his firm expression. Yes, hello. Though it was just part of his persona, it also reflected his true feelings. Who is this? Ah, a voice actor? Oh, there are some pretty cute ones among the voice actors. He wasn't particularly moved. To him, Umi Natsumi was just a fairly pretty voice actor. He was already surrounded by actresses of overwhelming beauty. Unaware of this, Umi Natsumi extended her hand to Woojin. Usually, most men would smile foolishly and shake her hand when she did this. Kang Woojin, you're very handsome. Nice to meet you. I'm Umi Natsumi, playing Kyoko Enma. I hope we get along well. Woojin, who had slowly stood up, loosely grasped Umi Natsumi's hand and replied in a low, short tone. Nice to meet you. Then he sat back down. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. This was not the reaction Umi Natsumi had expected. Slightly flustered, she thought to herself, this isn't how it's supposed to go? Isn't he being a bit arrogant? She quickly lowered her hand that was awkwardly left hanging in the air, biting her lower lip. TSK, why is he so cold? What's his deal? Is he acting this way because he's doing well now? Whatever, I'm more successful in the voice acting industry. At that moment, Woojin, a middle-aged woman's voice interrupted between them. Turning around, they saw a woman with tied dark brown hair and a kind expression approaching. It was the famous voice actor Asami Sayaka, who had a connection with Kang Woojin through the piano performance in the hotel. Surprised by the appearance of a senior, Umi Natsumi bowed slightly. Oh, hello, Sunbae. Sayaka waved her hand with a gentle smile. Yes, hello. Then she immediately addressed Kang Woojin. It's been a while, hasn't it? I was really debating whether to contact you after the SNS incident, wondering if I might have caused you any trouble. Woojin was already standing. No, there was nothing like that at all. That's a relief. Thanks to you, my daughter is always smiling these days. Thank you. Is that so? Yes. By the way, did you know? I heard that your popularity at my daughter's school is through the roof. She boasts about you all the time. This is the first I've heard of it. She prays every day, hoping you'll do well. If you ever have any trouble with voice acting, please let me know. Thank you. It was a truly peaceful conversation. However, for Umi Natsumi, who was watching from the side, it was anything but peaceful. Woojin's tone was entirely different from the one he used with her. Why is he so gentle? What's with the temperature difference? See, could it be that he prefers older women? At that moment. All right, everyone, please take your seats. A man with round glasses, standing at the head of the shaped table, began organizing the reading room. He was one of the executives from A10 Studio and the chief director of Male Friend Remake. Hello, I'm Mihiro Sakuchi, the director of Male Friend Remake. He was a famous director in the anime industry. Thanks to him, Woojin, Asami Sayaka, Umi Natsumi, and all the other voice actors took their seats. The director introduced the voice actors, including the male lead Kang Woojin, the female lead Umi Natsumi, and Asami Sayaka, as well as dozens of other voice actors, and then introduced the production team and the executives from A10 Studio. Soon, Now, let's start with a light reading of episode 1, as a way to warm up our voices. The director sat down, and the anime started playing on the large monitor in front of them. Since it wasn't the final version, there was no opening, OST, or title. It went straight into the content. While Omi Natsumi and dozens of voice actors focused on the monitor, they also glanced at Kang Woojin, who had a calm expression. He'll make a mistake, right? Considering he boldly declared that bet, he must have practiced a lot, but it's hard to get the first lines right. Is he not even nervous? Why is he so peaceful? There was a subtle hope that Kang Woojin would make a mistake. The only one genuinely worried was Asami Sayaka. I hope he doesn't feel too pressured. At this moment, in the Male Friend remake on the giant monitor, a male character with messy hair and glasses appeared, waking up groggily from his bed. It was Toru Sengoku, the male lead character. Just before his first lines came out, Kang Woojin looked at the monitor calmly and opened his mouth without any hesitation. What a bother. Silence really is the best. No, my room is the best. The character's chaotic mouth movements matched Woojin's voice perfectly, without any discrepancies. Naturally, Woojin had directly experienced the world inside the giant monitor of Male Friend remake and was now channeling Toru Sengoku. The subsequent lines were the same. The rhythm, pauses, and emphasis based on emotions and situations matched the character's mouth movements perfectly. He didn't even change his expression. The director, seated at the head, was astonished as he looked at Woojin. To deliver the first lines so cleanly, even I've never seen this before. And this is his first time as a voice actor? Soon, the eyes of dozens of voice actors were all fixed on Kang Woojin. They were filled with a feeling that transcended disbelief and reached a state of awe. Especially, who? The female lead Omi Natsumi unconsciously covered her mouth with one hand. No way. He's insanely good, this cold, handsome guy. Chapter 281. Chapter 281. All Time, 12. The first episode of Male Friend remake was roughly under 20 minutes. The content included the introduction of the male lead Toru Sengoku and the female lead Kyoko Enma, a brief explanation of Toru Sengoku's personality and high school background, appropriate appearances of supporting characters, and the start of the main plot. Additionally, the final version is expected to include Toru Sengoku's past and a piano performance. In other words, most of the first episode of Male Friend remake is dedicated to the male lead Toru Sengoku. This means there are a lot of lines. There were also quite a few monologues by the male lead like in the script. But Kang Woojin. Oh, the anime quality is really good? The artwork is superb. No wonder this anime production company is so big. He was so relaxed that he could enjoy the anime being displayed on the monitor while voicing the male lead. It was easier than he thought, perhaps because he didn't have to move his body like in acting. Of course, he had to put a lot of effort into his voice, but for Woojin, who already had experienced Toru Sengoku, it wasn't difficult. When he brought out Toru Sengoku, Woojin's surroundings became an anime. The scenery of the reading room disappeared. The cheat item, the void space, was the same in the voice acting version. No, in terms of difficulty, voice acting was several times easier. So, how well would Kang Woojin perform? It was no surprise that the voice actors and the director were shocked by Woojin's flawless performance. How can he match the timing so perfectly? Is he really new to voice acting? Even though there's a timesheet marked on the script, it's natural to make mistakes. Why doesn't he make a single mistake? Even veterans can't do this, right? Moreover, he's not just matching the lines. There's plenty of emotion, and he's adjusting the pitch and emphasis while. Kang Woojin, who was voice acting for the first time, was precise in his rich emotions and tone control. Even Asami Sayaka's eyes widened in surprise. Practice? No, that's not a level achievable by practice alone. The Japanese voice actors made more mistakes instead. The atmosphere in the reading room quickly heated up. Exclamation and question marks were overflowing among the more than 50 people present. Regardless, Kang Woojin calmly did his job. Like that. Cut. Let's take a short break. After finishing the reading of episode 2, the director called for a break. But the voice actors were all frozen in place. They were too shocked to move. The same was true for the executives and staff of A10 Studio. The only one whose mind was working was the female team leader of the planning department. in charge of the overall progress. Oh my God, I thought he'd be able to cover somewhat since he's good at acting. But not a single mistake. Then she heard about the earlier incident from a staff member. What? Such a thing happened. She made a puzzled expression. Well, similar incidents are common in the entertainment industry, but she didn't expect such a situation to happen so blatantly. Therefore, the female team leader, accompanied by the staff, approached the silent Kang Woojin and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, Kang Woojin. Frankly, she didn't care much about losing some cast voice actors. I should have been more attentive. I will personally convey the warnings to the voice actors, and I apologize again. But losing Kang Woojin would be a significant issue that could halt the production of Male Friend remake. No, it would be closer to a disaster. From the beginning, the male lead character, Toru Sengoku, was modeled after Kang Woojin, and he was crucial in promotion, marketing, and numerous issues. In other words, he was the main focus related to the viewership ratings. Therefore, A10 Studio could not afford to upset Kang Woojin. Meanwhile, Woojin, it's okay, I've already forgotten about it. He shook his head indifferently. I've been receiving so many apologies today. Oh, it's actually making me feel a bit more burdened. In reality, the earlier incident had mostly been diluted by now. At this point, the female team leader, who had been quietly observing the indifferent Woojin, suddenly whispered, But Woojin, you would have easily won even if you had made that bet, right? Is that so? It was an obvious result. How on earth are you able to? No. How are you perfect even in voice acting? Later on, the shock. No, the script reading ended for Male Friend remake in the early afternoon. Even as the voice actors left, they clearly recognized Woojin. If we're not careful, we might get overshadowed. Indeed, his skills were enough to declare confidently. The issue wasn't why this Korean actor had perfect voice acting posture or how it was possible. The pros who made a living as voice actors were about to be outdone. Anyway, the voice actors quickly left the reading room, and Kang Woojin remained. Because there were still recordings of the piano, OST, etc. Thus, when Kang Woojin returned to the hotel after finishing today's schedule, it was almost midnight. Despite the tight schedule all day, Kang Woojin, who endured thanks to the void space, was first met by ponytailed Choi Sung-gun. Hey, I heard you turned the reading room upside down again. I heard from the others. Choi Sung-gun, who met Woojin in the hotel lobby, was all smiles. What a shame. If only I wasn't busy with work. To miss such a scene. It wasn't anything important. Wasn't it hard? It was your first time, wasn't it? It wasn't particularly difficult. Yeah, that's like you. That's Kang Woojin. Soon, Choi Sung-gun leaned in and whispered to Woojin. Today, I was busy looking into various things regarding our BW Entertainment's Hollywood branch. That will be your base when you go to Hollywood. With a meaningful smile, Choi Sung-gun suddenly changed the subject. By the way, when is the official recording day for that anime Male Friend remake? I heard it's roughly a few days later. Kang Woojin recalled the director's comment in the reading room. After today's reading on the 29th, the official recording will start on the 31st. The entire recording schedule will take about 3 to 5 days at most. The official recording of Male Friend remake was on the last day of May, the 31st. That was 2 days later. May 31st, Monday, around 10 a.m. The day of the official dubbing recording for Male Friend remake. For reference, the gathering time was around noon. And today, including director Kyotaro, the entire staff of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger had been summoned by Chairman Hideki. It was to hold a gathering in the hall of the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel. The round tables in the spacious hall were set with splendid food and various drinks or alcohol. It was a gathering arranged by Chairman Hideki to commemorate the crank-up, a kind of wrap party. In fact, there was no need for the main investor to go to such lengths, but Chairman Hideki, who had visited the crank-up site, was moved and voluntarily gathered the staff. Anyway, wow, this is incredibly delicious. Eat a lot. Where else would you get to eat such food? Talking is a waste of time. The 100 or so staff members of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger were enjoying the gathering frantically. Of course, actors and other related people were mixed in. However, for some reason, director Kyotaro, author Akari, and Kang Woojin were not visible. Naturally, they were all gathered in a reception room close to the hall. To be precise, the people gathered in the spacious room were Chairman Hideki at the head of the table, with Director Kyotaro and author Akari on either side, followed by Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun. At the far end, representatives from the film company and executives from the distribution company could also be seen. About a dozen or so people. The atmosphere was somewhat serious. So was Kang Woojin's expression. However, inside, he was grumbling. Damn. If it's an important conversation, the higher-ups should just handle it themselves. I'm dying of hunger. He was craving the high-class food laid out in the hall. But he didn't show it outwardly. Soon, Chairman Hideki, seated at the head, with his suit jacket off, spoke in a gravelly voice. First of all, good job everyone. But about that, changed ending. Although we decided to proceed without hesitation, I wanted everyone to be mentally prepared, so I called this gathering. To discuss it a bit. He was the head of the Kashiwa group. He had more experience than anyone in this room, and a clear vision of the future of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Chairman Hideki, fixing his gaze on author Akari to his right, spoke in Japanese again. First, when the eerie sacrifice of a stranger is released, the initial blast will probably come from the original fans. That earthquake-like trend will quickly spread through the entertainment industry and among the public. Whether it's controversy or complaints, whatever it may be, everyone gathered here, including Chairman Hideki, had anticipated this scenario. I understand that we're pushing forward, and I also agree. However, wouldn't it be wise to prepare in advance? Yes, indeed. Director Kyotaro, along with the representatives and executives from the film company and distribution company, nodded in agreement. This was something they had intended to discuss after finishing the film shooting anyway. Chairman Hideki, who was stroking his chin, asked Director Kyotaro. I'm not doubting it. I've seen it with my own eyes. But the director's perspective might be different. What do you think? Are you confident in the quality of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger? Although editing remains. Director Kyotaro, full of gray hair, spoke with conviction. I believe it will be the best film in my entire film career. When a film stirs up a massive controversy, if its quality is also poor, the situation becomes very unfavorable. However, he was implying that the eerie sacrifice of a stranger could exclude that concern. It wasn't 100% certain, but with the renowned director Kyotaro's confident declaration, it seemed reassuring. Soon, Chairman Hideki nodded slowly. Then there's no problem with the film itself. An executive from the distribution company chimed in. Well, the eerie sacrifice of a stranger has been quite noisy since the early stages of production, and it already has a considerably higher recognition compared to other competing works. We need to conduct a clear survey, but just looking at social media, it seems like there's no one who doesn't know about the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Chairman Hideki, with a slightly raised eyebrow mixed with white hair, glanced at the silently seated Kang Woojin. Woojin's influence has been significant recently. Yes, that's correct. So, how about we slightly reduce the promotional intensity when the full-fledged marketing begins 2 months before the film's release? Reduce it. Yes, we can do the basic promotions, but pass on press conferences or marketing schedules moderately. Also, slightly reduce the number of preview screenings. Is the idea to minimize the expected noise as much as possible? That's the intention. Normally, they would engage in frantic promotion and marketing, but the eerie sacrifice of a stranger had already generated significant buzz. Therefore, the idea was to minimize the predicted controversy and complaints as much as possible. Honestly, no one could guarantee how large the fire would spread, but according to the film company and distribution company's predictions, it would be quite massive. At this, the main investor, Chairman Hideki, who had his arms crossed, exhaled deeply. The atmosphere grew considerably heavy. At this moment, Chairman Hideki's gaze suddenly settled on Kang Woojin, who was seated in the middle. What do you think, Woojin? The question was unexpectedly directed at Kang Woojin. Of course, Woojin maintained his poker face. However, inside, he was slightly startled. Why is this old man suddenly asking me? Shouldn't the higher-ups handle this on their own? He felt they should handle it themselves, but his concept-driven persona couldn't afford to back down. Here, he had to deliver a solemn remark. Above all, but isn't reducing the promotion a bit timid? Is it just me? It feels like running away. Woojin's true thoughts were entirely different from the current situation. It was a judgment he could make because he had the option to escape to Korea. His mindset was fundamentally different from everyone here. Woojin then. Swiftly, he scanned Chairman Hideki, Director Kyotaro, author Akari, Choi Sung-gun, the distribution company and film company representatives. All eyes were on him. This is burdensome. But Kang Woojin spoke in a very calm voice, contrary to his inner turmoil. His Japanese was low and concise. On the contrary, I think it's better to expand the scale even more. Most were surprised. The response came from Chairman Hideki, who was seated at the head. Expand the scale further? Kang Woojin remained composed. Yes, if we retreat, people will perceive us as more foolish, and the criticism will only intensify. A smile spread across Chairman Hideki's wrinkled lips. In times like this, we should stand firm and amplify the situation instead. You're suggesting we expand our promotional efforts, marketing, press conferences, and events even more than planned, right? Invite more reporters and stakeholders than usual. In other words, the intention was to not cower and sow even more seeds of chaos. The smile on Chairman Hideki's face deepened as he spoke to Kang Woojin. Let's face this head-on by scaling up our efforts several times. Kang Woojin responded in a nonchalant tone. That's what I think. Meanwhile, at the same time in Korea, the Korean film media was pouring out quite a few articles related to the past weekend. Weekend theaters packed, cinemas filled to capacity with crowds flocking to watch movies/photos theaters fully booked. Movie Talk drive-in theater filled with cars coming to see the phenomenon Island of the Missing. In the Juk restaurant in Jeonju, Gyeongnam, Woojin's parents, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul, were looking up at the large TV on the wall while preparing for the opening. Both were just staring blankly at the TV. The morning news was currently on. It was the cultural segment. The female anchor's clear voice resonated. The movie Island of the Missing, which has been setting new records and causing a sensation, has surpassed 10 million viewers for the first time this year, becoming the 19th Korean film to reach this milestone. It achieved this record in just 12 days since its release, which is 3 days faster than the previous record of 15 days set by the all-time #1 film Sea Battle. It is overwhelmingly breaking new records. It remains to be seen if it will take the throne of the Korean film industry. This is reporter Yoo Hyun-tae. Soon, the news showed theaters packed with people. At the same time, the male reporter's voice continued. Directed by Kwon Ki-taek and starring prominent domestic actors like Ryu Young-min, Ha Ura, Kim Hee-won, Kang Woojin, and John Woo-chong, the popularity of Island of the Missing is fierce. A graphic of Island of the Missing appeared on the center of the TV. Island of the Missing audience count as of May 30th, 2021. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / 12-day total audience count. 10,178,755. Soon, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul, who had been staring blankly at the TV, slowly turned to look at each other. Then, as if on cue, they simultaneously murmured, "Our son, a 10 million viewer time, 13. Just when the news and media across Korea were erupting with the news of Island of the Missing surpassing 10 million viewers, Kang Woojin was still in the reception room of the Kashiwa Tokyo Hotel, where the crank-up party for the eerie sacrifice of a stranger was taking place. Just a moment ago, thanks to the comment Kang Woojin had made, I think it's better to expand the scale even more. The expressions of the bigwigs gathered in the reception room were unusual. Well, it was natural. After all, he was suggesting to fan the flames of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, which already had the fires of hell clearly in sight. It was a rather surprising statement, but seeing Woojin's calm face, everyone had a similar thought cross their minds. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of conclusion you'd expect from that actor. Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting next to Kang Woojin, chuckled quietly. I knew Woojin had no hesitation, but he's becoming even more relentless as time goes by. Haha, well, I like that part too. Author Akari, sitting opposite Woojin, widened her eyes in slight surprise and was newly impressed. That kind of guts isn't just bravado or showmanship hastily put up. It's the color of Kang Woojin deeply embedded in his veins. It's ingrained in his body. It was fresh every time she saw it. He fears nothing. In Kang Woojin's vision, there was only the future. Although his past was unclear, it was evident he had climbed rugged mountains for a long time to get here. At least that was the judgment of world-class top author Akari. Then, Chairman Hideki, who had white hair mixed in his eyebrows, rubbed his chin as if intrigued. Guts. No, a certain degree of madness is necessary. Realistically, based on accumulated data, it was right to avoid Woojin's conclusion, unless he was a crazy bastard or a lunatic. However, Chairman Hideki liked Kang Woojin's no-backing-down proposal. While crossing his arms, he glanced at Director Kyotaro on his right. Director Kyotaro, with a serious expression, nodded. I agree. Only sturdy trees remain in the fierce storm and rain. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger is indeed a sturdy tree. In the heavily weighted atmosphere, Woojin, who maintained a stern face, was slightly flustered inside. Ah, damn, the air is super heavy. Honestly, it wasn't like I thought that deeply before speaking. But is this getting approved? However, what he had to do now was to firmly show his resolve on his face. Well, there wasn't much else to do. Even though conversations among the gathered figures continued for about 10 minutes, ultimately, Kang Woojin's suggestion was confirmed. All right, then we'll put in several times more effort than originally planned. As soon as it was confirmed, the representatives and executives from the distribution company and film company took out their phones and started moving busily. Chairman Hideki matched his gaze with Woojin and spoke in a rough voice. During the latter part of the editing, when the eerie sacrifice of a stranger starts its full-scale promotional schedule, will you join that flow, Woojin SSI? Yes. We've agreed on about a week, including the production presentation and stage greetings. All right. Chairman Hideki, who was nodding slowly, suddenly showed a wrinkled smile. All right. There was something to congratulate you on, but I'm late. I heard your lead role film currently released in Korea is doing well. Congratulations. Director Kyotaro and author Akari chimed in. I saw that Island of the Missing surpassed 10 million today. Congratulations, Woojin. It's a double celebration. I heard that the film industry in Korea has been declining like in Japan, but your first leading film hitting 10 million. That's incredible. The people from the film company and distribution company of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, who were already quick with the news, joined in. From what I see, if this pace continues, it looks like the top movie in Korea might change. Congratulations, Woojin. Phew. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger should do well too. Woojin, who already knew the SSS grade rating of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, was itching to speak, but he just solemnly accepted the congratulations. Thank you. A few minutes later, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun left their seats first. We'll be going now. It was due to Woojin's schedule. A little while later, Kang Woojin and Choi Sung-gun exited the reception room. They headed straight to the parking lot without stopping by to see the other actors or staff of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger in the hall. Time was quite tight after all. As they got into the elevator, Choi Sung-gun, who had just pressed the button, asked Kang Woojin, who was idly looking at the floor numbers rise. By the way, Woojin, I know your personality well enough, but do you have a particular reason for suggesting to expand the scale? Realistically speaking, there's no need for us to throw more wood onto the fire, is there? Even if you ask so deeply, I don't really have a reason. If I had to say, it felt annoying, like we were running away. Kang Woojin's thoughts were quite light, but Choi Sung-gun had no way of knowing that. Additionally, when I went into the void space, there wasn't any particular change either. No one knew, but as soon as Woojin exited the reception room, he had entered the void space to check the rating of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The passage was the male friend remake script he held. Anyway, Kang Woojin pretended to be weighty and strong. It just felt right that way. Soon, Choi Sung-gun's eyes slightly widened, and he murmured, is it Woojin's crazy intuition again? I can't ignore that. Because of his immense trust in that intuition, Choi Sung-gun quickly dismissed his doubts and changed the subject as they got off the elevator. The official dubbing for Male Friend remake starts at 12:30. If we go now, we'll make it just in time. Is that so? Yeah. And a voice actor for the male lead in an anime. This is my first time in such a situation. Me too. For a first, you were so... Well, never mind. I won't understand even if you explain. Anyway, the production manager for Male Friend remake called. Choi Sung-gun, scratching his ponytail, shrugged his shoulders. He said the spirit of the voice actors changed after doing a reading with you. Meanwhile, back in the reception room from which Kang Woojin had left, the atmosphere was slightly heavy. Chairman Hideki, as well as Director Kyotaro, were all silent, seemingly deep in thought with serious expressions. Then, swoosh. Chairman Hideki, who was sitting at the head of the table with his legs crossed, moved. After looking at the empty seat of Kang Woojin for a moment, Chairman Hideki spoke again in his gravelly voice. Every industry needs a superstar. Immediately, everyone in the reception room turned their eyes to Chairman Hideki. Among them, author Akari, who was organizing the bag hanging on her chair, asked back. Huh? For some reason, Chairman Hideki's wrinkled smile deepened. In corporations, politics, sports, and the entertainment industry, if there's one star, not only does it attract public attention, but things flow more smoothly in many ways. Money also gathers in the market. It's the same for writers, right? Because Akarinim is here, the flow of money goes that way. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger has many top Japanese actors, but the one who takes the position of the big tree will be Kang Woojin. Author Akari and director Kyotaro did not particularly respond. It was a silent agreement, and Chairman Hideki recalled the response Kang Woojin had given a moment ago, suddenly suggesting to expand the scale. Maybe he's aiming for a big hit. A big hit. Kang Woojin is an icon of declaration of war. From what I've investigated, he was like that in Korean film festivals and production presentations. The same in several places in Japan. Unless he's planning to make a big hit and attract attention again, there was no need to talk about expanding the scale even more. He must be planning something for sure. He wasn't. If anything, Kang Woojin had no specific thoughts, but the snowball of misunderstanding began to roll. And to everyone, Kang Woojin was confirmed as an actor with no retreat, even if it meant becoming a cannon fodder. It's like a businessman's mindset. If he wasn't an actor, I would have hired him long ago. With Chairman Hideki's thoughts ending, I'm looking forward to it, whether it's at the production presentation or wherever, to see what bomb he'll drop. An imaginary bomb was loaded. A few hours later, near Tokyo Station, at a 10 studio. Throughout the entire ride, the excitement level of the team members in the van with Kang Woojin was at an all-time high. Wow, I didn't think Island of the Missing would even be featured on the news. It hit 10 million in just 12 days. Honestly, it deserved to be featured. The way articles are being released is really crazy. Haha, the Sea Battle team must be really nervous right now, right? Woojin Appa, you must be getting a lot of congratulatory messages, right? Your phone has been ringing like crazy since earlier. Indeed, it was true. Kang Woojin's phone was blowing up as he silently gazed out the window. Starting with a long KakaoTalk message from his parents, there were countless contacts from various bigwigs. Naturally, Kang Woojin was internally ecstatic. A 10 million viewer actor. Man, the title is pretty awesome. It wasn't just a possibility, it was a certainty. Well, Island of the Missing had always been buzzing, but today's news seemed to have triggered an even bigger reaction. However, Woojin, being keen on maintaining his image, couldn't afford to act recklessly. Moreover, first stay calm. I have to do the dubbing too. The official recording for Male Friend remake was imminent. It would be disastrous to make a mistake because he got carried away. Thus, Woojin cooled his excitement. Although it was difficult, his accumulated experience helped him manage it somehow. Soon, thud, Kang Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, and the team got off the van parked in the parking lot. As they entered the massive A10 studio, various visitors and staff in the lobby glanced at Woojin. It's Kang Woojin, Kang Woojin. They said he looks several times better in person, and it's true. Wow, his aura is just. I heard the dubbing for Male Friend remake starts today. Isn't this his first time as a voice actor? Will he be okay? I heard that during the reading for Male Friend remake, Kang Woojin did so well that the other voice actors broke out in a sweat. No way. They all were whispering in Japanese. Following The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, now Male Friend remake, this is the first time a Korean actor has taken on so many lead roles in Japan, right? That's why the media and the entertainment industry are paying attention. I mean, it makes sense for him to be an actor in films, but who knew he'd be a voice actor too? I'm curious about the performance of both works. Of course, Kang Woojin. I can hear everything. I can hear you folks. He could roughly hear their conversation but ignored it. And soon, the staff from Male Friend, Remake, who had come out to greet him, welcomed him. After exchanging brief greetings with them, Woojin moved to the studio where he would perform his task, guided by them. In the meantime, Woojin felt a slight nervousness. I never thought I'd be a voice actor, but what will the dubbing place look like? This too was a first experience. Whatever it was, the studio for the official dubbing of Male Friend, Remake, was located on almost the top floor. There were many other studios on the same floor. It seemed to be a floor specializing in recordings and such. Soon, it's here, Woojin SSI. The staff opened the thick studio door. Indifferently, Woojin's eyes took in the recording studio. It was large enough to make his jaw drop. Damn, it's huge. A massive monitor was attached to the front of the spacious recording booth, with several microphones lined up in a row. Inside the booth were various audio-related equipment and some makeshift chairs. Beyond the glass wall was a workspace for the director and other related staff. It also had multiple monitors. At the back, there were sofas and chairs for others to wait. It was similar yet different from a music recording studio. First, Kang Woojin was initially shocked by the grandeur. Wow, so this is where they do anime dubbing. The scale is insane. Already, more than a dozen staff members, including the overall director and the female team leader of the planning team for Male Friend, Remake, were gathered in the studio. As Woojin appeared, those who had gathered in front of the booth quickly approached him. Woojin SSI, you're here? Welcome, how are you feeling? Woojin answered various questions roughly, and then looked inside the booth. Though he wasn't late, more than half of the voice actors for Male Friend, Remake, had already arrived inside the booth. Among them were Asami Sayaka and Umi Natsumi, who played the lead female role with her distinctive snaggletooth. At Kang Woojin's appearance, tension was visible on the faces of all the voice actors. He's here. He's here, that cold, handsome guy? But why does he look so relaxed? Today I need to minimize mistakes as much as possible. I won't be able to show my face if people say I'm worse than him. Phew. Why on earth? Is an actor better than voice actors at this? No. Why does he have better form than voice actors? Well, even so, script reading and official recording are a bit different. He might make mistakes today. They vividly remembered the shock from the script reading. They were mentally bracing themselves. On the other hand, Kang Woojin misunderstood the tense expressions of the voice actors. It's kind of scary. I guess they are sensitive because it's an official dubbing session. It's probably going to proceed in a serious atmosphere. If that's the case, I should intensify my concept too. Kang Woojin, who seemed cold, entered the spacious booth and greeted the voice actors in a low voice. Hello. The voice actors, startled, greeted back, but their firm expressions didn't relax. However, among them, only Asami Sayaka, who had a connection with Woojin, showed a kind smile. Woojin SSI, I saw the good news from Korea. Congratulations. My daughter was pestering me so much because she wanted to see that movie. Thank you, Asami Sayakanim. I asked the team for permission, and my daughter is coming over with her dad later. Could you sign the poster of the movie Island of the Missing for her? I don't know where she got it, but what's difficult about that? Woojin replied in a low yet gentle tone. Sure, I don't mind. Since you wore a military uniform in Island of the Missing, my daughter is currently obsessed with the military these days. About 30 minutes later, all the voice actors for Male Friend, Remake, including Kang Woojin, had arrived. Everyone, wearing headphones, stood in front of their respective microphones inside the booth. The director, standing outside the booth, spoke to them. We'll start with the rehearsal for episode 1. As you all heard, today's goal is to complete up to episode 5. He gestured something to the equipment staff. Soon, episode 1 of Male Friend, Remake, started playing on the large monitor installed inside the booth. The voice actors, with headphones on and scripts in hand, all stared at that monitor. But Kang Woojin didn't need to do that. As he summoned the male character, Toru Sengoku, his surroundings transformed from the booth into the animated world of Male Friend, Remake. Then, ready action, the director's signal. Simultaneously, swoosh. A girl in a wheelchair with a poster of Island of the Missing on her lap at the entrance. No, Asami Yusako watched Kang Woojin inside the booth and whispered with her mouth slightly open. Well, wow, Woojin Nim is due. ING amazingly well. The official dubbing recording of Male Friend, Chapter 283, All Time 14. Dozens of Japanese voice actors gathered in the spacious booth. They were all watching the enormous monitor in front of them. Naturally, it was playing the first episode of the anime Male Friend remake. As they watched, the voice actors passionately performed their lines. The interesting thing was that each voice actor had a different dubbing style. Some alternated between looking at scripts filled with notes and the monitor. Others made exaggerated body movements. And some glanced at the other voice actors. All the voice actors participating in Male Friend remake were veterans with high recognition. Therefore, each had their own recording style. Of course, this was true for the female lead Omi Natsumi, and Asami Sayaka were no exception. This was not unusual at all. Probably, every voice actor does the same. However, there was one person who particularly stood out in the spacious booth. It was Kang Woojin. To be precise, he could be described as static. Although he mimicked the actions of the male lead, Toru Sengoku, he was calm and didn't even look at the script. Just the fact that he wasn't looking at the script was a big shock to the voice actors. What? Is he seriously going without a script till the end? At first I thought he was just showing off, but up to now, he hasn't messed up a single word of his lines. How is that even possible? Yes, occasionally, there are geniuses who perform without looking at the script. Such extraordinary talents exist in any field, not just voice acting. But Kang Woojin is an actor, isn't he? It was his first time doing voice dubbing recording today. Therefore, it was no surprise that the veteran voice actors were stunned. Of course, it wasn't just the voice actors. Most of those watching him from outside the booth were equally shocked. This included the overall director, the staff of A10 Studio, and the staff of the voice actors, among others. Particularly, Mihiro Sakuchi, a renowned director in the anime industry, couldn't straighten his furrowed brow. I noticed during the previous reading too. He doesn't look at the script, but still matches the lip movements and timing perfectly without a single mistake. One of the main reasons voice actors look at the script while recording is to perfectly sync their voices with the characters' movements in the anime. They need to know where to breathe, pause, take breaks, cough, and so on. They record all these minute details in the script and voice accordingly. But Kang Woojin was perfect without any of that. And that was not all. Not looking at the script might be something he's used to from acting, but his dubbing is incredibly realistic. Right? Yes, I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it's like he's brought Toru Sengoku from the anime to life. Exactly. Despite all that, he's keeping the acting and emotions intact, and even adding vitality. The overall director murmured with a smile without realizing it. If only he wasn't such a successful actor. I'd want to recruit him as a voice actor somehow. Inside the booth, Kang Woojin stood out among the numerous famous Japanese voice actors. A girl in a wheelchair watched him in a daze. Asami Yusako, whose future dream was to become a voice actor, thought. No, she imagined. I'm envious of Ma. She imagined the day she would become a professional voice actor and be in the same booth as Kang Woojin. And to her right, among the many waiting people, Choi Sung-gun crossed his arms and smirked. I thought the anime quality was good. But even outside the booth, the monitor was displaying Male Friend remake without sound, while the voice actors' voices blared through the speakers. In other words, it was like Choi Sung-gun was getting a preview of episode 1 of Male Friend remake. In truth, Choi Sung-gun wasn't much of an anime fan. He generally had no interest in it. But even someone like Choi Sung-gun, with Woojin and the voice actors' voices added, this is insane. He was so engrossed in watching Male Friend remake that he was deeply absorbed. So what happens when the anime-obsessed Japanese people see this? Later, Kang Woojin's first dubbing recording finished late at night. It easily went past 10 p.m. Although Woojin's stiff expression didn't change much after finishing his first recording. Phew. As expected, it's not easy. It's a good thing I went back and forth to the void space during breaks. Inwardly, he stuck out his tongue in astonishment. Well, nothing is easy in any field, and voice acting was certainly tough. Honestly, Without the cheat item, that is the void space, it would have been nearly impossible. Anyway, they had completed up to episode 4 of Male Friend Remake. Although it didn't reach the expected episode 5 as the director had expected, there weren't any major changes to the planned schedule. At this rate, they could finish all the dubbing within 3 days. After the meeting about tomorrow's recording with the staff and the director of Male Friend Remake, Kang Woojin got into the van at 11 p.m. By the time he arrived at the hotel and finished preparing for bed, it easily passed midnight, and the call time for tomorrow's dubbing recording was 9 a.m. Considering the preparation time, it was still tight. Still, Kang Woojin's mood wasn't bad. Once I wrap up Male Friend Remake, my Japan schedule is almost done, right? Since the major projects, The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Male Friend Remake, were coming to an end in Japan. The next day, morning, May had ended, and June had begun. On the morning of the 1st, naturally, Kang Woojin headed to a tin studio, while having a simple breakfast in the van. It was a rice bowl from a famous restaurant around the hotel that Jang Soo-hwan had bought. What is this? So damn good. The taste exploded in his mouth, but Woojin maintained his habitual stoic concept. Choi Sung-gun turned to the passenger seat where Woojin was eating the rice bowl. Woojin, after you finish your meal, check out the Japanese media. They're going crazy over you right now. After finishing his meal, Woojin checked the issues on Japan's portal sites. There were roughly 3 main topics. The first was The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger enters official post-production editing, aiming for a release in the second half of the year. Originally, they would have spaced out the marketing a bit, but since it was decided to expand Kang Woojin's influence, the film company and distributor moved right away. Wow, they're really spreading the news everywhere. As a result, news about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was circulating not only in articles, but also on various social media platforms. For reference, director Kyotaro officially started post-production editing as of yesterday, and some actors from The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, except Woojin, had already started promotional schedules on Japanese variety shows and YouTube. The second topic was Male Friend Remake, which Woojin was currently traveling to. Hello, this is a tin studio. Finally, the official dubbing recording for Male Friend Remake has started. We're sharing photos of the reunion between Kang Woojin and Asami Sayaka. Hashtag Male Friend Remake, hashtag Kang Woojin, hashtag Asami Sayaka. Along with promoting on their official SNS, A10 Studio had also entered a full-scale promotional war for Male Friend Remake. Although Male Friend Remake was already well known due to various issues, fans quickly flocked as soon as the actual recording scene was revealed. Additionally, Netflix Male Friend Original Anime Male Friend Remake starts dubbing Kang Woojin cast for OST and piano performance. One of the key highlights of this Male Friend Remake was Woojin's involvement in the OST and piano recording, which became a hot topic. Given that Kang Woojin's vocals and piano skills were already proven, the anticipation of the Japanese public naturally soared. Of course, all of this was a first for Kang Woojin. And the third remaining topic. This one made the Japanese media even more excited on June 2nd, the day after Kang Woojin's second recording for Male Friend Remake. Kang Woojin's first leading role film Island of the Missing creates buzz by surpassing 10 million viewers in Korea. It was about the film Island of the Missing. Although it was a matter of the Korean film industry rather than Japan, its rapid growth drew attention. And since the male lead of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger was Kang Woojin, the Japanese media also focused on it. As of yesterday, June 1st, Island of the Missing had surpassed 11 million viewers. In the past few years, it was the most explosive momentum in the Korean film industry. Witnessing this, Japanese media outlets were less focused on the performance of Island of the Missing and more on making comments like, "Wow, Kang Woojin is on a roll in both Korea and Japan." Yeah, honestly, I thought his success riding the Netflix wave was just temporary. But at this rate, he might surpass all the Korean actors who have made it big in Japan. Although the atmosphere is good so far. What do you think about The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger? Well, the anime still holds the ticket power in the theaters here, so it might be difficult, right? They were questioning whether Kang Woojin's ticket power would explode in Japan as well. Most media outlets and magazines were pondering the same thing. Will the eerie sacrifice of a stranger surpass 10 million in Japan too? 10 million? Well, with director Kyotaro and the original work by author Akari, it'll have strong initial momentum from the original fans, but 10 million is tough. There haven't been any pure films in Japan that have hit several million in recent years, right? True. No matter how hot Kang Woojin is, ticket power in theaters is a different story. But at this rate, 3 million? Should be easy. I'd say 5 million. The final numbers will depend on the content of the eerie sacrifice of a stranger. Though the entire Japan was buzzing with various issues, Kang Woojin didn't pay attention. Or rather, he didn't have time to care. Cut. Moving on to episode 10. He was deeply immersed in the final stages of the dubbing recording for Male Friend remake. And today was the last schedule for the entire recording. The final signal for the dubbing recording of episode 12, which was the last one, was given at cut. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Over 11 p.m. 2 days later, in Korea. The date was June 4th, late morning. The conference room of Box Movies, one of the major domestic film companies, was crowded. About 30 people gathered, including executives and mostly the company's senior staff. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat heavy. Few. The expressions of the executives sitting around the shaped table were similar. The conference room of Box Movies was slightly dim, and various information and data were displayed on the front PPT screen. Naturally, the presentation was being conducted by a team leader-level employee. Interestingly, this chart shows the 16th day performance of Sea Battle. The movie displayed on the screen was Sea Battle, which had held the highest audience number in Korean history thrown for years. The reason was simple. The major film company Box Movies was the one that made Sea Battle. The team leader operated the remote to continue the presentation. Swish. Then, the movie displayed on the front screen switched from Sea Battle to another film. Next is Island of the Missing. It was Island of the Missing, which was breaking numerous records in the Korean film industry since its release. Soon, the remote was pressed again, and the screen displayed the latest performance of Island of the Missing. Audience count as of June 3, 2021. Daily domestic box office. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience count. 550,215 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience count. 12,592,969. The figures had surpassed 12 million and were relentlessly heading towards 13 million. The team leader who was presenting murmured, "These are the results for the 16th day, as of yesterday, the 3rd. Soon, the executives gathered in the Box Movies conference room began to murmur. Most of their tones were mixed with discomfort, and the team leader who was operating the remote continued with the presentation. As of this week, the momentum of Island of the Missing has slightly weakened. The weekday audience count, which was over 700,000, has dropped to 400,000 to 500,000, and the weekend count has similarly declined. However, this was a natural phenomenon, and for Sea Battle it could only be a cause for distress. Even though it's lost a bit of steam, Island of the Missing is still progressing quickly. Compared to the past data of Sea Battle, Island of the Missing is still 2 days ahead. One of the director-level executives interjected, If Island of the Missing continues like this, when do you think it will surpass us? At the earliest, next week. At the latest, the week after next, Island of the Missing will surpass 16.7 million and be looking at 17 million. In other words, the analysis showed that Sea Battle would soon have to relinquish its crown and step down from the throne. Therefore, most of the executives were quite taken aback. Frankly, they were surprised by the overwhelming initial impact of Island of the Missing upon its release, but they didn't expect it to cause such an excessive sensation. Moreover, they had not anticipated a performance exceeding 16 million. The reason was simple. Many things had changed when comparing the past when Sea Battle was released and the present. If anything, the theater industry was more prosperous when Sea Battle was released. There were not as many competing films, and there were fewer content options like Netflix back then. Still, there was hope for Sea Battle. What What are the highly anticipated tentpole films opening next week? Right? If we subtly boost the promotion for those films, it's not a bad idea, but if we do it too overtly, it could cause unnecessary noise. Is that really the issue now? History is about to change. The fact that the domestic theater market was in its peak season. Therefore, new domestic and international tentpole films were opening every week. In other words, they could support a competing film to reduce the momentum of Island of the Missing. Additionally, looking at how the performance of Island of the Missing is gradually declining, isn't that a sign that interest is waning? That's right. If a strong film jumps in midway, the reservation rate could flip drastically. How does this week look? How many new releases are there? There are 3 anticipated films. Island of the Missing is still number 1, but the crucial period is from today until the weekend. Although it was a natural phenomenon, it indicated that the buzz around Island of the Missing was deflating. The decreased performance was clear evidence. It means the bubble is starting to burst, so there's a possibility that the audience numbers will drop sharply. They've done all the promotion, marketing, and word of mouth they could, so there's not much left to stand out, right? Other new tentpole movies will also be promoting heavily. Hollywood films that are about to release will likely make a strong impact as well. Gradually, a light of hope was brightening for Sea Battle. Some director-level executives even smiled, which they hadn't done before. The favorable conditions for other new movies were also favorable for them. However, there was one person in this conference room, the team leader in charge of the presentation, who still had a stiff face. There's something we shouldn't overlook. Despite the current success of Island of the Missing, it has been missing a key component in its promotions and other aspects. What? What do you mean? Kang Woojin. Suddenly, it felt like a splash of icy water had been thrown across the conference room. Exclamation points appeared in most people's eyes. Then the team leader, delivering the presentation, dropped a fact that crushed the hope for Sea Battle. Kang Woojin returned to Korea. Kang Woojin, who had finished the long schedules of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Male Friend remake, arrived in Korea from Japan early in the morning of the 4th. Despite this, dozens of reporters and hundreds of fans flocked to the airport. Star photo: Kang Woojin appears at the airport after finishing his schedule in Japan/photo. Kang Woojin, waving casually to the gathered reporters and hundreds of fans/photo. Since a larger crowd than expected had gathered, Kang Woojin, who initially planned to give a brief interview, had to quickly leave the airport. As a result, the return shot of Kang Woojin, who had returned after turning Japan upside down single-handedly, was simply him waving. However, the articles about his return to Korea proliferated endlessly. In fact, since yesterday, a considerable amount of buzz had generated, but it intensified even more when Woojin actually arrived in Korea. Moreover, the media and public opinion began explosively mentioning numerous issues and works related to him again. Kang Woojin's return, will it boost Island of the Missing, which is close to 13 million viewers? Feature: Kang Woojin, who finished filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. Now it's time for Leech and Beneficial Evil? Indeed, it was a grand return befitting the king of issues. There was an abundance of material to cover. I was wondering why there are so many Kang Woojin articles since the morning. Turns out he came back. No wonder, he's been promoting the national prestige alone. Agreed, I live in Japan, and Kang Woojin is insanely popular among Japanese women. When asked about their ideal type, they all say it's Woojin fuck. Not just in Korea, but also in Japan. But did Kang Woojin finish the dubbing for the voice acting? Yes, he's finished. The female lead is Umi Natsumi. So jealous. Why are you mentioning such a nobody? Just skimming through The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, there are tons of top Japanese actresses. Check out Kang Woojin's Instagram. There was a fan signing event before he returned to Korea, and it was packed. Even when Woojin was not in Korea, he was consistently covered. But as expected, his return to Korea connected everything and multiplied the attention several times over. As an actor whose issues sell well and attract top-notch click rates, new videos related to Woojin proliferated exponentially on various media, including radio and video platforms like YouTube. This rapidly changing domestic situation was also being relayed in detail to the film company Box Movies of Sea Battle. The team leader was presenting, and the directors and executives were listening. Issue pick. Kang Woojin returns for the latter half promotion of Island of the Missing, which is eyeing the all-time #1 spot, his name already buzzing in various online communities/photo. The gradually hopeful expressions of the executives quickly darkened. However, the team leader in charge of the presenting did not stop the briefing. As you can see, the media and public opinion have been buzzing since Kang Woojin's return, and Island of the Missing is also being mentioned more frequently than before. As you know, Kang Woojin went to Japan before the release of Island of the Missing, and he hasn't participated in any official promotional schedules so far. But just his return has caused this much stir. The team leader in charge of the presenting sighed softly, but delivered the conclusion to everyone. The smell of resignation lingered. I think it would be wise to be prepared mentally. At the same time, in Cheongdam-dong, Kang Woojin, who had returned to Korea, had just arrived at the salon shop. In fact, Choi Sung-gun had told him to take the day off, but Kang Woojin shook his head. Well, I'm still feeling pretty energetic. Although his answer was tinged with bravado, it was also Kang Woojin's true feeling. Taking a day off would be nice, but he judged that it would be tougher later if the work piled up and came all at once. For reference, Choi Sung-gun parted ways with Woojin midway. No, he had to be separated from Kang Woojin for at least a few days. Choi Sung-gun could not neglect the work of the now motivated BW Entertainment either. Moreover, several new matters had recently been added. For example, issues related to BW Entertainment's overseas branches in Japan, Hollywood, etc. Anyway, the shop was in an uproar with Woojin's appearance. Wow, Kang Woojin. Huh? Is this your first time seeing Woojin SSI? Yes. I've only heard he was coming, but it's my first time seeing him in person. Isn't he way better in person? Absolutely, like 100 times better. From the shop's designers to the staff, everyone in the shop was busy gawking at Kang Woojin. Although he frequented the place, Woojin's rising fame made his visits more exciting. Sitting in the shop chair for the first time in a while, Woojin looked into the front mirror. Swish. With black hair, a simple short-sleeve shirt, and jeans. Although his face was tinged with cynicism, he felt quite heated inside. Korea is indeed the best. It feels comfortable here, really comfortable. It was because he had returned to his homeland. Despite his frequent flights, which often made people mistake him for someone living abroad, at his core, he was still a native Korean. At this moment, swish. Behind Woojin, a large figure of Jang Soo-won appeared. Hyungnim, recently promoted from road manager to schedule manager. Although Choi Sung-gun generally handled overall management, Jang Soo-won occasionally took charge. With a tiny diary compared to his large frame, he briefed Woojin. But are you really okay? You can take a day off dash. Woojin answered in a low, indifferent tone. It's no big deal. I'm fine, so go ahead and tell me. Sigh. You're incredible, really. Then I'll get straight to it. Today's schedule is quite packed. First, there are 2 interviews, and then Jang Soo-won listed today's and tomorrow's schedules. It seemed endless. For a moment, Kang Woojin wondered if he had made a mistake. After the scheduled interviews, there were photo shoots including ones for Woojin's SNS, a simple shoot and meeting for the Kang Woojin's alter ego channel's return greeting, and in the afternoon, he would meet with the Island of the Missing team for postponed promotional video shoots. Shit. Definitely going home after 11 p.m. But isn't it better than ending at dawn? Woojin decided to think positively. What's the point of delaying things I have to do anyway? Just stop overthinking and get them done. Next, Jang Soo-won flipped a page in the diary and recited the schedule for the next day. Tomorrow, in the morning, there's a second advertising meeting with Nongshim for Kim Jabin Makuksu, and around noon, you will resume filming for Leech. The core of tomorrow's schedule was the return to filming the movie Leech. They said filming was roughly 70% done. Soon, Jang Soo-won closed the diary and smirked. And Hyungnim, I was thinking we should eat before the schedule starts. What would you like to eat? Kang Woojin answered with a heavy face. It was an answer mixed with deep sincerity. Seafood ramyeon and tuna kimbap. Afterward, Kang Woojin, who left the shop, was immediately thrown into the schedule after his meal. From interviews with the media for the promotion of Island of the Missing to various photo shoots. Time melted away so quickly that he barely noticed. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, Woojin found himself at home. It was past midnight. Ah, damn, how long has it been since I've been home? Although he appeared as a man of steel to others due to his active use of the void space, being tired was still being tired. Kang Woojin quickly finished showering and immediately threw himself onto the bed. The next day, when Woojin's phone alarm went off, it was 7 a.m. However, to the groggy Woojin, it felt like only 7 minutes had passed. Dash. Gone was the stoic facade as he groaned in pain. Naturally, Kang Woojin entered the void space and flopped down. Seriously, the void space is really the best. I love it. Since time was meaningless in the void space, Woojin idled away without a care and finally returned to reality. Soon after, Kang Woojin, Director Nim, Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. They arrived at the Jeonju complex set. More precisely, it was the large set for Leech. Soon, hundreds of staff members greeted Woojin, and the now even more older-looking director on Jaebok showed Kang Woojin a wrinkled smile. You're here. You must have had a hard time, but I'll have to make you work hard again. No problem. Kang Woojin had returned to the later stages of filming Leech. Meanwhile, with Kang Woojin's grand return, Island of the Missing gained momentum once more, but the people involved with Island of the Missing had no intention of resting and increased their promotional activities. Around the time Woojin returned to filming Leech, other actors like Ryu Young-min and director Kwon Ki-taek were adding more fuel to the promotional fire. This meant they appeared on various programs. For example, Ryu Young-min. As one of the leads of Island of the Missing, he appeared on a variety show that introduces and explores various movies. Yeah, that scene was a highlight. I get goosebumps even though I've already seen the movie. So, Youngmin SSI, what was the hardest part about filming Island of the Missing? The hardest part? Well, mostly it was fun, but the overseas location shooting was pretty tough. Did you shoot in Vietnam this time? Da Nang. It was really hot, humid, and there were a lot of bugs. Ew, just hearing about it. I really can't stand bugs. Then what's the most memorable part? Still Da Nang. No. Honestly, what I remember the most is Kang Woojin's acting. Seeing it on screen and in reality feels quite different. He continued promoting the movie enthusiastically along with his memories. Alright, let's talk about Woojin SSI who's returned. His acting was killer. His portrayal of a dual personality was amazing. For me, what gave me chills while watching the movie was seeing Woojin SSI's performance in Island of the Missing, where two different personalities appear, right? But as it progresses, you see callousness appear and realize he's an excellent actor. What is callousness? It's one of the diagnostic criteria for psychopathy. It's a cold and indifferent response, not exaggerating one's anger or cruelty, but restraining it. They're looking at people, but there's no interest in their eyes, either not recognizing them as people or not caring about them. Oh, now that you mention it, it's definitely true. I don't know if he studied for the role, but throughout the movie, Woojin SSI really seemed like such a person. Other lead actors like Ha Ura and Kim E-won were the same. They appeared on YouTube and various programs, putting effort into the mid-stage promotions. Of course, director Kwon Ki-taek didn't rest either. Thanks to this, not only did word of mouth spread rapidly, but there were also audiences who watched Island of the Missing multiple times. As a result, even though many new competing films announced their launches, effective Kang Woojin's return, Island of the Missing firmly holds on to ticket sales #1 position this week as well. Island of the Missing maintained its steadfast ticket sales #1 position. On the 6th, early morning, BW Entertainment. It was around 8 o'clock. Although it wasn't official working hours yet, BW Entertainment's main conference room was bustling. Team leaders from various departments and some staff members were busy setting up for the meeting. Approximately a dozen people. Are there designated seats for the actors? No. Just have them sit in a zigzag pattern. Got it. Snacks and water bottles were placed on the tables, transparent files were placed at each seat, and the PPT was being tested. Today, the meeting would be attended not only by CEO Choi Sung-gun, but also by the leading actors of BW Entertainment. Kang Woojin, of course, and others like Hong Hae-yeon and Ryu Young-min. It was a simple meeting aimed at the second half of this year. The purpose was heavily focused on sharing information with each other and reviewing. At this moment, swish. With the weather getting hotter, Kang Woojin, dressed more casually, made his appearance in the conference room, his cynical expression standing out even more today. His appearance brought smiles to the faces of the team leaders. "Oh my Woojin SSI, you're here early. Please take a seat over here. Haha. You know that most of today's agenda items are about you, right?" After exchanging appropriate greetings, Woojin took a seat right next to the head of the table. Then, with a firm face, he glanced at the front. "Snacks, huh? Should I just have a little taste?" Just as Woojin quietly moved his hand to grab a snack. "Hello, Dash." A female voice echoed throughout the conference room. Looking towards the entrance, Hong Hae-yun, wearing a white hat pressed down over her long straight hair and a tight beige short-sleeved shirt, was waving to the team leaders. For some reason, a bundle of papers was visible at one side of her waist. After greeting the team leaders, Hong Hae-yun's eyes landed on Woojin, who was looking at her nonchalantly. "He came early. Did he lose some weight?" Muttering to herself, Hong Hae-yun approached Woojin and pulled out the chair to his right. She then spoke to Woojin in a slightly curt manner. "You're alive? I was beginning to think you were in critical condition since I hadn't heard from you." Woojin, who tried to ignore the pleasant scent, responded seriously in a low voice. "I'm still very much alive. I found out you came to Korea a few days ago through the news. You do carry your phone, right?" "Yes, here." "No, I didn't mean for you to show it to me. Forget it. By the way, you seem to have lost some weight." "Yes, a little. You know that if you collapse from this hectic schedule, everything will come to a halt, right? I know you don't get drained easily, but make sure you eat well." Suddenly, as Hong Hae-yun was nagging Woojin, she took off her white hat. As a result, her long hair made a rustling sound, and she looked down at the bundle of papers she had brought, then cleared her throat. "Ahem. So, could you perhaps take a quick look at this script? I like it, but I'm curious about your opinion." Before, it seemed like you could sense something just by looking at the title. Hong Hae-yun was also one of the believers in Kang Totem. Woojin responded nonchalantly. "Is this for your next project?" "It's not confirmed yet. I'm reviewing the ones that have come in. I want to do a movie next, instead of a drama. Something that I can approach a bit more lightly." "Ah, but if it's troublesome, I'll handle it myself." "Give it to me." Woojin cynically snatched the bundle of papers, but inwardly he was smiling. If it's a request from Hong Hae-yun, it's totally doable. Soon, pretending to open the script, Woojin secretly raised his index finger. Naturally, he pressed the black square attached to the script. In an instant, he entered the void space. At the same time, he dropped his facade. "It's nice to get a break now that I'm here too." Reading the script from start to finish could be a bit tedious, but since he just needed to check the rating in the void space, it wasn't particularly difficult. Anyway, it was easy to brush off things like the Kang Totem or incredible intuition as mere misconceptions. "Let's see, Dash." Woojin moved to the line of white rectangles and checked the script that had just been listed. Dash 11/scenario, title, Stopping by France, B+ grade. Dash, asterisk this is a highly completed movie script. 100% readability. Judging by the title alone, it was hard to grasp the content. A rom-com? Whatever it was, Woojin checked the rating. B+ grade? Ah, that's a bit disappointing. Or maybe it was okay? Lately, Kang Woojin had been exposed to so many S-grade or higher scripts that his sense of judgment had dulled. S-grade and above works were extremely rare to begin with. In fact, a few weeks ago, when Woojin had some spare time, he had tested dozens of scripts and scenarios that had poured in like a waterfall in the void space. The result? They were all C or below. There was only one decent B. In other words, works from B to a grade could be considered quite good. In today's entertainment industry, they were upper tier. Freezing Love, which ended with a 10% viewership, was a B+. Well, if it's B+, it's worth going for. Should I say it's okay? Woojin, murmuring while stroking his chin, habitually touched the work. The quickly displayed text changed. Dash, you have selected the scenario, title, Stopping by France. Dash, listing characters available for reading, experience. Dash, A. Kim Sung-jin. B. Chui Jian. C. Dominique Debus. Woojin paused for a moment. Dominique Debus? Wait a minute, this name? It's quite unique. With a small smile at the unusual name, Woojin immediately moved his index finger without hesitation and selected Dominique Debus. Then, after a moment of silence in the void space, the female robotic voice spread out. A new language other than the base language has been detected. Acquiring French first. Kang Woojin's smile deepened even more. Preparing for French reading. Preparation complete. Starting French reading. Just before the grayness engulfed him, Woojin whispered with a smile. Nice. 285. All time, 16. See, this is my void space. It was a cry that resonated intensely in Kang Woojin's mind, whose smile grew broader. In the past, he might have been slightly flustered. Sweet. The current Woojin was enjoying the gift of the void space. So, French? Yeah, French. Honestly, would Kang Woojin ever have had the chance to use French in his life? No, probably not if it weren't for the void space. I wouldn't have even thought about it until I died. English and Japanese were languages he often heard around him enough to be familiar, but French was extremely unfamiliar. However, Kang Woojin's excitement level kept rising. It'll be useful somewhere, right? Whatever it is, it's a huge benefit to acquire a language like this so easily. Kang Woojin could possess languages from all over the world. Well, he might not use them every day, but just having them imprinted internally was enough to get him excited. In the dark void space, Woojin saw a familiar, endlessly vast gray. The gray engulfed Kang Woojin. Woojin smiled. He thought for a brief moment. In the near future. Ah, right, French. I might be able to use it if I go to the Cannes Film Festival. He was envisioning a stage where he could use French. How much time had passed? The conference room of BW Entertainment was gradually becoming more crowded. Not only the team leaders of each team, but also the staff of the actors started to appear. Even though they were all from the same company, they were busy greeting each other because they rarely saw each other's faces. Meanwhile, already seated, two of BW Entertainment's top actors remained silent for some reason. Kang Woojin and Hong Haiyun. Woojin was quietly looking down at the script she handed him, and Hong Haiyun, who brushed her long hair aside, was frowning slightly as she looked at Kang Woojin. What is this? I'm getting unnecessarily nervous. Why isn't he saying anything? Kang Woojin, who was usually quiet, became even more composed after looking at the script. Hong Haiyun was subtly nervous. Although she pretended not to, she couldn't take her eyes off Woojin because of the many gazes around them. At that moment, flap. For some reason, Kang Woojin, who had been quietly reading, turned a page of the script. His expression was still solemn. Hong Haiyun was conflicted. Should she just ask him? But she didn't open her mouth. Yet she thought, but if Woojin SSI says it's not good, should I not do it? The work was something Hong Haiyun liked quite a bit. However, what if Kang Woojin firmly said it was not interesting? Should she pass on it? Suddenly, she shook her head slightly. No, I shouldn't rely on it. Kang Woojin's intuition or animal-like instinct was undeniably amazing to the point of being divine. There had been plenty of evidence in the past, and all the works he had been involved in so far had been massive hits. It had gone beyond the point of believing or not believing. It was like a religion. It would undoubtedly be better to listen to Kang Woojin's words, but relying too much could lead to bad habits. At least, that was Hong Haiyun's thought. I'll just use it as a reference. Even if he says it's trash, if I decide I should do it, then I should. It was then that Kang Woojin's slightly cold voice was heard. Thank you. Oh, really? Is it enters, huh? Wait a minute. Thank you? For what? When Hong Haiyun, with a puzzled look on her face, asked again, Kang Woojin replied nonchalantly. Just because. This script, it's not bad. From thank you to not bad. Should I change the order then? What's the difference? You'll understand if you listen. This man really. As always, Hong Haiyun felt like she was being swayed whenever she talked to Kang Woojin, and she bit her lower lip slightly. At the same time, she took the script from Woojin's hand and cleared her throat. Ahem. Anyway, thank you, too, for looking at this. Kang Woojin, recalling the French he had imprinted, sincerely muttered. This much is nothing. The next day, the 7th, Monday. The hectic weekend had passed, and it was now a weekday. The time was around 7 a.m. Although it was early in the morning, Kang Woojin had just come out of the shop. His hair was slicked back, and his makeup was already done. The reason was simple. Today's schedule is full too. because it was a schedule that required him to move busily from early morning. Although he spent almost all of Sunday filming Leech, today he only needed to join in a little past noon. Instead, his schedule was packed between morning and lunchtime. Woojin. Choi Sung-gun waved his hand from the large van parked in the salon shop's external parking lot. He had been away for a few days on company business and was absent even this morning, but now he had returned. Haha, didn't you miss me? I was feeling a bit lonely not seeing your stiff face for a few days. Choi Sung-gun, who patted Woojin's shoulders a couple of times, gestured for them to move. Soon, the van carrying Kang Woojin and several staff members left the shop. As the van started running on the road, Choi Sung-gun stretched and turned to speak to Kang Woojin. First, we're heading to Harmony Film Company. Harmony Film Company, which produced Island of the Missing, that had turned the Korean film industry upside down. The reason Woojin was moving to Harmony Film Company in Sangam-dong this morning was simple. The audience is going to be shocked silly. Starting today, Kang Woojin, who returned triumphantly, was beginning his support for the post-promotion of Island of the Missing. For that, everyone, including Woojin, had agreed to gather at Harmony Film Company. Choi Sung-gun, who had been explaining for a while, changed the subject as he pulled out his phone. The Japanese side is in even more of an uproar, even though you're not there. It was about the situation in Japan where Kang Woojin wasn't present. Even considering that we are intentionally spreading it, and that the production company and distributor of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger have started circulating it, it's much noisier than expected. In reality, it was so. The Japanese media, almost as if crying out for Kang Woojin to return, were even reporting the real-time performance of the Korean film Island of the Missing in Japan. And that wasn't all. Topics related to the currently full-scale editing of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger and Male Friend remake were also spreading like wildfire. In addition to that, one of the lead actors of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, Mifuyu Uramatsu, I am excited to visit Korea and appear as a guest on Kang Woojin's alter ego channel. The interviews and variety show appearances of Japanese actors who experienced working with Kang Woojin were causing a considerable snowball effect. At the center of it all was always Kang Woojin. The more Woojin expanded his range of activities, the greater his influence on the Japanese entertainment industry became. It was inevitable that his name would come up frequently. Actors, voice actors, directors, PDs, staff, and countless figures scattered throughout the Japanese entertainment industry had recently been experiencing a mix of various emotions. Resentment, jealousy, expectation, envy, admiration, disdain. The evidence of this was very easy to find. For instance, Mana Kosaku, who was taking a break after filming The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. The Japanese actor who played Detective Yoshizawa Mokio in The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger. He had exchanged the most lines with Woojin during filming. He was now at a private gathering. Although he originated from a famous Japanese band, this private gathering consisted of only top Japanese actors, about a dozen or so. Here, Mana Kosaku was. You'll feel it too if you act with Kang Woojin. He's a foreign actor, but there's a lot to learn from him. It's a pity he's a Korean actor. He was lavishly praising Kang Woojin. It wasn't a strange sight. During the filming of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, he had felt awe from Woojin several times. However, expressing it in words was difficult. Hence, he was eagerly sharing his experiences and praises. The Japanese actor scene needs to change now. When the movie is released, many actors will wake up. However, most of the top Japanese actors gathered at this private meeting did not share Kosaku's sentiment. In fact, more than half had been looking at him with discontent for some time. Their expressions were as if saying, "Why do you keep bringing up his name? It's annoying." Finally, "Hey Kosaku." One Japanese actor who had been sipping whiskey blurted out his upset feelings. "Aren't you praising Kang Woojin too much? It's getting tiresome." Several male and female actors nodded and joined in. That's right. It's already uncomfortable enough with all the media and public opinion buzzing about that Kang Woojin lately. Stop it, Kosaku. What could we possibly have to learn from that actor? Even if there is something to learn, we should learn from our senior actors, not from a second-year Korean actor. Does that make sense? In the end, the remaining actors had similar reactions. The actor who had first shown irritation frowned and asked Mana Kosaku again. "Kosaku, You're one of Japan's top actors. I don't know what you see in Kang Woojin, but it looks a bit pathetic. Have you lost your pride? Pride? Mana Kosaku, who was picking up a watermelon from the fruit snacks, almost burst out laughing. No, actually, a little chuckle did escape. Hee pride? Pride, dash. He then scanned the Japanese actors watching him. Their faces were full of discomfort. Ah, I see. Kosaku instinctively realized. It will take a long time to change. This actor seen in Japan. No, it would take an incredibly long time for the stagnant water to be purified. And he was swimming in it. But after seeing Woojin, he had awakened. Why was I here? I was blind too. Now I understand what director Kyotaro Taniguchi meant. The Japanese actors around him frowned even more at his muttering. What? What's Kosaku muttering to himself? Hey, don't ruin the mood unnecessarily. Let's just drink. But Mana Kosaku stood up from the sofa without answering. As he did so, he spoke quietly to the Japanese actors lifting their glasses. All of you are stagnant in this narrow puddle. You think this is everything. If you don't strive to climb up and look beyond, you'll rot, and it'll start to stink. What? Hey. Kosaku locked eyes with the Japanese actor who had first expressed irritation and recalled the final scene of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger, where he had felt goosebumps all over his body from Kang Woojin's performance, and laughed. Kinjiro, you might never get to act with Kang Woojin, but let me tell you something. What is it? At first, even I wasn't comfortable with Kang Woojin. I even wanted to break his proud nose. And it's a meaningless act. Kosaku's smile deepened. It was a smile laden with many meanings. Things like pride are nothing but trash in front of Kang Woojin. Kosaku then left the room where the private gathering was held. As he walked slowly down the corridor, he murmured to himself. With the actors' mindsets like that, it will be quite a sight when The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger is released. Meanwhile, in Korea, Harmony Film Company in Sangamdong. The van carrying Kang Woojin stopped in the film company's parking lot. Woojin got out immediately. His outfit today was a thin white shirt and jeans. The team members, including the stylist, remained in the van, and only Woojin and Choi Sung-gun moved towards the elevator. They arrived on the 3rd floor. Ding! As soon as the elevator door opened, Choi Sung-gun turned right along the hallway. Meanwhile, Kang Woojin, for some reason, moved to the left. He spoke in a low tone to Choi Sung-gun. I need to use the restroom. Nodding while reading his ponytail, Choi Sung-gun gave a thumbs up. Okay, I'll go ahead and set up our spot. Yes, CEO Nim. Woojin, who gave a brief answer, continued to walk calmly. His face remained stiff the whole way. There was no change. He opened the glass door of the restroom and checked inside. There was no one. Phew. Woojin's lips briefly curved into a smile as he opened his mouth. However, this time, what came out of his mouth was not Korean. I am Kang Woojin, an actor from Korea. It was the French he had already imprinted. It was amazing no matter how many times he used it. He spoke it fluently, as if he had used it all his life. If his face was hidden, no one would doubt that he was a resident of France. This pronunciation is really unique. Unlike English or Japanese, there was a peculiar pleasure in it. Thanks to this, Woojin, after relieving himself, washed his hands and uttered another phrase in French. I wonder what will be for lunch today. I hope it's meat. The food truck on the set of Leech boasted top-notch taste. He would eat lunch right after arriving on set in a few hours, and he hoped there would be meat. French came out effortlessly. Kang Woojin smiled and shook the water off his hands. At that moment, swoosh, the restroom's glass door opened. Sensing someone, Woojin instantly put on his concept and turned around. The person who opened the door was an incredibly handsome man. No, it was top actor Ryu Young-min, wearing a green knit short-sleeve shirt. He, too, had arrived at the film company for the same purpose as Kang Woojin. The curious thing was his pupils had grown quite large. Woojin SSI. Ryu Young-min, approaching the composed Woojin, spoke. I overheard a bit outside. Was that French? Don't tell me you know French too. Although it was an unexpected situation, the indifferent-faced Kang Woojin reacted calmly. He gave a reasonable excuse. No, I was just practicing some basic greetings. Greetings. A film festival flashed through Woojin's mind like lightning. The one he had thought of in the void space just before French was imprinted. Yes, for Cannes Film Festival. That's right, the Cannes Film Festival. Well done. That was natural. It made sense to say he was practicing light greetings for Kang. There was no need to hide that he can speak French, but there was also no reason to reveal it now. It would just be annoying. On the other hand, Ryu Youngmin blinked, looking even more puzzled. Kang is still a few months away, and even if you don't prepare greetings in French, there will be interpreters. Besides, unless you're going to receive an award and go on stage, you won't have many opportunities to give greetings. He was right. The Cannes Film Festival, the top of the world's 3 major film festivals, was attended by countless prestigious filmmakers from various countries, including Hollywood. However, only a few are called to the stage. Kang Woojin responded nonchalantly, indirectly. I know. I just wanted to try it out in advance. The funny thing was, Ryu Youngmin, who had been staring at Kang Woojin oddly for a while, suddenly burst out laughing. Not just greetings. He chuckled. You were preparing an acceptance speech, weren't you? Because there's no way you won't win. A misunderstanding about French was created. 1. Ryu Youngmin, with a deepened smile, continued speaking while making eye contact with Kang Woojin. You're assuming you'll definitely take the stage at the Cannes Film Festival, right? At this question, Kang Woojin's face hardened even more. He was more serious than ever. Though he didn't say it outwardly, he was internally responding to Ryu Youngmin. What nonsense is this handsome guy spouting? Why on earth was he thinking that far ahead? Couldn't he just take things as they are? Woojin was frustrated, but this handsome guy, no, top actor Ryu Youngmin, had a refreshed expression. Because his curiosity was satisfied. Haha, it's so like you, Woojin SSI. To think you'd already be preparing your acceptance speech, including the greetings, and in French, no less. Unless you're certain of winning an award, there's no need to prepare like that. Kang Woojin caught a whiff of a strong misunderstanding. But in this situation, acting cool was still the right move. Whatever, it would be funny to try and take it back now. I'm planning to do the rest in Korean after the first line. Ryu Youngmin, who had been shaking his head as if in amazement or admiration, added more words. You really don't have even 1% doubt about not winning an award? Is receiving an award a default for you? Default? What default? In French, all I said was that I wanted to eat meat. Ryu Youngmin, who couldn't possibly know this, suddenly folded his arms and turned serious. But giving an acceptance speech in French. I've never won an award at Cannes, but if you give a short acceptance speech in French at Cannes, everyone would probably be shocked and give you a standing ovation. Is that so? Indeed. To begin with, the number of Korean actors who have won awards at the massive Cannes Film Festival is very few. In addition to Hollywood actors, directors, and famous figures, there are also many French officials. Since the Cannes Film Festival is primarily French, if a Korean actor gives a speech in French, it would be deeply moving at the very least. Well, that's probably true. Kang Woojin immediately understood Ryu Youngmin's point. When an actor from a foreign country, who speaks a completely different language, speaks in the local language, it significantly boosts their likability. This was similar to how Hollywood actors who visit Korea speak in Korean. Here, Ryu Youngmin suddenly seemed to have an idea and spoke again. Oh, but Woojin SSI, your English is also at a native level, isn't it? Later, at Harmony Film Company, after finishing the meeting about the final promotional efforts that included Kang Woojin's support, Woojin was on his way to the set of The Eerie Sacrifice of a Stranger while being briefed by Choi Sung-gun. Starting tomorrow, the majority of surprise and impromptu visits will be in Seoul. You heard it in the meeting earlier, right? For reference, several issues were discussed in the Harmony Film Company meeting. It was about how to utilize Kang Woojin's promotional support. Many ideas were proposed. One of them was Kang Woojin's idea, which included the words surprise and impromptu. It'll be a bit more intense, but let's put in the effort. We need to fill in the promotional schedule that we missed due to our circumstances. Of course, Kang Woojin accepted most of it. Island of the Missing, with the triumphant return of Kang Woojin, had gained some momentum again, but as the release date was quite some time ago, the excitement was gradually fading. Without a shocking move at this point, there was a possibility it would stop just short of the performance of Sea Battle. Soon. Swish. Woojin, listening to Choi Sung-gun's briefing with an indifferent face, secretly took out his phone. Then he checked the current performance of Island of the Missing. Today was the 7th, So it was the performance as of yesterday. Audience count as of June 6, 2021. Daily domestic box office. 1. Island of the Missing / release date. May 19th / audience. 497,558 / screens. 1159 / cumulative audience. 13,932,969. 14 million viewers. Island of the Missing had entered the top 10 highest-grossing films of all time, and it was indeed a tremendous achievement. However, compared to the initial release, the audience count had clearly dropped, and to surpass the #1 film, Sea Battle, it still needed about 3 million more viewers. Kang Woojin, looking down at his phone, murmured to himself, 3 million, huh? Thinking in simple terms, it seemed possible to surpass it in about 10 days. But from the meeting held today at Harmony Film Company and Choi Sung-gun's words, it didn't seem that easy. Wasn't it said that the number of moviegoers sharply drops during the latter half of a film's run? At a certain point, the drop in audience numbers becomes severe. While the film might attract 500,000 viewers in a single day during its initial release, a few weeks later, this can drop to as low as 100,000 viewers. Some films even see numbers fall to 50,000. Yeah, it was like that during Drug Dealer 2. Some films rapidly climb to around 3 million viewers but collapse overnight, closing out at 3.5 million. What if Island of the Missing gets close to 16 million and then suddenly stops? If it were entirely impossible, it wouldn't matter, but being so close and still losing would be very unsatisfying. Shit, just imagining it pisses me off. At least that's how Kang Woojin thought. Losing the throne right before your eyes. Even though second place is an impressive achievement, it doesn't have the same impact as being first. Isn't it cooler to be the #1 movie that took the crown rather than the one that just threatened it? Moreover, Island of the Missing had another challenge. Choi Sung-gun, sitting in the passenger seat, sighed quietly and murmured, "Phew, if it could just reach the high 17 million range, the picture would be much prettier." Both for taking first place and maintaining first place in the future as well. While taking the throne as the #1 Korean film was important, setting an unprecedented record for the future was also necessary. An overwhelming audience number that other chasing films couldn't dream of surpassing. If that happened, Kang Woojin would get another first title, his first leading film achieving an unprecedented number of viewers in the Korean film industry. It was enough to make one's mouth water. It wasn't just about putting on a show, it was Kang Woojin's pure desire and ambition. Or perhaps it was competitiveness. Coming this far only to fall short at the final hurdle would be beyond disappointing. It would feel frustrating. It seemed like something he would remember for the rest of his life. Having come this far, I'll turn it around even if my body breaks. No matter what. The next day, around noon. The location was a large multiplex cinema near Dogok Station. It was the largest cinema in the area, and despite it being a weekday afternoon, the lobby was crowded with people. Wow, is that really the line for the concession stand? Why are there so many people? Shit, I told you we should have gone to a smaller cinema. You idiot. How could I have known there would be this many people? There were quite a few college groups, couples, and even students in school uniforms. It was truly the peak season for cinemas. Moreover, the quality of recently released films was high. The phenomenon of Island of the Missing was ongoing, and new movies kept drawing audiences to the theaters. Thus, promotional wars were happening all over the cinema. Several large monitors were frantically playing trailers for upcoming or newly released films. Numerous advertisement boards and life-size cutouts were placed in prominent spots, and posters were everywhere. The monitors above the ticket booth and concession stand displayed the screening times of various movies. Island of the Missing was there, along with many other films. Anyway, ding. A woman who had just exited the elevator caught the eye. Wearing a white mask and with her long hair tied up, she wore a tight-fitting short-sleeve shirt and shorts, probably because of the warm weather. Holding her phone, she was also surprised by the crowd in the cinema. Wow. She then whispered softly, "I should have come for the early morning show." Nonetheless, she started taking pictures of the cinema lobby with her phone. Her photo-taking form was not ordinary. Meanwhile, some nearby men glanced at her. Some whispered among themselves. Regardless, the woman took a few photos of the Island of the Missing poster and advertisement board before heading to the restroom. She then took photos of herself reflected in the mirror. Oh, the mirror here has a good shape. Satisfied with the dozens of photos she took, she lifted the corners of her mouth under the mask. She then touched the gallery on her phone. Soon, a massive collection of stored photos appeared. It was understandable. The woman was an influencer with 500,000 Instagram followers and a YouTube channel with 150,000 subscribers. Her name was Ju Orang. She was well known as a model and YouTuber. Especially on Instagram, she had many fans. In other words, all the photos she took at the cinema were meant for uploading. Today is just daily life dash. Humming slightly, she checked the time and moved towards the entrance of the screening room. After being guided by the staff, she arrived in front of screen 3. A poster of the movie to be screened was hung in front of screen 3. Island of the Missing. Influencer Ju Arung took a photo of this poster too, and she started to scrutinize the actors in the poster. Though other spectators were continuously entering the adjacent screening rooms, Ju Arung's eyes were fixed on one person. Who, Kang Woojin, is really so cool. It was Corporal Jin Suncheol in the poster. No, it was Kang Woojin. Ju Arung was a fervent fan of Woojin. Perhaps he was even close to her ideal type? Whatever the case, she entered the screening room with a satisfied look. The inside was moderately bright. Even though it was a weekday afternoon, more than 70% of the seats were occupied. Slightly surprised, Ju Arung moved to find her reserved seat. It was somewhere in the middle of row H. Although the seat was a prime spot, she grumbled inwardly. Shit, why does it have to be between couples? Couples with their arms linked were seated on both sides. For a solo viewer like her, it wasn't a pleasant sight. Nevertheless, Ju Arung sat down in her seat, regretting not coming for the early morning show. Meanwhile, Appa, is it really okay to watch Island of the Missing again? Yeah, it's fine. I'd watch it 10 times with you. What are you saying? The couple's conversation reached Ju Arung's ears. You better hope it's not boring. What if it is? No, everyone said it's really fun. But I'm scared of thrillers and stuff like this. We can hold hands while watching. Don't you dare let go, really. At that moment, Ju Arung, who was contemplating whether to just go home, took a deep breath and forced herself to stay. SSSS. Suddenly, the lights inside the screening room dimmed a bit. As a result, hundreds of spectators started murmuring. What's going on? Are they testing something? It suddenly got a bit dark. Maybe a staff error. Influencer Ju Arung was also looking around. It was then. The man among the couple sitting next to Ju Arung pointed at the main screen with his index finger, and that triggered the hundreds of spectators to also look at the front. On the large screen, for some reason, another version of the Island of the Missing poster and large letters were being displayed. Island of the Missing, surprise stage greeting before screening. Attending actors, Ryu Young-min, Kang Woojin, Ha Ura, Kim. E1. The hundreds of spectators blinked as they looked at the screen. Ju Arung, who had been dazed, had the same expression. Then, whoa, amazing. Seriously, that's not a mistake, right? Are those actors really coming? Was there any talk about a stage greeting? The murmurs among the audience grew louder. It was natural. An unexpected stage greeting event. The excitement gradually spread throughout the entire screening room. This is crazy. Wait, my phone. My phone. If they say it was a mistake, I'm really going to cry? Where? Where will they come from? Suddenly out of nowhere, a stage greeting, huh? Oh, over there. Just as the murmurs turned into cheers, the emergency door next to the main screen opened, and someone walked in. 5 burly guards came in. Following them, one by one, people with an overwhelming aura appeared. They were the actors from Island of the Missing. Starting with Ryu Young-min, followed by Ha Ura and Kim E1. The audience screamed and shouted at their surprise appearance. Kya, amazing. Really totally amazing. Wah. Hundreds of spectators, as if on cue, raised their phones above their heads. Almost everyone did. Of course, influencer Ju Arung was no exception. Crazy. Kayak. Her mask slightly slipped off, but she had no time to fix it as she continued taking photos frantically. It was then. The last actor to appear was a black-haired actor wearing a toned-down beige blazer over a white tee. It was Kang Woojin with an indifferent face. Swoosh. The eyes of the hundreds of spectators grew wide. Whoa, Kang Woojin. They started taking pictures of Kang Woojin like crazy. A few days later, on the 11th, at night, it was late Friday night. The location was the set of Leech. As they were deep into the later part of filming, director On Jae-bok, the 100 or so staff, and the actors all had tense expressions. Of course, this included Kang Woojin, who was in front of the camera as Park Ha-sung. Amidst this, a signal from director On Jae-bok spread. Cut. Okay. Soon after, director On Jae-bok approached Kang Woojin, who had just shed his Park Ha-sung persona. You worked hard today? We'll be on standby a bit earlier tomorrow, so rest as much as you can. Understood, Director Nim. Although it was close to midnight, the Leech team hadn't finished all their filming. Only Kang Woojin's parts were done. There were still more scenes to shoot. Regardless, Woojin and his team moved in the van. For reference, today Kang Woojin wasn't going home, but moving to a nearby hotel. Dreek. Soon, Kang Woojin boarded the van. On the outside, his poker face was still strong, but inside, he was obviously exhausted. Recently, due to the promotional efforts for Island of the Missing, even 10 bodies wouldn't have been enough. If I hadn't used the void space, I might have died. As Woojin mumbled inwardly, the van left the external parking lot of the set. Kang Woojin was looking out the window at the pitch-black darkness. Realizing something, he took out his phone. First, he reduced the brightness on his phone, and the figures he had been looking at during the break earlier were still displayed. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Sea Battle / total audience, 16,715,955. -2. Island of the Missing / total audience, 16,281,337. -3. Unstoppable Force / total audience, 15,557,118. It was the all-time box office rankings in Korea, practically the history of the Korean film industry. On the chart, Island of the Missing had reached the cusp of Sea Battle, but it was still in second place. Of course, this didn't include today's Friday numbers. Thanks to Kang Woojin's promotional efforts, Island of the Missing had surged again. Currently, the media was in a frenzy. It was an unprecedented topic of interest. Kang Woojin put down his phone. The more he looked, the more anxious he felt. Tomorrow for sure. Then, the next morning, Kang Woojin, with messy hair, opened his eyes in the accommodation's bed and phone. He immediately grabbed the phone placed at his bedside. He saw several messages and texts had arrived, but Kang Woojin had no time to check them. Swoosh. He first had to refresh the page he had been looking at yesterday. Soon, the updated figures began to display on his phone. Seeing this, Kang Woojin unknowingly muttered, "Shit, it really happened?" His eyes widened slightly. It was understandable. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience, 16,752,991. -2. Sea Battle / total audience, 16,715,955. -3. Unstoppable Force / total audience, 15,557,118. It was a moment when the history of Korean cinema, 287. Chapter 287. History, 2. It happened. It really happened. The moment when the history of South Korean cinema changed, when it rose to the top, surpassing countless formidable films, the moment it seized an unimaginable throne. Surprisingly, Kang Woojin did not react immediately. He just looked down at the phone in his hand, slightly dazed. His head was messy, and his hair was disheveled, making him seem out of it. Of course, it wasn't entirely wrong. Woojin's current thought process was somewhat broken. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience, 16,752,991. 16.75 million. 16.75 million? I don't know. Is what I'm seeing real? All time. First place. Me? The movie I starred into? Crazy. Dropping the phone he was holding, Woojin stared blankly at the void in front of him. His pupils dilated. Additionally, his heartbeat grew louder. Although it was a long-awaited moment, now that it had arrived, he couldn't believe it. Humans sometimes deny reality when something they desperately wanted comes true. However, Kang Woojin's current reality wouldn't change. The long history of South Korean cinema had been overturned, and the one who had boosted this changed history was Kang Woojin. Slowly, gradually, Kang Woojin accepted reality. The corners of his mouth started to rise uncontrollably. The change was sudden. Because of his sudden laugh, he looked like a downright crazy madman. So what? Woojin seemed determined to look like a crazy madman. Swoosh. With his disheveled hair, he suddenly got up from the bed and wiggled his hips. No, it wasn't just his hips. He let his whole body, including his waist and shoulders, move to the rhythm. Did you see that? I said, did you see that? This is me. Wiggling or shimmying. Of course, there was no music. He was just shaking out of excitement. Concept? Persona? Who cares? Just dance. Kang Woojin's excitement increased. It was quite understandable. Behavior. Not only Woojin, but any ordinary actor would have done the same. He had replaced the top all-time Korean film, which was like an impregnable fortress. What greater honor could there be? Especially for Kang Woojin, Island of the Missing was his first lead role in a feature film, and it was an achievement he had accomplished with a massive hit. Moreover, it was a one-shot, one-kill. He had proven his substantial influence, not just as the issue king. However, the half-crazed Kang Woojin at the moment wasn't thinking about such elaborate meanings. He was just happy to have reached number one. Woojin, who was in this state, suddenly stopped. Catching his breath, he recalled the moment he first acquired the void space. More precisely, it was his half-joking line he had muttered around that time. Maybe I should try acting? That's what he had said, and now he had become a 10 million viewer actor. No, even more than that. Kang Woojin, who had thrown his resignation letter at the toad boss of the design company and had become unemployed, was now the lead actor of the #1 film in Korea's history. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Short vibrations echoed continuously. It was coming from the phone on the bed. Given the timing, they were 100% congratulatory messages. However, Woojin did not pick up the phone immediately. I need to shake it off a bit more. He intended to enjoy his overwhelming excitement for a few more minutes. But, knock, 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 knock. Someone knocked on his room door frantically, forcing Woojin to stop. Oh, wait a minute. Regardless of who it was, he needed to put back his discarded persona first. Mind control, poker face. Stay calm, Kang Woojin. Though the corners of his mouth were rising uncontrollably, Woojin managed to put on his usual indifferent face somehow. After checking his face in the mirror again, Woojin opened the door. At the same time, Woojin, Choi Sung-gun, with his slightly messy ponytail, suddenly hugged Kang Woojin tightly. Because it was a hotel, the scene was somewhat strange, but Woojin's expression remained unchanged as Choi Sung-gun patted his back and shouted, "We're number one. And it's just a #1? No. We've completely overturned Korean history to reach #1. You rascal. You've now reached a different level as an actor." Even though he was the CEO of BW Entertainment, Choi Sung-gun was honestly overjoyed. It was understandable. He had been with Kang Woojin from the very beginning. Of course, their journey was filled with many misunderstandings and misconceptions, but that didn't matter. Anyway, Kang Woojin, who had patted Choi Sung-gun's back appropriately, lowered his voice. We still have a long way to go. Meanwhile, as Kang Woojin moved towards the Leech set, the moment the history of Korean cinema was overturned. It wasn't just Choi Sung-gun who was making a fuss. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the entire country was shaking, especially at Harmony Film Company, where the Island of the Missing team and director Kwon Ki-taek were gathered. Congratulations. Congratulations. Is this for real? I can't believe it even though I'm looking at it. Wow. Goosebumps. I have goosebumps on my arms. Director Nim. Congratulations. Island of the Missing is #1. #1. Hey, someone smack my cheeks. This isn't a dream, right? They were in an uproar. They jumped up and down or hugged each other and cried. It was a quite understandable scene. Even a 10 million viewer movie has a strong impact. But surpassing 16 million and reclaiming first place, and the overall results aren't even final yet. Amazing. No, it's beyond amazing. No, it's legendary. It's legendary. The atmosphere was reminiscent of a wild party. Meanwhile, seated, director Kwon Ki-taek, with a gentle appearance, quietly exhaled and muttered, "Yes, this is the taste." Many scenes flashed through his mind. The time when he first wrote the Island of the Missing script, the time he searched for suitable actors after completing it, the time Kang Woojin suddenly fell from the sky, the time he gave the leading role to a rookie with only 1 year of experience, and so on. As expected, this is why I can't quit directing. Usually calm, director Kwon Ki-taek clenched both of his fists. It was his way of expressing his own excitement. The lead actors of Island of the Missing felt the same. Although they weren't at Harmony Film Company, all the actors were rejoicing in their respective places. From actors like Ryu Young-min, John Woo-chong, Ha Ura, Kim E-won, to even the extras who appeared in Island of the Missing. On the other hand, there was a film company's walking a path to hell, completely opposite to Harmony Film Company and the actors. Sigh, in the end. We were prepared, but still, it doesn't feel good. What can we do? It's reality. Where else could it be? It was Box Movies, which produced Sea Battle. Compared to the bustling Harmony Film Company, this side was like a funeral home. It couldn't be more gloomy. Probably, Box Movies was the most depressed film company in the entire country. In reality, the media was already crazily or joyfully churning out articles. Official, Island of the Missing dethrones Sea Battle to seize the throne. From today, the all-time #1 movie is Island of the Missing, not Sea Battle. The shifted ranking shakes the Korean film industry. Super hit. The #1 in Korea changed after years, but the run of Island of the Missing is not over yet. For today, most media outlets congratulated Island of the Missing without any tabloids or criticisms. The Kang Woojin effect is clear. Can Island of the Missing, which reclaimed #1, reach 18 million viewers? The atmosphere heats up. The entertainment industry was abuzz. Various media outlets, including radio, were competing to deliver the news of Island of the Missing. Wow, Island of the Missing has really done it. Congratulations to director Kwon Ki-taek and all the actors. It's amazing. Honestly, I thought no movie would ever break the record of Sea Battle again. But they've blown past 16 million viewers. What's even more surprising is that this isn't the final score. Exactly. Of course, YouTube, video platforms, and social media were also exploding. What about the public opinion and communities? Wow. Congratulations. Clap, clap, clap. Seriously, Island of the Missing has trampled Sea Battle crazy. But honestly, did Island of the Missing really seem like a movie that would get close to 17 million viewers? I found it super boring. The only thing super boring is your face. But wow, what's happening with Kang Woojin? He caused quite a stir in just his 2nd year of debut. It's not even the past. Having 16 million viewers now is really insane. A hyped movie were just lucky, and Kang Woojin's power also played a part. They too were extremely excited. Director Kwon has become the undisputed top director in Korea with just Island of the Missing. The actors are going to have a money per taiso. Jealous. Kang Woojin is crazy. His filmography is insane. The historical day when the #1 movie changed. Want to know something cool? Kang Woojin is currently preparing for Cannes. Right? No industry can afford to stagnate. There must be continuous change. The actors from Sea Battle must be pissed. Island of the Missing is super fun. Meanwhile, countless congratulations poured in for Kang Woojin, who had arrived at the Leech set. Actors like Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryong, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin, and over 100 staff members all seemed as happy as if it were their own achievement. Of course, veteran director On Jae-bak also congratulated Woojin. Woojin-gun, you've made a remarkable achievement. Congratulations. At the same time, he reaffirmed his resolve. Our Leech also needs to make a real impact at Cannes, right? Thus, 2 days including the weekend passed. The 12th and 13th were gone, and the morning of the 14th arrived, with the changed #1 movie in Korean history. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience. 17,681,238. It was in the process of establishing an iron fortress. Meanwhile, on Monday, the 14th, in Japan, as the new week dawned, Japan was also reporting on the change in the throne of Korean cinema. Kang Woojin, starring Island of the Missing, ascends to #1 in Korean movie rankings. Kang Woojin's unrivaled journey. Japanese fans are ecstatic about the news of Island of the Missing reaching #1. Of course, the noise wasn't as loud as in Korea, but since it was news involving Kang Woojin, it was still quite a big deal. As a result, Woojin's name was frequently mentioned on Japanese social media. Interestingly, Woojin's name also often came up in a certain editing room. This was in A10 Studio, one of Japan's top 3 anime production companies. Specifically, in a large editing room within A10 Studio. The room was filled with various equipment and numerous monitors, and quite familiar figures were present. The overall director of the anime Male Friend, remake, and several staff members. The reason was simple. They had finished dubbing with Kang Woojin and the other voice actors, so now all that was left was the final editing. The director, seated in the center, was leading the process. Play the opening song again. Yes, director. In the spacious editing room, a song began to play. It was the OST performed by Kang Woojin, a moderately fast beat mixed with piano melodies and drums. Furthermore, many monitors in front of them started displaying the opening cuts of the animation that would be combined with the OST. Various scenes from Male Friend, remake, chosen by the director. At this point, wow! The female staff member sitting next to the director exclaimed in Japanese with admiration. Kang Woojin is really good at singing too. His voice is great. If you didn't tell me it was Woojin, I would have thought he was just a singer. This comment triggered a cascade of praise from most of the staff gathered in the editing room. That's right, his Japanese doesn't feel awkward at all. I've heard him a few times on YouTube too, but hearing it again is still surprising. Is there anything he can't do? The director, seated in the center, slowly nodded. I was very surprised during our first meeting too. While the director was confirming the opening song of the anime, he ordered something different this time. Let's listen to the piano part too. The song that had been playing in the editing room quickly changed. It was the piano played by Kang Woojin. It was a cut that would be inserted at the beginning of the anime. No matter how you look at it, Woojin seems to have been very active in music in the past. That's probably true, considering his vocals and piano skills. But his acting is also phenomenal, and he has voice acting skills too. Now that you mention it, what exactly is he? An alien? For most people, mastering even one skill in a lifetime can be a challenge. The director, listening to the piano melody with his arms crossed, murmured quietly. His tone was decisive. It must be a combination of innate talent and blood. No, blood and sweat. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I don't know for sure, but Woojin probably hasn't wasted a single second of his life so far. Everyone in the editing room agreed. He's a monster indeed. Hours passed. By the time the sky, which had been bright in the morning, turned dark, a woman entered the editing room where the editing of Male Friend, remake, was in full swing. She was the team leader of the planning team at A10 Studio. When she entered, a few staff members greeted her, and she approached the director seated at the center of the equipment and spoke. Director, how's it going? The director, yawning, manipulated the equipment a few times and then displayed the edited first episode of Male Friend, remake, on the monitor. Soon, the female team leader's gaze was fixed on the monitor, and after watching for a while, she smiled. It's good, it already makes my heart race. Especially, Kang Woojin really embodies the main character, Toru Sengoku. Satisfied, the female team leader turned her eyes to the director. I'm here to inform you that the airing schedule for Male Friend, remake, has been set. She stated the confirmed details. It will air in the third quarter of this year, around July. About a month. Chapter 288. Chapter 288. History 3. Monday ended and Tuesday began. Although Island of the Missing rose to the top of all-time rankings a few days ago, domestic media and public opinion were still abuzz with talk of Island of the Missing. Well, naturally, it didn't matter that the number of viewers for Island of the Missing was slightly decreasing. Island of the Missing was setting new records every day. It had already surpassed 17 million and was heading towards 18 million. And Kang Woojin was reading his own article. Special feature, Kang Woojin, who changed the history of the Korean film industry in his second year of debut. Reasons why his future is anticipated. The location was in front of the house set of Leech, with numerous staff busy with the shooting setup. Woojin, already transformed into Park Ha-sung from hair to makeup, donned a solemn expression but was nodding internally while praising the article. That's right, they have an eye for talent. It was a moment of standby before entering the shoot. Usually, he would have been reading the scenario for the sake of staying in character, but Woojin had been in a state of joy for the past few days, although he was maintaining a poker face somehow. Damn, I need to shake off this feeling quickly. At this moment, Woojin SSI, standby, a production staff, called Woojin. Woojin, reluctantly pouring cold water over his feelings, stood up smoothly. Then suddenly, oh, come to think of it, isn't there only a few days of filming left for Leech 2? He remembered that there wasn't much time left with this house set. After the release of Island of the Missing, everything seemed to be moving at a rapid pace. Of course, the filming time was like that too. Half of the year has already passed. Kang Woojin, walking towards the camera zone, deeply felt that time was flying. Well, I guess it's natural since I'm doing so many things. Director On Jae-bak, watching Kang Woojin on the monitor, had dark circles under his eyes and his wrinkles had increased significantly. However, his eyes were still sharp. Director On Jae-bak was conversing with the film company CEO, who had come to the site for a meeting. Director Nim, are you okay? Why? Are you trying to look after this old man's health? Oh no, you just look very tired. How could I not be tired? We're shooting at several times the normal speed. Look at the staff here, they're all worn out. The only one who's lively here is Woojin over there. Director On Jae-bak pointed his index finger at Kang Woojin, who was in the middle of a conversation with the top actor Sim Han-ho in the center of the shooting zone. The film company CEO sighed softly and shook his head. Woojin SSI amazes me every time I see him. I asked CEO Choi about Woojin SSI's schedule last time, and it was hell from morning to night. He's even been to Japan recently, and yet he's so composed. Being young helps, but for someone of his caliber, you have to assume he's naturally endowed with stamina. It's not something that can be managed with exercise alone. With a body as fit as his, he doesn't have time to worry about his health. He needs to keep running. The film company CEO, looking at director On Jae-bak with a hint of concern, changed the subject. I'm sorry, but have you decided on the crank-up timing, Director Nim? Director On Jae-bak, picking up the shooting continuity script on the table, spoke in an aged voice. At this rate, we'll be done by next week. What about post-production? We'll start editing simultaneously with the crank-up. Since there are some rough edits done during the shoot, we should be able to meet the deadline before September 30th somehow. In other words, it was imminent. The film company CEO, firmly nodding, responded. Understood. Then I'll also start preparing for the schedule around the end of September, aligned with Cannes. For now, booking plane tickets was the priority. Meanwhile, in LA, it was morning in Korea, but afternoon in LA. As it was rush hour, the roads were crowded with people and cars. However, even at this time, there were those preparing for the future without taking a break. That person was the global superstar Miley Cara. The recently released movie also performed quite decently, and she had been in the news due to issues with a Korean actor. Cara had posted her recent status on her Instagram, which had over 100 million followers, a few days ago, along with the progress of her new album. Kang Woojin, congratulations on the new record set by your movie. She had mentioned Kang Woojin. She had also heard of the success of Island of the Missing. It was already a known fact that Kang Woojin was participating in her new album project, and thanks to the post Cara made, many foreigners flocked to Woojin's SNS. She was currently in a large agency building in LA. More precisely, it was inside a studio that also served as a meeting room. There were large monitors, various devices, and a shaped table that could seat dozens. Cara sat at the head of the table. She had tied-back blonde hair and was wearing a baggy hoodie. Her makeup wasn't heavy, and Cara's blue eyes were focused on the giant monitor in front of her. Of course, there were dozens of foreign staff members sitting on either side of Cara. They were all looking at the same place as Cara. Various matters related to Cara's new album were displayed on the monitor. I think it's good. What do you all think? What was the overall concept for this album? What was the costume concept? Which song would be the title track? What was the music video concept? What was the schedule from album production to release and promotions? What about marketing and publicity? A flood of information and data poured out. However, As Kara was a veteran, she calmly coordinated opinions with the staff. The decision on the songs to be included in her new album was already made. The only thing left was the recording. Soon, as she listened to the recording schedule, Kara, while letting down her tied-up blonde hair, spoke to the manager next to her. As usual, her tone was slightly cold. So we'll start around July. What about Kang Woojin's side? I'll relay it to him. When I contacted him last time, he said mid-July would be fine. How many days do you think Kang Woojin's work will take? Probably 3 to 5 days. For recording and music video shooting. Okay, then I'll convey the details and send the song guide to Kang Woojin's side first. For reference, the order of work was that Kara would start the official recording first, and then Kang Woojin would join in later. Even if they recorded separately, it could be combined through mixing. Next, the meeting moved on to the music video. Since the director and continuity were already decided, the blonde Kara looked at the music video continuity saved on her tablet and slightly bit her lip. It was something she did whenever she had a bit of concern. It's a bit lacking. This type of atmosphere was shown in the previous album too. Do you want it revised? I'd like an overall story, and more acting should be added, to the extent that neither I nor Woojin would feel burdened. Got it. Kara added a request to the team, who nodded in agreement. And include a piano scene in the music video. Of course, Woojin will play it. Friday the 18th, Korea, a shaman's house near Sinchon Station. It was a very flashy place, dazzling from the entrance. It seemed quite renowned in the area, with many waiting customers. The main room featured mysterious paintings on the ceiling and candles placed on the altar catch the eye. Of course, the small dolls placed behind those candles were noticeable too. It definitely gave off the feeling of a shaman's house. But the shaman, who was the owner, was nowhere to be seen. The shaman could be found in the back room. A middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 60s. Heavy makeup and wearing a hanbok. She seemed to be about to greet a customer. The shaman, having finished her preparations, moved and opened a door to a closed room. Slam. The interior of the room was plain, unlike the shaman's house. It was simple without any decorations, and on a bed with a gray blanket, a short-haired woman was lying face down. Upon closer look, the short-haired woman was lying on her stomach, intently reading something. The heavily made-up shaman spoke to the short-haired woman. Daughter, is it interesting? The short-haired woman seemed to be the shaman's daughter. The daughter, still fixated on what she was looking at, nodded her head. Then she answered briefly. Yes, it's fun. Her voice was slightly gloomy. The daughter, who had answered, then got up and sat down. However, she was still holding what she had been looking at. It was a book with a gray cover, and the cover bore the following text. Beneficial Evil / Episode 1. It was the script of Beneficial Evil. The reason the daughter was looking at the Beneficial Evil script was simple. She was Lim Haeun, who had passed the large-scale audition and made it to the final selection for Beneficial Evil. Clearly, Lim Haeun, who had a puppy-like face, shook the script with an expressionless face. This writer writes well. The shaman, watching her daughter Lim Haeun quietly, let out a long sigh. Do you really have to do that project? Why do something where the lead is possessed by an evil spirit? I don't care about Kang Woojin. I'm just doing it because it's a hard-to-get opportunity. Sigh. Have you seen Kang Woojin in person yet? Not yet, but there's a shoot where the actors gather before the script reading. I'll see him then. The shaman, who had been rubbing her forehead, muttered to her daughter as if telling her to take care of herself. Anyway, be careful. That Kang Woojin looks dangerous. At this moment, in Hongdae, in the basement of a moderately large building, on a stage that clearly seemed to belong to a small theater, a man with a clean and kind impression was performing alone. Except for him, there was no one else in the small theater. The man was Jo Moo-chan, who had passed the audition for Beneficial Evil. During the large-scale audition, he had caught the keen eye of PD Song Man-woo as a figure quite contrasting to Kang Woojin, and he was a member of the theater company led by one of Korea's top veteran actors, John Mun-guk. Jo Moo-chan, performing alone on stage, also held a script in his hand. Of course, it was the script for Beneficial Evil Episode 1. He seemed to be practicing fervently on his own. At that moment, swish, an old man entered the empty small theater, walking across the moderately arranged audience seats. His hair, a mix of white and black that appeared gray, and his wrinkled face made him look similar in age to director On Jae-bok. Moreover, the beard growing from his sideburns to his chin and under his nose was striking. That man was veteran actor John Mun-guk. Despite John Mun-guk's entrance, Jo Moo-chan on stage was so focused that he didn't notice. Soon, John Mun-guk, who had reached the front of the stage, looked at Jo Moo-chan and tapped the stage floor. It was only then that, teacher. Jo Moo-chan, who had stopped acting, ran to John Mun-guk. His tone and actions were devoid of strength. How to say, overall, he seemed somewhat naive. Regardless, veteran actor John Mun-guk, who was looking up at Jo Moo-chan, spoke. Do you think you can beat Kang Woojin by doing it? Half-heartedly like that. Teacher. I asked if you think you can win. Kang Woojin Nim is an idol to me. If your idol is weak enough to lose to you, wouldn't it be fine to change to someone else? Kang Woojin. That guy has changed the history of the film industry this time. He's risen to #1. He was, of course, referring to Island of the Missing. He has paved the way very neatly. Yes? Yes. In other words, if you just surpass him, all of that will be yours. I understand. John Mun-guk's face hardened even more. Jo Moo-chan, you are a member of my theater company and represent my face outside. You must not disgrace yourself. Put your life on the line for beneficial evil. Kang Woojin is a genius, but you are also a genius. My eyes are certain. Thank you, teacher. But being a genius alone is not enough. To surpass Kang Woojin, you need to be different. I can see it in my eyes. John Mun-guk, who had been reciting continuously, delivered his conclusion to the hesitant Jo Moo-chan. Kang Woojin is a monster. To go up against someone like him, you need to become a monster too. Do you understand? A few days later, Jeonju. Early morning. The familiar set location. Around the large house set and internal sets of Leech, about 100 staff members were deployed. They were busily carrying things used for filming, such as cameras, lights, props, and audio equipment. Even though it was early morning, the energy was overflowing. Leading these staff was the veteran director On Jae-bok. No, set up the camera starting from the house set. That's where we'll begin. Yes, sir. Having given his instructions, director On Jae-bok pulled out a thin stack of papers from his back jeans pocket. Swish. It was the shooting continuity script for Leech. And it was almost at the end. Finally, the end is coming. Today was the crank-up day for Leech. At the same time, in Kang Woojin's office cell, with a solemn face and a deeply pressed cap, Kang Woojin got into the elevator. He pressed the basement floor button and raised his phone. June 24th, 7:10 a.m. June was already nearing its end. Soon, Kang Woojin, who was stretching his neck from side to side, muttered to himself. Of course, internally. Ugh, this won't do. I need to recharge in the void space before filming. Recently, aside from some minor schedules, Kang Woojin had been devoting himself to the filming of Leech. It's the last shoot. Time flies so fast. As he stepped out of the elevator and into the underground parking lot, he saw a familiar van. It was waiting to pick up Kang Woojin. After getting into the van, Woojin greeted the team members in a low tone, and Choi Sung-gun, who was sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly showed his tablet screen to Kang Woojin. It's finally out. Beneficial evil. Woojin looked indifferently at the tablet screen. An article was being displayed. His face was prominently featured, and the title read, Official Netflix's Beneficial Evil, aiming for a global release, announces full cast led by Kang Woojin, featuring many unknown and rookie actors, a bold casting. The entire cast of Beneficial Evil had 289. Chapter 289, History 4. Kang Woojin arrived at the Leech studio set located in Jeonju. As soon as he appeared, a staff member's shout spread through the walkie-talkie across the busy set where hundreds of staff members were rushing about. Kang Woojin SSI has arrived. Meanwhile, Woojin sensed that the atmosphere of the familiar set was unusual. Doesn't the air feel a bit heavy? It was reasonable. If there were no issues, today would be the crank-up of Leech, the last day of shooting. Everyone's spirit was different. It was a sight Kang Woojin had become quite accustomed to. The eerie sacrifice of a stranger team was like this too. If we look at it recently, it would be the eerie sacrifice of a stranger, but the atmosphere of all the works he had been through so far was consistent. Even though they usually don't do things half-heartedly, their energy doubles when it comes to the end. Well, I understand. Going out with a bang? Or maybe it feels like the last exam day. Especially since the goal of Leech was not just a domestic release. To attend the international battlefield, the Cannes Film Festival, everyone, including director On Jae-bok, the actors, and the staff, had pushed themselves to the limit. For everyone, today was significant. Therefore, Woojin, who usually had a poker face, thought, "Phew, I feel oddly nervous. Seems like I have to work harder than usual." While trying to hide his gradually increasing heartbeat, he decided to be more alert, whether it was acting or anything else. Well, he had never done things half-heartedly anyway, but this kind of resolve wasn't a bad thing, right? The more he did so, the harder Woojin's face became, but he didn't stop his mind control. Then Kang Woojin, cutting through the numerous staff, arrived in front of the large tent used as the actors' waiting room. All the main actors had already arrived and were waiting. The great actors Sim Han-ho, Oh Hye-ryung, Jin Jae-jun, Han So-jin, etc. Of course, Kang Woojin wasn't late. They were just early because they stayed at nearby lodgings yesterday. Anyway, you're here. Director On Jae-bok, standing in front of the actors with his short white hair, an even more wrinkled face, gave a small smile to Woojin. In his hand was the shooting continuity. It must be today's, the last continuity for Leech. Kang Woojin lowered his voice and bowed to director On Jae-bok. Yes, Director Nim. Woojin also greeted the senior actors. Most of them acknowledged appropriately. The expressions of all the actors were serious. It was no different from the atmosphere on set today. They were already focusing. Woojin felt it was slightly intense internally, but soon he let himself go with this flow. The veteran director On Jae-bok was giving his final remarks to the actors. Even though it's crank up, don't rush. Let's go just as usual, just as usual. Since director On Jae-bok was not one to give many directions normally, his advice regarding the final shoot was also brief. All right, let's do this. The start will be Han-ho SSI and Woojin SSI. Stand by in 30 minutes. Several dozen minutes later, the filming of Leech began in earnest. Okay, action. The first scene of the day was with Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho. Woojin, bringing out Park Ha-sung, and Sim Han-ho, portraying Chairman Yoon Young-bae, sparked a quiet flame. It was sensitive and tense. Not only the two actors, but the entire set was like that. Over 100 staff members, all silent. Director On Jae-bok watching the monitor, the actors spending time observing the acting rather than staying in the tent. Moreover, as expected, the atmosphere on set is hot. My mouth is getting dry. Was it always this intense? It's even burdensome to take photos. Today, there were also reporters on set. Of course, their visit was for promotional purposes. The crank-up needed to be announced to the world. Additionally, about half a dozen making of teams were busily moving. Thus, cut. Let's do it again from the back angle. The shooting speed of Leech picked up. Kang Woojin and Sim Han-ho's cut ended in about an hour, and Oh Hye-ryung was immediately brought in. Her solo cut took about 30 minutes. Then back to Kang Woojin and Oh Hye-ryung, followed by Jin Jae-jun, Sim Han-ho, and Jin Jae-jun. Numerous actors were rotated, and sets were changed. Over 100 staff members moved in perfect unison. Add one more reflector here. On it, despite the time passing away, the concentration remained high. The shoot, which had started early in the morning, quickly passed lunchtime and moved into the afternoon. There were breaks in between, but no one took a proper rest. Kang Woojin was no exception. Come to think of it, did I enter the void space today? On a usual day, Woojin would have entered the void space multiple times to rest, but today he didn't go in at all. Caught up in the momentum and flow of the scene, he didn't even think about it. While waiting for his turn, Kang Woojin looked down at his open hands. They were slightly sticky from sweat, but he also felt a strange thrill. Not bad, this feeling. It was an experience that could be considered both much and little. Nevertheless, a tingling sensation always enveloped his entire body. It feels like walking a tightrope. It was a tightrope with the summit in sight. Although it swayed dangerously, the thrill would double if he crossed it completely. Before he knew it, it was a late lunch. The sky was dusky. However, the Leech set was dazzling with various lights. Action. It seemed as if the life would continue endlessly. And about an hour later, Cut next. Eventually, director On Ga Bak, who was sitting in front of the monitor, called the two actors, Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun, who was in a full suit. Although it was for a simple movement rehearsal before shooting. Please do well. Yes, Director Nim. Understood. In reality, it was also director On Ga Bak's way of cheering in his own way. Because the scene they were about to shoot was the last part of the Leech shooting continuity. In other words, the final shoot had arrived. Meanwhile, in LA, a vast conference room. Tiny buildings could be seen outside the large windows. The night view was splendid. This indicated that the conference room was high up. The exterior view exuded a grandeur fitting of LA. Of course, the conference room itself was also extraordinary. Not only was it enormous, but it was also ornately decorated. The shaped table in the center seemed to easily accommodate about 50 people, and numerous movie posters on the walls were all hit movies representing Hollywood. Moreover, the furniture and other items were luxurious, reminiscent of a lavish hotel room. Many foreigners had gathered in such a conference room. Bald, fat, thin, tall, bulky, and so on. At a glance, they were foreigners of various appearances. Close to 20 people. They were all significant figures in Hollywood. Among them, my goodness, a foreign woman sitting in the middle of the shaped table stood out. With a brown bob and wearing a suit, she was the famous Hollywood casting director Megan Stone. She was slightly amazed while looking at the people gathered in the conference room. We haven't even started pre-production properly, and they've already assembled a team this big. Moreover, they were all skilled individuals with significant reputations. Of course, Megan had already greeted more than half of them as she was familiar with them. Even now, everyone was busy chatting leisurely with each other. I see. It's clear they've made thorough preparations. This seems to be the most powerful team I've seen recently. Indeed, was it because Universal Movies, treated as a giant even in Hollywood, was behind this? Recently, Megan had also been added to the team. While it was common in Hollywood to assemble the most glamorous teams for each project, it was Megan's first time seeing a project scale up this much. Even before recruiting a director, gathering such prominent figures this early, it's a bit difficult to attribute it solely to Universal Movies. At that moment, a famous producer crossed Megan's mind. The man Universal Movies was putting great effort into recruiting. Certainly, while having a large-scale film company made it easier to gather talented individuals, the real key in film production was the executive producer who could wield the most substantial influence. In Hollywood, the influence of a producer is several times stronger than that of a director. At that moment, swoosh, amidst the somewhat bustling conference room, a giant suddenly appeared. Dressed entirely in black, the imposing figure was Joseph Felton. Entering leisurely with a few of his team members, he greeted the skilled individuals sitting at the shaped table as he moved towards the upper seat. In the process, Joseph exchanged a brief glance with Megan. Regardless, the arrival of Joseph Felton made the dozen or so skilled individuals in the conference room fall silent. They merely looked at the giant standing by the head seat. Indeed, the presence of the black man Joseph was extraordinary. Though he wore a small smile, the energy he exuded was not to be underestimated. His immense physique was overwhelming in itself. Soon, Joseph, who had let out a small hum, looked at everyone and spoke in English. Nice to meet you all. I am Joseph Felton, the executive producer of this film. There are some I haven't seen in a while, and others I met just a few days ago. His simple greeting eased the somewhat stiff atmosphere. A few foreigners waved at Joseph. At this point, Joseph received a tablet from his subordinate, and the perceptive attendees in the conference room also began to operate the tablets placed in front of them. Joseph then met the gaze of Megan, who was sitting in the middle, and spoke again. First, let me update you on the progress. As you might have heard from me or the film company beforehand, the synopsis has entered the treatment phase. I have judged and passed the synopsis to 5 writers who I believe can craft this project well. For a moment, casting director Megan recalled the synopsis shown by the film company when she was scouted. The motif is Jekyll and Hyde. Including the setting of dissociative identity disorder, it certainly won't be easy to unravel. The film production systems in Korea and Hollywood are similar in some respects, yet they display entirely different aspects. First, the film company creates the basic concept or synopsis of the film. Then they hire a producer, who passes the completed synopsis to famous Hollywood screenwriters. Of course, these screenwriters are not yet confirmed. It is more like selecting the finished script later. After that, they contact the film director and assemble the team. This is the basic structure in Hollywood. Naturally, in Hollywood, a highly reputable director might also serve as a producer, but that is only possible for top-tier directors in Hollywood. Anyway, after briefing for several tens of minutes, Joseph lowered the tablet he was looking at and smiled. As you all know, this is the most sensitive and time-consuming phase. But since the investment part has already been resolved, we will pick up speed the moment the script comes out. Having finished speaking, Joseph fixed his gaze on the casting team. In other words, Megan, since you've already seen the synopsis, the casting team should start making a list of suitable actors from now on. Contact me whenever necessary. Megan, brushing back her brown hair, nodded. Yes, will do. The meeting continued for about 2 hours, including some casual conversations, but also serious discussions related to film production. As the meeting concluded, the skilled individuals who had gathered exchanged brief farewells and left the vast conference room. However, the giant Joseph remained at the head seat. Swish. Megan approached him. Joseph, who was talking with his team members, turned his head at her presence. Megan, looking forward to working with you again on this project, just like Last Kill 3. Me too. Megan replied briefly, glancing at Joseph's team members. Joseph, being quick-witted, turned to his team. You guys go ahead. Soon, only Joseph and Megan remained in the conference room. Megan was the first to break the silence. You were the one who recommended me for this film, right? Who knows? I don't have that deep of a connection with Universal movies. What matters is ability. I hold your abilities in high regard, Megan. Megan, quietly looking up at the smiling Joseph, gave a small cough. Ahem, thank you. Please take care of the actor listing. Start gathering from now on. Regardless of the roles, just rank them by their overall quality. Megan, pausing briefly, exhaled softly and spoke. To be honest, when I saw this synopsis, Kang Woojin came to mind, especially regarding the dissociative identity disorder part. Kang Woojin, he can freely express different personas in his acting. I know. Joseph, interrupting Megan, folded his arms. You're not the only one who's interested in him. I've been looking for a work that would suit him well. What do you mean? Joseph's answer to the question was simple. It means choosing this project was entirely intentional. Chapter 290. Chapter 290. History 5. Casting Director. Megan's brow furrowed even more at the famous producer Joseph's simple answer. I don't understand. Joseph only gave ambiguous answers from start to finish. And that was something Megan didn't like. Joseph Felton was always like that. He knew everything, but gave no hints to others. Can't you explain it more clearly? The giant Joseph shrugged his shoulders. Well, just as you have a relationship with Kang Woojin, I also have a separate relationship with him. Are you scared? Of course not. Megan cleared her throat. At that sight, Joseph, who had a smile on his face, murmured softly. You'll naturally come to know later. Megan let out a short sigh. Fine. She quickly changed the subject of conversation. Then how did the talks with the film company go? There must have been prior agreements. They told me I could use any actor regardless of nationality. But if the investment is already secured, it's easy for words to change. It's always the case. Do you think it's possible to use an Asian actor? Joseph, who had been rubbing his chin, smiled broadly. I told you. I was looking for a project that would suit him well. Megan, don't worry about other things and move freely. But there are definitely limits in reality. For example, while we know Kang Woojin, the people in this vast Hollywood don't know him. It's indeed difficult to use an unverified Korean actor as a main or supporting character. Close to impossible. It's tough. Megan, who had become serious, seemed to be filled with thoughts of Kang Woojin for some reason. It must be because Woojin's performance had been so impressive. Joseph, who knew this, patted her on the shoulder. But if he makes a real splash at Cannes this year, the story changes. Though as a rookie, it might be hard to win an award. If he shows overwhelming acting at Cannes, it becomes easier to persuade. For now, let's do our best professionally and look forward to Cannes. He showed a thumbs up. Kang Woojin, he will surely show something. On the same day, early afternoon, Korea, Jeonju. The filming site of Leech was getting hotter as time went by. Here, They had reached the end of the tightrope. Therefore, around 100 staff members, team members of actors who had already finished their parts, and numerous Leech-related people besides reporters were all watching the two actors, Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun. The two were repeatedly reshooting near the end scene. It wasn't because there was a problem. Director On Jae-bak was shooting in short cuts by character and background, so it was slightly delayed. Currently, the two actors were outside the shooting zone. Jin Jae-jun was getting his makeup touched up, and Kang Woojin was gulping down a bottle of water handed by Han Yeong. His expression was indifferent, but inwardly he was feeling a bit tired. Phew, it's intense. But somehow today, I want to finish with this feeling as it is. Due to the hectic filming, his frequency of entering the void space had significantly decreased. But today, he wanted to continue with this heavy feeling until the end. Why? It wasn't clear. It might just be a whim. Around this time. Stand by. Stand by. The assistant director, who had received instructions from director On Jae-bak, shouted. Kang Woojin moved first. Then director On Jae-bak, in front of the monitor, called him. Woojin gun. Interestingly, he just showed his thumb without giving any specific direction. What is this? Woojin reacted calmly, but was slightly puzzled inside. Well, it was a kind of cheer from the veteran director On Jae-bak. Anyway, Kang Woojin walked. The destination was inside the set. Cameras mounted on small cranes and on the shoulders of the filming team members captured Woojin. His face was incredibly stern. Kang Woojin stopped. Boom microphones, lights, and reflectors were set up around the set. Kang Woojin took a small breath. Jin Jae-jun, having finished his makeup touch-up, entered the set where Woojin was. The interior of the set where they stood was a luxurious office. Specifically, it was the vice chairman's office of Yoon Ja-ho, the character played by Jin Jae-jun. A brown leather 5-seater sofa that looked expensive was placed there, and many documents were seen on the large desk. Various paintings adorned the walls, decorating the vice chairman's office. Kang Woojin commanded. It was only natural that Woojin, who was casually scanning the set, called out, Park Ha-sung. Although the current shooting sequence was the last, the scene was around the middle to late part of Leech. Thus, Park Ha-sung's mind was somewhat tainted. Although he was not aware he had Ripley syndrome, he was certainly faded and changed. He had already crossed the line and cut off the ties. Such Park Ha-sung was transmitted through Woojin's veins and spread throughout his body. In an instant, subtle emotions blossomed in Kang Woojin's heart. It was neither desire nor greed. It was not something he longed for or took away. Mine, it's mine. It was close to establishment. The pretense of recognizing a different version of himself in his brain had already disappeared. It was definitive and certain. I exist in this world and have assimilated. It's not your world. It is our world. At that moment, hi dash. Director On Jae-bak's signal came through the loudspeaker. Simultaneously, Woojin not only brought out Park Ha-sung, but also performed additional work. This was something that had occasionally done during the filming of Leech, the freedom of the role. Action. With permission to spread his wings, the filth that spread in Woojin's chest became even thicker. Every lie that came from his mouth and every action shown by his body was the truth. What was my past? Like, I can't remember. No, maybe it didn't exist. Because I have always been here. Cutting the long film of life, the current short piece became all of Park Ha-sung. Swoosh. Kang Woojin's face, somewhere between indifference and boredom, entered the vice chairman's office. Two cameras were filming him from the side and the front. Kang Woojin or Park Ha-sung looked around the spacious vice chairman's office. Dash. And then he lightly broke the frame of Leech. According to the original script, Woojin should have immediately sat on the sofa. However, the current Kang Woojin touched the desk while chewing his lips or inhaled the overall air of the vice chairman's office. Hoo. Now, Kang Woojin kept the fundamental of Leech's script, but moved freely without hesitation. There was no need to be confined to the script. However, it was neither excessive nor unnecessary. The current freedom Woojin displayed made Park Ha-sung's color several times richer. Director On Jae-bak, watching on the monitor, smacked his lips. He touches everything and even breathes in the air. The psychology of wanting to possess everything and the unhesitant actions are three-dimensional compared to the beginning. Yes, this is the picture I had in mind for Park Ha-sung. Actors like Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-young, who had already read the script thoroughly, couldn't take their eyes off him. Every movement is light, but the expression on his face is deep. It feels repulsive. Recently, his acting has been top-notch. It's become a bit more delicate. His creativity is also remarkable. Kang Woojin, who was taking deep breaths, coughed lightly a few times. It stinks. It was because the air in the vice chairman's office contained the foul taste of tobacco. The scent of the diffuser and the smell of cigarettes mixed to create an uncomfortable odor. However, Park Ha-sung laughed. The camera zoomed in on his face. Not bad. It feels familiar because it's similar to me. The mixed scent was not unfamiliar. It was just comfortable. It was understandable. Although Woojin was not aware, the mixed smell of fragrance and stench was a roundabout way of expressing his own situation. Veteran actor Sim Han-ho immediately grasped the hidden meaning in Woojin's acting. Their world is fragrant, and his world is stinking. The nauseating smell of the two mixed together is Park Ha-sung's current scent. Damn, it's meticulous. At this point, cut. Director On Jae-bak cut the scene. Of course, it wasn't an NG. The same scene had been repeated several times. Although Kang Woojin's acting was impressive, let's continue with the last one as a bust shot. Yes, Director Nim. It was to change the viewing angle. Next scene. Woojin or Park Ha-sung sat on the 5-seater sofa. Before long, a faint smile spread across his face. He brushed the armrest of the sofa lightly. The texture felt good. The corners of his mouth lifted even more. Clunk. Suddenly, the vice chairman's office door opened and Yoon Ja-ho, in a full suit, entered. His face was full of annoyance. The camera captured both of them in a two-shot, and Yoon Ja-ho, glancing at Park Ha-sung sitting on the sofa, clenched his teeth. His anger grew stronger. You fucking bastard. In his heart, he wanted to twist his neck, but Yoon Ja-ho forcibly held back. He thought of his mother's face. Love? No, it wasn't love. It was a lust for power. It would be troublesome to fall out of his mother's favor at this point, and unfortunately, that idiot was favored by her. Yoon Ja-ho was angry, Park Ha-sung was calm. The difference between the two was vividly captured by the camera. While loosening his tight tie, Yoon Ja-ho picked up the pack of cigarettes on the desk. Swoosh. Blowing out a long puff of smoke, Yoon Ja-ho walked to the 5-seater sofa. He stared at Park Ha-sung, who sat demurely on the sofa. Jin Jae-jun, or Yoon Ja-ho, sat on the armrest of the main seat of the 5-seater sofa. Phew dash. He spoke to Kang Woojin along with the cigarette smoke. His voice was filled with coldness. Hey? I'm talking to you. You'll die if you keep this up. It was a threat mixed with impatience and anger. He was subtly checking the surroundings. No, to be precise, he was looking out for the eyes of the mother behind this guy. But he couldn't lose his authority. On the other hand, Park Ha-sung quietly looked up at Yoon Ja-ho. Or rather, Kang Woojin's expression didn't change. Such a faint smile made Yoon Ja-ho boil over even more. Don't laugh, before I shove this cigarette down your throat. Hyung. This fucking bastard. What? Hyung. Yoon Ja-ho threw the cigarette he was holding at Park Ha-sung's body. The smoking cigarette fell to the floor with a thud, and as the residual smoke brushed his face, Park Ha-sung, or Woojin, covered his nose with his hand. Then he looked back up at Jin Jae-jun. Why are you so wary of me? Biting the filter of a new cigarette, Jin Jae-jun answered while chewing it. You think I'm wary of someone like you? You're completely out of your mind. Ah, is that so? I think I understand. Kang Woojin stood up. This was also different from the script. Originally, he was supposed to sit on the sofa and murmur, because mother only listens to me, without stopping. But Woojin looked at Jin Jae-jun, who had furrowed his brows. Mother. He inserted a pause in the dialogue. He was spreading his wings freely, while maintaining the essence of Park Ha-sung. Woojin, who paused for a moment, stepped out of the sofa and said softly, only listens to me. What? Leaving Jin Jae-jun's question behind, Kang Woojin strolled around the vice chairman's office. He was truly free. He followed the script, but acted as Park Ha-sung wanted. The camera followed him. With a face halfway between a smile and a sneer, Woojin looked out the window. Ah, is that not it? Then, swoosh. Woojin, who murmured softly, turned his head to the left. Among the various items on the shelf, a medium-sized picture frame caught his eye. It was a family photo. It included the mother, Yoon Ja-ho behind her, and Chairman Yoon Young-bae. It was a family photo with everyone in it. Only one person was missing. Mother could only hear the words I say. Here, the cut was supposed to happen. According to the script, it was. But director Ahn Jae-bak, who was watching the monitor, he didn't open his mouth. Instead, he gulped. That guy, that monster had something in mind. The intensity and rhythm had changed, but the lines were the same. However, Woojin's movements were not in the script and seemed to have a certain intention. Everyone on the set was staring at Kang Woojin, and director Ahn Jae-bak was fixated on the monitor. At this moment, swoosh, Kang Woojin's gaze, which had been on Jin Jae-jun, shifted back to the family photo frame. Then, slowly, ever so slightly, he moved his face. The camera director, noticing Woojin's movement, captured the frame from behind Woojin's head. It soon became visible. This is how it should be. In the glass of the family photo frame, Kang Woojin's, no, Park Ha-sung's, face was gradually being reflected. The camera director, with widened eyes, immediately filled the frame with the reflection. Park Ha-sung or Woojin's face, with a faintly twisted smile, was mirrored in the family photo frame. At this moment, director Ahn Jae-bak gave the signal. He was already smiling a wrinkled smile. His dilated pupils were filled with joy. Kang Woojin's ad-lib was cut. Perfect as the last filming scene. Chapter 291, Breather 1. Night, at the Leech set. The aged voice of director Ahn Jae-bak echoed through the loudspeaker. Cut, okay. Simultaneously, the hundreds of staff members surrounding the set burst into vigorous applause. Clap, 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 clap. Clap, 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 clap. Then most of them shouted in relief. Phew. Finally. It's over. Great job, everyone. Good job. Good job. You worked so hard. The collective cheers of the 100 staff members resonated throughout the set. Of course, actors like Sim Han-ho and Oh Hye-ryung, who were waiting on standby, also joined the cheering with smiles. Kang Woojin and Jin Jae-jun, who were inside the set, did the same. They all bowed their heads in exhaustion, and reporters at the scene captured the moment. Naturally, the making of team was also busy. The faces of the staff, jumping around or dancing with joy, were filled with emotions like exhilaration, thrill, joy, and ecstasy. It was a moment perfectly understandable, because the entire shooting of Leech had just wrapped up. Meanwhile, director Ahn Jae-bak, who was sitting in front of the monitor, watched the half-crazed staff with a blank stare and leaned deeply into his chair, letting out a long sigh. We've overcome one hurdle now. At that moment, director Nim, Kang Woojin, who had made his way through the excited staff, greeted director Ahn Jae-bak. Naturally, his poker face was strong. Thank you for your hard work. I need to leave early, so I came to say goodbye. Woojin still had one more schedule related to Kang Woojin's alter ego. Soon, director Ahn Jae-bak extended his wrinkled hand to Kang Woojin. It's not completely over yet, but yes. Woojin, you did well too. And, raising his other hand, director Ahn Jae-bak showed a thumbs up. The last scene was fantastic. Thank you. It's a pity. There's a wrap party and you could have rest a bit too. After a brief conversation, director Ahn Jae-bak patted Woojin on the shoulder, and after greeting the 100 staff members, Kang Woojin also bid farewell to the actors. Then Woojin and his team began to leave the set of Leech. Actor Sim Han-ho quietly watched Kang Woojin's retreating figure. He was clearly recalling Woojin's last scene. Is he capable of not just analyzing the script, but also thinking about the direction? He's becoming scarier. At this moment, a female voice entered Sim Han-ho's ear. It was Oh Hye-ryung, her elegant smile showing. What are you looking at? Lost in thought, Sunbae. Oh, it's nothing. Following Sim Han-ho's gaze, Oh Hye-ryung discovered the departing Kang Woojin. With a knowing expression, she crossed her arms. The last cut was really chilling, wasn't it? What did you think, Sunbae? It was brilliant. Something an old guy like me couldn't even think of. Oh, come on. You have your own strengths and charisma, Sunbae. It's just different. In style. It's not strange to say it's different in level. What? That's not like you, Sunbae. I'm just saying that Korea is too small for that guy. With an aha kind of response, Oh Hye-ryung once again looked towards the departing Kang Woojin. Anyway, Woojin's last scene was really. How should I put it? It felt like Park Ha-sung from the work came out into reality. She chuckled. When a character comes out into reality, it has to be on a different level. A few dozen minutes later, in Kang Woojin's van. The van was speeding along the highway. It had been about 30 minutes since Woojin left the set. Virum, as the large van roared down the road. Its interior was boisterous. Of course, it was Woojin's team members celebrating. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Kang Woojin, was. Kang Woojin didn't particularly open his mouth. He wanted to join in right away, but he just checked his phone while maintaining his strong concept. Of course, the internet Woojin was looking at showed no signs of leisurely moments. Wow, damn. It's chaos over here too, total chaos. Numerous article bombs were being dropped. As Woojin observed, most of the news was related to him. Issue pick, official casting announcement for Beneficial Evil. But why so many unknowns and newcomers? First, the official casting announcement for Beneficial Evil was made this morning. As time went by, it became a hot topic, spreading like wildfire. Of course, the initial source was Netflix and DM production for Beneficial Evil, but now reporters who had picked up the throne bait were frantically copy-pasting similar articles. Highly anticipated film Beneficial Evil, starring Kang Woojin, but public puzzled by the casting. Beneficial Evil garnered attention during the official production announcement due to prominent figures like PD Song Man-woo and Kang Woojin, and its recognition skyrocketed with the issue of targeting a global audience through Netflix instead of a domestic broadcaster. Therefore, the heated coverage by the media was not surprising. The biggest question the media had regarding the confirmed casting board of Beneficial Evil was the large number of unknown and new actors. Although it hasn't been revealed which roles the cast members would play, from leads to supporting roles, the number was considerably large compared to typical works. Thus, many speculations arose. Are they abandoning the domestic market because they're targeting the global market? Did they run out of funds due to heavy investment in sets and direction? Is it an attempt to achieve something new? Moreover, Beneficial Evil was a pre-produced work. There's a lack of information. Usually, pre-production has numerous teasers, but a lot of confidential information. Soon, while skimming through numerous articles, Kang Woojin muttered to himself, "All sorts of nonsense and bullshit are going around," saying, "They're saving money by casting unknowns because they're targeting overseas. That's utter bullshit, isn't it?" It was ridiculous, but not particularly annoying. Woojin had somewhat become accustomed to such perspectives. Well, that didn't mean there were no high-impact top actors involved at all. People like Wallin, with whom Woojin had connections, and Ha Gang-soo, who worked with him on Our Dining Table, were top-tier or above A-grade actors involved in various episodes. But it was undeniable that the casting board contradicted media expectations. After producing numerous hit works and leaving a legendary mark with profiler Han Yang, they thought PD Song Man-woo would cast top stars. Moreover, wasn't it said to be targeting the global market? Given the conditions and big names, the current situation with many unknowns and newcomers might feel lukewarm. This sentiment was not limited to the media, but also to various YouTubers moving at the scent of an issue. Woojin nonchalantly checked the public reactions. Beneficial Evil seems to have cast a lot more newcomers than expected. The articles say it's because they ran out of money. Is that true? Doesn't matter who's cast. If Kang Woojin is the main, I'll watch it with trust. PD Song probably used a lot of unknowns and newcomers because he's genuinely aiming for the overseas market. He probably looked at acting skills and faces rather than popularity. True. Even if our country's top actors are used, they're mostly top actors for our domestic audiences. To foreigners, they're just there. But still, the cast is quite splendid. Oh, I'm starting to get excited. Feels like something big is coming, not something small. Kang Woojin. He's now genuinely established as an actor with crazy ticket power. Everything he does turns out well, including this Island of the Missing. Trustworthy actor. Kang Woojin. I can't imagine what the content will be like. What role will Kang Woojin play this time? The public reaction wasn't as bad as expected. After looking at a lot of Beneficial Evil-related stuff, Woojin's fingers moved again. Swipe. This time, he changed the subject of the search. It was Island of the Missing. All-time box office in South Korea. All-time movie rankings, combined. -1. Island of the Missing / total audience. 18,872,537. In the latter half of its release, though the momentum had significantly weakened compared to the beginning and the ticket reservation rate had dropped, Island of the Missing had already set an unprecedented record in Korea, nearly 19 million. Of course, it was likely that it would either stagnate at this point or rise a little more, but that didn't matter anymore. In fact, the team behind Island of the Missing was already preparing for secondary distribution. Whatever the case, Island of the Missing had turned the tide in the Korean film industry. Star issue from debut until now, within just 2 years, Kang Woojin has accumulated numerous accolades, leaving unparalleled achievements in the domestic acting scene. Kang Woojin had established history in the domestic actor scene. The next day, the 25th, Jeonju. It was past noon. At this time, the porridge shop near Jeonju bus terminal, which had recently expanded to twice its size by taking over the adjacent vacant store, was full of customers. It was the shop of Kang Woojin's parents, Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul. Whoa, is this the place? There are so many people. See crazy. There's a line for a porridge shop? There's even a waiting list. Rather than being a famous restaurant, it must be Kang Woojin's influence, right? Of course, but this porridge shop itself seems to have a lot of events. They give out free porridge at lunch, and they even give it to nearby kindergartens or children in need. Kang Woojin's parents are really amazing. Like the two women conversing while looking at the porridge shop crowded with customers from afar, Kang Woojin's parents' porridge shop had already become a tourist attraction in this area. No, it was a must-visit spot for people living in Jeonju or those coming from afar. It was also a hot place on Instagram. Look at that person, they're filming something with their phone. Are they a YouTuber? Naturally, YouTubers or streamers who broadcast online often appeared there to gather views. And that's not all. Reporters frequently showed up too. Looks like we can't have the porridge. Look over there. That's the place I saw on Instagram with the Kang Woojin's life-size cutout. The photo spot. Then should we just take photos and leave? When about 100 people visit, half of them just take photos and leave, but the other half line up to enter the porridge shop. While most were curious, there were also many fans full of enthusiasm. Various associations, merchants, or public officials from the vicinity often stopped by as well. It was truly a famous spot. Thanks to this, the name of Kang Woojin naturally came up in the conversations of the customers waiting in line. Did you see the article? About Kang Woojin being cast in Beneficial Evil. Of course, I'm really looking forward to it. But we probably won't see Kang Woojin today either, right? I've been coming for 2 months and haven't seen him once. I told you to give up, right? To be honest, I come here now because the food is good. Eating porridge is good for the stomach too. Still, I thought there was a chance. Well, but the lunchboxes here are really good. Inside the porridge shop, past the customers in line, it was truly Kang Woojin's heaven. And as expected, all the tables were occupied. Even though the place had doubled in size, there was no breathing room. It was, of course, thanks to Kang Woojin that they had expanded. Anyway, looking at the tables of customers, it seemed they had added a lunchbox menu besides porridge, and there were 4 part-time workers in uniforms bustling around the hall. Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woo-chul could be found in the kitchen and at the counter respectively. Hyunmi, the bill. Wait a moment. Honey, can you clear those tables over there? Sure. They were also incredibly busy, despite having staff working in the kitchen. Even though their son had done well, they adamantly refused Woojin's offer to take a break. They claimed they were still strong and healthy. Anyway, call the 4 people for this table. Yes, boss. Kang Woo-chul, busy clearing the tables, called out to the waiting customers. And in the midst of this, some middle-aged women sitting nearby suddenly spoke to him. Oh my boss, you're raking in all the money in Jeonju, aren't you? They were the market women from the nearby market. That's what I'm saying. You've really raised your child well. Who would have thought your son would become this famous? I'm so jealous. My son is just wasting food and doesn't even exercise. If only half of these customers here went to the market, it would be bustling. But boss, doesn't your son come here? I've never seen him. The quite tall Kang Woo-chul forced a smile as he replied. I told him not to come. He's busy, what would he do here? Oh, come on. Wouldn't it be great if he came? It would boost your reputation too. Haha, he's the busiest person in Korea. Even so, if a child does well, they should at least show their face once. Right. You know, Sangman's son is a trot singer, right? That son comes to see them all the time. The women kept talking to Kang Woojin without giving him a break. Despite having a temper, Kang Woojin endured it. He knew their behavior reflected on his son. There were many eyes watching. At this moment, Seo Hyunmi, who was at the counter, came up to Kang Woojin and whispered, "Step away, these women are so annoying, but we can't just turn them away." But the women also spoke to Seo Hyunmi. "Anyway, you must be so happy your son is doing well. I'm so jealous." Kang Woojin and Seo Hyunmi forced a smile. At that moment, there was some commotion outside. And then, swoosh, the glass door of the porridge shop opened, and a man walked in. He had a hat pulled down low and was wearing a mask. An employee, recognizing him, spoke in a slightly puzzled or suspicious tone. Oh, sorry, but you need to line up outside." The man glanced around the hall briefly and then spoke to the employee in a low tone. "It's okay, I'm not here to eat." "Pardon? What do you mean by that?" At this moment, Seo Hyunmi, who was heading to the kitchen, pointed at the masked man in surprise. Oh. Following her gaze, Kang Woojin also turned his head. In fact, everyone in the expanded porridge shop glanced or stared at the man. Regardless, swish, the man took off his mask and slightly bowed his head to Kang Woojin and Seo Hyunmi. "I'm back." Soon, the eyes of everyone in the porridge shop widened dramatically. About an hour later, Jeonju City Hall. Mayor's office. The mayor's office in Jeonju City Hall, equipped with the taeguki, of course, a desk for work and a table for meetings. At the work desk in such a mayor's office, a slightly balding mayor was reviewing documents. Just then, knock knock, click. An employee entered the mayor's office. As soon as the employee reached the mayor, he urgently reported, Mayor, Kang Woojin has just arrived in Jeonju." Immediately, the mayor's eyes bulged as if they would pop out. Chapter 292, Breather 2. The eyes of the mayor of Jeonju, whose hair was slightly balding, showed no signs of returning to normal size. "Did you say Kang Woojin came to Jeonju?" Now, it was really unexpected news. More surprising than shocking. "Are you sure? I haven't heard anything about this. So suddenly without any sign? Where did you confirm this?" "Well, I haven't officially confirmed it either, but by chance dash." The employee who was reporting quickly took out his phone. Then he accessed SNS. Specifically, Instagram. Then he typed Kang Woojin in the search bar. The employee clicked on a recent post among the many that included Kang Woojin. Woojin was clearly in the photo. The location was a porridge shop in Jeonju about an hour ago. The tag was proof. It's confirmed that Kang Woojin appeared at the porridge shop run by his parents. There are many more posts like this one. "Oh, I see. Is he still at the porridge shop now?" That porridge shop is run by Kang Woojin's parents, right?" "Yes, that's correct." From a quick glance at the posts, it seems Kang Woojin has left the porridge shop now. "Damn it. We should have noticed this earlier. I'm sorry. The visit was too sudden and unexpected." "Well, that's certainly true." The balding mayor of Jeonju swallowed with a mix of regret. "Yes, that wasn't the issue now. What do you think? Does it seem like that friend Kang Woojin will return after a brief visit?" "Based on what I've checked, it doesn't seem so." "What's your basis?" "If you look at the news articles, it says that the filming of the movie Leech ended around yesterday. If he came to his hometown the next day, it's likely he came to rest for a while." The mayor of Jeonju slowly nodded. The reason the mayor was so concerned about Kang Woojin was very simple. Kang Woojin's impact was tremendous. Not just tremendous, but it was shaking both Korea and Japan. Currently, no celebrity could beat Kang Woojin in popularity, issues, and brand power. Simply put, even looking at the recent insane record of nearly 19 million viewers for Island of the Missing showed that. And Kang Woojin was from Jeonju. As the mayor of Jeonju, it would be nonsensical not to salivate over this. So, how are the tourists around that porridge shop these days? It's already become a famous spot, and it's almost a mandatory course for tourists visiting Jeonju. Moreover, the number of Japanese tourists has also been increasing recently. Given Kang Woojin's tremendous momentum in Japan, it was expected. Jeonju is frequently mentioned on SNS, mainly by Japanese tourists who have visited. The presence of Woojin, who was from Jeonju, alone was driving promotion and marketing by itself, and a key part of the mayor's many tasks was revitalizing the region. Therefore, every year he puts great effort into organizing large festivals and various events. Utilizing YouTube or SNS has become essential these days. And every time, the essential element is inviting celebrities or famous people. They can easily capture the public's attention and interest. The fact that almost every local ambassador is a popular celebrity is proof of this. In other words, for the mayor of Jeonju, Kang Woojin was the #1 target to recruit. No, the top priority. Even if he mentions it just a few times, not frequently, it will generate quite a flood of articles. Kang Woojin had already reigned as the king of issues domestically since last year. How many issues has Woojin sparked or will spark in the future? Not only that, the power of Kang Woojin's alter ego channel and SNS was staggering. In the past, Kang Woojin was just an ordinary citizen, but now it's different. Of course, there are quite a few celebrities or famous people from Jeonju. However, the current momentum of Kang Woojin surpassed all of them. Naturally, the mayor of Jeonju had made several proposals to Kang Woojin's side. Ambassador for promotion, invitations to big festivals or events, and so on. There were even times when he just wanted a simple meeting. I even said I would go in person. The mayor of Jeonju had said he would personally go to Seoul. The work started last year, probably after Profiler Han Yang became a hit. But every attempt failed. There were many attempts, but the reason given by BW Entertainment was Kang Woojin's tight schedule. Well, the mayor of Jeonju didn't completely fail to understand. In fact, Kang Woojin had never come to Jeonju since his debut. And now, such a hot actor suddenly appeared in Jeonju? The mayor of Jeonju couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. What about the media, right? Now, if it's on SNS, some reporters must have caught wind of it. Yes, that's correct. It's already being reported that Kang Woojin is in Jeonju. Right, of course. Indeed, the promotional power is amazing. The mayor of Jeonju murmured as he searched Jeonju on his phone. Indeed, there were quite a few articles that included Kang Woojin. Star photo. The 19 million viewers legend Kang Woojin, suddenly spotted in Jeonju, Gyeongsangnam-do. Did he come to his hometown to rest? Photo. When was the last time Jeonju was mentioned this much? No, it hadn't. Even if there were festivals or events, the buzz would die down quickly. But with just a simple visit by Woojin, Jeonju was gaining so much attention. This is what brand power is. Then, the balding mayor of Jeonju suddenly stood up and shouted to his employee, "What are you doing right now? Call everyone in. An emergency assembly." It might even seem like an emergency. Unless it's urgent, everyone should focus on this. At the mayor's order, the employee briefly went out and returned with key staff members. To the roughly dozen or so gathered personnel, the mayor of Jeonju urgently instructed. First, start with the media. Make sure twice as many articles come out compared to now. Yes. On our YouTube channel too. What should we put on the YouTube channel dash? Don't be so dense. Just use it to spread the news. The content doesn't matter. Just put Kang Woojin in the title and hang banners as soon as possible, anywhere noticeable. The employees' hands quickly scribbled notes in their notebooks. Put something like, welcoming Kang Woojin's visit to Jeonju as the message. Just Woojin's visit alone started shaking Jeonju. The next day, Saturday morning, the 26th. It was around 8 a.m. The location was an old apartment complex in Jeonju with only 4 buildings, with not many households. The 10th floor of the frontmost apartment was the home that Kang Woojin's parents, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi, had settled in after moving to Jeonju. It was quite spacious. It had 3 rooms. The master bedroom was used by the couple, and the other rooms were used by Kang Woojin or Kang Hyuna when they visited. Well, of course, each room was filled with clothes and miscellaneous items. In the master bedroom's large bed, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi lay side by side. Both were awake. They were silently looking at their phones, specifically, searching for their son who had suddenly visited yesterday. In fact, both of them would search for their son when bored, but today was a bit special. Anyway, the search results for Kang Woojin were dazzling. First, starting with the stylish profile picture in the person information that appeared first, then blogs, cafes, communities, SNS, YouTube, and so on. Just looking at the search volume and information, he was undoubtedly a top actor. Above all, the articles that were still popping up. Issue IS. Kang Woojin appeared in Jeonju amid his tight schedule. It turns out his hometown is Jeonju, Gyeongsangnam-do. The king of Isu's Kang Woojin made a surprise visit to his parents' shop in Jeonju, taking photos with customers. Top-notch fan service. Photo. Handsome even in casual photos. Witness accounts of Kang Woojin in Jeonju emerging on SNS/photo. Of course, there were plenty of other articles overflowing on different topics, but Woojin's parents were only looking at those related to Jeonju. In every photo of Kang Woojin in the articles, he looked stylish and charismatic. He even exuded the aura of a top actor. Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi were still not used to it. Seo Hyunmi put down her phone and murmured softly, "Is this really my son in these photos?" Kang Woochul, who took the same action, nodded in agreement but pulled himself together. "I know, but let's try to get used to it now. Woojin has come down to visit." At this moment, "Oh," Seo Hyunmi suddenly shot up. "We need to prepare breakfast for our son." "Ah yes, that spicy braised chicken he likes. You prepare the chicken we bought yesterday." Okay. The couple, in agreement, put aside the glamorous images of Kang Woojin and after quickly getting ready, left the main bedroom. However, slurp. As soon as the couple came out into the living room, they heard the sound of someone slurping ramen. The reason was simple. Woojin. Somehow, Kang Woojin was already awake and sitting at the kitchen table, eating ramen straight from the cup. Of course, while munching on the noodles and looking at his parents, Woojin was grinning mischievously. "Yo, did you have a good night?" There was no sign of a poker face or any sort of pretense. Grinning, Woojin picked up some kimchi. Wearing a slightly worn bear-printed short-sleeve shirt and gray sweatpants with holes at the knees, his black hair standing on end like he'd been struck by lightning, scratching his head while eating the noodles. This was the real Kang Woojin. "Still so lovey-dovey? Are you planning on giving me a sibling?" Hee. Looking at such a Kang Woojin, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi fell into slight confusion. After all, the charismatic actor Kang Woojin they had seen on the internet moments ago was nowhere to be found. Instead, there was only the ragamuffin Seo Hyunmi often scolded Woojin for being. Soon, the couple looked at each other and spoke in unison, quietly. "Ah, this is definitely our son." Seo Hyunmi, who let out a long sigh, approached Kang Woojin and suddenly delivered a back smash. Smack. Eating ramen first thing in the morning. Afterwards, although Kang Woojin, battered by the back smack, finished the ramen he was eating. Of course, Woojin also devoured the chicken stew that Seo Hyunmi and Kang Woochul prepared. Indeed, it's incredibly delicious. Are you eating your meals properly? I know you're busy, but try not to skip meals as much as possible. Dad, why are you suddenly lowering your voice like that? It's giving me a bit of PTSD. What are you talking about? No, it reminds me of that act you put on. He's been like this lately, trying to maintain his image because of you. Even so, Woojin brought up the topic he had been thinking about. By the way, I told you to look for a new house, right? I looked it up while eating ramen, and there are many new apartments. Or would you prefer a house? You brat, this place is perfectly fine, why move? And we've already expanded the store, changed the furniture, and even got a new car. Save the money for yourself. Kang Woojin's bank account was quite full. Every project he touched was a hit, and he had numerous advertisements, photo shoots, and his Kang Woojin's alter ego channel bringing in a flood of money. There was even money still coming in from his Hanryang days, so there was no point in discussing it. Even without counting the money that would come in the future, he had plenty. But, somehow, even though he wanted to spend it, his schedule was so hectic that he had no time to do so. Hey, I'm saving it involuntarily. I need to spend some money. Even our CEO told me to spend more. You know, because of taxes and stuff. Anyway, after finishing his meal with his parents, Kang Woojin took a shower to shed his ragamuffin look. Meanwhile, Kang Woochul and Seo Hyunmi left the house to open the store. As Woojin finished his shower, he checked numerous messages from his sister and the president of his fan club, Kang's Heart, Kang Hyuna. By the way, Kang Hyuna, who was on university break, had also come down to the house in Jeonju. At this moment, buzz buzz, buzz buzz buzz. His phone buzzed with a long vibration. It was a call from Choi Sung-gun. Clearing his throat, Kang Woojin brought the phone to his ear. Yes, CEO Nim. A low voice soon emerged. On the other hand, Choi Sung-gun's voice on the phone had a hint of laughter. Hee hee, as expected from issue-maker actor Kang Woojin. Huh? What kind of grand entrance did you make in Jeonju for the press to be in such an uproar? No, I just said I'm back, and that's all. You just barged in with your I'm back, without any regard for the surroundings, didn't you? More or less. Well, you did well. It's not bad to create such a buzz even for a short break. But don't move around too much. You went down there alone after all. I understand. It's only 3 days of rest anyway, so forget everything and just sleep. I've postponed all your schedules. After expressing his concerns, Choi Sung-gun changed the subject. I called because I have a few things to ask and some urgent things to convey. First, the Jeonju City Hall contacted us. The content is similar to before, something about being a promotional ambassador. Are you going to do it? No, I won't. You won't be doing any short schedules while you're resting there, right? There was a proposal for attending a charity event vlog. Yes, I won't do it. Got it. I asked just in case because it's your hometown. Honestly, just you being there is already enough to get Jeonju mentioned. Anyway, I'll handle them. Oh, by the way, do you mind if the Jeonju City Hall puts up banners and stuff? Banners? What banners? Woojin blinked his eyes, but nodded for now. No. And Miley Kara's side sent over the schedule and other details. There are materials related to the album work and a guide track. When you return, I'll brief you. Based on the rough schedule, it seems you can go to LA before fully diving into Beneficial Evil. Is that so? Yeah. You'll probably spend about a week in LA working on the album. It's not confirmed yet, but there might be an interview schedule with Kara too. Once everything is sorted, take a few more days off before coming back. Choi Sung-gun on the phone added some weight to his voice. There's something I want to show you in LA. Meanwhile, in Seoul, DM Production. Many people gathered in the large conference room of DM Production, where PD Song Man-woo serves as both the overall director of the production team and the CEO. There appeared to be over 20 people. Naturally, at the head seat was PD Song Man-woo. Next, regarding location hunting. Displayed on the front screen of the slightly dark conference room was a PPT related to the production. It was natural. The current meeting was a late-stage production meeting for the upcoming series, Beneficial Evil. Thus, it was more about confirming than checking progress. Soon, a series of 3D, drawn cuts appeared on the front screen. They were shooting storyboard cuts pulled from the script of Beneficial Evil, with only one character drawn in blue line among many others. It was the main character of Beneficial Evil, the role of Jang Yun-woo, played by Kang Woojin. Seeing the intense scenes, anyone could tell they were action scenes. Then, PD Song Man-woo, who had been quietly looking at the front PPT while stroking his goatee, murmured softly. As expected, domestic locations and sets alone are not enough. Let's finalize the overseas locations. He murmured softly. Let's start coordinating with the first plan, Bangkok, Thailand. 93. Breather, 3. DM Productions conference room. Inside, where the key staff of Beneficial Evil had gathered, the words Bangkok, Thailand came out of the mouth of the overall director, PD Song Man-woo. Naturally, it was related to the overseas location. Rather than going about it vaguely, it's better to nail it down decisively. At PD Song Man-woo's words, the production manager among the dozens of key staff nodded his head. Yes, I understand. I will contact the line PD right away. The dozens of key staff, including the PD Song Man-woo, put down the tablets they were looking at and opened moderately thick stacks of paper. It was a bundle of documents containing information about the overseas location of Beneficial Evil. In fact, the overseas location for Beneficial Evil was not being mentioned for the first time now. It had already been discussed around the time when setting up the large-scale domestic sets. Thus, the bundle of papers included several options up to the 5th plan, including Bangkok and suitable places for shooting. Naturally, scenes to be used in the overseas location were also included. As the production meeting, based on those, started to get lengthy, the muscular stunt director asked PD Song Man-woo, "Should we keep or cut the car chase scene?" PD Song Man-woo, who was stroking his chin, answered without difficulty. If the overseas location is confirmed, we have to keep it. This part is important, so make sure the line PD thoroughly checks the local situation. If,